Chapter 1. When apocalypse fiction becomes reality, I too begin to hoard supplies. Have you heard? The authorities have publicly stated that this red rain poses no danger to our health. Indeed, since the officials have said so, it should be fine. The weather is truly bizarre. Today it rains red. Who knows when it will rain black? In the elevator, the conversation between two neighbors from Eugene community reached Shuze's ears. This marks the second occurrence of such strange red rain in Ning'an City within a month. Unlike a torrential downpour, the red rain falls gently, neither too heavy nor too light, as if the sky were shedding blood. Shuze felt something was amiss with his body. Having worked overtime the previous night, and then enduring a full day of work, his already fatigued body was pushed to its limits. After being drenched in the red rain yesterday, he returned home to find himself burning with fever. He did not go to the hospital, not out of reluctance, but because his body was simply too exhausted. He longed to collapse in a slumber immediately. On the television, the news channel was broadcasting an official emergency announcement, with the host calmly reiterating that this red rain was merely a normal phenomenon of nature, urging citizens not to panic. However, upon rising the next morning, the fever had subsided. Not only did he feel no weakness, but he instead felt unprecedentedly well. His long-standing myopia had miraculously vanished. He could clearly see the billboard 100 meters away outside the window. The backache that had plagued him due to prolonged work was now gone, and he sat straight with no trace of fatigue, appearing far from someone who had pulled an all-nighter. Today is Sunday, and the red rain outside continues to patter down. This time, it has not ceased immediately, but keeps falling, with no indication of when it might stop. Shuze sat before his computer, the screen displaying a recently discovered apocalyptic novel. The protagonist has reincarnated again? How many reincarnations can one story have? Why does every apocalyptic novel seem the same, either involving reincarnation or the journey towards it? He could not help but mutter a low complaint while gazing at the red rain falling outside. Suddenly, he recalled that in apocalyptic novels, those ominous weather patterns signaling the end often began with scenes of red rain. He even associated it with certain stories where the red rain falls, followed by scorching heat or snowfall. Although this thought was absurd, it nonetheless unsettled Shuze. Regardless of whether this is truly the apocalypse, it is always better to be prepared. Shuze abruptly stood up, grabbing his wallet and keys. He intended to head to the nearest supermarket to stock up on instant noodles and canned goods while it was still Sunday. If it truly were the end of days, at least he could last a bit longer without succumbing to starvation. However, as he stood before the shelves, staring at the pitiful 3-digit balance on his phone, a deep sense of helplessness welled up within him. Hoarding supplies? What a joke. He does not even possess any accumulated capital. This month's wages have yet to be dispersed, and his meager savings seem insufficient to purchase many supplies. Since the tragic car accident that claimed his parents' lives, the compensation he received merely allowed him to pay off the remaining balance on his current home, forcing him to rely on his salary to make ends meet each month. Shuze bitterly smiled and self-deprecatingly remarked, "If only I had a spatial dimension like those found in post-apocalyptic novels, where with a mere gesture and thought, food could materialize in that otherworldly space." His hand unconsciously caressed a bucket of Kong, Shui, Fu braised beef noodles on the shelf. If only he could take it with him. Just as this thought emerged, a miracle occurred. The bucket of instant noodles beneath his palm vanished into thin air after a brief distortion in space. Shuze stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat. Immediately, a semi-transparent blue interface, resembling a holographic projection, appeared in his mind. The interface displayed rows of neatly arranged metallic shelves, resembling a vast virtual warehouse. The bucket of instant noodles that had just disappeared lay quietly on the foremost shelf. In the upper left corner of the interface, several cold, mechanical characters flickered. Void warehouse, current level. 1 space capacity, 50 cubic meters. Shuze's heart began to race wildly, as if it were trying to leap from his open mouth. This is not an illusion. He had truly acquired the golden finger reserved for protagonists in novels. A personal warehouse. Suppressing his exhilaration, his gaze shifted to a nearby bottle of mineral water. He extended his hand and gently touched it. "Store," he silently commanded. The mineral water instantly vanished, appearing on the shelves of the warehouse in his mind, right next to the bucket of noodles. He concentrated his thoughts on the instant noodles once more. Retrieve. In the next moment, a warm sensation returned, and the familiar bucket of noodles reappeared in his hand. He succeeded. He truly succeeded. Suze's body trembled slightly with excitement. He now possessed the void warehouse. He would no longer have to worry about food. Forget the apocalypse. Even in times of peace, with this void warehouse, he could live a life free from hunger and thirst. To hell with a few thousand yuan in wages. To hell with that foolish boss. The mere thought of no longer having to cower before others, seeking their approval, filled him with a profound joy that resonated from the depths of his soul. Freedom, this was true freedom. Oh, isn't that the loser living on the 12th floor of Building 6? A jarring voice interrupted Xu Zhe's reverie. He beheld a portly man with slick-back hair, embracing a heavily made-up woman, casting a look of disdain in his direction. It was his neighbor from upstairs, Wang Peng, a second-generation rich kid who idled away his days thanks to family compensation. Wang Peng pointed at Xu Zhe's empty shopping cart and exaggeratedly laughed at the woman in his arms. Darling, look, what did I tell you? A person like him can only wander around the instant noodle section. The woman's gaze was filled with contempt for Xu Zhe. Sweetheart, don't talk to people like that. They're filthy. Xu Zhe's brows furrowed instantly. He disregarded them, instead focusing on the abundance of premium ingredients in Wang Peng's cart, particularly the imported steaks. Wang Peng patted the imported steaks and condescendingly remarked to Xu Zhe, "What are you looking at? You can't afford these. People like you should stick to instant noodles. Don't be an eyesore here." Xu Zhe's expression turned cold. In the past, he might have chosen to swallow his pride, feeling powerless and insignificant against such individuals. But now, things were different. He possessed a void warehouse. He gazed at Wang Peng's fleshy face, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his lips. He said nothing, silently pushing his empty shopping cart and turning to another aisle. Wang Peng watched Xu Zhe's dejected, retreating figure, chuckling with delight. "Humph, at least you know your place." He embraced the woman, contentedly pushing his cart brimming with goods as he swaggered towards the checkout. Xu Zhe did not attempt to seize those apparent resources. He knew he had better methods. He pushed his shopping cart and began to stroll through the supermarket. He feigned nonchalance as he strolled past the canned goods aisle, his right hand gently brushing against the shelves. Ding! Acquired canned tuna X24, can luncheon meat X24, can black bean sardines X24. A whole row of cans vanished in an instant. His movements were natural, drawing no attention from anyone. He stumbled slightly, leaning his body against the shelf in the rice and flour section. Ding! Acquired vacuum-sealed rice X10 bags, premium flour X10 bags. Half a shelf of rice and flour was swiftly cleared away. The entire process flowed seamlessly, swift as lightning. 50 cubic meters of space, neither too large nor too small. Under Xu Zhe's precise calculations and maneuvers, the first items to be loaded were small in size, yet high in value, essential for survival. Canned foods, pure water, compressed biscuits. Soon, a red warning popped up on the interface of the void warehouse. Warning, space capacity has reached 98, imminent overload. That's enough. Xu Zhe took a deep breath, suppressing his greed. He pushed the utterly empty shopping cart, leisurely making his way to the checkout counter under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Of course, he hadn't bought anything at all. It wasn't until Xu Zhe's figure vanished at the supermarket entrance that a wave of gasps erupted within. "Oh my, how is the canned goods section empty? Where's my rice? Where's my flour? Security, check the surveillance. Call the police. There's a thief." Chaos and screams quickly spread throughout the supermarket. People began to look around, discovering that a substantial amount of goods from the shelves had disappeared. Because Xu Zhe had been exceedingly cautious while collecting the items, no one had seen him. Xu Zhe returned to his rented room. He locked the door, drew the curtains, and the world outside fell silent in an instant. He leaned against the door, panting heavily, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Thrilling, absolutely exhilarating. He closed his eyes, and with a thought, began to tally his gains. Within the Sukong Sanku, the once empty shelves were now crammed full. On the bottom shelf were bottles of mineral water, each holding 550 milliliters, with 12 bottles in every box. This was the essence of life. The middle shelf was piled high with various canned goods and vacuum-packed meals, enough to sustain him for quite some time. The top shelf contained rice, flour, and all the resources he had scavenged. Shueze gazed at the contents of the Shu Kong Sanku, pondering that regardless of whether this crimson rain heralded the end of days, he no longer needed to concern himself with others' opinions. Even if he were to resign immediately, he would not have to fear starvation for the rest of his life. He retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from the Shu Kong Sanku, twisted off the cap, and the bubbles fizzed audibly. Gulp! A sip of the joyful beverage slid down his throat, prompting a satisfied belch. The apocalypse? Even if tomorrow marked the end of the world, Shueze could still live more lavishly than anyone else. Just then, a series of light, yet restrained knocks echoed abruptly in the quiet room. Shueze's body tensed instantly, his gaze sharpening like a blade. He had just looted the entire supermarket. Could someone be at his door so soon? Impossible. His actions were seamless, leaving no evidence behind. Shueze silently placed the cola bottle on the table, held his breath, and stealthily moved to the door. He leaned closer to the peephole and peered outside. One glance, and Shueze relaxed. Standing outside the door was not a police officer, but rather his neighbor from next door, the single mother, Wang Xun, who was alone with her daughter. Chapter 2. The warmth before the end of days. Wang Xun's beauty was undeniable, even when viewed through the peculiar lens of a cat's eye. Her smile, radiating through the tiny aperture, seemed capable of warming the entire winter, drawing people irresistibly closer. Despite the frigid reality of the outside world, her presence shone like a ray of sunshine, illuminating everything in her vicinity. In these tumultuous times, the bonds between individuals appeared particularly precious. Wang Shuyun's tenderness and kindness imparted a rare sense of security. Whenever she graced the presence of those around her, it felt as though all worries could be momentarily cast aside. The compassion glistening in her eyes seemed to convey an unspoken message. Regardless of how uncertain the future may be, we can rely on one another and face it together. Having just emerged from a bath, her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, a few damp strands brushing against her smooth, full forehead. She wore no makeup, yet her fresh, oval face glowed under the soft light of the hallway censer. Her skin so delicate that not a single pore was visible. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, framed by long lashes resembling tiny fans, were gently cast downward. Clad in a slightly loose cotton t-shirt, her tall figure rendered even such simple attire breathtaking, failing to obscure her captivating curves. Suze's gaze instinctively wandered downward, landing upon a pair of pristine white socks adorned with delicate lace trim, evoking a sense of gentleness. These socks were emblematic of the girl in his heart. She always wore them during their encounters. He was reminded of her sweet and innocent smile, which never failed to stir his emotions. He pondered whether he should confess his feelings, for they had been brewing within him for quite some time. Yet, internal turmoil left him indecisive, as if an invisible force were pulling him in different directions. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, contemplating his next steps. From this vantage point, her elegant swan-like neck and the rounded contours accentuated by the fabric were clearly visible. Below lay her slender waist, just graspable and long, straight legs enveloped in comfortable loungewear. She was a woman who, despite being immersed in the mundane, remained dazzlingly radiant. Her beauty was not of the ostentatious variety, but rather a refined elegance that resonated deeply. Adjusting his expression, he approached and opened the door. As it swung ajar, a refreshing blend of shower gel and shampoo enveloped him, infusing the air with a soothing ambience that elicited a profound sense of comfort. The aroma conjured images of warm sunlight and tranquil afternoons, as if he had stepped into a serene paradise. Savoring the fragrance, he gradually entered the bathroom, captivated by the array of colorful bottles that beckoned with their alluring scents, inviting him to indulge in their charms. The exquisite packaging of the shower gel, with its stylish design, was irresistible, enhancing his mood and allowing him to momentarily escape the pressures of daily life. As he immersed himself in this enchanting environment, time seemed to stand still, allowing him to wash away fatigue and relish the soothing flow of water. Such moments were to be cherished. Outside, Wang Shuyun, noticing Suze had opened the door, shyly extended the light bulb box in her hands. A hint of embarrassment colored her fair face. She lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Her cheeks aglow with a rosy hue, rendering her all the more endearing. Suze observed her demeanor and couldn't help but smile inwardly, finding her utterly charming. "Is this the light bulb you needed?" he asked softly, taking the box from her, his eyes reflecting warmth. Wang Shuyun nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips, hinting at her delight. "Thank you, Suze." Her voice was gentle as a breeze, as if she wished to preserve the tranquility of the moment. Suze felt his heart warm at her sincere gratitude. "I'm truly sorry for bothering you again, Suze. I wish it weren't necessary, but I hope you can assist me." She continued, "I've been thinking about the last time, and I didn't expect to ask for your help again. You're always so kind, and I genuinely appreciate it. I understand this may be a hassle for you, but I hope you can empathize with my situation. Your assistance means the world to me. If there is anything I can do to repay you, please let me know, and I will do my utmost." Her voice was soft and melodious. "There's no need for formality, Wang Jie. We're friends, and friends should help each other," Li Ming replied with a smile. "I know, but I truly feel like I'm imposing," Wang Jie admitted, feeling a bit bashful. "It's no trouble at all. We are all in this together." Li Ming waved his hand dismissively, signaling his indifference to the inconvenience. "Thank you, Li Ming. You're always so helpful." Wang Jie expressed her gratitude with a warm gaze. "It's nothing. Just knowing I can assist you brings me joy," Li Ming responded with a grin. "In that case, I won't hold back. I'll treat you to a meal later," Wang Jie declared, determined to repay his kindness. "Great. I adore your cooking," Li Ming replied eagerly. Suze leaned casually against the doorframe, his posture relaxed. His gaze swept across the room, seemingly searching for something. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, infusing the space with a touch of warmth. A light fragrance lingered in the air, enhancing the comfort of the atmosphere. He sighed softly, immersed in a myriad of thoughts. Past experiences flashed through his mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Life was always a tapestry of highs and lows, filled with laughter and tears. At that moment, a gentle knock at the door interrupted his reverie. He lifted his head, casting his gaze toward the entrance, secretly anticipating the arrival of the visitor. The unique scent, a blend of shower gel, shampoo, and her warmth, was both clean and inviting. Wang Shuyun, somewhat awkwardly, shook the paper box in her hand. "The light bulb in my bathroom suddenly burned out, and it's pitch black. I can't see a thing." As I stumbled toward the bathroom, I was determined to replace the faulty bulb quickly. Although I knew changing a bulb wasn't complex, the darkness stirred a sense of unease within me. I turned on my phone's flashlight, using the faint glow to locate my tools. After finding the ladder, I carefully climbed, striving to maintain my balance. The bulb was positioned on the ceiling, seemingly higher than usual, which made me a bit anxious. Finally, I reached for the bulb, attempting to twist it free. However, it was stubbornly stuck. My efforts only led to frustration. Thus, I decided to try a different approach, wrapping a cloth around the bulb to avoid shattering it. After several attempts, I finally managed to unscrew it. Holding the broken bulb in my hand, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Next, I took out the new bulb, preparing to install it, eager to escape the darkness. "Shout DUI will need to wash up soon, and I can't quite reach," she said, her cheeks flushed with a light blush, enhancing the charm of her plain yet lovely face. For a single mother, life often entails a myriad of challenges that seem insurmountable. They frequently grapple with finding a balance between work, family, and personal life, facing pressures and trials that many cannot fathom. The education of their children, household financial responsibilities, and their own emotional needs present a complex web of issues they must navigate. In the daily grind, single mothers may experience feelings of isolation and helplessness. They bear the weight of family responsibilities while striving to advance their careers. Many single mothers find themselves utterly exhausted, struggling to carve out time for self-care. Despite such predicaments, they relentlessly seek solutions, determined to create a nurturing environment for their children. The support and understanding of society are particularly crucial for single mothers. They yearn for assistance and encouragement from family and friends. and hope for greater attention and resources from the community. By establishing a strong network within their neighborhoods, single mothers can better navigate life's challenges and discover their own strength and hope. Tasks such as changing light bulbs, fixing faucets, and assembling furniture, which may seem trivial to an ordinary family, pose significant hurdles for them. Listening to the conversations of the neighborhood aunties, one learns that she married quite young. Although her daughter is already in her last year of kindergarten, she is merely 31 years old. Her ex-husband, entangled in gambling, led to their divorce and, following an incident of violence, was incarcerated. Now, she is solely responsible for raising her daughter, Dindian. Suze has often lent a helping hand. He replaced a leaking faucet in her kitchen with a wrench and helped assemble the children's bed she purchased online, perspiring profusely in the process. On occasions when she needed to work late, it was Suze who looked after her daughter. At times, Suze proves to be an invaluable ally, always striving to support her through the mundane aspects of life and the pressures of work. Despite their busy schedules, the rapport and understanding between them infuse warmth into this small family. She often expresses her gratitude and regret for the help she receives. This mutual assistance among neighbors has become a norm for him. He is often alone, either at work or on his way to work. Yet the presence of Wang Shuyun and her daughter adds a splash of color to his otherwise mundane existence. He frequently reminisces about their smiles, particularly the warmth in Wang Shuyun's gaze, which brings him solace during his lonely days. Each time he passes by their door, he finds himself unconsciously slowing his pace to steal a few more glances. Gradually, he realizes that his concern for them transcends mere neighborly affection, stirring a vague yet profound sentiment within him. Although he has never initiated a conversation with them, a unique bond has quietly formed in his heart. Especially after experiencing the thrill of a zero-cost purchase, Wang Shuyun's presence has pulled him back from the realms of absurdity into the reality of life. He muses that many of life's pressures stem from our own excessive concern for trivial matters. Often, adopting a relaxed mindset and facing challenges with ease enables us to better relish the joys life offers. We must learn to adjust our mental outlook, let go of trivialities, and cherish the people and experiences around us. Life is fleeting. Why burden ourselves with trivial worries? Therefore, maintaining a tranquil heart and savoring every moment of beauty each day is essential. Suze smiled softly, naturally accepting the brand-new light bulb box from her hands. This bulb isn't cheap, she teased lightly. Rest assured, I shall take good care of it, Suze replied with a playful glint in his eyes. He gently placed the bulb box in his backpack, contemplating his upcoming plans. Are you truly planning to change the light bulb yourself? She asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Of course. Changing light bulbs is my forte, Shusha declared confidently. Wait here. I'll grab something and be right back. Don't go anywhere. She hurriedly dashed into the house, pondering what she should fetch. Upon opening her wardrobe and spotting her beloved jacket, she suddenly remembered her plans for the day. Deciding against taking the jacket, she instead opted to bring along a book to share her recent reading experiences with him. Hurry, hurry, she muttered to herself while placing the book in her bag, her heart brimming with anticipation. She knew he would appreciate the book's content, given their similar interests. Finally prepared, she checked herself in the mirror, ensuring she looked presentable, and then swiftly exited her home. The sky outside was a brilliant blue, the sunlight radiant. An ideal moment for their rendezvous. He did not immediately enter, but instead turned back to the house, silently retrieving a multifunctional folding ladder from the Shukon Sanku. He had casually picked it up during his recent shopping trip, not anticipating it would come in handy so soon. Let us go, Wang Jia. Let us try that new restaurant. I've heard their dishes are exceptional, Xiao Li suggested. Wang Jia smiled gently and nodded sure. I've been wanting to sample their cuisine. As they walked to the restaurant, Xiao Li excitedly recounted his recent work experiences while Wang Jia listened attentively. I am really looking forward to dinner tonight. I hope it won't disappoint, Xiao Li remarked. Wang Jia reassured him, don't worry, since it's a new restaurant, there will surely be plenty of novel dishes. At last, they arrived at the restaurant's entrance, where the decor dazzled them with its modernity and warmth. It looks promising. Let's head inside. Xiao Li urja e ajarli. Wang Jia nodded, and together they entered the restaurant, ready to enjoy a delightful dining experience. Suze followed Wang Shuyun into the adjacent home, carrying the folding ladder. The interior was simply yet warmly decorated, adorned with family photographs on the walls, and a soft blanket draped over the sofa, exuding a faint fragrance. Wang Shuyun walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Suze with a smile, appearing entirely at ease. Though Suze felt a bit nervous, her smile gradually eased his apprehensions. "Please place the ladder in that corner," Wang Shuyun gently instructed, pointing to an empty spot. Suze nodded and moved to set the ladder down. "Thank you, Suze." Her voice rang clear like a sunbeam on a spring day. Suze felt a warmth spreading within him, as if this kindness penetrated deep into his heart. Upon entering, he was greeted by an atmosphere entirely different from his own home, a vibrant, warm essence of life. At the entrance, a pair of pink bunny slippers lay beside a neatly arranged pair of white canvas shoes. A soft blanket lay across the living room sofa, next to a plush teddy bear. The entire space, though modest, was meticulously organized, reflecting the mistress's love and care for her life. "Un sosu, I'm here." Her melodious voice called from the living room, as the little girl Dian, sporting two playful pigtails, sat on the carpet playing with building blocks. Upon noticing Suze's arrival, her face lit up with joy as she scampered over on her tiny legs. "Good girl, Dian," Suze smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair, his heart swelling with tenderness. If the end of the world were to come, how would one protect such a lovely child and a warm family? We often contemplate in our hearts what we could do to safeguard our loved ones and friends in the face of calamity. Whether it be natural disasters, conflicts, or other unforeseen events, the unity and mutual support of family become paramount. In such moments, it is crucial to remain calm and swiftly assess the situation. Ensuring everyone's safety is the primary concern, followed by devising an emergency plan. This plan should encompass how to seek refuge during a crisis, how to procure sustenance and water sources, as well as how to maintain communication with the outside world. Furthermore, educating children on how to navigate crises is of paramount importance. It is essential for them to grasp fundamental survival skills, such as locating safe shelters, tending to minor wounds, and even operating emergency equipment. This not only bolsters their self-confidence, but also mitigates panic during tumultuous times. Ultimately, sustaining an optimistic mindset is a crucial aspect of confronting apocalyptic scenarios. Even in the direst moments, the love and support of family can instill hope. Through collective efforts to overcome adversity, we can unearth the glimmers of survival in the bleakest of circumstances. This thought briefly flickered through his mind, only to be suppressed deep within. Uncle came to assist Mother in fixing the light bulb. Wang Shuyun gently spoke to her daughter. Indeed, the bathroom was shrouded in darkness. The doors and windows were tightly closed, with only a faint beam of light seeping through the crack, illuminating a small portion of the floor. The air was suffused with a dampness, as if someone had recently used the space. The tiles affixed to the walls appeared especially cold in the darkness, imparting a sense of oppression. I cautiously stepped inside, fearful of disturbing this tranquility. My fingers grazed the wall, the icy sensation sending a shiver down my spine. The bathroom was eerily silent, save for the sound of my own breath echoing in my ears. At that moment, I was filled with uncertainty and unease, oblivious to what might transpire next. Suze adeptly unfolded the ladder, securing it with a few clicks, and ascended in a few swift strides. The space was already confined, and his presence made it feel even more cramped. Wang Shuyun stood behind him, her head slightly tilted upwards, holding her phone aloft to illuminate the area. Under the light, Suze could distinctly see the fine down on her slender neck and her tense eyelashes. A warm breath, almost imperceptible, brushed against his back. Suze swiftly unscrewed the faulty light bulb and replaced it with a new one. With a crisp click, the bulb emitted a clear sound, instantly flooding the room with light. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Just as he reached the doorway, the plaintive mew of a kitten reached his ears. Suze halted, glancing back to find the little cat perched in the corner, its gaze innocent yet expectant. "What are you doing here again?" Suze shook his head in exasperation and approached, kneeling down to gently stroke the kitten's head. The little creature seemed to revel in the moment, emitting soft, purring sounds. "What a tiny fellow," Suze chuckled, his mood instantly brightening. The kitten lifted its head, its bright eyes gazing up at him, seemingly yearning for more attention and companionship. He pressed the switch on the wall. The light immediately illuminated the entire room. The photographs on the walls appeared especially vivid in the light, as if recounting touching stories. This place had once been his favorite corner, brimming with warmth and memories. He strolled towards the window, gazing at the exterior view. The shadows of the trees swayed gently, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled patterns on the ground. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as fleeting moments echoed in his mind. At that instant, he felt a long-lost tranquility. The laughter from his memories seemed to linger in his ears, as if that companion who had fought alongside him was right there. Though time had passed, those beautiful moments were eternally etched in his heart. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to immerse himself in this warmth. The soft white light instantly brightened the entire bathroom. All done. Suze jumped down from the ladder, clapping his hands lightly. "Wow, you're amazing," Wang Shuyan exclaimed. It was merely a small effort. Suze folded the ladder and prepared to depart. His emotions were a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Although this task appeared straightforward, he understood that it harbored numerous unforeseen challenges. Before leaving, Suze conducted a final check of the tools, ensuring everything was in order. As time progressed, his heartbeat quickened, and his mind replayed the training and experiences he had undergone. "This time I must succeed," he silently urged himself, igniting his resolve. Despite the overcast weather outside, a spirit of determination ignited within him, ready to embrace the forthcoming adventure. "Suze, do you know, I have been pondering what our relationship truly is. Are we friends? Or something more? I often feel a twinge of unease, as if there are unspoken matters between us. Sometimes I wonder if we could have an open conversation, perhaps leading to a different outcome. Yet, how many can truly express their innermost feelings in such circumstances? I think we are both awaiting the right moment, a chance to dissolve this barrier. However, such moments seem perpetually elusive, slipping from our grasp. Suze, I hope to share more of my thoughts with you. Not merely the trivialities of life, but also the deeper emotions and reflections that dwell within me. I hope you can understand my sentiments." Wang Shuyan, however, called out to him, her voice tinged with hesitation. Is there something on your mind?" He turned back, his expression one of curiosity. Wang Shuyan bit her lip, seemingly contemplating something, before finally summoning the courage to ask, "What do you think of our relationship?" He was taken aback, not expecting such a question from her. After a brief silence, he replied slowly, "I believe our relationship is strong, built on mutual trust." Upon hearing this, Wang Shuyan's hesitation appeared to diminish somewhat. Yet a hint of uncertainty lingered. "Have you thought about what our relationship might look like in the future?" She continued to inquire. His question caught him off guard, and he wondered if she was implying something. After some contemplation, he chose honesty. "I hope our relationship can deepen, perhaps allowing us to face the future together." Wang Shuyan's eyes sparkled at his response, as if she found satisfaction in his words. She nodded gently, her heart gradually easing. "Thank you for being candid with me. I truly appreciate it. I noticed there hasn't been any cooking at your place, and it's mealtime. If you don't mind, would you stay for a simple meal? Consider it a thank you for your considerable help." Her gaze fell on Suze, her eyes sincere and warm. "I know you must be busy, but I genuinely hope for this opportunity to share some delightful moments with you. Life is always so hurried, and we're often entangled in various affairs. When such an opportunity arises, why not set aside our tasks and enjoy a simple dinner together? I will prepare some dishes you like, and I hope you will enjoy them. After all, dining together is not merely about satiating hunger. It is an excellent chance to bond and deepen our understanding of each other. I hope we can use this occasion to discuss our lives and share joyful moments. So please do not decline this modest request. Stay with me. We can savor this meal and enjoy a pleasant evening together." Suze was momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself that this situation seemed rather unusual. While others busied themselves with their own affairs, he alone paused, feeling a flicker of unease. He looked around, noticing the tranquility that held an undercurrent of strangeness. Such moments compelled him to reflect on his own circumstances. What was truly happening? He mused, filled with questions. He resolved to uncover the truth behind the situation. Previously, after assisting her, Wang Xian had invited him to dine several times, which he had gladly accepted. Each mealtime, she would engage him in light-hearted conversations about day-to-day matters, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Through these exchanges, their relationship steadily grew closer. Sometimes, Wang Xian would invite him to gatherings, and he always eagerly attended, relishing in the social interactions. Such interactions deepened the bonds of their friendship. After all, for a bachelor who has long relied on takeout and instant noodles, a steaming plate of homemade cuisine is an irresistible temptation. However, today, he glanced at Wang Xian and then at the eagerly expectant Didi beside him. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, for both of these individuals held significant importance to him. The gentleness of Wang Xian and the anticipation radiating from Didi created an invisible pressure upon him. In light of this, he resolved to temporarily set aside his own concerns, striving to bring joy to everyone. Thus, with a subtle smile, he prepared to meet their expectations. The little girl had even reached out her small hand to gently tug at his clothing. In that instant, Su Zhe's heart softened. Why should he transform himself into a cold-blooded individual when the apocalypse may or may not come? Perhaps savoring the present moment is what truly matters. All right, he replied with a smile. I shall not hold back then, as I am quite hungry. Wonderful. I have plenty of delicious dishes awaiting your company, she exclaimed. You are so considerate. I adore dining with friends, he replied. Let us prepare swiftly, for we must ensure a delightful feast today. Wang Xian's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, bright enough to dazzle. Her smile, akin to the warmth of sunlight, dispelled the surrounding gloom in an instant. Those nearby were captivated by her joy, their spirits lifting in tandem. On this chilly winter day, Wang Xian's presence seemed to usher in the essence of spring. Her laughter, clear and melodious, resembled the sound of silver bells. Wherever she went, she effortlessly drew the attention of the crowd, becoming the focal point of everyone's hearts. Her friends gathered around, eager to partake in this shared happiness. Conversations flowed freely, stories were exchanged, and laughter echoed, enveloping the entire scene in warmth and bliss. Wang Xian's smile instilled a profound sense of comfort within each individual, as if all worries had dissipated at that very moment. Uncle Su, it's time to eat. Didi clapped her small hands joyfully. Consequently, Su Zhe decided to stay. Wang Xian tied on an apron and entered the kitchen, where soon the sizzle of stir-frying could be heard. As she cooked, she hummed a little tune, her face adorned with a joyful expression, seemingly relishing this simple pleasure. The kitchen was filled with enticing aromas that tempted anyone to sneak a taste. Before long, the dishes began to take shape, and Wang Xian carefully plated them, preparing to bring them to the dining table. Her spirits soared as she anticipated the praises of her family. Shusha, meanwhile, was pulled by Didi to sit on the living room carpet, engaging in a game of building blocks. Didi held up a red block, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother, look, I'm going to build a big house." Su Zhe nodded with a smile, finding the little one utterly adorable. He took a blue block and began constructing next to her. "Does this look nice?" he inquired. "Yes, brother, you build really well," Didi responded, her eyes gleaming with approval. They played joyously together, while time slipped away amidst the laughter. The world of children is pure and joyful, and in Didi's delightful laughter, Su Zhe found an unprecedented relaxation. He even began to ponder that if that day truly arrived, perhaps he could, like those characters in novels, win over such an exquisite beauty. Once this thought arose, it could not be quelled. He instinctively cast a glance at the busy and graceful silhouette in the kitchen. Before long, the fragrance of the dishes wafted out. "Dinner is ready," Wang Xian announced as she removed her apron, carrying the final dish out of the kitchen. A light sheen of perspiration on her forehead. Though fatigue lingered on her face, her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Today was a family gathering, and friends had begun to arrive, filling the living room with laughter and joy. She placed the dishes on the dining table, observing everyone gathered together, engaged in lively conversation. A wave of warmth enveloped Wang Shuyun's heart as she busily moved between the kitchen and dining table, striving to ensure that everyone enjoyed their meal and drank to their heart's content. The atmosphere of the gathering grew increasingly vibrant, elevating Wang Shuyun's spirits. She occasionally joined her friends' conversations, sharing amusing anecdotes, and their laughter brought her immense happiness. Even though her hands ached slightly, every effort felt worthwhile. For sharing delightful moments with loved ones was her deepest desire. The table was set with a sumptuous array of 4 dishes and a soup. Each dish was not only pleasing to the eye, but also tantalizing to the palate. Family members gathered around the table, laughter and chatter mingling, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Everyone awaited the delectable feast with eager hearts filled with anticipation and joy. As the call to dine resonated, everyone raised their chopsticks, diving into the delightful dishes. Each dish boasted its unique flavor, captivating all who tasted. The children frolicked at the table, while the adults discussed mundane matters, sharing their joys and sorrows. This meal was not merely to satiate hunger. It was a moment of familial reunion. Laughter and conversation intertwined at the dinner table, warming every heart present. Such moments are precious, allowing one to feel the warmth and happiness of family. A plate of golden, enticing tomato scrambled eggs, vibrant in color, was utterly appetizing. A platter of steamed base, adorned with green scallions and red chili threads, emitted an enticing aroma. A dish of oyster sauce lettuce, fresh and green, appeared both crisp and healthy. Additionally, there were cola chicken wings, specially prepared for Didi, their glossy red hue irresistibly appealing. Centrally placed was a bowl of steaming seaweed egg drop soup. "Please do sample it. I hope it suits your palate," she said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He accepted the food, took a gentle bite, and a smile crept onto his lips, indicating his satisfaction. "The flavor is indeed delightful, truly unique," he praised, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. "I'm so glad you like it." Her face radiated happiness, as if fulfilling this wish was her greatest joy. Wang Shuyun served Suze a bowl of rice, handing it over. Suze accepted it with a slight smile, his heart warmed by her care. Wang Shuyun's consistent thoughtfulness made him feel a sense of home in this bustling city. "Thank you, Wang Shuyun," Suze said, lowering his head to begin his meal. The aroma of rice filled the air, evoking memories of his mother's cooking during his childhood. Wang Shuyun sat across from him, watching quietly, her eyes reflecting a sense of contentment. "Have you been busy with work lately?" Wang Shuyun inquired, concern evident in her tone. Suze nodded, his mouth full of rice, replying, "It's all right, just a bit tiring." Upon hearing this, Wang Shuyun's worry deepened, prompting her to resolve to be even more attentive to him. "If you're tired, make sure to rest more. You shouldn't always work so hard," she advised, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Suze felt a warmth in his heart, as if he had returned to a carefree youth, filled with gratitude. "Wang Jia, you are too kind. This meal is even more sumptuous than a 5-star hotel feast." Shu Shere marked. This meal was enjoyed in a warm and pleasant atmosphere. Didi clung to Suze, persistently urging him to serve her chicken wings. For a moment, Suze felt as though he were immersed in a wondrous dream, where everything around him appeared both elusive and real. That feeling filled him with confusion, as if he were drifting through endless time and space, unable to find his place. He glanced around, trying to seek familiar signs, yet everything seemed foreign and distant. A faint floral fragrance lingered in the air, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, but none of it brought him solace. As his emotions surged, Suze began to ponder his surroundings. Was he truly in a dream, or trapped in an inescapable illusion? This question lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, as if softly calling out to him. Suze closed his eyes and took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. He yearned to discover a way to comprehend it all, as if they were a complete and blissful family. The crimson rain outside, along with the abundant supplies in the Shukong Sanku, began to feel surreal. After dinner, Wang Shuyun nimbly cleared the dishes and took them to the kitchen for washing. While washing the dishes, she pondered over her work for the day, secretly planning for tomorrow's arrangements. Once she finished, she dried her hands and stepped out of the kitchen, ready to rest in the living room. In the living room, sunlight streamed through the curtains, warm and gentle. She settled onto the sofa, picking up a book and began to leaf through its pages. The stories within captivated her attention, and she lost track of time, immersing herself in the world of words. Not far away, her phone suddenly rang, interrupting her thoughts. Wang Shuyun picked up her phone and saw a message from a friend, unable to suppress a slight smile. She swiftly replied, contemplating inviting her friend out tomorrow to unwind. Suze, meanwhile, held the drowsy Dian, who had played herself into exhaustion, cradling her on the sofa. The little girl's face bore traces of fatigue, her eyes gently closing, adding to her charm. Suze rocked her gently, fearful of waking this little angel. At this moment, the room was quiet, with only the ticking of the clock resonating through the stillness. Suze mused about how swiftly time passed. In the blink of an eye, Dian had grown. A smile crept upon his face as he recalled her appearance at birth. Her growth accompanied him through every moment, becoming the most significant part of his life. The little girl's breathing was steady and soft, her warm body nestled against him, exuding a delightful scent of milk. Suze's heart knew a tranquility it had never experienced before. He gazed at the strange crimson rain outside. When Wang Shuyun emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, she was greeted by a heartwarming scene. In the living room, her brother Wang Xiaoyang sat on the sofa, engrossed in a video on his phone, a smile adorning his face. Meanwhile, her parents were engaged in lively discussion at the coffee table, bursts of laughter escaping from their conversation, evidently amused by something entertaining. The entire house radiated a cozy atmosphere, lifting Wang Shuyun's spirits. "What are you discussing?" Wang Shuyun inquired curiously, stepping forward to join the cheerful ambience. Wang Xiaoyang looked up with a grin, saying, "I'm watching a hilarious video. It's so funny. Oh, I want to see too." Wang Shuyun exclaimed excitedly. Eager to share in this moment of joy, her parents exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads with smiles, continuing their conversation, seemingly content with the lively atmosphere. The man's tall figure sank into the sofa, his gaze soft and focused on his sleeping daughter. Her cherubic face appeared especially adorable under the gentle glow of the lamp, her faint breaths resembling a soothing melody that lingered in his ears. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The world was reduced to just him and her. He tenderly stroked her hair, his heart brimming with boundless love and warmth. As a father, he often reflected on the weight of this responsibility, but more so, he held beautiful hopes for his daughter's future. Each time he beheld her sweet smile, all weariness and pressure evaporated, filling him with profound contentment. On this tranquil evening, the man's thoughts began to drift. He reminisced about the day his daughter was born. At that moment, it felt as if a new light had entered his life. Since then, his focus had entirely shifted, with every effort directed toward creating a better environment and future for her. Dian has fallen asleep, Suze whispered. "I know, but we must remain cautious." Li Jun replied, a hint of tension evident in his eyes. "Rest assured, Dian is in a deep slumber. We can seize this opportunity to converse," Suze continued, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Li Jun nodded. Though uneasiness lingered in his heart, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. Indeed, this little one has played herself out today. Her laughter echoed throughout the room, truly delightful. Observing her joyful demeanor lightens my spirits. Such moments always pass quickly, and before long, evening descended. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting golden patches upon the floor. I approached her, gently stroking her hair, inquiring about her day. She enthusiastically began recounting her adventures, how she played with her friends, rolled in the grass, and shared amusing tales of her dog. Each detail radiated her joy, as if those moments were the most precious treasures in the world. "That's wonderful, my dear," I said with a smile. "You must have had a splendid time today." She nodded, her radiant smile illuminating her face, her eyes sparkling with joy. Those moments reminded me of my own carefree childhood, when I too savored every instant of life without a worry. "Do you know? I have many fun stories to share as well." I began recounting my tales, hoping to impart more joy to her. In this warm evening, the exchange between father and daughter drew their hearts closer, as if time had paused, with only laughter and warm memories flowing in the air. Wang Shuyun approached cautiously, gently taking her daughter from Su Zhe's arms. "I will carry her back to the room. You stay a while longer," she said softly. I sensed she could understand my emotions at this moment. Perhaps, in some way, she could feel my unease and hesitation. However, I resolved not to let her witness my internal struggle, striving to appear relaxed. "All right, just be careful," she replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of concern in her eyes. I carefully cradled her, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation, curious about what would unfold next. The door to the room closed softly, isolating us from the external clamor, leaving only our world. I placed her gently on the bed, a wave of warmth enveloping me, as if everything else had faded into insignificance. "No, Wang Jie, it's getting late. I should return." Su Zhe stood up. His gaze swept across the surroundings, his heart filled with complex emotions. This place held countless memories, both joyous and painful, all resurfacing in his mind. Each step felt like a revisitation of past moments, evoking both familiarity and strangeness. He slowly moved toward the window, sunlight streaming through the glass, warm yet blinding. Su Zhe closed his eyes, absorbing the sun's warmth, as if it were a reminder that time continued to flow and life persisted. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, preparing to face the challenges ahead. "I cannot remain ensnared in the past," he silently vowed, resolving in his heart. No matter how arduous the future may be, he must tread forward courageously, refusing to allow the shadows of the past to overshadow his life. He understood that only by letting go could he embrace new beginnings. "Thank you for dinner today. We shared a delightful evening, discussing many intriguing topics. You always manage to make me feel at ease. It truly is wonderful." I believe this manner of interaction deepens our understanding of one another. I hope there will be more opportunities like this to share the little moments of life together. Simultaneously, I look forward to our next gathering, anticipating more beautiful times. "Thank you once again for your kind invitation. I will cherish these moments." "I should be the one thanking you," Wang Shuyun replied as she escorted him to the door. Returning to her empty house, the room was silent, save for the ticking of the clock on the wall, breaking the stillness. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dust on the floor. This house, once filled with laughter and joy, now remained only with lonely memories. Stepping into the living room, the scent of her presence still lingered on the sofa. Every corner seemed to narrate tales of the past. On the dining table in the kitchen, several unfinished books remained, seemingly waiting for something. She often sits here, savoring a cup of coffee, quietly enjoying the beauty of life. However, now all of this has turned unbearably pale. As night falls, an indescribable emptiness pervades the house. She attempts to keep herself busy to fill this loneliness, yet proves futile. Loneliness lingers like a shadow, suffocating her. In stark contrast to the warmth and liveliness next door, Su Zhe exhales a long, heavy breath, shaking off the sense of disparity from his mind. He has more pressing matters to attend to. He must quickly familiarize himself with every function of the Shukong Sanku, plan the use of resources, and even check the upcoming weather. If there are indeed signs of an impending apocalypse, he must consider renovating this house. However, just as he prepares to calm his mind, the phone buzzes abruptly in the silent room, the screen flashing a name he despises, Manager Zhang. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately presses the answer button. A voice comes through, tinged with urgency. "Hello, what are you doing? We have an important project that requires your immediate attention." A wave of irritation washes over him. He has already clocked out, so why is he being summoned back? Yet, he dares not refuse, replying softly, "I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he sets the phone down, taking a deep breath to compose himself. At that moment, his mind is flooded with numerous unpleasant memories. Manager Zhang has a penchant for seeking him out at the last minute, as if his time holds no value. He is acutely aware that he is not valued in this team. Su Zhe's brow furrows instantly, filled with perplexity, as if something is amiss. This emotion swirls in his mind, refusing to settle. He surveys his surroundings, searching for clues to alleviate his unease. Everything around him seems to silently observe him, adding to his pressure. He inhales deeply, striving to regain his calm. Suze knows that emotions must not dictate his judgment. He begins to reflect on recent events, attempting to pinpoint the source of his disquiet. Every detail becomes exceedingly significant. He must analyze carefully to uncover the truth. As his thoughts deepen, Suze's brow tightens further. His intuition suggests that this is not a mere coincidence. Something must be lurking beneath the surface. He resolves to confront it rather than evade, determined to unveil the truth. Time silently slips away in his mind, yet he understands that the sooner he resolves this, the more at ease he will feel. He presses the answer button again, barely managing to speak before a hurried voice interrupts. "Where are you? Things have become quite complicated. We need you back immediately." He furrows his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. "I'm outside. What has happened?" He strives to keep his voice steady. The other party's tone grows even more urgent. "There's too much you need to know. Time is running out. Hurry back." He inhales deeply, rapidly recalling recent events. Sensing something ominous approaching, he refuses to succumb to panic, deciding to ascertain the situation before making any decisions. "I'll be right back. Wait for me." He hangs up, filled with uncertainty, and quickens his pace towards home. On the other end of the line, a furious roar erupts. "Suze, what the hell are you doing? I've been waiting for you for 3 hours." Suze feels a pang of grievance, but dares not retort, silently enduring the outburst. In truth, he is not late by choice. Unexpected troubles have arisen. "I understand you're busy, but this collaboration is of utmost importance to me. You must give me an explanation." The voice grows increasingly agitated, tinged with frustration. "I know. I'm on my way." Suze finally musters the courage to respond, inwardly praying for a modicum of calm from the other side. "Where's the report I asked you to submit yesterday? It hasn't reached my inbox yet. Are you planning to quit?" Manager Zhang's sharp and caustic tone nearly pierces Suze's eardrums. "Let me tell you, if I don't see that report on my desk before work tomorrow, you can pack your things and leave. I don't want to hear any excuses. I only want results." With that, he turns, revealing a hint of impatience, as if utterly weary of this issue. He strides to the window, gazing out at the city, his mind awash with thoughts. This project is critical, not only for the company's future, but for his own career. He knows that time waits for no one, and action must be taken immediately. "I will do my utmost to complete it," he vows silently, igniting a fire within. No matter how arduous the task, he must prepare the report. He cannot afford to disappoint himself or his boss. "Do you hear me?" Suze grips the phone, expressionless. As he listens to the tirade, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. He contemplates the futility of this meaningless argument, yet the other party shows no signs of relenting. "What on earth are you thinking?" The voice sharpens, seemingly aiming to pierce his heart. Suze takes a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, refusing to let emotions sway him. In the past, he might have meekly apologized and then worked through the night to finish the wretched report. But why should he tolerate such indignities now? A cold smirk forms at the corner of Suze's mouth as he prepares to retort. However, his attention is suddenly captivated by a figure, strikingly prominent to his eyes. He blinks in surprise, soon realizing it is an old acquaintance he hasn't seen in ages, stirring a ripple of emotions within him. "What a coincidence to encounter you here," he murmurs softly, his tone laced with barely perceptible sentiments. The other person raises their head, their gaze meeting his, seemingly pondering something as well. The atmosphere between them shifts to become delicate and intricate, as if time is frozen in this moment. Suze internally speculates about the other's thoughts, for the past is not so easily forgotten. The call abruptly disconnects, the other party having grown impatient. Suze gazes at the darkened screen of his phone, a slow smile creeping across his face. "Well, that saves me from having to submit a resignation letter." Chapter 3. June Snowfall. A million fortresses I accepted. The next morning, Suze is not awakened by an alarm clock, but rather by a sudden chill that jolts him from sleep. He bolts upright in bed, shivering. The air conditioning in his room is set to 26 degrees. Although it is cooling, something feels off. It is the height of summer in June. How could it be this cold? He strides to the window, flinging open the curtains, his pupils constricting in shock. Outside, the world is blanketed in a layer of pristine white snow. Flurries of snowflakes descend silently from the gray sky. The eerie red rain from yesterday has vanished, replaced by this unprecedented June snowfall. Is this a manifestation of some grievance? The roads, cars, and trees are all adorned in silver. Has the apocalypse truly arrived? This thought weighs heavily on Su Zay's heart. He turns on the television, and, as expected, major channels are urgently broadcasting news of the unusual weather. Experts and anchors on the screen, with calm and official tones, repeatedly emphasize that this is merely a rare summer snowfall caused by strong convective weather, a natural phenomenon, urging citizens to remain calm and refrain from unnecessary outings. Su Zay watches the solemn face on the television, a cold smile curling his lips. Calmness? Perhaps it is merely to prevent panic and delay the collapse of order. Last night, he thoroughly studied the characteristics of Shukong Tsung, a space where time stands still and items can be perfectly preserved. The only limitation is that it cannot store living creatures. However, unlike the limitless expanses depicted in certain novels, this space has dimensions. It is currently at level 1, suggesting it can be upgraded. But what is the method for such an upgrade? This system offers no reminders. It seems rather unreliable. To free up more space, he extracted a portion of the long-lasting provisions like compressed biscuits, canned goods, and purified water from the storage, filling his guest room to the brim. Although his condominium is situated in a favorable location, it remains merely an ordinary residential building. As the apocalypse deepens, chaos is certain to ensue. If mutated creatures appear, this place will be utterly defenseless. He requires a true fortress. Dressed in his thickest down jacket, Su Zay stepped outside. The corridor was deserted, with the chill more pronounced than indoors. Even the air seemed to grow dense. His initial destination was the nearby large building materials market and supermarket, where he intended to procure materials and tools to reinforce his home. However, as he approached the entrance of his community, his footsteps abruptly halted. At the entrance, the largest real estate agency had a striking promotional poster affixed to its glass door. Even with the corners dampened by falling snow, several bold characters remained clearly visible. Eugene Community, Detached Villa, Complete Smart Home, Urgent Sale at a Loss. Su Zay's gaze fixated on the thumbnail image of that villa. He was well aware of its significance. It was the most unique structure in the entire Eugene Community, a standalone luxury villa. Rumor had it that the original owner was a top-tier tycoon who, having offended numerous individuals, spent nearly $100 million to transform the villa into a private sanctuary. Eventually, the billionaire was incarcerated for economic crimes, and the villa was seized and auctioned off. However, due to its exorbitant price, it remained unsold for almost a year. A wild and audacious thought struck Su Zay's mind. Reinforce his own house. No, he desired this fortress. Pushing open the glass door of the agency, he was greeted by a rush of warm air mingled with the scent of tobacco. A disheveled agent in his 30s, with sparse hair and a weary expression, was huddled in a corner, scrolling through his phone, visibly irritated by the bizarre weather and lackluster business. Su Zay thought to himself how admirable it was that the man still showed up for work in such conditions. Upon noticing Su Zay's entrance, the agent lazily lifted his eyelids. Looking to rent or buy? Su Zay cut straight to the chase. I would like to inquire about the villa in Eugene Community. The agent hesitated momentarily before appraising Su Zay. Dressed in an ordinary down jacket and common sports shoes, he hardly resembled someone capable of affording a nearly billion-dollar mansion. With a scoff, the agent returned his gaze to his phone screen. Come on, are you serious? Do you think you can afford that house? Do you even know the price? Su Zay remained unperturbed, a hint of polite embarrassment and respect gracing his features. He retrieved an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, casually presenting it. Brother, you misunderstand me. I can never afford it. I'm merely running an errand for my boss, who has taken an interest in the property. However, given this dreadful weather, he prefers I scout it out first and take some photos and videos for him. Upon hearing the mention of a boss, the agent's demeanor softened slightly. He accepted the cigarettes, but did not immediately acquiesce. Do you have an appointment? Without an appointment, I can't let you in. It was a last-minute decision by my boss, Suze continued with a smile. You know how it is for us subordinates. When the higher-ups speak, we must comply. Brother, could you do me a favor? I'll just take a few pictures and one tea take up too much of your time. If my boss is satisfied afterward, you can expect a reward. The agent hesitated, flicking off some ash from his cigarette while contemplating the increasingly heavy snowfall outside. In such weather, it was unlikely anyone would show up. A trip to the villa might indeed lead to a significant sale. Fine, I suppose I'm just unlucky, he grumbled, rummaging through a drawer for a large set of keys until he found the most distinctive electronic key. Follow me. Suze felt a surge of excitement as he trailed behind. Just as the agent turned to complain about the dreadful weather while searching for the villa's information, Suze's fingertips casually brushed across the desk, lightly touching the keychain. His mental energy stirred. Shukon Sanko. In an instant, the heavy keys, including the vital electronic key, vanished silently from the desk and lay quietly in Suze's personal space. Damn it, where are my keys? The agent turned around to find the desk utterly bare, his expression blank with disbelief. He frantically searched through the drawer, on himself, and beneath the table. Suze feigned an innocent expression. Brother, are you sure you didn't misplace them? Perhaps you should check again? Impossible. I just had them. The agent was sweating profusely with anxiety. If the keys to the villa were lost, he could not bear the responsibility. Suze kindly assisted him in searching for a while before sighing. Brother, why don't you continue looking? I'll wait here. Wait for what? I can't find them. Just go back. I'll contact your boss once I find them. The agent, flustered and impatient, waved Suze away, dismissing him. As Suze turned to leave, a cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth. He did not head to the supermarket, but instead took a detour to stand before the independent villa tucked away in a corner of the community. The tall courtyard walls shielded it from prying eyes, and rows of menacing metal spikes glinted ominously in the snow. Suze retrieved the key from Shukon Sanku and approached the heavy metal gate. With a soft beep, the lock clicked open. As he pushed the door open and closed it behind him, the entire world fell silent. The villa's interior design exceeded his wildest imaginings. The first-floor living room was as spacious as a small exhibition hall, yet every window was fitted with at least 5 centimeters of bulletproof glass, causing the outside scenery to appear slightly distorted. The walls felt cold and solid to the touch. A gentle tap produced a dull thud, indicating they were not ordinary brick walls, but reinforced concrete. Suze found the main control switch for the villa's smart system at the entrance. Upon pressing the start button, a low hum of electrical current emanated from the basement, and the lights throughout the villa illuminated one by one. A massive embedded LCD screen on the wall flickered to life. Fortress Security System V30 activated, conducting full house self-check, independent generator system normal. Fuel reserve 98, deep underground water circulation and filtration system normal. Fresh air system and air purification system normal. 360-degree monitoring network operational. Rows of data streamed across the screen, and the monitoring footage around the villa was divided into 16 segments, clearly depicting every corner. Suze ventured into the basement, where he encountered a colossal diesel generator akin to a beast, surrounded by mountains of fuel drums. There was also a gigantic water storage tank and a complex water purification system. He even discovered a hidden storage room filled with an assortment of imported top-tier canned goods and dehydrated vegetables, sufficient for one person to sustain themselves for several years. What was this? This was not merely a villa. It was a perfect survival fortress for the apocalypse. Suze's breath quickened, and his heart raced with exhilaration. He returned to the control panel on the first floor without hesitation, opting to reset the administrator privileges. Please input new administrator biometric information. Fingerprint, iris, voice print. He recorded his fingerprint, eyes, and voice into the system one by one. Information entry complete. Mr. Suze, welcome to be the highest authority owner of the villa. The frigid electronic synthesized sounds at this moment resonate like a celestial melody. From this instant onward, this fortress truly belongs to him. Shusha exhaled deeply, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of security. Yet, it was still insufficient. He felt the subtle chill emanating from the bulletproof glass and frowned. Although the central air conditioning could provide heat, it consumed too much diesel. In this apocalyptic world, Every drop of fuel was precious. He required a more stable, energy-efficient, and primal heating solution, a genuine fireplace that could burn wood, illuminating and warming the long, harsh winter. Suze's gaze fell upon the spacious living room, where a clear transformation plan began to take shape in his mind. He envisioned crafting a wood-burning fireplace with his own hands. Turning around, he gazed through the thick, bulletproof glass at the world outside, engulfed in wind and snow, poised for utter ruin. The supermarket should have the tools and materials he needed. It was time to stock up. Chapter 4. The warmth of snow and wind. Confronting the superior Suze pushed a shopping cart into the large supermarket, which was now in utter disarray. The announcements repeatedly declared that the weather was unusual and that supplies were ample, urging citizens not to panic and to shop in an orderly manner, yet no one paid attention. The throngs of people and the cacophony of sounds made it abundantly clear that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Suze spotted several familiar faces, his neighbors from the community, frantically stuffing instant noodles and bottled water into their carts. A cold smile graced his lips as he calmly maneuvered his cart, avoiding the crowded staples and water sections. Like a phantom, he skillfully weaved through the aisles. His objective clear, the fireplace. This item, in the sweltering southern city, was undoubtedly rare. He wondered if the supermarket would even have such a thing. In a corner of the home decor section, he discovered several large, easy-to-install wood-burning fireplaces, the area deserted. Suze paced back and forth in front of the fireplaces, his peripheral vision meticulously tracking the distribution and movement patterns of the ceiling-mounted surveillance cameras. Upon locating a perfect blind spot, he positioned his shopping cart to shield himself from any potential prying eyes and extended his hand. With a slight mental exertion, the giant cardboard box, along with the fireplace and all its components, vanished into thin air. In the Sukong Sanko, a heavy addition was now present. Suze's heartbeat quickened, not from anxiety, but from the exhilarating sensation of omnipotence. He continued his shopping journey with an empty cart. In the hardware section, items such as fire axes, multifunctional shovels, crowbars, and steel saws, all capable of serving as weapons or demolition tools, vanished the moment his hand brushed against them. In the fresh produce section, knowing that the space could preserve items indefinitely, Suze was unreserved. Approaching an unattended refrigerated display, he feigned tying his shoelaces, pressing his palm against the glass door. An entire row of vacuum-sealed Australian beef, Iberian pork, and Inner Mongolia lamb chops vanished in an instant. In the seafood section, whole boxes of Boston lobsters and king crabs disappeared. In the fruit section, crates of imported cherries, Qingwang grapes, and durians vanished as well. He even collected numerous precious vegetable seeds and mushroom kits. In an apocalypse, being able to cultivate fresh vegetables was the epitome of luxury. The 50-cubic space was soon filled to the brim. Passing through the electronics section, he spotted the coveted PS5 console along with an entire shelf of game discs. With the apocalypse upon them, endless free time would drive one to madness without some form of entertainment. He collected them all. As he surveyed his bountiful spoils, Suze felt a profound sense of satisfaction and was ready to conclude his shopping. However, just as he was about to leave, his footsteps halted before the family planning section. The shelves were adorned with an array of colorful boxes, various models, and styles. An uncontrollable thought emerged. In apocalyptic novels, the formidable protagonists always resided in fortresses, surrounded by captivating companions. Although he currently possessed only a spatial ability and his combat prowess was virtually non-existent, what if? What if a stunning beauty like Wang Shuyun required his protection? Opportunities are always bestowed upon the prepared. His body's desires once again triumphed over reason. Glancing left and right, he seized the moment when a sales assistant turned away, sweeping his arm across the entire shelf of small umbrellas, which were neatly arranged in the corner of the Sukong Sanko. Having accomplished this, Suze's expression remained unchanged, as though he had merely completed a trivial task. As he prepared to depart, he noticed the down jacket section, where several jackets marked with the National Mountaineering Team's insignia were displayed. Suze smacked his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten. If the temperature continued to drop, ordinary down jackets would be inadequate. He secured those jackets into his space as well. To maintain appearances, He casually picked up a few buckets of instant noodles and a can of luncheon meat from a disheveled shelf, tossed them into his cart, and then ambled to the checkout line. Upon completing his purchase and exiting the supermarket, the biting cold wind made him instinctively shrink his neck. Beneath the dim street lights, the snowfall intensified. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged under a nearby streetlight, struggling to push a nearly disassembled shopping cart. It was Wang Shuyun, clad in a thick white, long-down jacket, her figure completely enveloped, revealing only her rosy, frost-bitten face. The cart was piled high, topped with several hefty bags of rice and flour. One wheel was broken, leaving a crooked mark in the snow-covered ground. Upon seeing her, Su Zhe quickly approached. Wang Shuyun clearly recognized him. Her weary face instantly lit up with surprise and relief. "Shusha, how wonderful to see a familiar face." Her voice trembled with a hint of joy. "Wang Jia, have you emptied the supermarket?" Su Zhe joked naturally as he focused on the squeaking cart. If it continued to be pushed, it would surely be rendered useless. Wang Shuyun chuckled shyly, brushing her wind-tousled hair. "Don't mention it. This broken wheel is driving me crazy. I'm a bit low on supplies at home, so I couldn't help but stock up." She glanced at the meager buckets of instant noodles in Su Zhe's cart. "Is that all you bought? With this weather looking ominous, how will that be enough?" Her tone held the concern of an elder sister for her younger brother. "I'll manage alone," Su Zhe replied with a smile, reaching for the cold handle of her shopping cart. "Let me help. You can't manage this alone." "Oh, I really can't trouble you again," Wang Shuyun protested politely. Yet she did not decline his offer. She had grown accustomed to Su Zhe's kindness. Whenever she needed help with changing light bulbs, fixing pipes, or assembling furniture, he would always come without hesitation. In this chilly city, he was one of the few neighbors she could trust and rely on. "Why be so polite with me?" Su Zhe exerted a slight force, steadily pushing the heavy cart forward. As they walked, he casually remarked, "Wang Jia, make sure to lock the windows and doors when you get back, and fill the bathtub with water. This snow doesn't seem like it will stop anytime soon." Wang Shuyun nodded. All right." After escorting Wang Shuyun and her mountain of supplies to her apartment building, Su Zhe assisted her in carrying everything upstairs. "Shusha, I truly appreciate your help today." Wang Shuyun stood at her door, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she looked at him sincerely. She turned and retrieved a large bag of fresh bread and 2 cartons of milk from the shopping bag she had just brought in, forcing them into Su Zhe's embrace. "You can't survive on instant noodles alone. Take this." No refusal. Sister Wang's tone brooked no dissent. "Hurry home, it's cold outside." Su Zhe gazed at the bread and milk in his arms and ceased his objections. "All right, I'll head back. Call me if you need anything." He turned and left. Upon returning to his apartment, Su Zhe placed the bread and milk from Wang Shuyun on the table, his plans becoming increasingly clear. At that moment, his phone vibrated violently, akin to a death knell. On the screen, the name Manager Zhang flashed. Su Zhe's expression instantly turned cold as he swiped to answer the call. "Shusha, where the hell have you been? Why didn't you come to work today? Where's the report I asked for yesterday? Do you want to quit?" Manager Zhang's sharp, caustic voice reverberated through the receiver, jarring his eardrums. Had it been yesterday, Su Zhe might have meekly apologized and rushed to complete that worthless report. But now, he calmly replied, "Did you hear me? Let me tell you, you need to get back to the office and work overtime immediately. Otherwise, you can pack your things and leave tomorrow." Su Zhe listened expressionlessly, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold, pitying smirk. "Manager Zhang," he finally spoke, his voice eerily calm. "Do you think the snow outside is your mother's ashes, which is why you're so excited?" The outburst on the other end abruptly ceased. The air felt as though it had solidified. Manager Zhang seemed unable to believe his ears, and after a long 3 seconds, he erupted into an even sharper tirade. "Shusha, what did you just say? Are you insane? You're fired." "Fired me?" Su Zhe chuckled softly, interrupting him. "You should see if you can crawl out of bed tomorrow morning, you fool. Also, your wife told me yesterday that you're lacking in certain areas, leaving her feeling lonely. Perhaps you should be more concerned about whether the color atop your head is green." Su Zhe hung up before the other party could respond and swiftly blocked and deleted the contact in one fluid motion. The world felt serene. He exhaled deeply, as if expelling all the years of pent-up frustration and restraint. How liberating! As night descended, Suze donned a black outfit and, taking advantage of the darkness, silently made his way to his fortress, a solitary villa, through the underground parking lot. Beep! The electronic door lock chimed softly as he entered, completely isolating himself from the wind, snow, and noise of the outside world. He refrained from turning on the lights, instead retrieving a large cardboard box containing a fireplace from the void warehouse. After unpacking, reading the instructions, and beginning assembly, it became evident that Suze possessed remarkable dexterity, effortlessly handling various screws, joints, and chimney pipes. The crisp sound of metal components clicking together echoed through the quiet, spacious living room. An hour later, a vintage, sturdy cast-iron fireplace stood firmly in the center of the room. He then fetched several bundles of high-quality firewood from the warehouse and placed them into the fireplace. Striking a match, a flickering orange flame ignited, eagerly licking at the dry wood. Soon, the flames danced upwards, crackling softly, releasing a wave of warmth that gradually spread, dispelling the cold and silence enveloping the villa. Standing before the warm fireplace, Suze savored the comforting heat, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Yet, he did not linger. Now was not the time to reveal this place. Before the order completely disintegrated, he must continue to play the role of the ordinary, somewhat lazy neighbor residing in a common apartment building. This served as both self-protection and a means to better observe the situation. After meticulously ensuring the fireplace's fire safety, he extinguished the flames and quietly departed the villa once more. Upon returning to his small apartment, a familiar chill enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the warmth of the villa. Yet, Suze remained unfazed. He closed the door and retrieved a premium snowflake and beef, a sharp kitchen knife, a portable gas stove, and a frying pan from the void warehouse. Sizzling, the steak hit the pan, and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the small room. He then pulled out a chilled beer, reclining comfortably on the sofa. Outside, the old world teetered on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, in this inconspicuous corner, he dined on an exquisite steak, sipped his beer, and harbored a secret space filled with supplies, along with a fortress awaiting his occupancy. The fortress was established, and supplies were secured. The only downside was that the steak seemed to be slightly burnt. Suze was indeed not a skilled cook. It would be a pity if all the high-quality ingredients in his space were wasted due to his culinary incompetence. He mused that it would be wonderful to have someone cook for him, as he consumed the overcooked steak alongside his beer. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of security and satisfaction, rooted in the control of his destiny, enveloped him. He even began to look forward to the impending apocalypse. Chapter 5. 50 yuan instant noodles the next day. Suze awoke to a bone-chilling cold. He abruptly opened his eyes to find that despite being under the covers, the breath he exhaled formed a cloud of white mist in the air. The air conditioning displayed a heating setting of 28 degrees, with warm air blowing out. Yet he felt no warmth. It was over. The outdoor temperature had plunged to a level that even the air conditioner could not adjust. Suze stepped out of bed barefoot, an icy sensation shooting up from the soles of his feet, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He approached the window and pulled back the heavy curtains. The snow had intensified. What had been mere flurries yesterday was now a torrential downpour, as though a giant sieve was emptying its contents from the sky. The dense snowflakes obscured the heavens, reducing visibility to less than 20 meters. The cars below were completely buried under the snow, leaving only rounded outlines of snow mounds. He took out his phone, and the numbers displayed on the weather app weighed heavily on his heart. Outdoor temperature, minus 20 degrees. Just yesterday, it had been over 30 degrees in the height of summer. Overnight, the temperature had plummeted into winter. He wondered if it would continue to drop. If it did, the consequences could be dire. Suze turned on the television, and as expected, all channels were urgently broadcasting the same news report. A serious-looking expert, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, addressed the camera. After urgent assessment by our expert team, we preliminarily determined that the rapid drop in temperature and snowfall globally is caused by unknown energy fluctuations deep within the Earth's core, leading to an acute stratospheric inversion effect. This is an extremely rare natural phenomenon. However, there is no need for public panic. According to our model simulations, this extreme weather will last no more than a week, after which temperatures will gradually rise. We advise citizens to stock up on sufficient supplies for about a week, avoid going outside unless necessary, remain calm, and trust the government and science. Suze chuckled softly and promptly switched off the television. If the expert's words were effective, even pigs could climb trees. The acute stratospheric inversion effect? What a fabrication. Nonetheless, this official sedative would afford him more precious time for preparation. The longer the order crumbled, the more advantageous it would be for someone like him, holding all the cards. He could not go to the villa now. That place was his ultimate refuge in the apocalypse. The sooner it was exposed, the greater the danger. For now, continuing to play the role of an ordinary neighbor trapped at home was the best disguise. Suze opened the community owner group, where messages had already reached 999. Antley from Building 6. My goodness, this snow is terrifying. Is the apocalypse truly upon us? My heart is racing with anxiety. Six Dong Eyeglasses Man, don't frighten yourself. Have you not seen what the experts on television are saying? It will only last a week. Let us all endure together, and it shall pass. Six Dong Youngster. A week? I was so engrossed in the commotion yesterday that I have nothing left at home but a single packet of instant noodles. What am I to do? Eugene Community Property Manager Director Chun. To all residents, please do not panic. Trust the official announcements. We are urgently coordinating supplies and urge each homeowner to remain calm. Additionally, let us assist one another as neighbors to overcome this adversity. If anyone has surplus supplies, please consider helping those in need. Just as Director Chen finished speaking, a homeowner by the name of Whaleyong Fendu emerged. Six Dong Whaleyong Fendu, Director Chen. I have a child who is just over a year old, and we ran out of formula yesterday. The supermarket is too crowded. Would any kind neighbor be able to spare a can of formula? I can pay. I beg you all. The group fell silent in an instant. The neighbors who had been fervently discussing moments ago now seemed to have collectively vanished, leaving an eerie stillness. After a full minute, one idea appeared. It was none other than Suze. Six Dong Punga V. I don't have any formula, but if you're short on food, I have plenty. The owner of this ID was none other than Wang Peng, the flashy second-generation rich kid living above Suze. Wang Peng seemed eager for everyone to know he had ample supplies, and he promptly shared a photo in the group. The image depicted his spacious living room. The floor piled high with various brands of instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, canned luncheon meat, and cases of bottled water. Six Dong Punga V. See, I had foresight yesterday and cleared out half the supermarket. Six Dong Whaleyong Fendu. That's fantastic. Brother Wong, could you sell me a few packets of instant noodles? My wife hasn't eaten all day. Six Dong Punga V. Sell to you? Sure. Six Dong Punga V. The price for a packet of the Tongi pickled vegetable noodles is 5 yuan, right? Given the special circumstances, I'll charge 10 times that, 50 yuan per packet. Do you want it or not? The group erupted in outrage. Six Dong Onili, what? 50 yuan for a packet of instant noodles? Wang Peng, are you taking advantage of the disaster? Do you have no conscience? Six Dong Eyeglasses Man, exactly. This is outrageous. The experts have stated it will only last a week. How can you profit from this national calamity? Wang Peng seemed to have anticipated the backlash. Unfazed as he sent another message, accompanied by a nose-picking emoji. Six Dong Punga V. Oh, the self-righteous are out in force? Did I steal your rice? I'm simply setting a clear price. It's free trade. You all have a conscience, yet you pretend not to see those in need. Why don't you offer help for free? It's easy to preach when you're not the one suffering. Wang Peng's words left everyone momentarily speechless. The previously indignant Auntie Lee and Eyeglasses Man fell silent. Indeed, it is easy to criticize others for profiting from disaster. But who among them would willingly spare food from their own meager supplies to help another? Suze observed the unfolding drama with a cold gaze and turned off his phone screen. This is human nature. In the face of calamity, so-called neighborly bonds are fragile and easily shattered. Just then, his phone screen lit up again with a WeChat private message. The avatar was that of Wang Shuyan, holding her daughter Dian Dian, her smile gentle and radiant. Sister Wang, Wang Shuyan. Suze, are you awake? Sister Wang, Wang Shuyan. I saw the messages in the homeowners group. You only bought a little yesterday. Do you have enough food now? Sister Wang, Wang Xuyan. If you're short, feel free to come by and take some. I bought plenty. Sister Wang, Wang Xuyan. If you really feel awkward, just come over for lunch. I'll cook for you. Reading through Wang Xuyan's messages, Suze could imagine her worried expression. In this cold world, her concern was a rare glimmer of warmth. Had it been before, Suze would have readily accepted her offer. But now he clutched his phone, his mind racing. Wang Xuyan was a good woman, kind, resilient, and exuding a comforting warmth. Yet, it was precisely this quality that made her vulnerable. In the impending apocalypse, a beautiful single mother with a child was akin to a walking target. Her unguarded kindness was a dangerous allure. Should he grow too close to her, he would bear the responsibility of protecting her and her daughter. This was not merely a matter of sharing a few meals. It entailed binding his secret haven, his resources in another dimension, and his future survival plans to an uncertain external factor, especially since the supplies in his alternate space were not limitless. He had estimated last night that if he were to live alone, those supplies would suffice for a few years. However, if it were two people, it might not last a year, although Suze would eventually need to venture out to seek supplies. Bringing Wang Xuyan and her daughter along would significantly advance the timeline of his search. He could not afford to take that risk. After all, he had but one life. Suze took a deep breath, his resolve crystallizing. He typed, deleted, then typed again, ultimately sending a polite yet distant response. Suze, thank you, Sister Wang. I have enough food here. A friend brought some over yesterday. Please take care and ensure your doors and windows are locked. Do not open the door to strangers. After sending the message, Suze tossed his phone aside, refusing to look at it again. He knew his refusal might leave the kind woman feeling a tinge of disappointment. But it was a necessity. In this new world, to protect someone, one must first become a being that others would not dare to provoke, rather than just a kind-hearted pushover. He walked to the corner and gazed at his empty refrigerator, then cast a mental glance at the void warehouse filled with towering stacks of Australian Wagyu, king crabs, and various top-tier ingredients. This stark contrast stirred within him an unparalleled sense of control and security. He recalled Wang Xuyan's invitation for lunch. Suze shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He approached the corner, retrieving a bottle of mineral water and a packet of Japanese ramen from the void warehouse. Suze desired to indulge in gourmet ingredients, but his culinary skills were lacking, leaving him with no choice but to settle for instant noodles. He boiled the water and added the noodles. Soon, the rich aroma of tonkatsu broth began to waft through the cold apartment. Outside, the wind howled and panic reigned. Yet he reveled in this moment of tranquility and abundance amidst the impending doom. After finishing the steaming bowl of ramen, Suze felt warmth enveloping him. He picked up his phone again, expressionless, and opened the chat with Wang Peng, sending a friend request. The note read, "Buying instant noodles." He was curious to see what antics this clown, Wang Peng, had in store. Chapter 6. The True Apocalypse Begins. Wang Peng's friend request was quickly approved. The response came almost immediately, accompanied by a smug emoji. Six dong Peng Guvi. You want to buy instant noodles? Shu should dive leisurely. Six dong Suze. Brother Peng, I saw your post in the group. Impressive haul. How much for your instant noodles? Six dong Peng Guvi. Not a problem. Six dong Peng Guvi. As a gesture of neighborly goodwill, I'll give you a friendship price. 50 yuan for a packet of tongi pickled vegetable noodles. Suze raised an eyebrow at the price, a smirk forming on his lips. Six dong Suze, 50? Brother Peng, that price seems a bit outrageous. The message was sent, and Wang Peng's call came through immediately, as if the act of typing could no longer contain his overwhelming sense of superiority. Hello, Suze, right? On the other end, Wang Peng's voice was exceedingly arrogant, accompanied by the crunching sound of potato chips. Suze switched the phone to speaker mode, casually tossed it onto the sofa, and leisurely poured himself a glass of water. He deliberately adopted a negotiating tone, tinged with a hint of naivety, as he spoke. Brother Peng, 50 is indeed too expensive. The experts on TV say the snow will only last a week, and it will soon pass. Why not be a good person and sell me a few bags at the original price? We are neighbors, after all. It would be nice to see each other in the future, wouldn't it? This line echoed the self-righteous rhetoric of those in the group chat earlier. Unsurprisingly, Wang Peng found Su Zhe's naive remarks amusing, his voice dripping with undisguised disdain. Haha, Su Zhe, is this your first day in society? Neighbors? Experts, you say? Let me tell you what this is called. Market economy. This is what I call risk investment, understand? Yesterday, I braved the wind and snow to empty the supermarket. That was taking a risk. Enough nonsense. Wang Peng's tone grew irritated. $50 a bag. Take it or leave it. You, a mere office worker, probably have pockets emptier than your face. If you can't afford it, just say so instead of pretending. He continued, let me tell you, in this world, money is just paper. Only the food in my hands is hard currency. Got it, loser? Su Zhe took a sip of water and replied slowly, you were right. Wang Peng paused, seemingly taken aback by Su Zhe's easy agreement. Immediately, his voice became even more smug. At least you're smart enough. Su Zhe shifted the conversation, a hint of icy amusement in his tone. However, I suddenly don't want to buy anymore. Wang Peng's voice shot up, sharply roaring, damn, are you messing with me? Not at all. Su Zhe chuckled lightly, the laughter laced with unmasked pity, as if he were listening to a joke. I just suddenly find your market economy rather laughable. He paused, continuing in a cold, factual tone. Do you think that by hoarding a pile of soon-to-expire food, you've become a savvy master of hard currency? No. To me, you are merely a primitive person who, not comprehending the situation, clings to a few stones thinking oneself a king. Su Zhe's voice was calm, yet piercing. I refuse to engage in transactions with a fool who hasn't even grasped the rules of the game. The line fell into a heavy silence. Moments later, Wang Peng's furious roar erupted from the receiver. Shusha, who do you think you're calling poor? Just wait. When your family runs out of food, I'll see you begging on your knees. Su Zhe hung up before he could finish, realizing that engaging with such a fool was a waste of his precious time. He chuckled and shook his head, feeling quite pleased. Su Zhe approached the wall, and with a thought, a brand new PS5 game console appeared in his hands. He skillfully connected it to the power and television, powering it on. The familiar blue startup screen lit up, accompanied by crisp sound effects, instantly filling the room with a sense of modern technology. He retrieved a thick down comforter from his void warehouse and carelessly draped it over himself. Grabbing the controller, he sank into the soft sofa and began to wreak havoc in the world of God of War. Outside, the wind and snow seemed to intensify, howling against the windows. Inside, the air conditioner quietly blew 30-degree warm air. On the television screen, Kratos' gleaming axe flashed with cold light, dispatching enemies with explosive visual effects. Shusha yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. He set down the controller and turned off the television and console. The world fell into darkness and silence once more, leaving only the relentless sound of the wind and snow outside. He wrapped himself tightly in the 2 layers of the thick comforter and lay down peacefully. In the following days, it felt as though the world had been pressed into slow motion. The thermometer read, -20 degrees, -30 degrees, -40 degrees. The air conditioning had nearly become a decorative item. Even setting it to the highest temperature proved futile. Su Zhe simply used the thick blanket he had taken from the void warehouse to seal the gaps in the windows, leaving only a small peephole to observe the outside world. If it continued to drop like this, even if Su Zhe preferred not to expose his villa too soon, he had no choice. He certainly did not want to freeze to death in his home before reaching the villa. In the homeowners group chat, for the first 2 days, everyone still tried to find humor in the situation. Antley from Building 6. Oh dear, it's so cold. I might as well stew that piece of frozen meat I've had in my fridge for half a year. It saves electricity. Glasses guy from Building 6. Everyone, just hang in there. 5 more days. Victory is just around the corner. Trust in science. But by the 4th day, the atmosphere had shifted. Youngster from Building 6. It seems my water pipes have frozen. What should I do if no water comes out? Is anyone else in the same boat? Mom for Building 6. My house too. My child has no water to mix the formula. I'm so worried. Property Manager Chun from Eugene Community. Everyone, don't panic. You can collect melted snow with a pot, but be sure to boil it. Boil it. Boil it. Important things must be repeated 3 times. The chat in the group shifted from mundane chatter to survival lessons on how to melt snow, conserve electricity, and prevent food from spoiling. Meanwhile, Wang Peng acted like a local tyrant surveying his territory, posting a picture of gourmet food in the group chat every day without fail. Today, it was steaming braised beef noodles. Tomorrow, it would be sizzling grilled sausages. The day after, even a beautifully presented plate of crayfish. He said nothing, merely sharing images. Each high-definition food picture was like a poisoned dagger, piercing into the hearts of every neighbor who was struggling to soak their compressed biscuits in boiling water. The group chat fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to provoke him anymore. Wang Xuyan often invited him over for meals, but Su Zhe declined each time. Su Zhe observed it all with a cold gaze, shutting off his phone. He walked to the corner and swept his mind over the mountain of top-tier ingredients in his void warehouse: 5 Wagyu beef, Australian lobster, bluefin tuna. He smacked his lips and finally sighed, reluctantly picking up a self-heating hot pot of spicy beef oil from the side. There was no way around it. His culinary skills were abysmal. Letting him handle those premium ingredients would be a sheer waste, likely resulting in a charred lump emitting a burn odor. Cooking instant noodles was the least he could manage without disaster. He tore open the packaging, added water, and the heating bag quickly began to work, steam rising alongside the overpowering spicy aroma. He took out the already sliced Wagyu beef from the storage and placed it into the self-heating pot. Then opened a can of chilled cola. Enjoying the steaming hot pot, he relished his meal. Finally, the night of the 7th day arrived. This was the deadline the experts had mentioned. That night, Su Zhe did not sleep. He could feel countless pairs of eyes throughout the building, even the entire community, just like him, staring intently out into the darkness, waiting for the arrival of the next day. In the homeowners group, messages began flooding in from midnight, encouraging one another. Glasses guy from Building 6. Brothers, it's the last night. Hang in there. The sun will come out tomorrow. Aunt Lee from Building 6. May the heavens bless us. Su Zhe observed these naive comments, yawned, and casually retrieved a duck-down blanket from the warehouse to cover himself. He dozed half awake until a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. The 8th day had finally arrived. Su Zhe abruptly sat up and yanked open the curtains. What met his eyes was not the anticipated clear skies, but a more ferocious and despairing expanse of white. The snow had not only failed to stop, but had intensified beyond any previous day. The impenetrable curtain of snow seemed intent on completely consuming and burying the entire world. He leaped from his bed to the sofa, dancing with excitement. He had placed the right bet. The wretched old world was irretrievable. The dawn of his new world had officially commenced. He eagerly turned on the television, and as expected, every channel was looping a new official announcement. The screen no longer displayed the authoritative expert, but a haggard host, struggling to articulate the script. There were no apologies, no explanations. Due to force majeure, the extreme weather would persist, and the specific end time remained unpredictable. Citizens were urged to remain calm, conserve resources, and wait for rescue. They were making every effort to paint a grand picture. Su Zhe chuckled softly and switched off the television. The official message translated to, "Fend for yourselves. Don't complicate our efforts. We must prioritize saving those deemed more important." He opened the owner's group chat. As anticipated, chaos had erupted within. Building 6 youngster, damn, liars. They're all liars. What happened to the promised week? Building 6 Aunt Lee, my goodness. I have only 1 bag of rice left. How can one survive like this? Building 6 glasses guy, impossible. This defies science. What happened to the stratospheric inversion? Why is this happening? Why? The previously most scientifically inclined man, now the first to crumble, was inundated with despairing questions. Building 6 for the ideal. My daughter has a fever and no medicine. No water. Can someone please help my daughter? I beg you. Panic spread like an epidemic through the chat. At that moment, the property manager Chen's profile picture lit up. Yu Jing Community Property Manager Chen. All members, please do not panic. Absolutely do not panic. I have received notification from higher authorities. The official rescue team is en route. We will surely be saved. Everyone, stay calm. If these words had been spoken a week prior, they would have been reassuring. Now, however, they seemed utterly laughable. Building 6 youngster, don't spew nonsense. A rescue team? The roads are buried. Are they coming in spaceships? Building 6 Antley, exactly. Stop lying to us. Chen was left speechless by the barrage of criticism. Suze understood that the so-called order and trust had completely collapsed at this moment. From now on, the true apocalypse had begun, and the basest malevolence of human nature would emerge. Chapter 7 Ding. The red-faced bonding system activated. The 10th day of the apocalypse. The snowfall outside seemed slightly diminished compared to previous days. The long-silent owner-s group chat suddenly erupted. Building 6 Youngster. Brothers, I can't hold out any longer. We finished the last bit of noodles yesterday. Today, I've only had some snow water and am starving. Building 6 Mom. Who wouldn't he be? My child is crying from hunger. It breaks my heart. Building 6 Antley. Everyone, I just leaned out the window, and it seems the snow has lessened a bit. If we tread carefully, we should be able to get out. ISNT, there's a supermarket right at our community entrance. Surely there's still food inside. This suggestion ignited the hearts of the other owners. Building 6 Glasses guy, right? Sitting here and waiting is also death. We might as well give it a shot. Building 6 Youngster. I'm in. I'll be the first to volunteer. If we don't find food, we'll truly starve to death at home. Count me in. Building 6 for the ideal. Add me to the list. In no time, the chat was filled with responses as if they had found a lifeline. Meanwhile, the man, Wang Peng, once again remained immovable, tossing a picture into the group. No text, just a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles, with a rich red broth and vibrant green scallions. The high-definition quality almost allowed one to smell the tantalizing aroma of meat. The chat fell silent in an instant. No one dared to confront him, nor did anyone continue to berate him. They could only gaze longingly. Suze glanced at the messages in the group, then turned off his phone. He approached the window, lifting a corner of the heavy blanket to peer outside. In the community, some owners had already emerged from their units. They navigated through the knee-deep snow, stumbling in groups toward the community gate. Suze's gaze swept over the crowd, and soon, he spotted 2 familiar figures, Wang Shuyun and her daughter Dinyan. At that moment, the mother and daughter were bundled up tightly, joining the survival party. Suze's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He too wished to scour the supermarket, for supplies were never too plentiful. Yet he felt no urgency. There were too many eyes around. He could not expose the secret of his void warehouse. Once they had gathered their supplies, he would act quietly, for the supermarket was vast. Could they possibly take everything? Suze set the blanket down, turned back to the sofa, and leisurely played games. Time passed steadily. Approximately an hour later, just as Suze donned the top-tier down jacket from the supermarket, fit for a national mountaineering team, and prepared to head out, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Suze's body tensed instantly, and his gaze sharpened. He stealthily approached the door, making no sound, and pressed his eye to the peephole. Outside stood someone he had not anticipated, Wang Shuyun. In that moment, she was frantically pounding on his door, calling his name. Suze! Suze, open the door! Please, open the door! Suze scanned the corridor through the peephole, confirming that she was alone. Only then did he unlock the door, opening it just wide enough for one person to pass through. Wang Shuyun seemed to grasp a lifeline, stumbling through the narrow opening. With a bang, Suze promptly locked the door again. Upon seeing Wang Shuyun, Suze noted her appearance. Her down jacket was completely soaked, clinging to her form, outlining a graceful yet disheveled silhouette. Icy water dripped from her hair, and she trembled uncontrollably. Her usually radiant face, devoid of makeup, was now pale, without a trace of color. The eyes, once filled with gentle warmth, were now occupied by overwhelming fear, her pupils slightly unfocused. Her lips quivered as she looked at Suze, her voice laced with tears. Dian is missing. Suze's expression remained calm, though his heart sank. He asked coolly, "What happened?" Dian has a fever. Wang Shuyun's voice trembled fiercely, nearly losing its tune. I wanted to check the supermarket for fever-reducing medicine. I initially thought to leave her at home, but she was terrified and insisted on coming with me. The people in the supermarket have gone mad. It's not just our community. Many are scrambling for supplies like beasts. There were so many people that in the blink of an eye, she could speak no more, cradling her head in her hands, sobbing. I couldn't find her. I pleaded with the neighbors who were grabbing supplies in the supermarket to help me search, but they were all too busy fighting for their own things. No one paid any attention to me. Not a single person was willing to help. I could only think of you. Listening to her fragmented narrative stirred something within Suze. However, in the apocalypse, sympathy and guilt were the least valuable commodities. He needed to suppress these futile emotions. Looking at the woman before him, on the brink of collapse, he spoke in a tone that was nearly cold, devoid of any emotion. Sister Wang, you must understand the state of the world we are in now. Wang Shuyun abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Suze in disbelief. The man before her was a stark contrast to the neighborly brother she had always known for his gentle smile and willingness to help. His eyes were calm, profound, yet held a chilling coldness that sent shivers down her spine. It was as if the 10 days of the apocalypse had transformed him entirely into someone else. I shall venture out to find your child, even at the risk of my own life. Suze's voice continued to resonate, each word piercing Wang Shuyun's heart. The frenzied individuals outside, scrambling for supplies, are no different from the beasts you speak of. I wish to know if I help you locate Dondian. What reward shall I receive in return? Wang Shuyun was utterly taken aback, her lips parted, yet her throat felt as if it were obstructed by some unseen force, rendering her speechless. She gazed at Suze, her expression shifting from shock to confusion, ultimately transforming into profound sorrow. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, who would selflessly assist another? Wang Shuyun remained silent for several seconds, as though summoning all her strength to extract a few words from between her clenched teeth. I have some rice and flour at home. I can offer them to you. Suze remained unmoved, simply observing her, his eyes seemingly conveying, "Is that all?" Wang Shuyun's heart sank gradually. She understood that these provisions were woefully inadequate to persuade the man before her to help locate Dondian. As she studied his cold visage, her mind conjured her daughter's innocent smile. No, if it means saving Dondian. Resolutely, she bit her lip, enduring until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Suze, and the last vestiges of hesitation and shame in her beautiful peach blossom eyes were replaced by determination. With great difficulty, she articulated, her voice hoarse yet clear. "If you help me find Dondian, my life is yours. I shall do whatever you ask." This declaration seemed to drain her of all vitality. Once uttered, she slumped like a marionette, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. At that moment, Suze's heart was struck profoundly. In this world of despair, a woman, particularly one of beauty, faces a grim fate if she cannot align herself with a stronger ally. Yet a mother willing to forsake her dignity and life for her daughter is truly worthy of his assistance. Very well. Suze uttered a single word. "From this moment forth, remember what you have said today." His voice brooked no argument. "Your life and that of your daughter are mine. You shall do as I command. No questions, only obedience. Can you comply?" Wang Shuyun nodded fervently, as if grasping at a lifeline, tears and snot marring her face, a scene both tragic and hauntingly beautiful. I can. At that instant, a cold, emotionless mechanical notification echoed in Suze's mind. Detected that Wang Shuyun has established a bond with the host. The Hanyan bond system has been activated. Bond level increased. LV1 to LV2. Reward calculation in progress. One void storage space has expanded from 50 cubic meters to 500 cubic meters. 2 new ability unlocked. Short distance teleportation. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into Suze's mind. He felt as if his consciousness was being infinitely stretched, the originally modest 50 cubic meters of void storage, expanding tenfold into an immense expanse. Simultaneously, a brand new ability was imprinted into his very being. Short-distance teleportation, commonly referred to as instantaneous movement. As long as he can see the location, he can instantly arrive there by expending a measure of mental energy. A faint smile finally graced Suze's lips. At last it has arrived. I knew this system was not so simple. I shall commence my journey through the apocalypse. He approached the wall, securing a sharp fire axe at his waist, then turned to the trembling Wang Shuyun on the ground. "Wait here." "No." Wang Shuyun cried out sharply, struggling to rise, clutching Suze's arm tightly. "I want to go with you." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Suze frowned, replying coldly, "In your current state, You will only be a hindrance. I will not. Wang Shuyan shook her head desperately, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed imploringly at Su Zhe. I can do anything. I can help divert attention. Please, take me with you. I cannot wait here alone. I will go mad. Observing her reckless determination, Su Zhe realized that if he did not take her along today, she might indeed lose her sanity. There was no other choice. Su Zhe sighed inwardly. As long as they remained cautious, they should avoid any mishaps. For the apocalypse had only just begun, and people were likely not yet completely deranged. Su Zhe refrained from further conversation, casting her a cold glance. He silently turned, feigning a search for clothing, while actually retrieving a women's down jacket from the alternate space, which he handed to Wang Shuyan. Sister Wang, wear this and change out of your soaked jacket. Wang Shuyan regarded the down jacket with confusion, pondering why there would be a women's jacket in a room devoid of women. Yet she hesitated to inquire. Hurry, do you not wish to find Dondian? Wang Shuyan quickly removed her drenched jacket and donned the one Su Zhe provided. The moment she wore it, she felt warmth envelop her. They stood at the door. Su Zhe peered through the peephole to assess the situation outside. Finding it deserted, he opened the door, and together they stepped out. Su Zhe's survival in the apocalypse was about to truly commence. Chapter 8. Utilizing abilities, goodness, such high consumption. Wang Shuyan closely followed Su Zhe, treading through the snow with varying depths of steps as they entered the supermarket. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. It was a scene of utter disarray. Shelves lay toppled, packaging shredded, and vegetables trampled into a mushy pulp. The air was thick with the strange odor of various foods crushed together. A dozen survivors scavenged through the wreckage, ready to brawl over a single pack of biscuits or 2 bottles of water. Among them were several familiar faces from Wang Shuyan's community. Yet now, their expressions were devoid of emotion and filled with madness. Where could Dondian have gone astray? Su Zhe's voice was low. Wang Shuyan trembled, gesturing toward the snack area in the distance. Do not shout. Su Zhe's gaze swept over the frenzied crowd. If you do not wish to be hunted, keep silent and follow me. Wang Shuyan bit her lip tightly and nodded vigorously. They both crouched low, stealthily maneuvering through the shadows of the shelves. Each step was carefully executed to evade those fighting over supplies. Wang Shuyan's heart raced to her throat. Finally, they reached the location she indicated. It was a corner of the snack aisle where several shelves had collapsed. A half-height cardboard box lay askew. Su Zhe signaled for her to remain still while he cautiously approached. He knelt down, gently peeling back a corner of the cardboard box. Beneath it lay a small figure, Dondian. The little girl had tightly covered her mouth, her big eyes brimming with tears, yet she managed to stifle any sound. Upon seeing her mother and Su Zhe, the fear in her eyes transformed into a torrent of grievance. Yet she still remembered her mother's admonition, merely opening her mouth in silence as tears streamed down her cheeks. Dondian. Wang Shuyan rushed forward, enveloping her daughter tightly in her embrace. She dared not cry out, instead burying her face against her daughter's cold cheek, her body trembling violently, muffled sobs escaping from deep within. Su Zhe patted her shoulder, his tone devoid of warmth. Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. I have antipyretics at home, but we must gather as much food as possible. Wang Shuyan raised her reddened eyes, knowing Su Zhe spoke the truth. She vigorously wiped her face, holding Dondian even tighter, and nodded in agreement. The shelves were completely stripped bare. Su Zhe surveyed the surroundings, snorting in disdain. These people behave like locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. Wang Shuyan seemed to recall something, tugging at Su Zhe's sleeve and whispering. Su Zhe, I have discovered a place. There exists a small storage area within this supermarket, particularly secluded, concealed behind a wall, accessed through a hidden door. I stumbled upon it while searching for Dian, who used to wander around. It is likely that this place remains undiscovered. Su Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Under Wang Shuyan's guidance, the trio made their way to the northwest corner of the supermarket. Indeed, behind a row of shelves filled with pots and pans, they uncovered a door that blended almost seamlessly with the wall. It was nearly impossible to detect without a keen eye. Su Zhe stepped forward and pushed the door open. A mixture of the scent of cardboard boxes and cool air enveloped him. Inside was a different world. One half was a temperature-controlled room piled high with cardboard boxes, while the other half featured a heavy metal door, clearly a refrigeration unit. Suze's heart raced with exhilaration. This was it, a treasure trove. He turned to the anxious Wang Shuyun and the trembling Dian Dian in her arms, and calmly stated, "Sister Wang, it's dark and cold inside. Dian Dian has just been frightened. She cannot remain here any longer. Please take her to the entrance of the warehouse, right outside this hidden door. The lighting is better there, and it is relatively safe. If anyone approaches, just cough to signal me. I will handle it alone. I'm swift." Wang Shuyun paused, then quickly grasped Su Zay's intent. She nodded in agreement. "All right, be careful." Embracing Dian Dian, she swiftly exited the warehouse and stood guard outside the hidden door. Inside the storage area, only Su Zay remained. The smile at the corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. "Sister, my goodness, 500 cubic meters. I shall fill it today." He no longer concealed his intentions and waved his hand dramatically. "Collect." Boxes of instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and canned luncheon meat vanished. Cases of mineral water, cola, and milk disappeared. Mountains of chips, chocolate, and cookies evaporated. He also gathered various daily necessities and clothing, disregarding their specifics. As time was of the essence, he aimed to collect everything possible. He resembled a diligent hamster, fervently stockpiling provisions for the winter into his void warehouse. Upon opening the refrigeration door, he perceived warmth exceeding that of the outside. Inside were rows of frost-covered pork, beef, and crates of frozen chicken legs, frozen fish, alongside assorted frozen vegetables and dumplings. Wow, now I have nothing to worry about. Collect, collect, collect. Only when the alert tone from the void warehouse signaled that the space was nearing saturation did Su Zay reluctantly cease his gathering. He did not empty the warehouse entirely, leaving a small portion behind. The performance must be complete. From the remaining supplies, he selected 2 of the largest shopping bags, filling them to the brim, making them appear hefty. Only then did he carry the 2 large bags out through the hidden door. "Sister Wang, that should suffice. Night is approaching. We must hurry back." She nodded, clutching her daughter tightly, and followed closely behind Su Zay as they hastily made their way towards the community. The snow began to fall heavier, and the sky darkened gradually. Just as they neared the entrance of the community, 3 shadowy figures sprang forth from the shadows of a building, blocking their path. 3 men, brandishing gleaming kitchen knives or cleavers, wore malevolent grins on their faces. "Halt!" The leader, bearing a scarred face, bellowed, "Drop what you have, and we might spare your lives." They did not appear to be residents or tenants of the community. His gaze greedily scanned the 2 bags of supplies in Su Zay's hands before settling on Wang Shuyun. Upon catching sight of her striking beauty, even in the dim light, his eyes widened in lustful surprise. What a stunning beauty! Despite her pallor from fear and cold, her terrified peach blossom eyes seemed to ensnare their souls, emanating a captivating allure tinged with fragility. He, a lanky accomplice beside the scarred man, let out a lewd chuckle. "Brother, this girl is truly a gem." "Hey, little lady," the scar man licked his lips, his gaze roaming unrestrainedly over Wang Shuyun. "Don't follow this pretty boy. He has clearly just a pretty face with no substance. Come with us, and we will ensure you have plenty to eat and drink. How about it?" Wang Shuyun turned pale with fear, instinctively clutching Dian Dian, hiding behind Su Zay. Su Zay set the 2 bags down, stepped forward, completely shielding the mother and daughter behind him, his voice cold as ice. "We can share the supplies with you, but let us pass, all right?" "Oh," the scar man laughed, as though hearing the greatest joke. "Who do you think you are, kid?" A third, stout man spat viciously behind him. "Brother, don't waste your breath on him. I've changed my mind. We want all the supplies, and we want that woman too." The scarred man sneered, pointing his knife at Su Zay. "As for you, dim-witted boy, we can just kill you, and it'll be over." Su Zay scoffed inwardly. This is only the 10th day of the apocalypse, and the depths of human depravity have already been laid bare. Very well. It was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of his enhanced body and that newly acquired short-distance teleportation. If he were to perish today, he could only blame his own ineptitude. He chose not to waste words further, flipping his wrist to grasp the multi-functional fire axe that had been secured at his waist. The axe blade glimmered ominously in the dim light. "Take him down," the scarred man roared, lunging forward like a rabid dog. Wang Shuyan let out a short, sharp scream, desperately covering Dian's eyes and mouth. Su Zhe's pupils dilated at that moment. Now was the time. Just as the scarred man's cleaver was about to strike his face, Su Zhe's figure vanished into thin air. Where'd he go? The scarred man swung his knife at nothing, nearly losing his balance from the momentum. In the next moment, Su Zhe launched his attack from behind. "Right here, you fool." Su Zhe's chilling voice rang in his ear. He activated short-distance teleportation, instantly appearing behind the scarred man. Thud! The fire axe's blunt back struck ruthlessly against the scarred man's lower back. Ah! The scarred man emitted a horrific howl, his body arching like a cooked shrimp, crashing forward into the snow and failing to rise again. "Brother!" The lanky man and the stout one were left stunned. "My mother! You dare to kill my brother!" They screamed, one on each side, brandishing their knives to flank Su Zhe. At that moment, a violent wave of dizziness and sharp pain surged through Su Zhe's mind. Damn! The mental toll of short-distance teleportation is far greater than anticipated. Merely once, and his head felt as though it were being pierced by needles. He gritted his teeth against the discomfort, watching as the knives approached him from both sides. He chose not to teleport again. Instead, he leaned back abruptly, executing a bridge maneuver, narrowly avoiding two blades aimed at his neck. Using the backward momentum, he rolled on the ground, the fire axe slicing through the air. My foot!" The stout man screamed, his ankle sliced open by the razor-sharp axe blade. Blood instantly staining the snow as he crumpled to the ground, howling in agony. Only the lanky man remained. Upon witnessing his two companions incapacitated in an instant, the lanky man was struck with terror. He let out a wild cry, discarding his knife and fleeing. Trying to escape? Su Zhe's eyes glinted with cold resolve. He intended to teleport again to apprehend him completely. However, a wave of dizziness washed over him, clouding his vision. "No, I cannot hold on any longer." He gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength within him, and hurled the fire axe in his hand towards the fleeing silhouette of the tall, slender man. The axe struck the man's back with precision, eliciting a pained scream as he collapsed to the ground, struggling momentarily before succumbing to his injuries. Su Zhe, leaning on his knees, gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. The inaugural encounter of battle proved to be far more perilous and physically exhausting than he had anticipated. He gazed coldly at the three men writhing in agony on the snow-covered ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Had he not been drained of mental energy, he would have ensured their demise. Even without his intervention, their severe wounds would likely lead to disability, if not death. Approaching Wang Shuyan, he picked up the supplies scattered on the ground, his voice hoarse as he commanded, "Let us go." It was only then that Wang Shuyan snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the man before her. His cheeks were pale from exhaustion, and strands of hair on his forehead were damp with sweat. She found herself at a loss for words, merely clutching her daughter as she followed Su Zhe back to his home. Unbeknownst to them, many residents of the community, though they had not witnessed Su Zhe injuring the three men, had seen him and Wang Shuyan return with two hefty bags. Chapter 9. A commitment? No. What I desire is a personal chef. Upon arriving home, Su Zhe swiftly locked the door behind him and handed the two large bags of supplies to Wang Shuyan. He offered her fever-reducing medicine, instructing her to take her daughter back to her own home without lingering in his residence. One must always be cautious, especially when one is at their weakest, both mentally and physically. Watching the door across the way close, Su Zhe sank heavily into the sofa, closing his eyes as the harrowing moments of the previous encounter replayed in his mind. He quietly pondered the term short-distance teleportation. It was undeniably unexpected, yet the toll it took was exceedingly steep. Merely one instance of teleportation had nearly drained his mental reserves. This ability was akin to a trump card, but its side effects were comparable to a grievous injury. It appeared that until he discovered a method to enhance his mental capacity, this skill would have to remain a last resort. He needed to bolster his physical training. Both physical fitness and mental strength were indispensable. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Suze felt his eyelids grow heavier until he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, Suze awoke to the biting cold. The room was enveloped in silence. The faint humming of the air conditioning unit that usually filled the space had vanished entirely. The power was out. He shot up from the sofa, the fatigue clearing from his mind, leaving him feeling refreshed, indicating that his mental energy had fully recovered. However, the physical chill was even more penetrating. He approached the gas stove and turned the knob, but there was no response. The natural gas was also cut off. Perfect. The final two pillars of modern civilization had collapsed utterly on the 11th day of the apocalypse. Now this concrete cage, while shielding him from the wind, was no different from an ice cellar. Suze retrieved his phone and opened the WeChat group for residents. As expected, chaos had erupted within the chat. Manager Zhang of Yujin Community. Urgent notice to all residents. According to information from higher authorities, due to extreme energy shortages, our city will implement intermittent power and gas supply starting today. Power will be available daily from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. and gas from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Please conserve energy and endure this hardship together. Beneath this announcement, hundreds of messages flooded in, filled with anger and despair. Resident from Building 6. What the hell? Only 4 hours of electricity a day? How are we supposed to survive? I have frozen meat at home. Resident from Building 6. Uncle Wong. Only 2 hours of gas? We can't even cook our meals. What is this nonsense? Young person from Building 6. It's over. I just downloaded a new game, and now my hard drive is going to freeze. Resident from Building 6. Shut up, upstairs. Who the hell cares about that right now? My kid is almost out of formula. The supermarket has been raided. Does anyone have extras to spare? I'll pay a high price. Manager Zhang of Yujin Community. Resident from Building 6. It's not about money right now. Suze scrolled through the messages with an impassive expression, observing as his neighbors transitioned from complaints to curses and ultimately to desperate pleas. This is the plight of ordinary people. When the tide of order recedes, they can only flounder helplessly. Just then, a private message popped up on WeChat. It was from Wang Shuyan. Wang Jia. Wang Shuyan. Suze, are you awake? Wang Jia. Wang Shuyan. Thank you for yesterday. I made some breakfast. If you're free, come over and eat. Suze raised an eyebrow. Initially, he intended to decline, but reconsidering the fact that he had saved her the previous day, he decided to accept her invitation. He donned his coat and cautiously opened the door, slipping into her apartment. Upon entering, a wave of warm food aroma and steam enveloped him, dissipating some of the cold. On the dining table, a small portable stove sat, with a pot bubbling away, cooking noodles. This was a portable cooker he had purchased for hot pot at home, saved for future use, and now it was proving invaluable. Wang Xian looked up and smiled gently at Suze. His gaze fell upon her face. After a night of rest, the pallor of her complexion had regained a hint of color. Perhaps it was the warmth of the room, but a thin layer of steam enveloped her plain features, reminiscent of a dew-kissed peach in the morning, full and enticing. Though she still wore her down jacket, concealing her upper body, there was an undeniable allure about her that was hard to ignore. Dien? The fever has subsided. She's playing in the room, Wang Shuyan said, fishing the noodles from a pot and placing them into a bowl, topping it with 2 golden, soft-boiled eggs and sprinkling chopped green onions before serving on the table. Eat while it's hot. Suze sat down, but did not immediately pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he simply watched her. Wang Shuyan felt slightly uneasy under his gaze, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she softly spoke. Thank you so much for yesterday. If it weren't for you, my daughter and I. He remained silent, and Wang Shuyun's heart raced. She assumed Suze was dissatisfied with the breakfast and hurriedly inquired, Is it not to your liking? What would you like to eat? I can make anything I have at home. Suze shook his head. No, it's delicious. He set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and his gaze regained its calm depth. The condition you mentioned yesterday, does it still stand? Wang Shuyun's body stiffened, her cheeks flushing crimson, extending all the way to her ears. She clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her knuckles turning pale as she replied in a barely audible voice, Yes, it stands. Rest assured, I keep my word. At that moment, Dien rushed out of her room, holding an apple in her hands, and offered it to Suze while looking up at him with innocent eyes. Thank you, Uncle Suze, for saving Dian Dian and Mommy yesterday. Suze felt a warmth in his heart as he gently ruffled her hair. It was this small gesture that solidified his resolve. Since you say you will keep your promise, I can now tell you what I need from you. Just as Suze was about to speak, Wang Shuyan, resembling a startled rabbit, abruptly stood up and interrupted him. No, I know what it is. Please don't say it in front of Dian Dian. Her voice trembled, and her gaze darted away, unable to meet Suze's eyes. Suze was taken aback, but quickly realized she might have misunderstood something. Observing her flustered yet defiant expression, a playful smile crept onto his lips. He chose not to clarify, instead going with the flow as he finished the last bite of his noodles. Subsequently, Suze did not leave. Wang Xuyun busied herself washing the dishes in the kitchen, occasionally casting furtive glances into the living room. There, the man who had previously seemed like an iceberg was now sitting cross-legged on the carpet, patiently playing with Dian Dian and her building blocks. The scene was so harmonious it felt almost surreal. After washing the dishes, Wang Xuyun dried her hands, took a deep breath as if making a significant decision, and walked into the living room, softly addressing Dian Dian. Dian Dian, why don't you play by yourself for a while? Mother and Uncle Suze have something to discuss. Dian Dian obediently nodded. Wang Xuyun cast Suze a glance, one filled with resignation and shyness. She turned and walked into her bedroom. Suze followed her inside, and Wang Xuyun casually closed the door behind them. The room remained unlit, the ambience considerably darker than the living room, and the air felt much chillier. With her back to him, Wang Xuyun's shoulders trembled slightly. Thank you for yesterday, she repeated softly, her voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Without you, Dian Dian might have she left her sentence unfinished, for to continue would be to plunge into an abyss. She turned to face Suze, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed intently upon him. Then she raised her hand, slowly, inch by inch, unzipping her down jacket. The faint sound echoed in the stillness of the room, rendering it particularly pronounced. The heavy coat slipped away, unveiling a snug, cream-colored cashmere sweater beneath. The fabric was exquisite, gently enveloping her mature and ample figure, unabashedly showcasing her astonishing curves before Suze. She was not overweight. In fact, one could describe her as slender, her waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Yet, this did not detract from her possessing an allure that could drive any man to madness. It was a striking paradox of purity and voluptuousness. Her face flushed with shame and anxiety, her lips bitten to a pale hue, enhancing her already fragile beauty. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering like butterfly wings. Suze throat involuntarily bobbet. He admitted to himself that he was captivated. No man could refuse such breathtaking beauty, especially in this merciless apocalypse. However, he was not like those three fools he had incapacitated. Just as Wang Xuyun was about to lift her white sweater, Suze interrupted the silence. Wear it. His voice cut through the stillness. He stepped forward, retrieved the fallen jacket from the ground, and draped it back over her trembling shoulders. Aren't you cold without it? He reached for the zipper, slowly pulling it up to the top. In this frigid weather, catching a cold is no trivial matter, and besides, you haven't bathed in days, have you? Wang Xuyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes brimmed with confusion and misunderstanding. You wanted me to accompany you, she stammered, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Accompany me to sleep? Suze chuckled, his laughter tinged with a deeper meaning. Sister Wang, what are you thinking? Do I seem like a beast to you? Though I wouldn't mind, Suze refrained from completing his thought. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly continued. Can you cook typical home-cooked meals? Wang Xuyun, still reeling from the overwhelming impact of the moment, nodded instinctively, her mind a blank slate. I can manage most of them. Then it's settled. If you can't do it, simply consult a recipe, and you should be able to manage. Suze nodded, finally articulating his terms. Starting today, you will move in with me, responsible for my daily meals and housekeeping. This will be your compensation. If you wish to share my bed, I would reluctantly consent. Upon hearing Suze's words, Wang Xuyun's face turned crimson, her mind seemingly frozen. So, after all this, he wants her to be a maid? The stark contrast left her momentarily unsure how to react. Should she feel relieved or humiliated? But she questioned, now that the power is out and gas is cut off. Your home must be without gas too, right? How will you cook? My little stove at home has only one gas canister left, which won't last more than 2 days. Suze looked at her adorably naive expression and found it somewhat amusing. You need not worry about that. Gather your and Diane's essentials, clothes, toiletries, and some of Diane's favorite items. Tonight, wait for my notification. I will take you both to a place that is absolutely safe and will never run out of power or fuel. Chapter 10. Welcome to my apocalypse fortress. Wang Shuyun was left in a daze upon hearing Suze's words. Absolutely safe? Never will there be power or fuel shortages. In a world where electricity and gas are already being rationed, does such a place truly exist? Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with doubt, yet, glancing at Suze's calm and unperturbed face, she dared not question further. All right. Seeing her acquiescence, Suze ceased his words, simply reiterating, lock the door. Until I return. Do not open it for anyone, not even if the King of Heaven himself knocks. With that, he turned and returned to his room. Suze locked his door behind him and glanced at the overflowing 500 cubic meters of supplies in the void warehouse, his brow furrowing slightly. With the warehouse full, he could not store anything more in the apartment for the time being. The immediate task was to visit the villa, clear some space, and then bring Wang Shuyun and the others over. He wasted no time donning his down jacket, securing the fire axe at his waist, and opening the door, slipping into the cold, desolate corridor like a phantom. The first trip went smoothly. He silently transferred a portion of the non-food supplies from the void warehouse, primarily various tools and spare parts, to the underground storage room of the villa. However, just as he returned from the villa, preparing for his second transfer, an unexpected encounter occurred. At the staircase corner on the 6th floor, he collided with a middle-aged woman carrying an empty water bucket, preparing to head outside. It was Lu Tsuefan from apartment 602, notorious in the residence group for her gossiping ways. Oh dear, Lu Tsuefan was startled, but upon recognizing Suze, her triangular eyes immediately scrutinized him. Little Sue, on such a cold day, where are you off to? Her tone dripped with a feigned concern. Suze's heart sank slightly, though his expression remained impassive. Just going outside for a bit of fresh air. Fresh air? Lu Tsuefan's voice abruptly rose an octave, as if she'd heard the most absurd joke. It's freezing outside. You want to go for fresh air? Little Sue, your health must be remarkable. As she spoke, she sniffed the air vigorously, her gaze growing even more peculiar. And why does your outfit look so clean? Your face is also so fresh. Unlike us who Haven Tea washed our faces in days. Suze's eyes turned cold. Lu Tsuefan was certainly more than just a simple gossip. Her observational skills were sharper than he had anticipated. Yesterday afternoon, I heard something. Lu Tsuefan inched closer, lowering her voice. I heard that many people went to the supermarket looking for food, and on their return at the community entrance, they were robbed by 3 thugs, beaten to a pulp. Yet, I distinctly saw you and the girl from across the hall carrying 2 large bags back yesterday evening. She elongated her tone, insinuatingly smiling. You two were quite lucky to have avoided those bad men. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Suze's heart. He understood that this woman was suspicious, even envious. In this apocalypse, another's fortune was a thorn in one's own heart. Perhaps we returned late and missed them. Suze replied coolly, not wanting to engage further, and turned to head downstairs. Hey, little Sue, don't go. Lu Tsuefan grabbed his arm, her smile instantly replaced by a mournful expression. Allow me to speak candidly. I truly have nothing to eat at home. I've only had snow water since yesterday, and I'm so hungry that my stomach is touching my back. You saw how much stuff you brought yesterday. Could you show a little kindness and share just a pack of instant noodles? Just 1 pack would suffice. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, almost on the verge of shedding tears. Suze coldly observed her performance. He rummaged through his pocket and retrieved an individually packaged compressed biscuit, tossing it into her arms. That's all. Luda Ma clumsily caught it, her face momentarily frozen in sorrow, only to be replaced by a flicker of greed and discontent. Just a biscuit? What a paltry offering. Yet, gazing into Suze's emotionless eyes, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, forcing a dry laugh instead. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Su, you truly are a good person. Suze paid her no further attention and proceeded downstairs. In the instant he turned, he distinctly sensed the gaze behind him had shifted from mere scrutiny to unabashed jealousy. He understood that Luda Ma had become a nuisance. Suze returned to the villa. Approaching the smart home control panel by the wall, he lightly tapped it. Power system activated. Independent water circulation system initiated. With a faint hum of electricity, the villa sprang to life. The bright, gentle lights dispelled the shadows, and Suze ignited the fireplace, releasing waves of warmth that enveloped the space. However, under the lights, fine dust danced in the air, clearly visible. Suze furrowed his brow. The place had been vacant for far too long. A layer of dust settled everywhere, furniture draped in protective covers, and the air bore a heavy scent. He entered the kitchen and opened the double-door refrigerator, finding it utterly bare, emitting a fresh plastic odor. A smile crept across Suze's lips as he concentrated. In the next moment, rows of fresh ingredients materialized, filling the refrigerator's fresh and frozen compartments. In the fresh section, there were glistening green vegetables, neatly arranged eggs, and fresh milk, along with several carefully wrapped snowflake steaks and pork belly. The frozen section was packed with frozen chicken legs, large shrimp, and dumplings. Next, he opened the cabinets. Rice, flour, cooking oil, soy sauce, vinegar, salt, sugar, and various common spices were all meticulously organized. He desired a fully equipped kitchen ready for immediate cooking. Once he completed these tasks, he proceeded to the living room, retrieving a brand new set of bedding, a thick cashmere blanket, and several sets of fresh towels and toiletries from the void warehouse. Glancing at the time, he noted that night had fully fallen. He sent a message to Wang Shuyan. "Get ready, I'm coming to pick you up." Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the familiar knocking sound, Wang Shuyan finally relaxed her tense heart. She opened the door to find Suze standing there. As soon as he entered, he was amused by the sight before him. In the living room, two enormous suitcases were neatly arranged on the floor, along with a bulging travel bag and even a pink child-esque rolling suitcase. "My goodness. Sister Wang, where are you planning to go on vacation? A world tour?" Suze teased with a smile. She wore no makeup, her natural beauty more enchanting than any heavy cosmetics. Her beautiful, watery peach blossom eyes now held a mix of anxiety, anticipation, and an unrecognized reliance as she gazed at Suze, unblinking. Upon hearing they were going out to play, Dandan clapped her little hands in excitement. "Yay, we're going out to play." Wang Shiyun's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe peach. She stood there awkwardly, unsure where to place her hands, instinctively tucking stray hair behind her ears. "I was worried there wouldn't be enough, so I brought a bit more." She thought Suze would criticize her for bringing too much. Hastily crouching down, her graceful form momentarily catching Suze's eye as she fumbled to open the suitcase. "It's all right, I can unpack some things. We want tea takeaway we don't need." Her voice carried a hint of panic and a desire to please. "That's enough." Suze gently stopped her, his warm fingertips inadvertently brushing against her cool hand, causing her to shiver slightly. "I'm just joking. Since you packed everything, let us take it all." With that, he effortlessly lifted the two hefty suitcases, each weighing nearly 50 kilograms, with one hand while casually picking up the travel bag with the other. Throughout the process, his face remained composed, as though he were merely carrying 2 bags of cotton. Wang Shuyan stared, astonished. How could he possess such strength? "Uncle Su is amazing." Dandan, beside her, transformed into a little fangirl, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Let us go." Suze glanced at Wang Shuyan, who stood frozen in place. "What about your things?" Wang Shuyan then snapped back to reality, instinctively pointing to her small crossbody bag that contained just some personal items. Suze gestured to his head, smiling. "The most important thing I have is right here." Wang Shuyan didn't comprehend, but didn't inquire further. In that moment, she understood that as long as she stayed close to this man, everything would be fine. Wang Shuyan didn't question him further, cradling Dandan in her arms and following closely behind Suze. Suze carried the 3 bags as if they were mere feathers, his steps light and silent. The hallway was eerily quiet, only their cautious footfalls echoing. As they passed the 6th floor, Suze paused momentarily, sensing a pair of eyes watching them intently through the peephole of room 602. He ignored it and continued downward. Soon, they reached the underground parking lot. It was completely dark, lit only by a few dim emergency lights in the corner casting a ghostly green glow, elongating their shadows. A biting cold wind whistled through the vents. "Are we driving away?" Wang Shuyun asked, clutching her daughter, her voice trembling. In such an environment, even the slightest noise could send one into a state of panic. Suze did not answer, simply gestured for silence, leading them deeper into the darkest corner of the parking lot. There, at the end of a row of private garages, stood an inconspicuous metal door. Wang Shiyun's heart raced. Suze approached the door, pressing his thumb gently into an unnoticeable indentation. A soft beep sounded as the fingerprint lock recognized him. As the heavy metal door slid open silently, a warm breeze infused with the scent of burning would envelop them. Wang Shuyun shivered. The warmth penetrated her cold-down jacket, almost eliciting a moan of comfort. Behind the door lay bright, soft lighting and a staircase ascending into the depths. What is this place? Wang Shuyun was utterly astonished. Her mouth agape, her beautiful peach blossom eyes wide with disbelief as she glanced at the surreal sight before her. Then abruptly turned to Suze with a gaze akin to that of a celestial being. "Mommy, it's so warm." Dandan, in her arms, wriggled with excitement, eager to break free from her hold. Suze effortlessly set the 3 large suitcases by the door, turning to meet Wang Shuyun's eyes, which were filled with shock, confusion, and curiosity, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter, his voice calm, yet commanding. "Welcome to my doomsday fortress." Chapter 11. The Reveal. Moving into the doomsday mansion, the beauty emerging from the bath by the fireplace. The moment Wang Shuyun stepped into the villa, she felt as though she had entered a paradise on earth. The grand living room, at least 5 meters high, was expansive and welcoming. Directly facing the entrance was a fireplace, ablaze with roaring flames, crackling softly, warming the entire space like spring. The flickering firelight cast warm, dancing shadows on the glossy black marble floor. A massive, seemingly expensive, genuine leather sofa sat before the fireplace, still covered in dust sheets. "Wow, it's so warm. I wouldn't wear this anymore." As Jian was placed on the ground, she eagerly and clumsily attempted to remove her down jacket. Wang Shuyun also felt a light sweat break out, hastily helping her daughter out of her outerwear and subsequently unzipping her own down jacket. The heavy coat slid off, revealing a fitted, creamy cashmere sweater that instantly outlined her astonishing curves, which had been concealed. The cashmere fabric was exceptionally soft, embracing her mature and voluptuous form. Her slender waist, seemingly delicate enough to snap with a touch, contrasted sharply with the exaggerated curvature of her chest, creating a striking visual impact. It was a beauty that epitomized the paradox of innocence and fullness, leaving any normal man who beheld it parched with desire. Suze, volding ka tablet. Tapped the screen a few times. All external entrances were secured, and the security system was activated, a cold electronic voice resonating in the air. Suddenly, she recalled something. "Suze, the supplies I brought back from the supermarket yesterday are still not taken care of." Suze casually removed his down jacket and tossed it onto the armrest of the sofa before plopping down beside it, patting the dust-covered spot next to him. He picked up a log from the neatly stacked firewood by the fireplace and tossed it into the flames, which flared up brightly. "Sit," he said nonchalantly. "That stuff. It's not worth it." Wang Shuyun was taken aback. Those were bags of rice and flour, along with cans and compressed biscuits. Yet in his words, they became that stuff. Though she felt a deep sense of regret, she dared not refute Suze's nonchalant demeanor and obediently sat down on the nearby sofa. Once his coat was off, Suze's imposing physique was fully revealed. His broad shoulders supported the outline of the sweater, the definition of his chest muscles visible, and the biceps on his arms bulged with explosive power. It seemed that after enduring that torrential rain, his body had gained considerable strength, further enhanced by the activation of his abilities. This was far from the physique of an ordinary office worker. He resembled a wild and powerful cheetah. Wang Shuyun found herself entranced by his robust form, her gaze momentarily fixated, her cheeks flushed by the flickering firelight. I know it's comfortable here, but don't you think the three of us should have dinner? Suze's voice jolted her back to reality. Huh? Oh, right. Cooking. Wang Shuyan sprang up to ask, "Where's the kitchen?" Suze pointed in a direction. As Wang Shuyan pushed open the frosted glass door to the kitchen, she was once again left speechless by the sight before her. It was a vast kitchen that rivaled a professional restaurant, complete with an island, a double-door refrigerator, and built-in ovens and steamers, all pristine as if never before used. Trembling, she opened the refrigerator door. A rush of cold air greeted her, revealing an abundance of ingredients. In the freshness compartment, glistening green vegetables hung with droplets of water, while eggs and fresh milk were neatly arranged. There were also several meticulously wrapped snowflake steaks and pork belly, their marble patterns visible through the cling film. The freezer was packed with large shrimp, deep-sea fish fillets, and various brands of frozen dumplings. She opened the cabinets to find rice, flour, cooking oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and an array of seasonings. "Don't act like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview garden," Suze quipped, having leaned against the kitchen door at some point. "Since the ingredients are so good, why not show off your skills tonight and treat ourselves?" Soon, a long-forgotten, rich aroma of food wafted through the villa. The snowflake steak was cut into small pieces, seared in butter and black pepper until crispy on the outside and tender inside, juices overflowing. The shrimp were butterflied and steamed with garlic and vermicelli, bursting with flavor, accompanied by a simple plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. This modest spread felt as lavish as an imperial feast in these apocalyptic times. Wang Shuyun meticulously wiped the dining table, arranging the dishes, and served Dian a small bowl of rice. At the table, Dian ate with delight, her little mouth glistening with oil, a picture of happiness. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Wang Shuyun finally asked Suze, "What exactly is going on here? This villa?" Suze picked up a piece of beef, chewing thoughtfully as he looked at her, a playful smile curving his lips. "No more pretense, I'll come clean." He leaned back slightly in his chair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "In truth, I am a hidden super-rich heir. I previously lived in your tiny apartment purely for the sake of experiencing life. In this world, it's all rather dull, so I've stopped pretending." Wang Shuyun was incredulous. This sounded like something straight out of an online tale. Yet, apart from this explanation, she could find no other reasonable rationale. Perhaps what he said was indeed true. Seeing her bewildered expression, Suze felt quite pleased and took another bite of shrimp. "Your cooking is quite good. I certainly did not choose poorly." Hearing this compliment, the weight of anxiety lifted from Wang Shuyun's heart. She had been terrified that her cooking would not meet his taste and that he and her daughter would send her back to that cold, desolate world, especially after witnessing Suze single-handedly injure 3 people. After finishing their meal, Suze wiped his mouth. "You'll wash the dishes later, and then tidy up the living room. It's quite dusty. We can handle the upstairs tomorrow. We've all been tired these past few days, so rest early." "All right," Wang Shuyun replied without complaint, immediately starting to clean up. She worked tirelessly until 10 in the evening, finally leaving the spacious living room spotless, the floor gleaming. She laid out the brand-new 4-piece bedding Suze provided on the carpet near the fireplace, the warmest spot. Just as she was about to lie down, a voice called out from the nearby sofa. "Aren't you going to take a shower?" Wang Shuyun jumped, turning to see Suze sitting on the sofa, watching television. It seemed the signal was still working. "You're starting to smell of sweat. I don't want to catch a whiff of that while trying to sleep tonight," he said without looking up. Wang Shuyun's face flushed instantly, and she instinctively raised her arm to sniff her sleeve, realizing she had no odor. She understood that Suze was intentionally saying this. He merely wanted her to take a shower. "Is there hot water?" she cautiously inquired. "The first room on the left on the 2nd floor is the bathroom. Just go see for yourself," he replied, with a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Wang Shuyun ascended to the 2nd floor. When she turned on the shower, a stream of scalding hot water gushed forth, splashing on her hand, almost bringing her to tears. Hot water. True, genuine hot water. She felt as giddy as a child, hurriedly shedding her clothes and rushing into the shower, allowing the warm water to wash away the fatigue of the past 10 days. It wasn't tea until her skin was flushed that she contentedly turned off the water, preparing to dress. Then she froze. In her excitement, she had forgotten to grab a change of pajamas. Embarrassment and awkwardness overwhelmed her. Wrapped in a towel, she wrestled with her thoughts in the bathroom for a full 5 minutes before finally mustering the courage to crack the bathroom door open slightly. Poking her head out and whispering downstairs, "Suze, are you there?" "Yes." Suze's voice quickly responded from the living room. "Could you do me a favor?" Wang Shuyun's voice was barely audible, her face burning crimson. "I forgot to grab my pajamas. They're in my largest suitcase," a pink coral fleece said. After a moment of silence, Suze replied, "Wait here." Wang Shuyun immediately withdrew her head, her heart racing. In the living room, Suze approached the enormous suitcase. Unzipping it, the clothes within were packed tightly. As he rummaged through, an item slipped out from between the layers of clothing and fell to the floor. It was a black piece of lingerie adorned with lace edges. Suze's movements momentarily halted, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. An uncontrollable thought flickered through his mind. Had it not been for Dandin's presence tonight, would he have been free to indulge in his desires? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion from his mind, and swiftly retrieved a set of pink coral fleece pajamas, making his way to the staircase. He placed the clothing on the handrail and descended to fetch it himself. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Shuyun, donning her pajamas and flushed with embarrassment, descended from upstairs. She intended to embrace Dandin for a bath, but upon entering the living room, she discovered Dandin had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa, wrapped in Suze's coat. Resigned, she decided to wait until the next day to bathe her daughter. Lifting her gaze, she unexpectedly met Suze's eyes. He had already prepared his bedding on the opposite side of the sofa, separated from her makeshift bed by a coffee table. In that instant, Suze felt as though his breath had ceased. Fresh from the bath, Wang Shuyun resembled a lychee stripped of its shell, exuding an intoxicating allure. Her hair dripped with water, damp strands clinging to her smooth forehead, while her unadorned face glowed with a captivating pink hue in the flickering light of the fireplace. More enchanting than any blush, her sparkling, doe-like eyes appeared veiled in a mist, evoking an exquisite vulnerability. The loose-fitting pink coral fleece pajamas failed to conceal her alluring figure. Rather, the softness of the fabric accentuated a languorous sensuality. The air was imbued with the fresh fragrance of shampoo and body wash, mingling with her own delicate scent, quietly fermenting in the warm living room. Schusche stood entrenched, utterly captivated. This woman was undeniably a natural beauty. After taking a hot shower, Suze, along with the two ladies, enjoyed a restful night. Chapter 12. Dear neighbors, how shall we amuse ourselves? In the villa, all the lights were extinguished. The world had descended into silence. However, within the WeChat group of the other residents of Yujing community, a storm was brewing, instigated by none other than the gossiping Liu Tsuifan from Unit 602. Liu Tsuifan, Building 6, Spring Blossoms. Attention all members, I have breaking news. Yesterday afternoon, around 6, I personally witnessed it. That young man, named Sue from the 12th floor, accompanied by the girl from across the hall, and her daughter, stealthily descended the stairs with several large boxes. This news detonated like a thunderclap, igniting a frenzy in the WeChat group. Auntie Lee from Building 6. No way. Is that true? Did they flee? Young person from Building 6. I knew it. I saw him return from the supermarket with that girl yesterday, carrying 2 huge bags of food. Damn, why didn't those thugs outside rob them? Liu Tsuifan promptly replied, her voice dripping with incitement. Building 6, Spring Blossoms. Flee? I doubt it's that simple. They must have discovered some secret stash of supplies. Think about it. How could they carry everything in one go? They must have taken some back first and are planning to go for more tonight. I'm a rebellious butterfly. Exactly. This guy is utterly selfish. He has food, yet he doesn't think of sharing with others, just stuffing himself while we starve. Girl from across the hall. Wait, he is with Wang Shuyun now? My goddess. I'm a rebellious butterfly. What does that matter right now? Shusha, get your ass out here. Hand over the supplies, or share some what you brought back with us. Shusha, stop playing dead. Speak up. Otherwise, we'll come knocking tomorrow. Shusha, Shusha, Shusha. The group erupted with frenzied mentions of his name. inundated with a torrent of vitriol. Jealousy is the most dreadful thing in the apocalypse. Yet, at that very moment, the beleaguered Su Zhe lay soundly asleep. His phone had long been set to silent mode. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Zhe awoke. Habitually, he reached for his phone and glanced at it. The WeChat icon displayed a shocking 999 notifications, prompting an exclamation of disbelief. He opened the residence group and quickly skimmed through the messages, contemplating how to engage with his neighbors. He refrained from immediately responding, setting his phone aside to observe the peacefully sleeping Wang Shuyan. He added more firewood to the dwindling flames of the fireplace. Perhaps due to the warmth of the villa, her cashmere blanket had slipped halfway, revealing ample springtime beauty. The pink coral fleece pajamas, stretched by her side-lying position, accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. The pajama pants had rolled slightly, exposing a glimpse of her exquisite calf. She slept soundly, her delicate features devoid of weariness and vigilance, leaving only tranquility and gentleness. This woman was undeniably tempting even in slumber. Su Zhe felt his throat dry. He glanced at Dandan, who resembled a sleeping piglet, chuckling softly as he shook his head. He rose quietly, careful not to disturb the mother and daughter, and made his way directly to the basement of the villa. In the gym, Su Zhe casually shed his tank top, revealing his well-defined muscles. Enhanced by both the Crimson Rain and his abilities, his physique had transformed beyond the pre-apocalypse standard. He could now feel the immense power coursing through each muscle. He began his warm-up followed by strength training, acutely aware of the force surging within him. The limit of his short-distance teleportation ability had expanded from the initial 2 uses to 4. The exhilarating sensation of growing stronger was intoxicating. He glanced at his attribute panel. Romantic bond. Wang Shuyan LV2, still LV2. Su Zhe pondered the intricacies of this leveling mechanism. Previously, it had unlocked when Wang Shuyan sought his help to find Dandan. But there had been no developments in recent days, leaving him baffled about how to advance it further, and whether the next upgrade would expand the alternate space or grant him new powers. He shook his head, casting aside these distractions. His immediate focus was on strengthening himself and immersing himself in his training. In the living room, Wang Shuyan gradually opened her eyes. This was the most restful and comfortable sleep she had experienced in over 10 days. As she surveyed the villa and basked in its warmth, she momentarily felt as though everything from the previous night had been an exquisite dream. Yet upon seeing the thick cashmere blanket draped over her, feeling the warmth in the air, and glancing at her peacefully sleeping daughter, she realized that it was all indeed real. Su Zhe had ushered her into a realm comparable to paradise. However, as Wang Shuyan rose and glanced around, she wondered, where was Su Zhe? A sudden pang of anxiety gripped her heart. He wouldn't have left them here alone, would he? Just then, a series of heavy, rhythmic breaths echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the faint sound of metal clinking. Was it Su Zhe or someone else? Wang Shuyan's nerves instantly tightened as she surveyed her surroundings. Finally, seizing a mop from the corner, she twisted off the mop head, gripping the metal handle tightly. Barefoot, she stealthily made her way down the stairs. The sounds emanated from a basement. A beam of bright light seeped through the crack of a door. Holding her breath and tightening her grip on the metal rod, she flung the door open, ready to strike. Shusha! Her prepared scream lodged in her throat as she froze at the sight before her. In the expansive gym, Su Zhe stood shirtless, his back to her, gripping the pull-up bar as he executed a perfect pull-up. The musculature of his back undulated with each movement, delivering a stunning visual impact. Every muscle's contour was as distinct as a sculpture. Wang Shuyan's face flushed crimson, and the metal rod in her hand clattered to the ground. Su Zhe, hearing the sound, gracefully leaped down from the horizontal bar and turned around. Upon seeing the flustered face at the door, he was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Deliberately, he puffed out his sculpted chest, droplets of sweat cascading down, vanishing at the V-line. What's the matter? Vangya? So early in the morning, are you thinking? Su Zhe's voice was imbued with magnetism. I thought there was someone else. Wang Shuyan stammered, her eyes darting nervously, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. although she was a woman who had given birth. The gossip from a neighborhood auntie suggested that since her divorce, she hadn't even dated anyone. No wonder she was so bashful. Observing her demeanor, Suze felt a surge of excitement. A bad guy? Suze stepped closer to her. Holding that stick, what do you intend to do to a bad guy? He halted before Wang Shuyun, gazing down at her. Despite her tall stature of 170 centimeters, Suze stood at an impressive 180 centimeters, and, after some enhancement, he had grown a few more centimeters, now reaching 185 centimeters. Wang Shuyun's heart raced with anxiety, yet her gaze couldn't help but steal glances at his defined abs. Such a physique was simply extraordinary. He was undeniably a walking embodiment of desire. I need to make breakfast. She resembled a startled rabbit, turning on her heel to dash upstairs. Suze watched her retreating figure, chuckling softly. This woman was becoming increasingly intriguing. After dressing, they both made their way to the living room. Dian was still asleep, while Wang Shuyun efficiently began preparing breakfast. She retrieved fresh milk, eggs, and toast from the refrigerator. And soon the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sound of frying eggs and the delightful aroma of toasted bread. After taking a hot shower and donning fresh clothing, Suze returned downstairs just as Dian woke up. Mama, Uncle Shusha. The little girl greeted sleepily, rubbing her eyes. Good girl, Dian's awake. Let's take a bath and change into clean clothes, shall we? Wang Shuyun said gently. Yay. Suze sat down at the dining table, leisurely enjoying the breakfast prepared by Wang Shuyun. The toast was perfectly golden, the eggs were flawlessly runny, and the milk was still warm. He took out his phone, reopening the nearly explosive owners group chat. Noticing the conversations had already begun, he read a message stating that at 9 a.m., they would gather at his doorstep. A sinister smile crept across Suze's lips. Just right, having filled his stomach, it was time to stir the pot. It was the moment to entertain these so-called good neighbors. Chapter 13. The owners group explodes. The game begins. Suze wiped his plate clean with the last drop of egg yolk from the runny egg, popping it into his mouth. Inside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the flames in the fireplace warmed the entire living room. Wang Shuyun was busy braiding Dian's hair, while Dian swung her little legs, humming an unknown nursery rhyme, embodying a serene moment. This scene felt utterly incongruous with an apocalyptic backdrop. Suze lifted the warm milk, taking a gentle sip, then pulled out his phone to check the nearly exploding owners group. Sure enough, the bright red 999 stood out prominently. He quickly scanned the messages. The timing was just right. He typed out a voice message, filled with sincerity and innocence. His voice was deliberately laced with a hint of hoarseness and fatigue, punctuated by a few coughs. Ahem. Dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, I sincerely apologize. I was utterly exhausted last night and fell asleep early without checking my phone. Please do not misunderstand. Wang Jia and I really haven't found anything noteworthy. Just picked up some food from the supermarket, and fortunately, we didn't encounter those rascals on the way back. As for the large boxes you mentioned, we merely packed all the blankets and bedding from our home. It's terribly cold without gas, and the apartment feels like an ice cellar. We were hoping to find a small coal stove or some firewood for warmth. Now, however, the car is broken down outside, and we are trapped, unable to return home. Please do not break in. Otherwise, all the warmth will escape, and when we go back, Wang Jie, Dian, and I might just freeze to death. Suze's performance was nothing short of Oscar-worthy. The tone conveyed a sense of grievance, helplessness, and pleading, truly heart-wrenching for any listener. The group fell silent for a moment. Then, a voice message popped up. Lu Tsuifan from Unit 602. Trapped? Can't get back? Oh my, how conveniently spoken. Everyone listen up. This guy's just bluffing. He doesn't want to share his food. If he can't get back, his stuff is still in there. Didn't he say he just took some food from the supermarket? What about those 2 big bags? They must still be inside. Yes, he definitely has food in there. Damn it, this guy thinks we're fools. Let us go. To his house. Break the door. Let us smash it. Isn't he afraid of the cold wind? Today, I'll turn his house into an open-air toilet. The crowd was instantly ignited with fervor. Suze turned off his phone and ascended to the 3rd floor of the villa, raising the high-powered military binoculars he had prepared. Through the lens, He observed shadows converging from various floors of Building 6, all breathlessly rushing towards the 12th floor. The weather was frigid, and they were all bundled in heavy coats, panting heavily. Yet every face bore an expression of excitement. Before long, this band of good neighbors gathered at the door of Unit 1201. A lanky man took the lead, stealthily knocking on the door before pressing his ear against it, listening intently. No one. There's really no one inside, he exclaimed excitedly. What are we waiting for? Smash it, someone shouted, and the crowd stirred. Two robust, young men squeezed to the front, wielding a fire axe and a crowbar they had procured from who knows where, and began to pound violently at the lock of the security door. The sound of metal colliding echoed starkly in the silent corridor, a jarring noise. However, the security door was surprisingly sturdy. After a good 10 minutes of relentless pounding, the two young men, hands numb and foreheads slick with sweat, finally managed to pry it open with a creak. The crowd erupted in cheers, surging inside. Suze switched to his phone screen. This was the surveillance he had set up in advance, anticipating this very scenario since he decided to move into the villa. As the neighbors stormed into his home, they were left dumbfounded by the empty living room and kitchen. What the hell? Where's everything? Damn it, we've been tricked. Search. Search thoroughly. Don't miss a single corner. A throng of individuals rummaged through the small space, turning Suze's already sparse furniture into chaos. Ultimately discovering a lonely stash of 5 packs of instant noodles tucked away in a corner of cabinet. Just 5 packs. The crowd instantly fell silent. In the next moment, the nearest bespectacled man quickly snatched all 5 packs into his embrace. I found them first. They're mine. You're full of crap. A burly man beside him slapped the back of his head, causing the glasses-wearing man to stagger, sending the noodles flying from his grasp. The scene spiraled into chaos. A woman shrieked as she lunged for a pack, only to be firmly grasped by someone nearby. An elderly man attempted to pick up a pack that had fallen on the ground, only to have a foot crash down on his hand, eliciting a pained shout. For the sake of 5 packs of noodles, a dozen people were embroiled in a scuffle. Suze watched the unfolding scene, unable to contain his laughter. Just then, Lu Tsuefan in the crowd shouted, "Wait. I remember now. This guy is in cahoots with that vixen Wang Shuyun from across the hall. All his stuff must be hidden in Wang Shuyun's place." This statement struck like thunder. All activity came to a sudden halt as everyone turned their crimson eyes toward Lu Tsuefan, only to swiftly redirect their gaze toward the tightly shut door of room 1202. Indeed, how could they have forgotten this matter? A group of individuals whose minds had been frozen by hunger and cold were incapable of contemplating the underlying logic. Smash her door. The crowd surged once more, rushing frantically toward 1202. The door of Wang Shuyun's home seemed less robust than that of Suze's, and it was breached after just a few strikes. As they rushed inside, their eyes fell upon 2 bulging shopping bags in the corner of the living room, and a wave of greed washed over them. Food. There was indeed food. They lunged forward. This time, no one wasted words. All acted like starving beasts, diving upon the spoils. The bags were torn open, scattering biscuits, bread, canned goods, and sausages across the floor. The refrigerator was pried open, its remaining vegetables and meat swiftly devoured. People frantically stuffed food into their arms, pockets, and clothing, while 2 men fought brutally over a single sausage, their heads bloodied. The room descended into chaos. At the climax of this pandemonium, a voice as rough as a bear's roar emanated from outside the door. "Shut the hell up." The cacophony fell silent in an instant. All heads turned toward the entrance, where stood a man nearly 2 meters tall, as robust as a black bear. Clad in a black down jacket that could hardly contain his muscular form, he dragged a steel pipe as thick as a child's arm behind him. It was Zhang Meng, the notorious bully of the community. 2 lackeys with bleached hair followed closely behind him. A flicker of fear crossed the faces of the crowd. Zhang Meng scanned the room, taking in the varied expressions of his neighbors, before finally settling his gaze on the scattered food on the floor, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed, smoke-stained teeth. "What do you think you're doing?" he taunted, rhythmically striking the ground with a steel pipe, producing a dull thud. "All this belongs to me now. Any objections?" No one dared to respond. Yet, there was always 1 or 2 who lacked sense. A frail man, clutching a can of luncheon meat as if it were a lifeline. Muttered weakly, "Why should it be yours?" His voice was barely audible, but it reached Zhang Meng's ears. He turned, fixing a menacing glare on the man. "What did you say? I didn't catch that. Speak again." The man trembled in fear, but did not release his grip. With a swift motion, Zhang Meng brought the steel pipe crashing down. The pipe struck the man's head with a resounding thud. The man did not have a chance to scream. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed, blood gushing from his head and staining the floor. The can of luncheon meat tumbled away. Gasps of horror filled the room. Everyone was paralyzed by the gruesome sight, and several timid women began to tremble. Zhang Meng, wielding the still bloodied pipe, slowly surveyed each person. He spoke again, his voice thick with impatience. "Now, does anyone else have a problem? Who dares to oppose me?" This time, no one dared to utter a word, all shaking their heads fervently. Satisfied, Zhang Meng nodded and gestured to his lackeys. "Gather everything up for me. From this day forth, I am the one in charge of this building. Anyone who defies me will meet the same fate." In the villa, Suze set down his binoculars. The bloody scene on his phone screen elicited no change in his expression. He lifted a cup of milk that had long gone cold and drank it in one gulp. He had successfully ignited the tensions within the entire building using 2 bags of worthless supplies, drawing out the menace that was Zhang Meng. Suze understood that their provisions, brought back from the supermarket, had been spotted, and with a loose-lipped Aunt Lou around, everyone in Building 6 would surely learn of it. He wished to avoid disturbances to his current tranquil life, hence the scheme, but now he realized he must remain vigilant against Zhang Meng. If Zhang Meng posed a threat, he would have to find a way to eliminate him. At least for now, he could enjoy a semblance of peace. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Shuyun had quietly approached and witnessed the scene on his phone. Her once rosy complexion drained of color, her body trembling slightly. She gazed at Suze's overly calm profile, her lips moving without producing a sound. Suze turned to her, suddenly smiling. "Rest assured, you are safest here with me." Chapter 14. The underground parking lot transaction for an entire day. Wang Shuyun scarcely paused. Every corner of the villa had been meticulously tidied. Suze had reserved the largest master bedroom for himself. She held the clothes Suze had changed out of and a new set of bedding as she entered the spacious room, spreading the soft, thick comforter across the double bed. This was Suze's sanctuary. After making the bed, she gathered some boxes of clothing, intending to take them to the storage room on the first floor. These were all tasks Suze had entrusted to her. The boxes were not heavy, and as Wang Shuyun opened one to sort its contents, she discovered a collection of ordinary men's casual wear and sports attire. However, as she neared the bottom of the box, her fingertips brushed against an unusual, silky texture. The sensation was unlike cotton or any familiar fabric. Curiosity piqued. She extracted the item. It was a sheer black lace camisole, so scantily designed that even she, a married woman, felt her cheeks flush. Wang Shuyun's mind went blank. The garment in her hands feeling like a burning brand, nearly causing her to drop it. Her face turned a deep crimson, reaching from her ears to her neck. Instinctively, she delved deeper into the box. There was also a cat-eared lace bra, a thong adorned with a fluffy tail, and even a pair of fishnet stockings. Wang Shuyun felt her entire body heat up. Were these Suze's? What would a grown man want with such items? Who were they for? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. She envisioned Suze's calm, handsome face and his muscular form in the gym. She had thought Suze was merely a powerful, composed man worthy of trust in the apocalypse. Yet this discovery unveiled another side of him, one brimming with aggression and masculine allure. How shameless, Wang Shuyun muttered under her breath. In a flurry, she hastily shoved the incriminating items back into the box and quickly closed it. Clutching the box, she shoved it into the deepest corner of the storage room. She turned and, in a fluster, rushed into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to begin preparing dinner. Yet, her mind relentlessly replayed the scandalous garments and an uncontrollable thought, if those clothes were meant for me to wear. In reality, those items were not something Suze had purchased. They had been collected along with supplies during their supermarket excursion, unbeknownst to Suze himself. However, Wang Shuyun remained oblivious to this alternate space, believing them to be Suze's own acquisitions. Wang Xuyin took a moment to compose herself. Before long, she emerged from the kitchen with the last bowl of soup. The large dining table was already adorned with several dishes: a squirrel fish, dompa pork, a medley of stir-fried vegetables, and a plate of boiled bok choy. As the steaming bowl of lotus root and pork rib soup was placed steadily at the center of the table, Wang Shuyun untied her apron and gently settled Dandan into her high chair. Today, she adorned herself in a loose beige home sweater, with her long hair casually tied back, revealing a smooth and full forehead along with a slender, fair neck. Under the soft glow of the lights, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with a hint of moisture, showcasing less fatigue and more of the warmth and tranquility of home. In recent days, her transformation had been visibly remarkable. From a single mother, gripped by fear and struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world with her daughter, to a woman who could now peacefully explore recipes and prepare 3 meals a day for her family. This transition from hell to heaven radiated an astonishing grace and beauty from her. Suze smiled, picking up a piece of dompa pork, perfectly fried and glistening with sauce. Not bad, but there's still room for improvement, he remarked with a chuckle. Uncle Sue is lying. Mommy's cooking is the best. Dandan, with a spoon in hand, was eagerly shoveling rice in her mouth, her little face resembling that of a playful kitten. Upon hearing Suze's words, she immediately countered in her sweet voice, defending her mother. Yes, Dandan is right. Mommy's food is the absolute best in the universe. Suze was amused by her earnest expression and playfully pinched her cheek. Dandan erupted into a fit of giggles, filling the room with a joyful atmosphere. Wang Shuyun watched this scene, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. After dinner, while Wang Shuyun washed the dishes in the kitchen, Dandan played with a large stuffed bear on the soft carpet. Suze lounged on the sofa, flipping through television channels with the remote. The fire in the fireplace crackled warmly, enveloping the entire villa in comfort. However, Suze's mind began to stir with another concern. While he appeared to be changing channels, his thoughts raced with a pressing dilemma. Yes, it was firepower he was worried about. He possessed Vision Leap, allowing him to be elusive and void warehouse, where resources piled high. He also had this fortress-like villa secured by him. Yet his alternate space was not infinite. The resources would eventually deplete, necessitating another venture outside for supplies. The magnitude of his firepower would determine his strength in such endeavors. His most formidable weapon was merely a fire axe and a sharp kitchen knife acquired from the supermarket. These tools might suffice against ordinary people, but he couldn't be certain if other supernatural beings existed. If they did, would an axe and knife be of any use? He certainly couldn't propose a fair fight without powers. What if the opponent wielded a gun? Even if he could teleport, his attempts were limited, and once exhausted, he would be like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. The mere thought of this possibility made Suze restless. He had no doubt that in their desperation for resources, the starving would stop at nothing. In this apocalyptic world, he needed to arm himself with formidable firepower. He had to acquire guns. This thought struck him like a nail embedded in his heart. He required firearms. Many firearms, preferably high-impact weaponry, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even rocket launchers. All his unease stemmed from insufficient firepower. He gazed out the window, where the endless white snow blanketed everything. How could he venture out for supplies? Would he rely solely on his 2 legs? In the biting cold, though the snow barely reached his knees, traveling a few kilometers could lead to freezing to death on the road, not to mention encountering other dangers. Suze needed a robust vehicle capable of traversing the harsh conditions to safely seek out supplies. However, the private cars in the garage were questionable in their ability to start in such weather, let alone drive out. Damn it, without transportation, it's as if I'm trapped here, Suze muttered under his breath, surveying the luxurious yet secure villa, inhaling the lingering aroma of the meal, and listening to the sounds of running water and Dandan's laughter. His sense of urgency eased slightly. Perhaps it was not the right moment to panic. For now, they were undoubtedly safe, with ample supplies and a concealed shelter. Even if chaos erupted outside, it would not reach them immediately. He adjusted his position for greater comfort, took out his phone, and aimed to distract himself by browsing aimlessly. Habitually, he opened the long-dormant homeowners group chat. Just that glance caused his pupils to narrow sharply. A single message ignited the previously silent chat into a frenzy. The sender was none other than Wang Peng, the ostentatiously coiffed, rich second generation living above Suzhou. Wang Peng, everyone, ahem, are you all still alive? I have a bit of stock left. Instant noodles, biscuits, ham sausage. It's not much, but as neighbors, I can share some with you. The group erupted with excitement. Calling him Brother Wang with exaggerated familiarity, Wang Peng seemed to revel in the attention, leisurely sending a voice message filled with unabashed arrogance. I do have supplies. The price is negotiable. 1 pack of instant noodles for your jewelry or anything valuable. Or, you know what I mean. The group instantly shifted from pleading to cursing. Wang Peng quickly retorted, shut up. A bunch of broke losers. If you can't afford it, then scram. He then issued a final ultimatum. If you want to trade, come to the underground parking lot, Area B, tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Remember, only hard currency. Gold, silver, jewelry, luxury watches, or young, beautiful women. No exceptions. Suzhou stared at his phone screen, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. If it were merely Wang Peng, he would not regard him seriously. However, another face loomed in his mind, Zhang Meng. He vividly remembered that the plump, flamboyant Wang Peng often associated with the brutish Zhang Meng. One provided the funds, while the other provided the muscle, engaging in unsavory deeds within the community. Now, in this apocalypse, their collaboration was a recipe for disaster. Thus, this so-called trading event was undoubtedly backed by Zhang Meng. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Shiyun had finished washing the dishes and approached with a cup of hot tea, setting a plate of fruit gently on the coffee table before him. She glanced at Su Zhe's phone screen, catching sight of the chat records, and her previously warm smile instantly drained from her face. How dare this Wang Peng? Her brows furrowed, her voice laced with fear and disgust. He and that Zhang Meng. She was genuinely frightened. Are you going? Wang Shiyun was anxious that Wang Peng and Zhang Meng might ultimately target them. Don't worry. We are quite safe here, Su Zhe reassured her, observing the worry etched in her lovely peach blossom eyes. Do you think I would allow them to threaten us? His smile radiated a confidence that was unshakable. Before Wang Shiyun could respond, he continued, I do intend to go, but I am not going for a trade. Su Zhe rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the snow-covered community. His expression sharpened. The reason for his visit was not for Wang Peng's meager supplies. Rather, he sought to ascertain what kind of firepower Wang Peng and Zhang Meng wielded. How many of them were there? What was their most potent weapon? An axe or a gun? Only by personally verifying the threat levels could he find peace of mind. Otherwise, it would be like carrying a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment and jeopardize his tranquil existence. They fancied themselves as hunters, perceiving all their neighbors as mere prey. Su Zhe's voice was barely above a whisper. Just as well, I too am curious to ascertain whether these two self-important mutts can pose any threat to me. Should they indeed threaten me, I shall devise a means to eliminate them. Chapter 15. An instant kill. A stifling silence the following afternoon at 3 o'clock. In the underground parking lot, the emergency lights barely illuminated a section of the subterranean garage. Dozens of individuals had gathered in Area B of the parking lot. Each appeared gaunt and emaciated, swathed in every thick garment they could find, yet still trembling from the cold. On the periphery of the crowd, 2 figures had appeared unnoticed. A man and a woman, both clad in clean, substantial down jackets, their heads covered with hats and scarves, were tightly wrapped to protect themselves from the chill. They were none other than Su Zhe and Wang Shiyun, having stealthily emerged from their villa. As Wang Shiyun surveyed the scene before her, she instinctively tightened her grip on Su Zhe's arm. Although Su Zhe had insisted she stay home, she was resolute in her desire to witness the unfolding events. Su Zhe's expression remained indifferent as his gaze subtly scanned the entirety of Area B. There were 2 primary targets. Wang Peng, the rotund, ostentatious man, lounged carelessly in a boss's chair, exuding nothing but his weight and arrogance, rendering him utterly harmless. Zhang Meng, standing beside Wang Peng with arms crossed, resembled a surly black bear, his bulk indicating he was the principal source of potential violence. Three accomplices stood behind Zhang Meng, each exuding a menacing aura. Armed with sharpened steel pipes, clearly seasoned street fighters. In total, there were 5 individuals, their combat capabilities entirely manageable. The only variable lay in Su Zhe's focus, which ultimately landed on the pronounced bulge at Zhang Meng's waist. Though partially concealed by his unzipped down jacket, the outline suggested the presence of a holstered firearm. Could it be genuine? Su Zhe narrowed his eyes. In a world ravaged by chaos, any conceivable weapon must be treated as a grave threat. The conclusion rapidly crystallized in his mind. Should combat ensue, it must be resolved swiftly. If that were indeed a gun, he would employ his instantaneous movement to neutralize that individual with alacrity. Just as Su Zhe completed his assessment, a transaction commenced in the midst of the crowd. A bespectacled middle-aged man, summoning his courage, raised a Vacheron Constantine watch box in his hand. Wang Ge, I purchased this watch for over 300,000. Would you consider trading it for a box of instant noodles? Wang Peng did not even glance up, while Zhang Meng stepped forward, snatching the watch box and inspecting it before disdainfully spitting on the ground. What? Over 300,000? That's ancient history. Does this thing provide sustenance? I'll give you 5 packs of noodles. Take it or leave it. The middle-aged man dared not utter a word of protest, bowing and scraping as he accepted the 5 packs of instant noodles. Is there nothing else? If it lacks value, I will accept cash. Wang Peng reclined casually. 1 pack of noodles is 5,000. A can of food, 10,000. No credit accepted. Gasps of shock and low curses rippled through the crowd. This was outright robbery. Just as his words faded, one of Zhang Meng's subordinates swung a steel pipe, brutally assaulting a man who had dared to complain. The sound of anguished cries echoed through the parking lot. Whoever dares to speak out again will face the same fate. Zhang Meng snarled fiercely. Wang Peng relished the chaos, his depraved gaze roving over the women in the crowd, akin to a butcher selecting meat at a market. His attention landed on a young couple. The girl, though weary and haggard, still possessed an alluring countenance. Hey, that young man. Wang Peng pointed with his chin. Your girlfriend looks rather appealing. How about this? Let her spend 1 night with me, and I'll give you 2 bottles of water and these 2 packs of noodles. A lucrative deal, wouldn't you agree? The young man stood protectively behind his girlfriend, trembling with a mix of anger and fear, yet he dared not utter a word. At that moment, the notoriously chatty Lu Dama approached, her face plastered with a sycophantic smile, cradling a gold ring in her hands. Vang Yi, Dia Vang. This is all I have left, a cherished keepsake for my husband. Could you spare me 2 packs of noodles and 2 bottles of water? My grandson is on the brink of starvation. Wang Peng cast a disdainful glance at the ring, scoffing. Is this all you have? You think I'm a charity? He pointed at the small gold earrings dangling from Lu Dama's ears. Take those off too. We'll make a pair, and I'll give you noodles and water. Lu Dama's expression fell, tears welling in her eyes, but ultimately, hunger forced her to capitulate as she removed her earrings, handing them over with the ring. In exchange, she received 2 packs of noodles and 2 bottles of water. As she turned to leave, her gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd, only to freeze in place. Before she could utter a word, Wang Peng's attention had already been ensnared. It was none other than Wang Shuyan. Despite being wrapped tightly like a zongzi, her height of over 1.70 meters set her apart among the generally malnourished survivors. What was more captivating were her eyes, peeking out from beneath her hat, exuding an aura of trepidation and unease that only heightened her allure, akin to a startled doe, stirring the primal instincts of conquest within men. Damn! Wang Peng's gaze sharpened, instinctively rising from his seat, nearly drooling with greed. What a gem! Where did she come from? Zhang Meng followed his line of sight, momentarily stunned before recognizing the figure. Peng Ge, ISNT, that's Su Zhe from 1202 and his neighbor Wang Shuyan. Shusha! Wang Peng paused, a smug grin spreading across his face as the realization dawned. He recalled the loathsome wretch living beneath him. Wang Peng and Zhang Meng exchanged glances, each recognizing the glimmer of avarice in the other's eyes. Shusha! Wang Shuyan! Lu Dama finally seized her moment, shouting at the top of her lungs. What brings you here? Are you here to trade with Wang Gu as well? Her shout directed all eyes towards Su Zhe and Wang Shuyan. Zhang Ming grinned menacingly, leading his 3 lackeys to encircle them, effectively cutting off their escape. Well, if it isn't Su Zhe, Zhang Ming taunted, tapping his steel pipe against his palm with a rhythmic sound. What is this? A few days back, I seized your supplies and smashed your door. You're not satisfied, are you? Have you come here to reclaim your pride? Su Zhe ignored him, merely pulling Wang Shuyun closer behind him, his gaze calmly fixed on Wang Peng, as if the jabbering gorilla beside him was of no consequence at all. This blatant disregard irked Zhang Ming, yet Wang Peng chuckled with delight, savoring the moment. He sauntered down from his perch, scrutinizing Su Zhe from head to toe. TSK. A loser is still a loser. After just a few days, you look like a beggar. He gestured toward the pile of supplies at his feet, his tone laced with arrogance and condescension. Want some? Qu'avez instant noodles? A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Su Zhe's lips as he nodded slightly. His response immensely gratified Wang Peng's vanity. Wang Peng's gaze drifted past Su Zhe, lingering on Wang Shuyun, his eyes filled with a predatory hunger, as if he had already stripped her of her clothing. Wang Shuyun, you are such a beauty, with both looks and figure. How could you end up with such a useless loser in this apocalyptic world? He leaned in closer, greedily inhaling the faint fragrance that wafted from her. Why not come with me? You've seen for yourself. My supplies are plentiful. As long as you serve me well, I promise you a life filled with delicacies and pleasures, far superior to following this worthless wretch who can barely afford a meal. Wang Shuyun felt a shiver run down her spine under his filthy gaze, pressing her body even closer to Su Zhe's back. Wang Peng, noticing her silence, was not angered. Instead, he turned to Su Zhe with an even wider grin. How about this, loser? He patted Su Zhe on the shoulder, as if announcing a grand favor. You, let Wang Shuyun accompany me for one night, and I shall give you 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water. What do you think? Isn't this a bargain? Trading a second-hand item for sustenance for both of your lives. You won't find a deal like this even with a lantern. Zhang Ming behind him immediately joined in the raucous cheering. Exactly. If you let me sleep with Mengge for another night, I'll throw in a few extra cans. Let you taste some meat. Ha ha ha. The surrounding survivors dared not utter a word. The scene Wang Peng and Zhang Ming wished to see did not unfold. Su Zhe's expression remained unchanged. He merely smiled gently, a hint of mockery evident in that smile. I don't want it. He uttered those 4 words nonchalantly, grasped Wang Shuyun's hand, and turned to leave. Damn! Zhang Ming leaped up in anger. You're asking for trouble. Stop right there. He roared, infuriated. Damn it. Did I let you go? You ungrateful wretch. Attack. Kill him. Leave the woman. Before his words had faded, 3 of his underlings raised their steel pipes and viciously swung them toward the back of Su Zhe's head. Wang Shuyun let out a terrified scream, instinctively shutting her eyes. However, the anticipated cry of Su Zhe did not follow. Instead, there came 3 almost simultaneous, crisp cracking sounds, followed by a dull thud that was painfully jarring. Wang Shuyun abruptly opened her eyes. The sight before her left her breathless. Su Zhe remained in the stance of turning around, one hand still firmly shielding her behind him. His other hand, having shot out like a bolt of lightning, was now gripping the steel pipe of the 2 foremost thugs. Despite their faces turning red and exerting all their strength, the pipe did not budge an inch. Su Zhe's gaze transformed for the first time. No longer indifferent, it now exuded an extreme coldness. With a gentle exertion, the steel pipe was snatched from the thug's hands. The 2 thugs, unable to comprehend the ease with which their weapon was taken, had not even a moment to react. Su Zhe had already lifted his foot. Bang! That kick landed squarely on the chest of the 3rd thug rushing forward. The thug, weighing around 70 to 80 kilograms, was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck. After tracing a parabolic arc of over 5 meters in the air, he crashed down heavily onto a dust-covered Mercedes. Crash! A resounding noise echoed as the entire roof caved in, and the windows shattered into a million pieces. The thug slid to the ground, his chest caved in, blood frothing from his mouth. He convulsed twice before falling still. One move. Instant kill. The entire underground parking lot fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared at the surreal scene before them. The sneer on Zhang Meng's face froze. The smug expression on Wang Peng's face also solidified. Su Zhe took Wang Shuyun and left the so-called auction site, returning to the villa. Chapter 16. Whatever I desire comes to me. I am the chosen one of the apocalypse. Upon returning to the villa, the heavy armored door clicked shut behind them. The warm air enveloped them, causing Wang Shuyun's top body to relax suddenly. It was only then that she realized her hand was still tightly clasped around Su Zhe's. Su Zhe glanced down and did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath tickling her. "When will you let go?" His voice was soft yet electric, sending a shiver through Wang Shuyun, compelling her to release her grip. "I didn't mean to." She instinctively took a half step back, her cheeks flushing slightly. She stammered an explanation. It was really dangerous just now. They had weapons. The thought of those steel pipes swinging down towards Su Zhe's head filled her with dread. Dangerous? Su Zhe shrugged off his jacket and tossed it onto the sofa. He turned, his gaze calm as he looked at her. "Do I look like someone in danger? I think those fellows lying in the parking lot, moaning and groaning, might consider me the more dangerous one." Wang Shuyun gazed at Su Zhe, realizing that following him was indeed the wisest decision she had made. Back in the warm and cozy living room, her immediate instinct was to search for her daughter's presence. "Dian Dian, mommy is back," she called out twice. But the living room was empty, save for the crackling of the firewood in the fireplace. Her heart raced. "Dian?" The color drained from Wang Shuyun's face. Her once shy and charming eyes now filled with panic. She dashed into the children's room, but it was empty. She then ran into the kitchen, still finding no one. "Dian, Wang Dian, don't scare mommy." Her voice trembled with the onset of tears. Su Zhe's expression darkened. He had meticulously checked the villa's doors and windows, including the reinforced armored door, ensuring they were all securely locked. There were no signs of forced entry. A 4-year-old girl could not possibly wander out on her own. Could someone have entered while they were away? The thought sent a chill through Su Zhe's eyes, a cold, murderous intent brewing within him. The two searched upstairs and downstairs, rummaging through nearly every room, but could not find a trace of Dian. Wang Shuyun's tears began to spill uncontrollably. Just then, a series of intermittent sobs floated up from downstairs. The basement. Su Zhe and Wang Shuyun exchanged glances and rushed toward the staircase leading to the underground. The lights in the basement were off, leaving only a faint glow from the stairway. The cries emanated from a corner storage room. Su Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed she hadn't been abducted. He opened the slightly ajar storage door and pressed the switch on the wall. Pop! Bright lights instantly illuminated the entire storage area. There! He saw Dian curled up beside a giant tire, hugging her knees and sobbing. Upon seeing the light and the figures, the little girl cried, even louder, "Mommy!" Wang Shuyun tightly embraced her daughter, showering her with comforting words. Meanwhile, Su Zhe's gaze was fixated on the colossal object beside Dian, completely captivating him. His pupils constricted upon realizing what it was. It was a vehicle, an imposing, monstrous modified off-road vehicle. Its matte black finish, with sharp lines resembling those of a finely chiseled blade. The front was equipped with a reinforced bumper, complete with razor-sharp protrusions. The windows were covered with a dense metallic mesh. Most striking were the tires, significantly larger than those on a typical off-road vehicle, featuring deep, V-shaped treads designed for snow and mud. The entire chassis had been elevated by at least half a meter, giving it the appearance of a prehistoric beast poised to pounce. This contraption was unmistakably a killing machine designed for rampaging across the apocalyptic wasteland. Su Zhe's heart began to race uncontrollably. Wow, this capitalist truly crafted this villa for the apocalypse, and even modified an off-road vehicle. He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. This is truly a case of wanting something and having it come to fruition. Just moments ago, he was troubled by the lack of transportation. And now a perfect doomsday vehicle had been delivered right before his eyes. Su Zhe strode over, wrapping his arms around Wang Shuyun, who had just stood up after holding Dian. He planted a firm kiss on her tear-streaked cheek. Pop! The sound was crisp and resonant. Wang Shuyun felt her entire body freeze. The warm touch and the man's potent pheromonal presence rendered her mind utterly blank. Instantly, her face flushed with an intense heat. Clutching her daughter, she stood there foolishly, her enchanting, doe-like eyes filled with shyness. However, Su Zhe remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, his attention wholly captivated by the off-road vehicle. Wonderful. Sister Wang, did you see? We have a vehicle now. With this, I can venture out for supplies anytime. Just as Wang Shuyun felt utterly dazed from his kiss, a clear chime suddenly rang in Su Zhe's mind. Detecting a significant transformation in the bond with the cherished one, Wang Shuyun, with a marked increase in dependency and emotional connection. Bond level upgraded. LV2 to LV3. Reward calculation in progress. Void storage capacity expanded. 500 cubic meters to 1,500 cubic meters. Dimensional travel ability enhanced. Mental energy consumption reduced by 30. A warm current surged through Su Zhe's body, and he could distinctly sense that his connection with that alternate realm had tightened, while his mental energy surged. He gazed at the blushing and flustered Wang Shuyun, who held her daughter tightly, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. So this is how it works. The essence of upgrading this so-called cherished bond lies not merely in sheltering them, but in fostering an intrinsic sense of dependency and trust towards him, leading them to wholly embrace their feelings for him. In that fleeting moment, Wang Shuyun had traversed a spectrum of emotions, from fear to reassurance, despair over her daughter's disappearance, and finally, the overwhelming relief of having found her daughter, culminating in a passionate kiss that imparted her the most profound sense of security. This emotional roller coaster ultimately propelled her reliance on him past a critical threshold. In order to further enhance this cherished bond, he must protect Wang Shuyun with all his might, ensuring that she fully depends on him. Could it be that by sheltering other exquisite beauties, he could expedite the enhancement of this bond and potentially unlock other abilities? Was he destined to ascend to the pinnacle of life? If Wei Xiaobao could have 7 wives, why not him? With this thought, Su Zhe found himself laughing foolishly in the storage room. Meanwhile, in the cold, underground parking garage, several survivors had exchanged their belongings for a meager amount of food and fled in a panic. Zhang Ming fixed his gaze on the pool of blood on the ground, which had begun to congeal, and on his comrade, whose chest was caved in, lifeless and unable to close his eyes. Damn it, he spat through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Su Zhe, I want him dead. The 2 subordinates, whose wrists Su Zhe had twisted, limped over, their eyes filled with terror. Brother Meng, that guy is something else. His strength is inhuman. Shut up, Zhang Ming bellowed, slapping the speaker across the face. Something else? I don't care if he has something else. He killed my men. This is a slap in my face. If word gets out, who will listen to me anymore? He gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. Beside him, Wang Peng was already trembling with fear, his pale face fixated on the corpse. Brother Meng, maybe we should just let it go? That guy's a monster. We can't possibly fight him. You worthless coward. Zhang Ming grabbed Wang Peng by the collar, lifting his hefty body off the ground, and roared, Don't you want to kill him? Don't you want to have that little vixen under you? The moment he mentioned Wang Shuyun's stunning beauty and voluptuous form, a greedy flame reignited in Wang Peng's eyes, pushing aside his fear. I dream about it. Then stop with the defeatist talk. Zhang Ming threw him back to the ground. Go, gather our people. Damn it, how many can he fight? 10? 20? I don't believe he can withstand a knife. He patted the hard outline at his waist, a sinister look crossing his face. Even if he can fight, can he outrun my gun? Inside the villa, another scene unfolded. Wang Shuyun had returned to the warm living room with her daughter, repeatedly reminding her not to wander off again. The little girl, realizing her mistake, obediently nodded, sitting on the carpet with her stuffed bear engrossed in a cartoon. Meanwhile, Su Zhe settled into the driver's seat of the modified off-road vehicle. He pressed the ignition button, listening to the powerful roar as the vehicle shuddered slightly and the dashboard lit up. The engine sound, though still robust, was notably subdued, clearly designed with discretion in mind. After a thorough inspection, he found the vehicle in perfect condition, albeit with only half a tank of fuel. Satisfied, He turned off the engine and returned to the living room. Wang Shuyun was already busy in the kitchen, preparing dinner. Her graceful silhouette in an apron radiated charm under the soft lighting, though the faint blush on her cheeks had yet to fade since her return. Suze understood that it was a remnant of that earlier kiss. He chose not to address it, feeling a sense of pride instead. Now, the most pressing issue had a solution. He reclined on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and deftly opened the offline map. His fingers glided across the screen, quickly magnifying a red marker. Ning'an City, South District Public Security Bureau. The map indicated that this police station was approximately 5 kilometers from Eugene Community. Not too far. With this snow-covered behemoth, as long as the snowfall lightened a bit or ceased, he could make a round trip at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour in no more than 10 minutes. Suze's eyes sparkled with determination. He needed firepower, not a fire axe nor a kitchen knife, but weapons that could shred flesh and exert absolute dominance. Even if the station's armory lacked rifles or submachine guns, acquiring dozens of handguns and thousands of rounds should pose no issue. When the time came, he would arm himself in this fortress with formidable firepower. Zhang Ming, Wang Peng. Although Zhang Ming might have a gun, and given their recent conflict, Suze knew trouble was brewing, so he needed to secure arms and ammunition first, preparing to eliminate any threats that came his way. Chapter 17. A turtle in a jar? Who truly is the turtle? At 6 in the morning, the villa maintained a comfortable temperature of around 26 degrees, thanks to the fireplace. Suze, bare-chested, sweat glistening on his muscular frame, was engaged in his daily strength training in a private gym on the basement level. Following the red rain, his physical capabilities had been thoroughly enhanced, and the sensation of growing stronger each day brought him immense satisfaction. After completing his final set of pull-ups, he casually grabbed a towel to wipe off the sweat before heading to the bathroom for a hot shower. In the kitchen, a graceful figure was busy at work. Wang Shuyun, wearing a pink apron, showcased her remarkable waist-to-hip ratio. Hearing footsteps, she turned around, her fair face adorned with a gentle smile, the corners of her enchanting eyes curving slightly. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Today, I made bacon and eggs. Her voice was soft, soothing to the ears. All right. Suze nodded and made his way to the living room, sinking into the sofa and picking up his phone, which was charging. Unlocking it, he opened WeChat. The owner group had accumulated 999 messages, the glaring red number catching his eye. He tapped in, observing the rewards within, reminiscent of a group of monkeys jumping around. Time to eat. Wang Shuyun emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 plates adorned with golden fried eggs and sizzling bacon, accompanied by a cup of steaming milk. She placed the dishes before Suze, her gaze falling upon the content displayed on his phone. They even offered a reward for your whereabouts? Wang Shuyun inquired with concern. Pay them no mind. They are merely a bunch of monkeys, making noise without substance. Suze replied calmly as he savored his breakfast. By the way, after I finish, I must step out. If I am not back before noon, there is no need to prepare lunch for me. Wang Shuyun bit her lip, her beautiful peach blossom eyes brimming with worry. Do you truly have to go? Suze lifted his head, the chill in his expression melting away, replaced by his usual composure and tranquility. He picked up his knife and fork, leisurely slicing a piece of bacon before chewing thoughtfully. I must attend to a matter, but Wang Peng and the others are searching for you outside. It's too dangerous to go out now. Her voice trembled with anxiety. Suze chuckled softly, setting down his utensils and gently pinching her cheek. Sister Shuyun, remember, in this world, only we can make others feel threatened. They are merely a pack of barking dogs, unworthy of my attention. His nonchalant words sent a jolt through Wang Shuyun's heart. The man before her, though younger by a few years, exuded an aura of power and control that instilled an unprecedented sense of security and reliance within her. Uncle, are you going out? A little girl, who had unknowingly awakened, slowly descended the stairs, rubbing her eyes, dressed in a pink cartoon pajamas, and approached with an innocent voice. Suze scooped her up and placed her on his lap. I'm going out to fetch something, not to play. He playfully tickled her nose. But I want a gift. Can you bring me something, Uncle? The little girl clung to Suze's neck, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course. What gift you wish for? I want a singing Barbie doll. My previous one got broken. she replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. He kissed her forehead. All right, I promise to bring you a brand new singing Barbie doll. Let us seal it with a pinky promise. After breakfast, Suze donned his down jacket and made his way to the private garage on the basement level. After confirming that the villa's security system was fully operational, he settled into the modified off-road vehicle. With a turn of the key, the engine roared to life with a deep, resonant growl. He ensured that the villa was securely locked, opened the garage door, and drove out. From behind countless windows, gaunt faces peered out. What sound is that? Holy crap. It's a car. Who the hell still has fuel? Just then, a black modified vehicle slowly cruised from the direction of the villa complex onto the main road of the community. Car. There's a car. I see it. How incredibly imposing. Whose is it? The man with the binoculars suddenly shouted, his fingers clumsily typing in the group chat. It's Suze. Oh my god. It's Suze from 1201. P.S. driving. The group chat erupted in chaos. What's going on? Shusha. That broke guy? Where did he get that car? It looks absolutely stunning. Lu Tsuafen exclaimed. Oh, come on, it must be stolen. That car came from the villa area. It must belong to some wealthy boss, and this kid managed to swipe it. Lu Dama's declaration illuminated the minds of all present. Of course, I said it. How could a loser like him possibly own such a vehicle? Damn it, this kid has gotten incredibly lucky, sneaking into the villa to swipe this treasure. In Wang Peng's suite in Building 7, Zhang Ming suddenly jumped up, grabbing a machete from the corner. Damn it, that little brat actually got his hands on something good. Let us go, brothers, grab your weapons, and block him at the front gate. We must capture him along with the car. Wait. Wang Peng seized Zhang Ming, a glint of cunning and calculation flashing across his chubby face. Don't be impulsive. Impulsive? Zhang Ming's eyes blazed with fury. What if he drives off with that amazing car? He won to escape. Wang Peng lowered his voice. Think about it. What is he going out for? Zhang Ming hesitated. To find supplies? Exactly. Wang Peng exclaimed, smacking his thigh, his flesh jiggling. P.S. risking his life to act as our transport captain. If we rush out and scare him away, PLL just hit the gas and we 1T get a thing. Let him go. Greed glimmered in Wang Peng's eyes. Let him toil outside, filling the car to the brim, and when he returns, we'll know where he truly resides. Then the car, the house, everything will be ours. Right? By then, that car, the house, the supplies, and even his beautiful partner will all belong to us. Zhang Ming's face twisted into a sinister grin. You're devious. All right, it's settled. Wang Peng smirked with satisfaction and immediately issued commands in the group chat. Everyone stays home. Do not move. Anyone who dares to disturb Suze and ruin my plans will be the first to face my wrath. Follow young Master Wang's orders. Let that kid scout ahead. When he returns, we'll feast together. Though reluctant, the group understood the gravity of the situation and recognized Wang Peng and Zhang Ming's authority, deeming the plan sound. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat of the modified vehicle, Suze deftly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand while scrolling through the group chat on his phone with the other. A cold, mocking smile graced his lips as he grasped Wang Peng and Zhang Ming's scheme. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Truly, they were a clever bunch of monkeys. He tucked away his phone, opened the map, searched for the Ning and City South District Public Security Bureau, and confirmed its location. With a firm press on the accelerator, the modified vehicle roared and sped out of the community. A meticulously prepared welcome ceremony awaited him behind, and Suze was fully prepared to reciprocate their thoughtful arrangements. Chapter 18. The first shot of the apocalypse, emptying the Paradise warehouse. The ground was blanketed in thick snow, nearly high enough to submerge half the tires of an ordinary car. Yet, for Suze's vehicle, this posed no challenge whatsoever. This snow-ready off-road vehicle, heavily modified by its previous owner, was practically born for such dreadful weather. The widened treaded snow tires crunched over the snow, exhibiting remarkable traction. The vehicle's intimidating V-shaped plow sliced through the accumulated snow ahead with ease, pushing it aside and carving a distinct path. Suze gripped the steering wheel with one hand, feeling as if he were piloting an icebreaker on land, remarkably steady. Occasionally encountering unfortunate private cars completely buried in snow. With only their roofs visible, he didn't even bother to adjust the steering wheel, simply driving over them. A crunch echoed as the vehicle jolted slightly, accompanied by the screech of twisted metal, before silence returned. Outside, the temperature plummeted to a frigid hell, with wind and snow cutting like knives. Inside, the air conditioning maintained a stable 26 degrees, warm as spring. Suze even removed his heavy down jacket, clad only in a thin sweatshirt, reclining on the soft leather seats. The capitalist truly had a flair for the extravagant. This vehicle, both inside and out, exuded an air of luxury and defiance, proclaiming, "I shall live better than you." Suze admired it immensely. Not long after, the destination displayed on the navigation map, Ning'an-shi, Chengnan, Chu-gong, and Fenju, manifested amidst the swirling snow. The outline of the gray-white building emerged through the blizzard. The electric retractable gate at the entrance of the police station stood intact, quietly closed, while several police cars parked in the courtyard were blanketed with a thick layer of snow. Everything appeared eerily tranquil, which heightened Suze's vigilance. He parked his vehicle at a discreet alley several hundred meters away, confirming that no one was around before he concentrated. The modified car before him vanished in an instant, absorbed into his 1,500 cubic meter void warehouse. After completing this, he retrieved a fire axe from the space, gripped it firmly, and silently blended into the wind and snow, cautiously making his way toward the police station's courtyard. The entire police station and office building were hauntingly silent. Apart from the sound of his own footsteps and the wind, there were no other noises. The ground was clean and devoid of any signs of struggle. It resembled an ordinary office building that had been forgotten by everyone after work. Its stillness unsettling. Suze furrowed his brow. This unnatural calm was more disconcerting than a scene of chaos. He had no time to ponder further. His objective was clear: the armory. Based on his observations from various police and gangster films and novels, such an armory was typically located underground or in the most secure areas. After considerable effort, Suze finally discovered an extraordinarily heavy steel door on the first basement level. The mechanical lock, thicker than his arm, would have left any survivor in despair. Yet it posed no challenge to Suze. He approached the door, placing his hand upon it. Retrieve. Accompanied by a slight drain of mental energy, the massive steel door, weighing several tons along with its frame, vanished into thin air, revealing a weapon storage room of over 20 square meters. A faint scent of gun oil wafted toward him. Rows of neatly arranged gun racks were filled with black standard-issue weapons. To the left was the handgun section, entirely stocked with 92 Type pistols, at least 50 or 60 in number, each with a spare magazine beneath its designated spot. Fantastic! Suze couldn't help but exclaim softly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He picked up a 92 Type pistol, its cold touch and substantial weight instilling an unprecedented sense of security within him. This was far superior to the fire axe. To the right lay the long gun section. Several 79 Type submachine guns hung quietly, their compact and formidable frames exuding lethal allure. This was a close combat weapon of mass destruction. In the innermost corner, a dozen olive green ammunition boxes were stacked. Suze approached and pried one open, revealing neatly arranged yellow brass cartridges that gleamed enticingly under the warehouse lights. Handgun rounds, submachine gun rounds, and even several boxes of tear gas and rubber bullets for riot guns were present. Without a moment's hesitation, he swept his hand. Retrieve, everything. The gun racks, handguns, submachine guns, and ammunition boxes were all frantically collected into his void warehouse. In less than a minute, the entire armory was stripped bare. After completing this, Suze let out a satisfied sigh. With these formidable tools, he felt confident enough to confront not only Zhang Meng and his crew, but even a small army. He extracted a 79 Type submachine gun and 4 or 5 fully loaded magazines from the void, securing 2 92 Type pistols at his waist, transforming seamlessly from an apocalyptic civilian to a mobile armory. Exiting the police station, it was still just past 10 in the morning, earlier than anticipated. Time was on his side. He couldn't afford to waste it. Suze pulled out his phone and opened the offline map. His finger glided across the screen, avoiding the large supermarkets in the city that had undoubtedly been scavenged countless times, finally marking a location in a remote suburban area, Hualien Supermarket's suburban storage center. He recalled this place from his university days when he had worked as a part-time mover over a summer to earn living expenses. It was secluded and desolate, making it nearly impossible for ordinary survivors to stumble upon. This was the perfect spot. Suze released the modified vehicle from the void, activated the navigation, and pressed the accelerator, racing toward the new destination. The warehouse was on the outskirts of the city, significantly farther than the police station. By the time Suze arrived, it was already 1 in the afternoon, having driven for nearly 2 hours. A massive warehouse loomed in the wilderness. The large, rusted iron lock at the entrance remained intact, covered in snow, showing no signs of damage. I hit the jackpot. Suze felt a surge of joy, increasingly convinced that this was an untouched area. He quickly consumed a simple meal in his vehicle. Then, employing the same tactic, he stored the car in the void and took out the fire axe, striking the large lock with force. With a crisp clang, the iron lock snapped. He pushed open the heavy iron door, and a long-forgotten smell rushed out to greet him. Inside the warehouse stood towering shelves filled with various goods, a sight that would be paradise for any apocalypse survivor. Suze did not rush to indiscriminately collect items. Although the 1,500 cubic meter space was ample, he knew better than to hoard supplies without thought. Given that it was still early, he began to survey the shelves, collecting only the necessities. He gathered compressed biscuits, canned foods, and dehydrated vegetables, items he typically wouldn't consume, yet were invaluable in the apocalypse. He collected as much bottled water, energy drinks, and medical supplies as he could. Toilet paper, sanitary pads, and disinfectants were also essential for Wang Jie. He collected those too. As he walked, he swept the desired items into the void warehouse in batches. Passing through the toy section, his footsteps paused briefly as he spotted some Barbie dolls he wanted to take. He recalled the eager eyes of Xiao Diandian before his departure. "Uncle promises to bring you something back." A gentle smile unconsciously crept on his Suze's lips. Instead of directly placing the Barbie doll into the void, he carefully took it down, found a clean plastic bag, and prepared to personally hand it to the little girl. He also searched for several oversized woven bags, filling them with various snacks and daily necessities to use as a ruse. At the end of the warehouse was a cold storage room. He pulled open the heavy door, despite the power being out. The frigid air rushed out due to the cold weather. Inside were rows of pork, beef, chicken, and duck, as well as various frozen seafood, all solidly frozen. "Now I can have hot pot every day." Suze's eyes sparkled as he unabashedly emptied the entire cold storage. Just as he was preparing to leave, a rhythmic and strange banging sound echoed from the farthest corner of the warehouse. Suze's nerves instantly tightened. He swiftly drew a 92 Type pistol from his waist, disengaged the safety, and chambered around. The cold firearm in his grip provided him with boundless confidence. He treaded lightly, using the shelves for cover as he cautiously approached the source of the noise. The sound originated from an office at the back of the warehouse. Through the dust-covered glass window, Suze saw a figure moving back and forth, repeatedly crashing against what appeared to be an exceptionally sturdy security door. A survivor? Suze frowned, raising his weapon as he cautiously drew closer. When he reached the office door and caught a glimpse of the person inside, even with his mental preparation, he was still taken aback. That was no longer a human. It was clearly a zombie, dressed in a tattered warehouse security uniform. Its face was so decayed that its features were unrecognizable, and its gray-white skin clung tightly to its bones like wax. A low growl emanated from the zombie as it sensed the presence of an outsider outside the door. It abruptly turned its head towards Suze, becoming increasingly agitated, slamming its head and body against the glass window of the office with frenzied determination. The sound of its assault rang out in sharp thuds against the tempered glass, creating an unsettling resonance. Suze observed the chaotic figure behind the glass, feeling no fear, but rather a profound sense of relief. Thankfully, it was merely an ordinary zombie, confined and harmless. A notion that had lingered in his mind for some time finally found resolution in this moment. In this apocalyptic world, the existence of zombies had indeed materialized. Yet, a new perplexity arose. Something felt amiss. According to the logic of the apocalyptic novels he had read, Once the zombie virus erupted, widespread infection and carnage should ensue. Why, then, was the first zombie he encountered confined within this obscure office in a remote warehouse? It was utterly illogical. Suze's gaze sharpened as he raised his .92 pistol, aiming steadily at the grotesquely decayed head beyond the glass. Regardless of the secrets lurking behind, the immediate threat must be neutralized first. This was his inaugural shot in the apocalypse. A deafening gunshot shattered the silence of the desolate warehouse. The bullet pierced through the thick tempered glass, leaving behind a gaping hole. The zombie's head exploded in a spray of dark crimson blood, akin to a smashed watermelon, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. Suze observed the scene with a stoic expression, then lowered his gun. This apocalypse seemed to differ significantly from the narratives he had previously encountered. Chapter 19. If you wish to fight, I shall indulge you. Suze tossed the last few boxes of supplies, serving as decoys, onto the vehicle and glanced at his watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon. He had spent over 2 hours in the warehouse. As he stepped out of the warehouse doors, a biting cold wind swept in, accompanied by swirling snowflakes. Suze instinctively squinted his eyes. In the distance, he noticed a faint crimson mist, seemingly in motion. He recalled that this red fog had not been present upon his arrival. Puzzlement washed over him, yet he did not dwell on it. The sky was rapidly darkening, and navigating the treacherous roads at night in such poor visibility posed considerable danger. With a hum, Suze retrieved the modified off-road vehicle from the empty warehouse. He jumped into the driver's seat and grabbed the phone charging on the center console. As the screen lit up, several messages from Wang Shuyan appeared. His phone had been on silent, and he had been too engrossed in his scavenging to notice. He opened the chat window. Wang Shuyan, Suze, where are you now? 12:30 p.m. Wang Shuyan, the weather seems to be getting worse. If you're done, please come back early. 2:10 p.m. Wang Shuyan, why Haven Tea replied. 3:45 p.m. The palpable anxiety and concern in her messages nearly spilled from the screen. With one hand on the steering wheel, he quickly typed a response. Suze, don't worry, I'm on my way back now. I've finished everything here. The message was sent, and a reply came almost instantly. Wang Shuyan, that's wonderful. I'm glad you're safe. I'll prepare something delicious for you when you return. She even added a praying emoji. Shusha smiled, stowing his phone away and gazing ahead. He cast a glance back at the mountain of supplies piled in the warehouse, feeling immensely satisfied. This all would allow him to live comfortably for quite some time, not to mention the sense of security provided by those formidable weapons. Now, even if Zhang Meng and Wang Peng had a few tricks up their sleeves, Suze was confident he could handle them with ease. As for the zombie confined in the office, its circumstances puzzled him. According to the tropes he had encountered in novels, zombies should be rampant, overwhelming the world. Why did it seem more like a rare and protected species? He chose not to dwell on it. For now, nothing was more pressing than returning to the villa. The dusk descended rapidly, complicating his journey home. What should have been a 2-hour drive stretched into nearly 3. When the familiar outline of the community emerged through the snow and wind, he parked the vehicle discreetly around a corner and retrieved his binoculars. The entrance to the community was deserted. It appeared that Wang Peng and his foolish companions indeed intended to wait for his return before causing trouble. Shusha chuckled coldly, driving directly into the underground entrance of the villa area and parking in his private garage. The heavy garage door descended slowly. Suze turned off the engine, retrieved a beautifully packaged Barbie doll from the passenger seat, opened the door leading to the basement, and stepped into the villa. Almost immediately after the lock clicked, hurried footsteps echoed from the living room. Wang Shuyan, clad in a pink apron, with her hair casually tied back, revealing her fair neck, bore an expression of anxiety. Upon seeing Suze standing there unharmed, her lovely eyes instantly welled with tears. You're finally back. Before Suze could utter a word, a small figure darted out from behind Wang Shuyan. Uncle. The little one, dressed in pink cartoon pajamas, bounded over like a small cannonball, wrapping her arms around Suze's leg and tilting her adorable face upwards, where her gaze fell upon the Barbie doll in Suze's hand. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, it's a Barbie doll. A sinjing Barbie doll. The little girl's exclamation was filled with pure joy. Suze chuckled and knelt down to present the doll to her. I promised you, didn't I? Thank you, uncle. You are the best uncle in the world. The little one tiptoed to plant a kiss on Suze's cheek before scampering back to the living room to unwrap the gift. Only Suze and Wang Shuyan remained. She stepped forward to help Suze out of his down jacket and hung it on a rack. Is it dangerous outside? She asked softly. Not too bad, Suze replied, diverting the topic. I had a good haul today. The supplies are in the car, but I can't carry them alone. Wang Jia, I need your help. He refrained from mentioning the gun from the police station or the zombie in the warehouse. There was no need to heighten her fear. All right, I'll help you. Upon hearing about moving supplies, Wang Shiyun's spirits lifted and a smile graced her face. Meanwhile, in Building 7, within Wang Peng's suite, a potent aroma of instant noodles mingled with the stench of sweat, saturating the entire room. Wang Peng lounged with his legs crossed, slurping noodles while fixated on his phone. Zhang Meng gnawed on a chicken leg, now reduced to mere bones, grease smeared across his mouth. Ding dong. Zhang Meng's phone on the table chimed. Huang Mu, Meng Yi. Peng Xiao. He back. That bastard has returned. He drove straight into the villa area. Damn. Zhang Meng excitedly tossed the chicken bone aside, splattering grease everywhere. Finally, I've been waiting so long I could scream, he bellowed, seizing a machete from the corner. Let us go. Peng Xiao, gather the brothers. We're going to deal with him right now. That car, that villa, and that little girl he's hiding are all ours. What is the rush? Wang Peng burped, wiping his greasy mouth with the back of his hand. Can't you just calm down? Zhang Meng's eyes blazed with intensity. What if that kid runs away again tomorrow? He can't escape. Wang Peng let out a cold laugh. Just think about it. He has gone out today, working hard, and his car must be loaded with supplies. Would he willingly run away? Moreover, if we rush over now in the dark, what if he uses his superior vehicle to make an escape? Can our two legs outrun four wheels? Zhang Meng was momentarily stunned. What do you suggest we do then? Let him be. Let him unload all the supplies from the car and move them into that turtle shell. Allow him a comfortable night as sleep filled with sweet dreams. A sinister grin spread across Wang Peng's face. Tomorrow morning, we will gather everyone and block the entrance to the villa. We'll catch him in a trap. By then, that car, that house, the room full of supplies, and his voluptuous beauty will all belong to us. We won't even need to exert ourselves to move them. He chuckled. Zhang Meng revealed a lewd smile, as if he could already see Wang Shuyun crying and begging for mercy in front of him. Impressive. You outshine me once again, Peng Xiao. Damn, your brain works better than my muscles. Wang Peng immediately sent a message in their group chat. Everyone, stay home. No one is to go out. That brat Suze is back, and tomorrow morning, on my command, we will pay him a visit. Anyone who dares to ruin my plans will be the first to face my wrath. Zhang Meng replied. We all follow Peng Xiao. Rest well today and gather your strength. Tomorrow, we will treat our brothers to the finest food and the most beautiful women. The group chat erupted with excitement, filled with flattery and agreement, as if they had already defeated Suze in the villa's basement garage. When Wang Shuyun followed Suze inside and saw the bulging woven bags he had taken from the car, her eyes widened in disbelief. What is all this? Just an appetizer, Suze smiled, opening one of the bags. With a rustle, chips, chocolates, beef jerky, self-heating hot pot, and a variety of colorful ingredients tumbled out, forming a small mountain. Wang Shuyun instinctively covered her mouth, rendered speechless by shock. How much food is this? And there's more. Suze opened another bag, revealing packs of bottled water, energy drinks, and various vacuum-sealed ready-to-eat meals. As he opened the third and fourth bags, Wang Shuyun was left utterly speechless. Everything before her felt like a dream. In a world where people fought over a pack of expired instant noodles, had Suze truly brought back an entire medium-sized supermarket? Suze, how did you manage this? She gazed at him with admiration. Suze merely smiled, enjoying the look of awe in her eyes. It was more fulfilling than any verbal praise. Sister Wang, from today on, do whatever you wish without worrying about saving. I have ways to acquire more supplies. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Our better days are just beginning. Wang Shuyun looked at this man and then at the pile of supplies, her eyes once again brimming with tears. Just as her emotions surged, Suze suddenly remembered something, turned back to the SUV, and opened the passenger door. He retrieved several exquisite black boxes from the storage compartment and returned. Oh, and this. He casually handed one of the boxes to Wang Shuyan. Instinctively, she accepted it and looked down to see a weighty black glass bottle, emblazoned with a familiar gold-embossed HR logo. Helena Blackband. As a woman, especially one of beauty, she knew precisely what this meant. A bottle costs several thousand. And now, in this apocalypse, when everyone regarded even a clean tissue as treasure, Suze had brought this back? Previously, at work, she had heard her female colleagues rave about its effectiveness. Shusha spoke Geshudi. I passed by a mall counter today while looking for supplies and saw it was still quite new, so I just grabbed a few bottles for you. Wang Shiyun's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. She bit her lip and looked up, her beautiful eyes misting over. He not only wanted her to survive, he wanted her to thrive, to live with dignity, to feel cherished like a woman held in the palm of his hand. In this moment, the security brought by food was completely overshadowed by a more intense, fiery emotion. Chapter 20, A Wall Apart, You Eat Snow, I Drink Love Fight. Suze had a premonition. Zhang Ming and Wang Peng's group would surely come today. Just as well, Suze had been harboring a heavy stone in his heart. Although this villa was luxurious and sturdy, it was not built by him. It was merely as spoils of war taken during the apocalypse. How strong was it? Could it withstand a genuine attack? Today was the perfect opportunity to test it. If it couldn't withstand, Suze's gaze turned cold. That was fine. The several Type 79 submachine guns and ammunition lying quietly in his storage could not be underestimated. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Suze awoke. Uncharacteristically, he did not head to the gym, but instead lounged on the soft couch in the living room, holding a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee, with a tablet resting on the coffee table before him. The screen displayed a clear 360-degree monitoring view of the villa's surroundings in a 9-grid format. Everything appeared normal. The security system's power supply was stable, and all doors and windows were secured at the highest level. Although he had confidence in the villa, his cautious nature demanded absolute certainty. After all, in this apocalypse, even the slightest oversight could lead to death. At 9 in the morning, just as Suze had predicted, a group of moving shadows appeared on one corner of the surveillance screen. Zhang Ming and Wang Peng had arrived at the villa's entrance with a dozen young men. They wore thick down jackets, their noses running from the cold, yet they exuded an excitement and greed akin to hungry wolves. They were armed with makeshift weapons, iron rods, steel pipes, and fire axes. Damn it, this is the place. Look at this grand villa. That bastard Suze lives here? What gave him the right? A young thug with yellow hair spat on the villa. Enough chatter, Zhang Ming shouted. Let us break open that rusty iron gate. There was a small iron door on the villa's perimeter, seemingly just for decoration. Several thugs rushed forward and pried it open with steel pipes. With a loud clang, the lock was smashed, and a swarm of people surged inside, standing before a floor-to-ceiling window. The villa's exterior wall was almost entirely a massive glass surface, allowing a clear view of the interior. When Zhang Ming and Wang Peng's group looked through the immaculate glass, everyone froze. Inside the warm, bright living room, Suze sat casually on the sofa in a thin black short-sleeved shirt, holding a glass of red wine. The fireplace behind him crackled softly. Outside, it was a frigid hell of -degrees, yet inside was a paradise warm as spring. The sight before them made Wang Peng and Zhang Ming's faces flush with envy. Damn, this guy knows how to live it up. Wang Peng's chubby face was filled with greed. A fireplace. He is actually burning a fireplace. This villa, these supplies, they must be ours today. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the direction of the kitchen. It was Wang Shuyan. She donned a pink cartoon apron that accentuated her already breathtaking curves. Her long hair was casually pinned up with a hairpin, revealing her fair and slender swan-like neck. Wang Shuyan wore no makeup, yet she appeared more enchanting than any heavy cosmetic application. Her peach blossom eyes widened in fear upon catching sight of the throng of people outside the window. Zhang Ming swallowed hard, while the gang of subordinates behind him seemed to have their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. their breaths growing heavy with excitement. Goodness, this girl is stunning. Damn. Suze truly knows how to indulge himself. Brother Peng, Brother Ming, we must seize this woman today. With a figure and face like that, she would never become tiresome. A barrage of crude remarks erupted from their lips. Wang Shiyun's complexion turned pale as she instinctively retreated 2 steps. Sister Wang, do not be afraid. Suze's voice rang out. He did not even turn around, merely giving a slight shake of the wine glass in his hand. Take Dian Dian upstairs to the bedroom. Lock the door, and put on your headphones to watch some cartoons. All right. Wang Shiyun glanced at Suze, then hastily picked up Dian Dian and ascended the stairs. It was only after hearing the sound of the bedroom door locking that Suze turned to face the group outside, who resembled a band of clowns. Oh, Brother Wang. Brother Zhang, he said with a smile that barely reached his eyes, his voice low enough to be transmitted through the tablet to the loudspeaker outside. What brings you two here today? I seem to have neglected to prepare bowls and chopsticks for you. Suze, stop pretending to be innocent. Zhang Ming shouted, brandishing a machete. If you know what's good for you, come out now. Hand over the house, the supplies, and that little vixen of yours. I'm in a good mood today. I might spare your miserable life. Wang Peng echoed, exactly. Suze, don't push your luck. Look at your scrawny frame. Our brothers could turn you into mush with a single kick. Why bother? Suze appeared to ignore their raucous threats, savoring a sip of red wine and emitting a contented sigh. Ah, the 1982 law fight truly has a distinctive flavor. With someone performing for me, it tastes even better. Suze's indifference ignited Zhang Meng's fury. Damn it, you insolent fool. Brothers, smash it. Break this glass. Zhang Ming's initial intention was to preserve the glass wall, but seeing Suze's nonchalant demeanor, he discarded that thought. Smash it. Following the command, a dozen subordinates charged forward, swinging their steel pipes forcefully at the massive floor-to-ceiling glass. The sound of metal striking glass echoed, but to their astonishment, the glass remained unscathed, as if it were a thick steel plate. Not a scratch marred its surface. While several of the overly enthusiastic subordinates felt the jarring recoil, numbing their hands and nearly dropping their weapons. What the hell? Is this really glass? It's harder than stone. After a dozen blows, everyone was panting, yet the glass wall still looked brand new, without even a single mark. Suze, seeing this, finally relaxed, a smile gracing his face. Impressive. This villa, indeed, lives up to its reputation as a fortress of the apocalypse. Zhang Ming, witnessing this scene, felt his rage boil over. Pushing aside one of his subordinates, he drew a black handgun from behind his waist. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. He aimed the gun at Suze's smiling face hidden behind the glass. You little brat, thought you could act tough? Today, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. A deafening gunshot rang out, shattering the tense silence. The bullet, trailing a streak of flame, struck the glass. Yet, the next moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. Upon impact, the bullet did not penetrate or leave a hole, but merely produced a sharp sound, bursting forth a small spark. Then, the bullet ricocheted back. A muffled thud echoed as one of the yellow-haired subordinates beside Zhang Ming let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his thigh and collapsing to the ground. Blood instantly soaked his pants, standing out starkly against the white snow. My leg. My leg is broken. The subordinate writhed on the ground in agony. Instantly, the area before the villa fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Wang Peng's face twitched, his eyes wide with incredulous terror. Zhang Ming, too, was dumbfounded, staring at his handgun and then back at the glass wall, feeling as though his entire worldview had been shattered. What on earth is this? At that moment, Suze slowly rose from his seat. With a wine glass in hand, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, facing the stunned crowd just a wall away. He regarded them with cold eyes, as if observing a horde of ants. Brother Wang, Brother Zhang, he began, his voice tinged with impatience. You are not welcome here. Do you not understand human language? If you do not leave now, I shall not be courteous. Chapter 21. It is not that I do not wish to kill you, but rather I wish to continue playing with you. Suze gazed at the group outside, his smile growing ever colder. He spoke into the loudspeaker. If you do not leave, I shall not hesitate to act. Not hesitate to act? Ha ha! Zhang Ming erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, pointing at Su Zhe with derision while laughing with Wang Peng and the gang. Brothers, did you hear that? This coward wants to act tough. If you're so capable, why not come out? Wang Peng's fat face twisted into a sneer. Exactly. Shusha, don't think hiding in your shell makes you formidable. We're standing right here. I am eager to see how you plan to act tough. Their subordinates chimed in, egging them on. To them, no matter how sturdy the glass wall appeared, it was merely a turtle's shell. As long as Su Zhe did not dare to come out, they believed they could do whatever they pleased. Is that so? Su Zhe arched an eyebrow, and the smile vanished from his face. He looked at the group of foolish clowns and shook his head in resignation. Since you wish to play so badly, I shall indulge you. Su Zhe picked up the tablet from the sofa, gently tapping the screen. It was not hot water or any mechanism. He merely pressed the button for the villa's exterior cleaning system. With a faint hum, dozens of precision nozzles beneath the eaves sprang to life. What sprayed forth was not water, but a special mist comprising a potent de-icing agent and surfactant, enveloping everyone in front of the villa. What the hell is this? Ugh, what's that smell? Zhang Ming and Wang Peng were suddenly doused with the liquid, instinctively wiping their faces. At first, they felt nothing amiss. However, mere seconds later, an icy sensation seeped through their soaked clothing. The powerful de-icing agent, under such frigid conditions, initiated a heat-absorbing chemical reaction. As it melted the surrounding ice and snow, it voraciously absorbed their body heat. Achoo! So cold. Damn it. My hands. I can't feel my hands. Brother, I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. The once arrogant subordinates now wore ashen faces, their lips tinged with a bluish hue, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing a cacophony of sounds. The down jackets they donned became saturated in the presence of the eerie liquid, each passing moment siphoning away their warmth. Zhang Ming and Wang Peng felt as though they had been cast into an icy abyss, their blood nearly frozen. Wang Peng's ample physique, rather than providing warmth, exacerbated his plight, leaving him feeling colder than anyone else due to his greater surface area. He attempted to unleash a torrent of curses, but could only manage a series of violent sneezes, tears and mucus streaming down uncontrollably, crystallizing into icy shards upon his face. Run quickly. Zhang Ming finally managed to utter 2 words amidst the biting cold, his singular thought being to flee this cursed place. Thus, the previously intimidating group scurried away from the villa, tumbling and scrambling in their haste. Su Zhe stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, observing their retreat with an expression devoid of emotion. He lifted the glass of Lafite from the table and drained it in one go. To challenge me. You are still too naive, he murmured to himself. I spare your lives today to ensure you return and spread the word. Let everyone know not to provoke me without cause. He then added, Zhang Ming, Wang Peng, you must survive. Otherwise, this tedious apocalypse will lose much of its amusement. With that, he activated the tablet once more. A high-pressure stream of water surged forth from the same nozzle, instantly washing away the remnants of chaos and the blood left by the unfortunate soul, as if nothing had ever transpired. Faint footsteps echoed from upstairs. Wang Shuyan, hearing the absence of noise from below, dared to descend. She still wore the pink apron tied around her waist, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with dread and concern. Upon seeing the living room remarkably intact, with Su Zhe leisurely seated on the sofa, her anxious heart finally found solace. She hurried over and inquired, did they leave? Yes. They are gone, Su Zhe replied, turning his head, the cold indifference on his face melting away into familiar warmth. How could they know we resided here? Wang Shuyan gazed out at the pristine ground outside. Shusha chuckled softly. I drove out yesterday. They likely spotted me. Following that route, what else could they desire? He paused, letting his gaze sweep over Wang Shuyan's lovely visage before teasingly adding, perhaps they covet my house, my supplies, and of course you, my beautiful lady. Wang Shuyan's face flushed crimson, taken aback by Su Zhe's humor in such a moment. Yet, she understood the truth in his words. The memory of the group's lascivious gazes upon her mere moments ago made her stomach churn. She wrapped her arms around herself, casting a wary glance outside, fearful they might return. Rest assured, Suze noticed her trepidation and gently reassured her. This villa was constructed to the highest anti-explosion standards. Even with their flimsy weapons, they could not shatter this glass. Unless, of course, they managed to acquire a tactical missile aimed at us. Should it come to that, I would have no choice but to take you and Didi with me to safety. A soft laugh escaped Wang Shuyun at Suze's words. She shot him a playful glare, her sparkling eyes illuminated by the warm light, exuding charm. Just then, a small figure peeked from the staircase. Didi, having heard the conversation below and confirming their safety, scampered down in her cartoon slippers. Uncle Sue, did you drive away the bad guys? The little girl approached the sofa, tilting her adorable face up, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Suze. He reached out, ruffling Didi's hair with a grin. Of course, your uncle is quite formidable. Wow, uncle is amazing, Didi exclaimed joyfully, bouncing into Suze's embrace. She clung to his neck and suddenly turned to Wang Shuyun, speaking earnestly, Mommy, look at how powerful Uncle Sue is. He protects us and brings us delicious food. Why not marry Uncle Sue? Her words detonated like a bomb in the quiet living room. Both Suze and Wang Shuyun were momentarily stunned, the air seeming to freeze in that instant. Wang Shuyun's face turned a deep shade of crimson, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at her daughter. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Suze, recovering first, chuckled, glancing at the expectant Didi in his arms, and then at the flustered Wang Shuyun. The simplicity and directness of a child's world were evident. Those who treated her well, who were strong and offered her security, deserve her most cherished possession, her mother. Didi, noticing her mother's silence, turned back to Suze with her big eyes, innocently pressing. Uncle, what do you think? Suze's smile deepened, and he deliberately avoided looking at Wang Shuyun, responding in a gentle, teasing tone, Well, I have no objections. It mainly depends on whether your mother is willing to accept me as her son-in-law. Aye. Wang Shuyun felt her mind spiraling, her face hot enough to fry an egg. Stammering for what felt like an eternity, she suddenly sprang to her feet, not glancing back as she hurried towards the kitchen. I'm going to prepare lunch. Her retreating figure bore unmistakable signs of fleeing. Suze watched her depart, his amusement growing. The apocalypse didn't seem so dreadful after all, with a sturdy fortress, an adorable ally, and a beautiful woman by his side. Chapter 22. A photograph that ignites the whole building. Moral coercion from neighbors. Room 1301, Building 6 of Eugene Community. The musty odor of damp clothing permeated the dimly lit living room. Wang Peng and Zhang Ming huddled together, trembling in the room. They had just changed out of their soaked-down jackets, yet the chill felt as if it had seeped into their very bones, rendering them unable to warm up. Achoo! Achoo! Wang Peng, wrapped in 2 layers of blankets, shook like a leaf, with mucus dangling at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a woman entered, carrying several cups of hot water. She was quite attractive, a standard beauty, yet her features bore an excessive technological aura. Her prominent nose, overly full cheekbones, and a smile that maintained a rigid curve regardless of her expression made her resemble a finely crafted doll. Her name was Lily, Wang Peng's girlfriend. Peng Yi, Meng Yi. Have some hot water to warm up? Lily offered, extending a cup. Get lost. Wang Peng, already boiling with anger, waved his hand violently. The cup shattered on the floor. Lily yelped, her hand instantly reddening from scald, yet she refrained from crying. Do you not see I'm already upset? Hurry up and make me something to eat. I'm starving. Wang Peng exploded in anger. Clutching her burnt hand, Lily protested, but the gas canister ran out this morning, and we have no natural gas to cook. Useless. Wang Peng, already incensed from his humiliation at Suze's hands, was ignited further by her trivial complaint. He sprang up from the sofa, delivering a resounding slap across Lily's face. Useless. You can't do anything. He pointed accusingly at her. Without a gas canister. Can't you find a way? Must I go out and fetch one for you? What good are you to me? Lily was struck by a slap that caused blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, desperately nodding, I will think of a solution immediately. Pungu, please do not be angry. I will go right away. She hurriedly ran off. In the room, the yellow-haired underling, who had been shot in the thigh, lay on the sofa, groaning, his pants soaked with blood, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the pain. The atmosphere in the room was stifling to the extreme. Wang Peng's home indeed contained numerous valuable items, including Australian Wagyu beef and Boston lobsters, filling the freezer. Yet now, these had become a mere pile of useless raw meat. For the past few days, they had relied on the last remnants of a gas canister to boil water for instant noodles, initially hoping to trade up for a better situation by moving into Su Zhe's villa, enjoying his provisions, and then getting their hands on Wang Shuyan. Instead, their faces were nearly swollen from the beating. Damn it! Wang Peng kicked over the coffee table, sending its contents crashing to the floor. Fang Yi, what should we do about this? That bastard shell is too tough. Even bullets can't pierce it. How are we supposed to handle this? Zhang Ming, with a grim expression, sat in the corner, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, he sneered. Going head-to-head with him is definitely not an option for us. So what now? Are we just going to let it go? Wang Peng's face twisted with unwillingness. Let it go. A flicker of malice crossed Zhang Ming's eyes. Dream on. He crushed the cigarette, but underfoot. Peng Xiao, think about it. Why is Su so formidable? It's simply because he possesses a villa, resources, and a fireplace, right? Yes, but we cannot seize it. Who said we have to seize it ourselves? Zhang Ming leaned closer to Wang Peng, whispering conspiratorially. He harbors hostility towards us and will surely not show us a kind face. But how about the others in this building? Others? Wang Peng paused, his eyes brightening. Zhang Gu, are you suggesting? Exactly. Zhang Ming slapped his thigh. Let us use a borrowed knife to kill. Stir the masses. We'll leak the information that Su Zhe has a villa, a fireplace, an abundance of resources, and hot meals. First, let the people in this building know, and if that doesn't work, let the entire community find out. Just think about it. What kind of hellish weather is it outside right now? Everyone is starving and freezing, fighting over a few packs of instant noodles. Suddenly discovering someone nearby is living like a king. How do you think they will react? Zhang Ming's smile turned sinister. Human nature is selfish and envious. At that point, we won't even need to lift a finger. Plenty will come to plead with him, pressuring him. They could drown him with their spit. No matter how formidable Su Zhe is, can he really stand against the entire community? As long as he dares to open the door, even just a crack, we'll be the first to rush in. By then, the villa will be ours, the resources will be ours, and that little flirt, Wang Shuyan. Zhang Ming licked his cracked lips, letting out a lewd chuckle. She'll also be ours. Brilliant. Zhang Gu, you are a true genius. Wang Peng's expression shifted from gloom to glee, his chubby features squished together in excitement, his face flushed. Let us do it. I want that Su to understand what it means to be outnumbered, what it means to face the tide of the people. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming called a clever underling, sending him out into the bitter cold to stealthily lurk near Su Zhe's villa, using his phone's zoom to capture a few distant photographs. The images were not particularly clear, but sufficient to reveal their content. Under the warm, bright lights, Su Zhe, Wang Shuyan, and a little girl were seated around a table adorned with a tablecloth, all dressed in thin short sleeves. On the table sat steaming dishes of 4 courses and soup. In the background, one could even see the flickering flames in the fireplace. This photograph was akin to a heavy bombshell. Zhang Ming immediately sent it into the Eugene Community Building 6 owners group. Then, using a secondary account, he wrote a highly provocative message. Attention all members, look, this is our good neighbor Su Zhe. While we are starving and freezing, he is in a villa by the fireplace, enjoying a feast. This is utterly unacceptable. As soon as this message was sent, the long-silent owners group erupted. Initially, there were incredulous inquiries. 1203 Ligia, my heavens, is this true? How does his home still have electricity and hot food? 300 Dom, is this real? I haven't eaten in 2 days, just drank some snow melt. And he is having a feast? 902 Xiao Wang. Zhang Ming, where did you get this picture? It's not photoshopped, is it? In this apocalypse, who can still have such conditions? Zhang Ming quickly replied. Photoshopped? I swear on my deceased mother, this is real. I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, go check the villa area yourselves. His house is lit up. At that moment, The group was completely ignited. Those who had exchanged hundreds of thousands for luxury watches and gold to obtain a few packs of instant noodles from Wang Peng were the first to crumble. 1402 Zhou Zong. Suze, little Sue, Uncle Zhou has treated you well, right? Do you really have food? Can you spare some for me? I'll trade you my Mercedes. 1203 Li Jia. Suze, little Zay, my child is almost fainting from hunger. Please give us something to eat. Anything will do. 501 Aunt Zhang. Suze, you can't be so selfish. We are all neighbors. Can you bear to watch us starve? The group was flooded with pleas for Suze, initially filled with desperation and a glimmer of hope. However, Suze, in the villa, had his phone on silent and had not seen the messages. This silence, catalyzed by hunger and cold, quickly soured. Pleas morphed into moral coercion. 701 Zhao Shusha. Playing dead. Huh? Damn it. How can you hoard so many resources while we suffer? 902 Xiao Wang. Exactly. Why should you have it so good? Aren't we all human? Are your resources stolen from us? You must hand them over. 1203 Li Jia, right? He needs to give up his resources. With so many of us, are we afraid of just him? Zhang Meng's secondary account. Absolutely. Everyone unite and demand an explanation from him. He must open the door to the villa and let us in. Resource sharing. The fervor among the group escalated, unleashing the ugliest side of human nature. Just then, a more malicious message was sent out. Zhang Meng's secondary account. Image JPG. A photo of Wang Shuyun holding Dandan, standing beside Suze. Taken from an angle that made it appear intimate. Zhang Meng's secondary account. Everyone, stop pleading. He has busy enjoy himself with a vixen. This woman is Wang Shuyun, who used to live in our building, rumored to have a chaotic private life, causing her husband to leave. Now she is seducing this pretty boy Suze, a pair of shameless lovers. The insults in the group escalated instantly, becoming unbearable. 200 et Shuyi, Dom. So it's this shameless woman. No wonder her husband left her. She is so promiscuous. 1203 Li Jia. Truly shameless. Even now, she is thinking of seducing men. How did her daughter end up with such a mother? She must be cursed. 501 Aunt Zhang. Such a woman deserves to be punished. She is a disgrace. Inside the villa, Suze had just finished his meal, reclining on the sofa, watching a television program. Wang Shuyun was clearing the dishes, while Dandan played with building blocks on the carpet nearby. The tranquility of their lives felt like a stark contrast to the cold and chaos of the outside world. Suddenly, Wang Shuyun's phone began to vibrate violently on the coffee table, the notification sound ringing incessantly. Who is making such a commotion? Shusha marked casually. Wang Shuyun wiped her hands and walked over, puzzled, picking up the phone. However, upon unlocking the screen and seeing the venomous words and her own photo in the group, she felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. Her face suddenly turned pale, devoid of any color. In those beautiful peach blossom eyes, shock was followed by humiliation, and ultimately, overwhelming fear, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Suze immediately noticed her distress. With a frown, he approached her and took the phone from her hand. As Suze's gaze swept across the screen, filled with vile words, the languor and satisfaction on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling coldness that sent shivers down spine. His eyes were eerily calm, especially upon seeing the derogatory remarks. His temperature seemed to drop even lower than the icy surroundings. "Stop looking," Suze said in a remarkably composed tone, slipping Wang Shuyun's phone into his pocket to sever the connection to those sordid words. He then retrieved his own phone, unlocked it, and accessed the group chat. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, delivering a concise message without indulging in lengthy tirades or explanations. "Suze, everything I possess now is obtained through my own efforts. If you have the capability, go out and gather resources for yourselves. If not, keep your mouth shut and refrain from barking here." Chapter 23. I have prepared a grand welcome ceremony. Suze's message detonated in the Yujing community's owner group. This time, the curses miraculously ceased, replaced by an enthusiastic about-face. 1402 Mr. Zhou. Young Su, I knew you were a good kid. Those scoundrels were just trying to sow discord. Uncle Zhou believes in you. 1402 Mr. Zhou. Look, given the current situation, we are all neighbors. Uncle Joe has some fine cigarettes at home. Could you share a bit of food with me? A pack of instant noodles would suffice. The previously belligerent 1203 Sister Lee now adopted a maternal tone. 1203 Sister Lee. Young Zay, I was just flustered earlier. Please don't take it to heart. My child is on the verge of starvation, speaking deliriously. Please show some mercy and share some food. Anything will do. I'll bow to you. The group's sentiment shifted rapidly, as if the venomous insults had never been uttered by them, endearingly calling him Young Sue and Young Zay. Messages flooded in, filled with pleas, pitiful tales, and attempts to ingratiate themselves. Room 1301. Wang Peng, wrapped in a blanket, observed the disgraceful antics of his neighbors on the phone screen. He nudged Zhang Meng beside him. Brother Meng, look at these bastards. They changed their tune so damn quickly. Zhang Meng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinted through the swirling smoke. The quicker the better. That's called yearning for what one cannot have. Once Sue refuses them, their flames of anger will burn even brighter. Inside the villa, Suze lounged on the soft sofa, one hand clutching his phone, watching the messages in the group refresh at lightning speed. His expression remained neutral, but his gaze resembled that of someone observing a troop of monkeys in frantic motion. He could even envision the group, shivering in the cold, typing their obsequious words with stiff fingers. Suze, to be honest, I don't have as many supplies as you think. It's only enough for the three of us to last a few days. Once it's gone, we must venture out for more. This message silenced the group for a few seconds. Immediately afterward, fervent requests surged forth. 701 Brother Zhao. Young Su, we won't take advantage of you. We'll join you in searching for resources. United we are strong. 902 Little Wang. Yes, yes. Brother Su, we'll be your underlings. Just tell us what to do. It's freezing. Our homes feel like ice caves. Can we come into the villa, just to warm up? We won't take up much space. We can squeeze into the living room. This proposal garnered unanimous support. 1203 Sisterly. Yes, Young Zay, just let us in for one night. Otherwise, we might freeze to death. 501 Aunt Zhang. We all live in the same building. You can't just watch us perish. Suze chuckled at these messages. Just moments ago, they had insulted Wang Shuyun, and now they sought entry into his home, wanting to consume his food and occupy his space. Did they truly believe the apocalypse had rendered their minds frozen as well? Suze, the wood for my fireplace is running low. Once it's burned out tonight, our villa will be just as frigid. At that point, this grand villa will resemble a giant refrigerator. Upon hearing this, the group's atmosphere solidified again. No food was offered, and entry was denied. The moment Suze's words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted as their grotesque faces re-emerged. 701 Brother Zhao. Damn it. Suze, don't push your luck. Are you playing us for fools? 902 Little Wang. What do you mean the wood is gone? You gotta be kidding. The fire in the photo was roaring. You're just selfish, wanting to hoard everything for yourself. In apartment 602, the notorious gossip of the community, Lu Tsuefen, also chimed in. Her tone was sharp and caustic, laden with moral judgment. 602 Aunt Lu. Suze, how can you be so heartless? We adults can manage, but my grandson is only 5. He has almost frozen stiff. Can't you bear to see a child suffer? I don't need to enter. Just let my grandson in to warm up, please. Suze, upon reading this message, smiled. He glanced over at Wang Shuyun, who was anxiously watching him, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with concern. Suze, Aunt Lu, didn't I mention? We'll also be freezing tomorrow. We're all in the same boat. Just wear a few more layers, and you'll endure. 602 Aunt Lu, that's not the same. You let Wang Shuyun and her burden of a daughter stay inside. They are human beings, while my grandson is not. A child takes up so little space. Suze's smile grew wider. He deliberately typed a line that would catch everyone off guard. Suze, that's different. Dian calls me daddy. Suze, so, Aunt Lu, do you want a grandson to call me daddy too? Suze, however, I tend to be quite devoted. I believe one daughter is sufficient, and I don't wish to take on an extra son. This remark struck like a resounding slap across all their faces. The entire owner group fell into a deathly silence. No one anticipated that Suze would respond to Aunt Lu's moral coercion in such a brazen manner. Seconds later, Aunt Lou's curses erupted like a volcano, flooding the chat. 602 Aunt Lou. You little beast. You have no shame. You scoundrel. You will face retribution. We are all watching. With such malice, you will surely meet a terrible end one day. 602 Aunt Lou and Wang Shuyun, that shameless vixen. Like mother, like daughter. The little one has learned to seduce men into calling her daddy, and the elder is no different. A pair of wretched harlots. At that moment, an unexpected voice broke through the fray. 801 olt vusi, ksuze, dedi. Daddy, please let me stay in. I'm freezing to death. I'll serve you like a slave. I'll bow to you. A middle-aged man in his 40s openly called a 20-something young man daddy in the group. This scene left everyone in the chat stunned. It was no longer a matter of dignity, but a desperate fight for survival. Completely shameless. Suze felt a wave of nausea at the sight of this message. Suze, you might as well give up. I don't have a son your age. Suze, get lost. The single command ignited the fury of the masses. They realized Suze was merely toying with them. 701 Brother Zhao. Brothers, stop begging him. This bastard doesn't see us as human. 902 Xiao Wang. Since he refuses to communicate properly, let us confront him head on. Tomorrow, we will take action against him. 1402 Zhou Zong. Indeed, no matter how formidable he seems, he is but one person. With our numbers, a single spit from each of us could drown him. Let him not regret the words he spoke today. At that moment, the long-silent Zhang Meng's alternate account resurfaced. Zhang Meng's alternate account, yes. Let us unite. He cannot possibly stop us. We shall seize his villa, and all the supplies and the fireplace will belong to us. Zhang Meng's alternate account. There is something strange about his front door. It sprays liquid and freezes those who approach. Our people suffered there today. However, the underground parking garage must have an entrance. We can infiltrate through the underground garage and break in. He cannot possibly seal off the basement as well. This message shone like a beacon, instantly clarifying their course of action. 701 Zhao Ge, yes. Through the underground garage. Excellent idea. Tomorrow morning, we shall all gather and dismantle his door. 501 Aunt Zhang. Count me in. For the sake of the children, I will fight to the end. The group was incited, transforming into a horde of ravenous beasts under Zhang Meng's instigation. They agreed to assemble at the underground parking lot the following morning. Suze quietly observed the frenzied comments on his phone screen, his smile gradually fading. They wish to enter? Truly a bunch of fools who only see the coffin when it is too late to weep. Wang Yi, Shusha shouldn't spoke. Huh? Wang Shuyun was startled by him, nervously gazing his way. Fear not. Suze tucked his phone into his pocket, turned around, and gently patted her shoulder, his voice returning to that reassuring softness. Merely a troop of jesters. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the inky night. Tomorrow, I shall see what you are truly capable of. It is the perfect opportunity for me to make some preparations as well. I shall provide you with a taste of sweetness. But whether you can handle it remains to be seen. Tomorrow, he would ensure these individuals understood the true meaning of despair. Chapter 24. Now, who is the hunter, and who is the prey? Wang Shuyun washed the final bowl clean. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the ability to wash dishes in hot, clean water was a luxury of the highest order. She exited the kitchen to find Suze sitting cross-legged in the living room, warmed by the glow of the fireplace, busily manipulating an array of peculiar bottles and jars on the coffee table. Wearing a pair of medical gloves, he meticulously ground several powders and some dried plant roots in a small glass mortar, carefully mixing them together. The entire process was focused and detailed, as if he were concocting a chemical elixir. What are you doing? Wang Shuyun's voice was soft, fearful of disturbing him. Do you need my assistance? Suze did not look up, swiftly covering the items on the table with a black cloth, blocking Wang Shuyun's view. No need. He clapped his hands, stood up, and spoke with a teasing tone. You and Dian should head to bed. I still have some final tasks to complete before I sleep. He appraised Wang Shuyun, clad in home attire, her figure increasingly alluring. What? Were you specially coming down to invite me to sleep together? You. Wang Shuyun's face flushed crimson, embarrassed and indignant. She shot Suze a glare before turning and dashing upstairs. Yet, as she ascended the staircase and turned the corner, she could not resist glancing back. Watching Suze's silhouette, her mind involuntarily flashed with images of an entire box filled with various enticing lingerie that made her heart race. Her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Suze worked diligently until 11 o'clock that night. He carefully stored the ground powders in a sealed glass jar. Then, satisfied, he clapped his hands. Done. He turned off the living room lights, leaving only the faint glow of the fireplace. Tomorrow, a splendid spectacle awaited him. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, a crowd gathered outside the private garage door of Suze's villa, a dark mass of over 30 individuals, all owners of Building 6. Each one appeared frozen, with pale faces and purple lips, bundled in all the thick clothing they could find, looking rather cumbersome. Leading them was the notorious Lu Suifan, known for her loud mouth throughout the community. Brandishing a kitchen knife, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Suze, you heartless little beast, come out. We are out here, starving and freezing, while you indulge in luxury inside. Open the door. Hand over the supplies. If not, we shall demolish your wretched house today." Behind her, the wiry Zhao Gu joined in the clamor, waving an iron pipe he had taken from home. "Yes, come out. He hoards so much while watching us perish. How malicious. Suze, if you do not come out, I will set fire to this place." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of insults. Despicable scoundrels. They must be reveling inside. Such selfish individuals deserve 1,000 cuts. They wielded an assortment of weapons, rolling pins, baseball bats, fire axes, and even golf clubs. "Quiet down," someone shouted. Bang, clang, boom. Instantly, those with weapons began to strike the garage door with all their might. However, their attacks merely produced dull thuds against the door, leaving no mark. After 10 minutes of pounding, everyone was breathless, their hands numb, yet the door remained immovable. Among the crowd, a bespectacled man, formerly of the Design Institute, scrutinized the door's structural seams and material, gasping in despair. "Stop. It's futile. This is a composite armored door meant for bank vaults. Even if we strike until next year, we cannot breach it." "What? A bank vault?" Everyone stood frozen, staring at the door before them. Wang Peng and Zhang Meng, who were hiding at the back of the crowd, wore grim expressions. "Damn it," Wang Peng muttered under his breath. "This fellow has truly invested heavily. He even procured something like this. How can we possibly enter?" Zhang Meng had believed that their numerical advantage would allow them to break in easily, only to discover Su Zhe's preparations were so thorough. Was their plan doomed to failure? Just as despair enveloped the crowd, a low, powerful hum of an electric motor suddenly emanated from behind the door. Following that was the sound of heavy metal locks being released with a series of clicks. Before everyone's eyes, the seemingly indestructible armored door began to rise slowly. A moment of silence fell over the crowd. The next second, their eyes erupted with greed and excitement. "He is opening the door. He is afraid. Brothers, prepare yourselves." Zhang Meng's gaze instantly turned fervent as he bellowed to his loyal subordinates behind him. "When the door opens wide enough, the first to charge and will seize control of Su." Several unruly subordinates grinned wickedly, tightening their grips on their steel pipes, resembling ravenous wolves poised to pounce. As the gap at the bottom of the door reached half a person's height, "Charge!" With Zhang Meng's command, the eager subordinates shoved past the homeowners in front of them, bending low to dash into the dark garage. However, the garage door rose halfway and then halted. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out from the depths of the dark garage. The sound resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Gunfire. All those outside, poised to rush in, froze in place, their expressions of greed and excitement replaced by sheer terror. "What the hell? Suze actually has a gun. What is happening?" someone shouted. Just then, the garage's LED lights flickered on, illuminating the vast space. A languid voice emerged from within. "Greetings, dear neighbors. Why not come in? How cold it is. All blocked at the entrance. Come in. There's ample space inside." It was Suze's voice, though his tone sounded amiable. The terror instilled by the 2 gunshots gripped everyone's throats, and none dared to take another step forward. "Damn it! What are we afraid of?" A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Meng's eyes as he seized a trembling homeowner beside him and forcefully shoved him forward. "You, get inside." The unfortunate soul was thrust into the garage, slipping and falling into the dirt. He lay on the ground, crying out desperately, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." However, the anticipated gunfire did not resound again. The garage fell into silence. With the first brave soul having ventured in, the others found their courage growing. The desire to survive and the greed for warmth and food ultimately triumphed over their fear. They pushed each other, bending down one after another to enter the garage. Zhang Meng and Wang Peng exchanged glances and followed at the rear, still wary of those 2 gunshots. Once everyone had entered the garage, they discovered that this private garage was astonishingly spacious. Over 30 people stood inside. It felt remarkably uncrowded. The ground gleamed with cleanliness, and the walls were pristine white, a stark contrast to their own public parking lot. They noticed that the modified vehicle, which should have been parked here, was nowhere to be found. Everyone instinctively believed that Su Zhe had driven the car away to conceal it. Ultimately, over 30 pairs of eyes converged at the deepest part of the garage. There stood a man, Su Zhe. He leaned casually against a metal door leading into the villa, clad in merely a down jacket and work pants, sporting a pair of clean sneakers. He appeared relaxed, even somewhat languid, as he toyed with a well-designed submachine gun in his hands. The weapon was a Type 79 submachine gun, one many had seen in films. Some began to stir restlessly, their throats tightening. They knew that if they could rush past Su Zhe and open that door, paradise awaited them within. Just then, a woman's piercing scream shattered the eerie silence of the garage. It was Lu Dama's daughter-in-law, horrified as she pointed at the ground by everyone's feet. Everyone instinctively looked down. There, at the entrance of the garage, lay the 2 henchmen of Zhang Meng, the first to rush in, motionless in a pool of blood. Their faces retained the fierce and greedy expressions they had worn upon entering, but each bore a small, inconspicuous blood hole in the center of their foreheads. Blood gushed from those holes, pooling into 2 glaring crimson patches on the immaculate floor. They were dead, swiftly and decisively. A chilling, bone-deep coldness swept through everyone's bodies in an instant. The air in the garage seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone felt like prey trapped in a cage. And that young man, holding a submachine gun, wore a faint smile on his face. Chapter 25. A benevolent donation? The bread is spiced up. The show is about to begin. Inside the garage, the air felt as if it had turned to ice. The 2 corpses lay at the entrance, their warm blood exuding a nauseating odor. Everyone's gaze was fixated on Su Zhe's Type 79 submachine gun. It was no toy. It was no replica. It was a genuine, lethal weapon capable of snuffing out lives in an instant. Surely, it's a fake. Where could he have gotten such a thing? It must be a bluff to scare us. Among the crowd, a gaunt man with a quivering lip murmured to himself for comfort. Before he could finish, a woman beside him shot him a look of disdain. "What nonsense are you spewing? Are you blind? What is lying on the ground? 2 bodies. Can a fake kill?" Indeed, the 2 expanding pools of blood were the harshest reality. Over 30 individuals, including many robust men, found themselves paralyzed by a young man wielding a single gun. They felt as though they had not come to commit robbery, but rather to deliver themselves to death. At the back of the crowd, Wang Peng, who had been concealing himself well, now wore a pale complexion. He felt his calves twitch uncontrollably. He quietly nudged Zhang Meng beside him. "Brother Meng, what do we do? This guy truly has a gun. Should we retreat?" Zhang Meng's gaze remained fixed on Su Zhe in the distance, his chest heaving violently. He had relied on his ferocity and sheer numbers to dominate the neighborhood for so long. When had he ever suffered such a loss? 2 henchmen had just perished. His face was utterly shamed. "Retreat?" Zhang Meng spat out a few words through clenched teeth. "Cover me. I have a weapon too." A close-range shot to his eyes could end him. While his attention is diverted, I'll take him down, then this villa, these supplies, and the women within will all belong to us. Wang Peng, envisioning the endless food and the warm fireplace, felt greed triumph over his fear. He steeled himself, subtly shifting forward half a step, using his corpulent body to obscure Zhang Meng's draw of the gun. They believed their covert actions were hidden, Yet to Suze, whose senses had been heightened through rigorous training, every motion was visible beneath his very eyelids. Suze could even see Zhang Ming retrieving his gun from his coat. "Ladies and gentlemen," Suze drawled, his voice unusually clear. "Initially, I intended to sit down and have a proper discussion with everyone. After all, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors." He paused, his eyes suddenly turning cold as they pierced through the crowd, locking onto Zhang Ming with precision. But there are always those who relish engaging in underhanded antics. In the instant his words fell, Suze didn't even assume an aiming posture. Bang! A deafening gunshot detonated within the confines of the enclosed garage, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The next moment, it precisely struck Zhang Ming's right shoulder. Zhang Ming let out a heart-wrenching scream, dropping the gun clattering to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound in his shoulder, staining half his body red. This sudden gunshot seemed to issue a command. The crowd instinctively ducked down, covering their heads. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Xu I promise I won't do it again." Cries for mercy and pleas intertwined into a cacophony. The arrogance that had just moments ago boasted of demolishing the house evaporated entirely. Suze strolled leisurely forward, taking a few steps closer. He looked down from above at Zhang Ming, who was crouched on the ground, pale from pain and blood loss, a smile gracing his face. "Oh dear, Brother Zhang. What are you doing? I told you not to pull any tricks. This gun of mine has a bit of an old issue. It tends to misfire. You see, this is just an accidental injury. How truly unfortunate." "Misfire? Accidental injury? To hell with your misfire. Over 30 people, and you precisely hit the one hiding at the back? Is this a misfire? Are you using an aimbot?" Everyone silently raged in their hearts, but none dared to voice their thoughts. Zhang Ming writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his bleeding shoulder with his left hand, blood seeping through his fingers, rolling in pain. Suze's shot was executed with great precision. The bullet grazed the bone, not shattering the scapula, but tearing through significant muscle and blood vessels. In a world devoid of antibiotics and professional medical care, such a wound would not claim his life, but would suffice to render him incapacitated. This was precisely the effect Suze sought. He was no saint, and leaving Zhang Ming alive served its purpose. Wang Peng, witnessing Zhang Ming convulsing on the ground, was seized with terror, scrambling to assist him in fleeing. "Stop!" Suze uttered 2 words coldly, raising the icy gun barrel once more, aimed at Wang Peng's forehead. "Zhang Ge, Wang Ge, did I permit you to leave?" Wang Peng's body stiffened instantaneously as he felt the chilling aura of murderous intent envelop him, a wave of warmth unexpectedly radiating from his lower regions. He had been so frightened that he had lost control. Trembling, he raised his hands and, in a panic, cast Zhang Ming, whom he had just begun to help up, back to the ground with a thud, eliciting another pained groan from the latter. The garage was once again engulfed in silence. At that moment, a seemingly honest middle-aged man, unable to endure the pressure any longer, mustered his courage and spoke in a tone almost pleading. "Susu Ge, we truly did not intend to steal your house. We're simply too hungry and too cold." As he spoke, he gestured toward the outside. "We have no vehicle and cannot leave. We are genuinely at our wits' end. I implore you, as neighbors, please grant us a morsel to eat, just a bite." His words acted like a switch. "Yes, Suge, we only desire some food. We shall never dare again. We beseech you to show mercy." The pleas for mercy arose in a chorus. The coldness on Suze's face seemed to dissipate somewhat, and he appeared to be moved, glancing around. "Oh, kick that gun over here." He pointed to the air gun that Zhang Ming had dropped on the ground. The nearest individual quickly kicked the gun to Suze's feet. Suze deftly stepped on it, and like a magician, dragged out 2 enormous black garbage bags from behind the door. The bags were opened. With a rustle, 2 neatly stacked bags of white toast tumbled to the floor, alongside 2 boxes of bottled mineral water. In that moment, the ordinary food and water sparkled like gold in the eyes of the onlookers. Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed hard, but all eyes widened, breaths became heavy, and a green light of greed ignited in their gazes. Were it not for the gun still aimed at them, this group would have surely lunged forward. Suze lifted a whole bag of toast. Its soft texture and pure white appearance seemed like a gourmet feast to these ravenous souls. A conflicted yet kind expression crossed his face as he sighed. Frankly, seeing you all like this tugs at my heartstrings. We all reside in the same building, encountering one another daily. Initially, I had no intention of sharing these scant supplies. However, upon reflection, what time is it? It is the apocalypse. We must aid one another, unite in solidarity to weather this storm. Suze spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Therefore, I have made my decision. He feigned a pained expression as if sacrificing something dear. These 2 bags of toast, along with these 2 boxes of mineral water, shall be a gift to all of you. I hope this helps you survive the coming days. Give them to us. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in disbelief and ecstasy. Thank you, Sugo. You are truly a benevolent soul. We misjudged you. You are the savior of Building 6. In an instant, flattery surged forth like a tidal wave. Suze beamed, personally handing the food and water to the individuals at the forefront. They accepted it with trembling hands, nearly brought to tears by the gesture. They lifted the life-saving provisions and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Suze's voice rang out again. The crowd halted, anxiously regarding him. Suze pointed to the 2 corpses at the entrance that had begun to stiffen, his smile unwavering. These 2 were, after all, your companions. Help carry them out and find them a proper resting place. Do not leave them here, as it would bring ill fortune. The expressions of the individuals instantly soured, yet none dared to retort. Flustered, they hoisted the cold bodies and hurriedly exited the garage. Suze stood at the door, waving amicably at their departing figures. Take care, everyone. The heavy armored door descended with a resonant thud, ultimately sealing off the 2 worlds. Outside, a biting cold wind awaited, alongside a pack of hungry wolves. Inside, Suze's smile vanished in an instant. He approached the wall and activated the surveillance screen. The display clearly portrayed the scene outside the garage door. The moment the door closed, chaos erupted. The man who had previously hailed Sugo as a benefactor was the first to seize a whole box of water, clutching it tightly and roaring at the surrounding individuals. This box is mine. None of you touch it. How dare you? Had it not been for my initial plea for mercy, you all would not have even a whiff of it. Get away from me. A woman screamed as she lunged forward, and the 2 were instantly embroiled in a struggle. And this was merely the beginning. Lying on the ground, clutching his bleeding shoulder, Zhang Meng's face contorted in a demonic fury. With every ounce of strength, he bellowed at his remaining subordinates. Are you all dead? Go and seize it. Take all the bread and water. Anyone who dares to stop us will be beaten to a pulp. With that command, they kicked aside the 2 still grappling over the mineral water and began to pummel the other residents. Cries and curses intertwined, exposing the ugliness of humanity in that moment. Suze observed the farcical spectacle on the screen, akin to relishing a finely scripted play. He had long since blended his grayish-brown powder into the bags of bread. This powder was colorless and tasteless. Once those individuals opened the bags and inhaled the powder, they would experience severe diarrhea, dehydration, and high fever within hours. It would not be fatal, but it would be sufficient to sap the strength of these already weakened souls, subjecting them to a torment more excruciating than death in the frigid cold. A bunch of fools. Suze activated the surveillance and murmured to himself. Now, the game has only just begun. Chapter 26. Bread for Women? Zhang Meng's Apocalypse Revelry. Suze stood within the garage, the heavy composite armored door having completely severed the outside world. The high-definition surveillance screen on the wall silently broadcast the grotesque theater of humanity. Bang! The instant the door closed, the previously timid middle-aged man fiercely clutched a box of mineral water to his chest, his eyes bloodshot as he roared at those around him. This box is mine. Get the hell away from me. You must be joking. If I hadn't been the first to plead for mercy, you wouldn't even have the faintest chance of getting anything. Water belongs to me. Another woman screamed and lunged at him, and the 2 were instantly locked in a fierce struggle. This was merely the inception. Zhang Meng, sprawled on the floor and pressing on his bleeding shoulder, now resembled a demon from hell, his face contorted with rage. With all his might, he roared at his few remaining loyal subordinates. Are you all dead? Seize everything. Take all the bread and water. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be mercilessly beaten. With a single command, they kicked aside the two still squabbling over the mineral water and began to assault the other residents. The cacophony of cries and curses melded into a chaotic symphony. Suze gazed at the unfolding farce on the screen, as if savoring a well-scripted drama. He knew that Zhang Meng's men would soon suppress this rabble entirely, and those who had their food snatched would direct all their resentment toward Zhang Meng. As for himself, he was the one who had offered them a glimmer of hope, only to be robbed of it by the wicked. After a while, the outside finally quieted down. Only the muffled sobs and whispered curses directed at Zhang Meng remained. Soon, a loud knocking echoed against the garage door. Xu Yi, Shu, we beg you, please open the door again. Zhang Meng's gang took all our food. We didn't receive a single bite. Please, you are a good person. Grant us just a little more. Just a tiny bit. He simply listened in silence, absorbing their pleas, their disappointment, and their complaints laced with resentment. Damn it, he certainly would not reopen the door. He was doing it deliberately. Sai, let us go. It's too cold, and if we stay any longer, we'll freeze to death. The crowd gradually dispersed. Only then did Suze switch off the surveillance. He lifted a large bucket of hot water that had been prepared nearby. Donning a pair of rubber gloves, he took up a brush and disinfectant, commencing the meticulous task of cleaning the bloodstains. The hot water washed over the floor, and eventually, with a mop, he left it spotless, devoid of even a trace of the metallic scent of blood. Upon completing this task, a thought crossed his mind. The modified vehicle materialized in the center of the garage, quietly returning to its original position. Go and search, Suze murmured to himself, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Search thoroughly, turn the entire neighborhood upside down, and see if you can locate my car. He eagerly anticipated the glorious expressions that would grace the faces of these fools when they discovered that the vehicle had been right under their noses all along. Just as he removed the gloves, the door creaked open. Wang Shuyun peeked in, clad in a light gray loungewear set, the soft fabric accentuating her graceful curves, outlining breathtaking arcs. Her long hair was casually swept up, revealing her smooth neck, and her unadorned face bore a trace of worry. Are you all right? I heard 2 gunshots just now. She had been upstairs when a gunfire rang out, her heart racing in fear. Oh, just a few flies. I squashed 2 of them and scared the others away. He stepped forward, offering her a reassuring smile. Come on, Shuyan. Lunch should be ready, and I'm quite hungry. She nodded, following Suze into the dining room. The table was set with 3 dishes and a soup. There was garlic broccoli, cola chicken wings, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a pot of steaming mushroom soup. Wang Shuyun served Suze a bowl of rice and added a piece of chicken wing for her daughter before hesitatingly speaking. Did you really give them food? Yes, I did. Suze picked up a piece of scrambled egg, savoring its tenderness and the delightful sweetness of the tomatoes. He squinted in satisfaction, complimenting her. Sister Wang, your cooking skills are truly improving. It's a pity you aren't a Michelin chef. Stop joking. Wang Shuyun's cheeks flushed at his praise, but the concern in her brow deepened. If you keep giving them food, what if they come asking for it every day? That would be an endless pit. She paused, lowering her voice. Besides, I noticed that while we have plenty of canned goods and dehydrated vegetables in the basement, we only have a small amount of fresh ingredients in the fridge. In this day and age, it's wise to be frugal with what we have. Observing her frugal demeanor, akin to a meticulous housekeeper, Suze felt both amused and warmed. Rest assured, our supplies are far more abundant than you think. Eat as you wish, don't hold back. He took a sip of the mushroom soup. Moreover, I'm quite particular when it comes to food and cannot stomach those high-tech canned products. I prefer freshly prepared meals. Wang Shuyun understood that all these fresh supplies were sourced by Suze alone, and she dared not dispute his words. She nodded, refraining from further inquiries, for she knew that this man was her and her daughter's sole reliance in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, in apartment 1301 of Building 6, the atmosphere was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, and a palpable sense of dread. Damn it. Be gentler. Zhang Meng slumped on the sofa, letting out a pained howl. A ghastly gash marred his once robust right shoulder. Though it no longer gushed blood like before, crimson liquid continued to seep out, staining the luxurious leather sofa, beneath him a dark red. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and his lips trembled from the agonizing pain. Before him stood a young woman in a pink nightgown, her figure voluptuous. She was Wang Peng's girlfriend, Lily. Once a nurse at the community hospital, she now bit her lip, her face drained of color, hands trembling as she clutched a pair of scissors. Mengge, don't move. The bleeding won't stop if you do. Damn it, useless. Zhang Meng cursed, gritting his teeth against the pain. Wang Peng, what kind of woman did you find? She can't even tend to a wound properly. Wang Peng, standing nearby, wore a mask of fear. He gazed at the blood-soaked sofa and inhaled the acrid air, his stomach churning violently. Hearing Zhang Meng's accusations, he forced a grim smile. Mengge, please calm down. Lily is scared too. We don't have any anesthetics, disinfectants, or sutures. It's a miracle we can bandage you at all. Finally, Lily managed to tie a makeshift bandage around Zhang Meng's wound using a strip cut from a cotton t-shirt. The bleeding finally slowed. Zhang Meng panted heavily, yet the ferocity in his eyes remained undiminished. Dem shusha, he enunciated, each word laced with venom. That bastard. Once I'm back on my feet, I'll bring a crew to burn down his villa. I'll break his legs and chop off his hands. And that slut Wang Shuyan, I will make her watch as I take her woman. His fervor intensified, aggravating his injury, causing another wave of searing pain. Wang Peng, witnessing his state, felt a rising anxiety. He leaned closer, whispering, Mengge, it seems that guy's car isn't in the garage. I saw it. Zhang Meng grunted through the pain, his voice dripping with malice. He must have hidden it somewhere else, because he was afraid we'd break down his door. That son of a gun is too cunning. I've already instructed the others to keep watch around the villa. As soon as Su Zhe dares to step out and drive, we'll knock him out and drag him back. If he stays holed up, let them search the neighborhood. That massive modified vehicle can't just vanish. The glint of madness danced in Zhang Meng's eyes. Once we find a car, we can drive out of this hellhole and hunt for supplies and weapons. Then, I'll get myself a gun. Let's see how arrogant Su Zhe can be then. At this juncture, Wang Peng gestured toward 2 large bags of bread and 2 crates of bottled water piled in a corner, a frown settling on his face. Meng Yi, do you think that Su Zhe is so generous as to give us food without a catch? He swallowed hard, asking cautiously, what if there's poison in there? His words plunged the room into a heavy silence. Zhang Meng's lackeys stared at the enticing bread, their eyes filled with desire, yet they hesitated to reach for it. Zhang Meng was also taken aback. Though he was simple-minded, he was not a fool. Su Zhe's smile concealed a sharp blade, making it hard to believe he was a benevolent figure. Damn it, there's a chance of that. Zhang Meng's suspicion grew, and he slammed his fist onto the sofa, only to howl in pain. Wang Peng's mind raced with a cunning idea. Mengge, if there's poison, we can find someone to test it, can't we? A sly grin spread across his face. Those fools are starving. Let us just sell them the bread. Sell? One of Zhang Meng's lackeys interjected. Prunge. They're all broke. What do they have to trade? Who said anything about trading? Zhang Meng grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his smile cruel and lewd. If they have nothing, there are still people, right? His gaze swept over the room, landing on Lily, who trembled in fear beside Wang Peng, his eyes glinting with undisguised desire. Wang Peng instinctively pulled Lily behind him, heart racing. Zhang Meng let out a cold chuckle, retracting his gaze to address Wang Peng. I see you have several attractive ladies in your building, don't you? Although it cannot compare to the exquisite Wang Shuyun, it is still rather appealing. Go and convey this message to them. Craving bread? Certainly. Let them barter with women. For 1 exchange, 5 slices of bread. For those of striking beauty, 10 slices. Inform them, it is only valid for tonight. After that, the opportunity will be lost. Chapter 27. A packet of laxatives, a frenzy throughout the building. Wang Peng's doom approaches. At this moment, Wang Peng's greasy visage was adorned with a greedy and triumphant smile. He carefully tore open a large packet of toast plastic wrapping. With a sharp rip, an almost imperceptible fine powder erupted from the bag's opening. Achoo! Wang Peng, having leaned in too closely, was struck by a gust of air that tickled his nose, prompting a thunderous sneeze. Countless minuscule particles were instantly propelled throughout the room, resembling a miniature shower of dust. Zhang Meng, grimacing in discomfort on the sofa, inhaled several times. The small group of subordinates standing nearby instinctively opened their mouths to breathe, completely unaware of the newly introduced element in the air. Even Lily, curled in a corner and trembling in fear, was compelled to inhale this colorless and odorless substance. "Damn it, are you trying to suffocate me?" Zhang Ming grumbled irritably. Yet his attention was quickly captivated by the soft, white bread. How delightful! In this apocalyptic world, such a thing is more precious than gold. Wang Peng, disregarding his runny nose, excitedly rubbed his hands together, lifted his phone, and snapped several close-up photos of the 2 large bags of toast and 2 cases of mineral water, eagerly sharing them in the Owner S group of Building 6. Building 6 Wang Peng. Attention all members, behold. Toast and pure mineral water. Interested? The rules are simple this time. Barter with women. For those of average looks, 1 night of companionship for 5 slices of bread. For the more beautiful, 10 slices for 1 night. This offer is only valid tonight, after which it shall expire. Do not say that I, Wang, am ungrateful. I am providing you a way out. Attached are images of the bread and water. This message detonated like a bomb in the Owner S group of Building 6. Building 6 Lu Suifan. Wang Peng, you little scoundrel, do you have no shame? That was clearly a life-saving provision given to us by Su Zhe out of pity. You scoundrels are robbing it, and now wish to use it for such vile purposes? Building 6 Ligon, exactly. Wang Peng, Zhang Ming. What you are doing is not demonstrating capability. This is robbery. It is a crime. Building 6 Mrs. Yao Ba. Truly disgusting, the height of indecency. Using the supplies given to us by Su Zhe to satisfy your sordid desires. Do you not fear retribution? The group erupted in a cacophony of curses. Wang Peng, observing the barrage of insults on his phone screen, felt no anger. Instead, he reveled in his triumph. With a victorious posture, he crossed his legs and leisurely typed a response. Building 6 Wang Peng. Curse? Go ahead, the louder the better. In this world, those with ability, those with food, set the rules. If you possess the capability, come and take it yourself. If not, keep your mouth shut, you bunch of keyboard warriors. This declaration silenced the entire group. Indeed, they did not dare to act. Although 3 of Zhang Ming's men had perished, a dozen robust henchmen remained. The elderly and infirm among them, should they charge forward, would be fortunate to escape with their limbs intact. Despair spread like a plague in every household lacking sustenance. Wang Peng not only disseminated this transaction in the Owner S group of Building 6, but also in the Community S main group, although there was little response there. Yet, the mere thought of someone willing to barter their daughter or wife for bread and water lingered ominously. In Wang Peng's home, Zhang Ming observed his actions with satisfaction, nodding in approval despite the pain from his wounds. Damn, well done. He bore the agony and said to Wang Peng, once I rule this community, I shall have Su Zhe brought before me to witness how I am served by Wang Xuyan. At that time, you shall reap the rewards too. Thank you, Mingo. Thank you, Mingo. Wang Peng's laughter caused the flesh on his face to quiver. He could almost envision a future where he would embrace beauty on either side, becoming the sovereign of this community. However, none of them noticed the passage of time. After nearly 2 hours, a peculiar sound rumbled from one of the subordinate S stomachs. The lad's face turned pale as he clutched his belly, twisting in agony. Mingo, something feels off with my stomach. Before he could finish, another subordinate doubled over, cold sweat immediately beading on his forehead. I feel it too. It's like being stabbed. Then came the third, the fourth. Even Zhang Ming felt a tightening in his gut, as though an invisible hand was gripping it and twisting fiercely. Puffed. An incredibly undignified sound erupted from Wang Peng's trousers. An indescribable stench permeated the living room instantaneously. What the hell? Wang Peng, did you just? No. Damn it, I need go too. Toilet. Toilet. Make way for me. The entire scene spiraled into chaos. A dozen burly men, vying for access to the sole toilet, nearly erupted into violence once more. The first to rush and was met with the sound of torrential release, followed closely by violent retching. Ugh! Lily, overwhelmed by the mingled sense of blood, sweat, and excrement, could no longer hold back. She rushed to the balcony and heaved over the edge, losing her composure. The entire room 1301 transformed into a hellish nightmare. They were like fire hydrants with their valves opened, spewing forth uncontrollably. Several individuals, already frail, succumbed after only a brief struggle, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed. Burning with fever, they were utterly incapacitated, unable to stand, surrounded by their own vomit and excrement like a mound of sludge. It's Suze. Zhang Ming lay on the soiled sofa, utterly weakened, lacking even the strength to curse. He finally grasped the situation. Suze, that bastard, poisoned the bread. Wang Peng was even worse off, his already rotund figure now green with distress. Trembling, he fumbled for his phone, mustering his last ounce of strength to send a desperate howl in the Owner S group. Building 6 Wang Peng, Suze of Building 6. You bastard. May you meet your demise. You poison toast. We are now vomiting and defecating. We are on the brink of death. You are truly sinister. Upon sending this message, the previously silent Owner S group erupted once more. Building 6 Lu, Suifan. Retribution. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. Let this be a lesson for you. Building 6 Li Gong. No way. Is it true? Suga did this? Incredible. This is what happens to evildoers. Building 6 Mrs. Zhao. Serves you right. You beast deserve this treatment. Su Sir is magnificent. The group was filled with mockery and schadenfreude, with no one offering sympathy. In his villa, Suze sat leisurely before the surveillance screens, holding a steaming cup of coffee, observing the chat messages. Upon reading Wang Peng's desperate plea, a cold smile crept across his lips. Originally, these laxatives were intended for those neighbors who had insulted Wang Shuyun in the group. Little did he expect that Zhang Ming and Wang Peng, in their foolishness, would seize the bread. They truly got what they deserved. How wonderful. He picked up his phone, unhurriedly recording a voice message, which he then sent to the Owner S group of Building 6. Ding. Suze's voice resonated in everyone's phones. Good evening. Dear neighbors, everyone has witnessed the malevolent individuals who have seized your supplies. I have employed a modest stratagem to bring them to their knees. As for the bread and water, they're not poisonous. Simply wipe off the powder from the exterior of the bag and the surface of the bread, and you may consume them with peace of mind. Whether or not you can indulge in them depends on your own capabilities. After all, I have painstakingly saved these treasures for you. They must not go to waste. The message may be brief, yet each word detonates like thunder in the hearts of all the famished survivors. What does it mean? Zhang Ming and his cohorts have been incapacitated. The food lies there. Whoever seizes it, it shall belong to them. Simultaneously, countless doors in Building 6 were flung open with fervor. People surged like a frenzied tide, their eyes glimmering with a manic hunger, rushing towards room 1301 from all directions. The last vestiges of humanity's rationality were utterly obliterated in the face of starvation. Upon the arrival of the first wave at the door of 1301, an overwhelming stench halted them in their tracks. It was unbearable. It was akin to falling into a public restroom that hadn't been cleaned in 10 days. Yet, the desire for sustenance quickly triumphed over their aversion to the foul odor. A bold man, covering his nose and mouth with his clothing, was the first to charge inside. There, in the corner, he beheld 2 intact bags of bread and 2 cases of bottled water. He also spotted Zhang Ming, sprawled on the sofa like a lifeless dog. Filthy and barely clinging to life, along with Wang Peng, collapsed on the floor, unable to even lift his head. Food! The food is here! He let out a jubilant shout. In the next moment, the crowd outside surged in like a tidal wave, igniting a frenzied scramble. The bread was torn open, the bottled water snatched away, and those who had rushed in first clutched their spoils, eager to flee. However, soon after, a gaunt man with red-rimmed eyes kicked open the kitchen door. Damn, there's more. So much more. The kitchen cabinets were stuffed with exquisitely packaged instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, imported luncheon meat cans, and even several bottles of fine liquor. This revelation ignited the insatiable greed of all present. Damn it. Wang Peng has hoarded so many treasures. Grab everything. Don't leave him with a thing. This box of Loasafen is mine. Get away. That can of abalone was spotted by me first. Room 1301 had completely transformed into a chaotic marketplace. The people were no longer content with mere bread and water. They began to ransack Wang Peng's entire abode. The storeroom door was smashed open, the bedroom bed overturned, and the snacks in the wardrobe swept clean. The cacophony of tearing, cursing, and the shattering of pots and pans melded into a symphony of apocalyptic frenzy. Wang Peng, lying on the ground, could only watch in despair as his home was plundered by a pack of ravenous wolves, leaving him with not even a single packet of pickled vegetables. Wang Peng watched as a child clutched his last bottle of soda and dashed out the door. Overcome with rage, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Meanwhile, in the chaotic corridors of Building 6, a gaunt man was forcefully dragging a girl who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old down the stairs. The girl, clad in a down jacket, had a rosy face from the cold, desperately struggling, her eyes filled with tears and fear. "Dad, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. They are all beasts." The man's visage twisted with rage, and he struck the girl across the face. "You know nothing," he hissed. "You will go and sleep with that man named Wang Peng. Just once. With your looks, our family could have 10 pieces of bread. 10. He pointed to the photo of Wang Peng on his phone, his spittle flying. "If you plead with him, sweeten your words a bit. Perhaps we could even score more bottles of water. If you refuse, we will both starve to death. Can you bear to see your father perish?" The girl covered her face, weeping in despair. Although reluctant, her body was forcefully dragged step by step towards the infernal gates of Building 6. Chapter 28. Su Zhe. "This is my territory. You should leave." The man's name was Su Lei, and at that moment, he was gripping his daughter's wrist tightly, ascending the dimly lit staircase of Building 6. Upon reaching the 4th floor, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and barely contained excitement echoed from above. A throng of people charged down, each clutching varying amounts of supplies, their faces alight with the euphoria of survival. "Ha! That damned Wang Peng hoarded so many treasures. We've struck gold. If it weren't for Su Zhe taking down those beasts, how could we have gotten so much?" A familiar voice rang out. It was Lu Tsuafen from room 602. She clutched a box of self-heating hot pot, her face wrinkled in a smile of delight. "Now we're set. Our family of 3 can hold out for a while." The woman beside her, her daughter-in-law, held half a bag of rice, nodding in agreement. "Right? Once this is finished, we'll go to the villa and get Su Zhe to help us. Doesn't he have a car? He can surely find more food for us. And we can have him run our errands." "Exactly. With his abilities, supporting our entire building should be a piece of cake." Those around them nodded in consensus, as if this were a matter of course. They squeezed past Su Lei and his daughter, not even sparing a glance at the 2 strangers. Su Lei, feeling rebuffed, was nonetheless inflamed with hope. If they had taken everything, it meant that Wang Peng and his gang were surely finished. He glanced down at his daughter, Su Qianqian, who was trembling from the cold. "Let us go. We must see for ourselves." He pulled Su Qianqian more forcefully, continuing to ascend the stairs. Su Qianqian's tears flowed incessantly, her voice filled with desperation. "Dad, please. I promise I'll be obedient. I'll borrow food from others. We can ask Su Zhe for help too. I don't want to go. I don't want to sleep with Wang Peng." Her cries echoed through the empty corridor, resonating with helplessness. He halted, turning around with a near-pleading tone, lowering his voice. "Meng Meng, Daddy begs you, I don't want this either. I'm heartbroken for you. Your mother is gone, and now it's just us 2. You can't bear to see me starve, can you? Just think of it as a favor for your father, all right?" He gestured to the message from Wang Peng on his phone, whispering like a demon. "Just this once? Only once. Your beauty could exchange for 10 loaves of bread. 10 loaves. And some mineral water. With that we could survive." They ascended the staircase layer by layer, the corridor growing increasingly silent, save for the sounds of the father and daughter struggling and Su Qianqian's stifled sobs. At that moment, several opportunistic homeowners descended from above, sprinting towards them, colliding with the pair. The immense force caused Su Lei to stumble, instinctively loosening his grip. Now was the moment. A spark of survival ignited in Su Qianqian's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and dashed down the stairs. "You little brat, stop right there." Realizing what was happening, Su Lei frantically pursued her, cursing under his breath. "You come back. I provide you with food, drink, and shelter, and this is how you repay me. What's wrong with letting you spend a night with Wang Peng? It won't cost me anything. You ungrateful wretch. Su Lei relentlessly chased after her, tears in her eyes. Su Qianqian ran with all her might. The cold wind pierced her throat like knives, causing her lungs to burn with pain. She burst through the entrance of Building 6, the frigid air jolting her into clarity. Where to go? Where could she flee? Home was not an option. Returning would mean being caught by her father and dragged back to that hellish place. Suddenly, the words of Aunt Lu and the others flashed through her mind. Villa. Suze food. Yes, that person named Suze. He managed to take down Zhang Ming and his gang. He must be formidable. Moreover, it seemed he resided in a villa. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Su Qianqian's eyes. She knew not what kind of person Suze was, but at this moment, he was her only choice. After all, if she was destined to die, she might as well take a gamble. Orienting herself, she sprinted towards the standalone villa, expending her last ounce of strength. You little girl, how dare you run? Su Lei had caught up, nearly ready to seize her. He grasped the down jacket Su Qianqian was wearing. Startled, she recoiled, not wanting to be dragged to Wang Peng's home. Survival instincts prompted an astonishing action. She unzipped her jacket and wriggled out of it. Instantly, the biting cold, akin to countless steel needles, pierced through her thin sweater. Yet, she could think of nothing else. Freed from her constraints, she quickened her pace, frantically heading towards the villa. At last, the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa loomed ahead. However, her strength had completely waned. Her legs buckled, her vision darkened, and she collapsed heavily onto the ground. Thud! Her body slammed against the cold glass of the window with a muffled sound. Inside the villa, the warm living room enveloped Suze, who reclined comfortably on the sofa, observing Wang Shuyun and Dandan as they played with a puzzle. Dandan, the little girl, held up a puzzle piece, her innocent voice asking, "Mommy, does this piece go here?" Wang Shuyun gently patted her daughter's head, saying, "Not quite, sweetheart. See, the color doesn't team match with the one next to it." The sudden thud shattered the tranquility of the room. Wang Shuyun, startled, stood up alertly and swiftly approached the window, anxiety etched on her face. What happened? Suze furrowed his brow, setting down his coffee cup. Peering through the bright floor-to-ceiling window, they beheld a frail figure of a girl curled up on the icy ground outside, clad only in a thin sweater, trembling in the biting wind. Immediately after, a grotesque man appeared in pursuit. It was Su Lei. Panting heavily, Su Lei reached the villa and instantly perceived the scene inside. The warm glow, the cozy sofa, and the three individuals in their thin loungewear contrasted starkly with the cold, dark corridor he had just left. Two entirely different worlds. Jealousy and greed ignited in his eyes. Yet, he did not linger. Capturing his daughter was paramount. He bent down, reaching for the nearly unconscious Su Qianqian on the ground. At that moment, Su Qianqian summoned her final ounce of strength, raising her head. Her frostbitten, purplish face, with eyes filled with bloodshot despair and tears, fixated on Suze inside. Her quivering lips formed a faint yet clear cry for help. "Please, save me. I don't want to go sleep with Wang Peng." Wang Shuyun's face instantly filled with shock and anger, instinctively shielding her daughter, Dandan, behind her. Dandan peered out from behind Wang Shuyun, looking at the pitiful older sister outside. Her clear eyes brimming with sympathy, she tugged at Suze's sleeve and whispered, "Uncle Suze, can you save her?" Suze's gaze shifted slowly from the girl's desperate face to the fierce man. He raised an eyebrow, hesitating to act. Save someone? He was no savior, nor was he a fool. In this apocalyptic world, every additional mouth meant more consumption, and every outsider introduced a new risk. From the onset of this catastrophe, he had resolved that this villa would be a sanctuary for himself, Wang Shuyun, and Dandan. Yet suddenly, the Hongyan Jibin system flashed in Suze's mind. The bond with Wang Shuyun had significantly expanded his spatial dimensions and granted him the ability to teleport. What if another beautiful woman joined? Would the system upgrade again? Or perhaps bestow new abilities? Suze was unaware of the answer. He gazed outside. The sky had darkened, and the streetlights had long since extinguished. He could scarcely make out the girl's face, only catching a thin outline curled on the ground, illuminated by the light seeping from the villa. She appeared to be a frail, underage girl, around 15 or 16 years old. Though uncertain of the next upgrade's outcome, the increased spatial dimensions and teleportation abilities had amplified his odds of survival in this desolate world. This was, after all, a gamble. If he won, he might acquire an entirely new ability. If he lost, he could simply cast the girl out. He had no need for a burden. In mere seconds, Suze had calculated all the pros and cons in his mind. He rose, slowly making his way to the door. Wang Xian looked at him with concern, saying, Suze gestured for her to remain calm. With a click, the heavy, armored door of the villa gradually opened, releasing a wave of warmth mixed with the aroma of food. Sule, about to grasp his daughter's hand, was startled by the unexpected sound. He looked up to see a tall figure standing in the doorway, towering over him. Suze, clad only in a black t-shirt and casual pants, appeared wholly out of place in the icy, frigid environment outside. His expression remained inscrutable as he silently regarded Sule. Suze spoke in a calm, yet firm tone. What are you doing? Chapter 29. An angelic face, a devilish figure. This girl Sule glared at the man in a flimsy t-shirt before him and shouted angrily. What business is it of yours? This is my daughter. It's my right to discipline her. Mind your own affairs. With that, he yanked the nearly unconscious Su Qianqian up. Suze simply stood there, his gaze sweeping over Sule. This is my territory. Suze's voice remained controlled. I've made it clear. Do you think you can come and go as you please? That gaze, Sule shivered under Suze's stare, instinctively loosening his grip on his daughter. Damn it, this is eerie. Sule kursid inwardly. Though he did not believe the neighbor's exaggerated tales of Suze single-handedly taking down Zhang Meng and a dozen of his goons, the imposing figure before him, standing at about 1.8 meters tall with a robust physique, coupled with an indescribable aura of pressure, clearly indicated that he stood no chance against this man. Sule forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. His tone softened. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. He gestured toward the curled-up figure of Su Qianqian on the ground. This foolish girl doesn't understand. I was merely planning to take her to Wang Peng's house to exchange for some food. You know how it is in this world. One cannot survive without food. Wang Peng. He was certainly aware of Wang Peng, and even more so of the despicable transaction information that he had shared in the group. Yet, he could hardly fathom that a father could remain unflinching while pushing his own underage daughter into the abyss. In an instant, a surge of savage rage welled up from the depths of Suze's heart. He was neither a saint nor a savior, but the existence of such scum, who violated the very boundaries of humanity, filled him with profound disgust. So, you intend to sell her for a few loaves of bread? Suze's voice remained calm. Sule's expression faltered, and he stretched his neck in a feeble defense. What do you mean, sell? This is for survival. She is my daughter, and what is wrong with a father sacrificing a little for her? Besides, sleeping with someone once kill her. Shusha chuckled lightly, no longer wishing to engage in dialogue with this human refuse. His gaze fell upon the shivering, fragile figure in the snow. The girl was on the brink of losing consciousness, but sensing his scrutiny, she mustered her last bit of strength to lift her head slightly. Her tear-soaked and despairing eyes locked onto his. He slowly raised his head again to look at Sule, speaking in an unassailable tone, as if delivering a verdict. Now, I present you with two choices. One, I will keep her. He pointed at Su Qianqian on the ground. I will give you 10 cans and 10 bottles of water. You take these and vanish from my sight immediately, never to reappear near this villa. Sule's eyes lit up instantly. 10 cans, 10 bottles of mineral water. This was vastly more than the 10 loaves of bread that Wang Peng had offered. It was like a windfall, just as he was about to eagerly speak. Suze's icy voice interrupted him once more. 2. You will receive nothing. The girl will remain here, but she will serve as fertilizer for the flowers in my yard. The expression on Sule's face froze instantaneously, replaced by overwhelming terror. He had no doubt that this man would follow through on his words. Without a moment's hesitation, he almost screamed, I choose one. I choose one. Suze tilted his head towards Wang Shuyun behind him. She understood, and despite her utter disdain for Su Lei, she quickly entered the underground storage room. Soon, she emerged carrying a heavy, eco-friendly bag. Suze took the bag, tossing it down at Su Lei's feet as if discarding trash. The bag landed on the snow with a dull thud. Like a wild dog, Su Lei pounced on it, tearing it open to reveal canned luncheon meat, purified water, and a package of dehydrated vegetables, nearly drooling with greed. He clutched the supplies without casting a glance at his daughter, scrambling away into the darkness. Throughout this exchange, Su Zei's hands remained languidly tucked in his pants pockets, the cold, hard grip of a gun pressing against his palm. Had Su Lei made any sudden movements, even a fleeting thought of charging at him, Su Zei would have unhesitatingly painted the snow with a brilliant red, though he preferred not to resort to such violence. Only when Su Lei's figure had completely vanished did Su Zei retract his cold gaze. He approached Su Qianqian and lifted her from the icy ground. In his arms, he felt an astonishing warmth and a lightness. The girl's body was soft and slender. Through her thin sweater, he could distinctly feel her skeletal contours. Have I truly been sold? In his embrace, Su Qianqian seemed to regain a flicker of consciousness, murmuring in despair. A single tear slipped from the corner of her tightly shut eyes. Su Zei carried her into the spring-like warmth of the villa. The heavy armored door slowly closed behind them, sealing off the cold and darkness outside. Once in the living room, Su Zei carefully laid Su Qianqian on the sofa. Under the soft, bright light, he finally discerned her face. With a sharp intake of breath, Su Zei marveled at her beauty. This was the epitome of an exquisite young girl's face. A small, palm-sized visage, her skin was so fair it appeared almost translucent, revealing faint blue veins beneath. Her large, slightly exaggerated almond-shaped eyes were tightly shut, with long lashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. A petite, well-defined nose and slightly parted, rosy lips conveyed an air of innocence and fragility. Su Zei gazed at her face, instantly estimating her age to be merely 15 or 16. Su Lei was truly a beast, letting a minor venture forth to be sold. However, as Su Zei's gaze traveled down her slender neck, his pupils dilated sharply. The girl's sweater, soaked from struggling in the snow, clung to her form, outlining her curves without reservation. The stark contrast between her pure face and her astonishing physique was striking. Su Zei's throat instinctively constricted, his mind consumed by a singular thought. My goodness, the development of young girls nowadays is simply astonishing. This was the legendary youthful beauty, and she was among the finest. A light cough interrupted Su Zei's reverie. Wang Xian had approached, her gaze a mix of amusement, exasperation, and a hint of subtle vigilance. She reached out and playfully nudged his arm. Have you had your fill of staring? As she spoke, she picked up a cashmere blanket from the sofa and gently draped it over Su Qianqian, effectively concealing her alluring figure that would set any man's heart racing. Su Zei's face flushed, and he cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Wang Xian paid him no further mind, reaching out to touch Su Qianqian's smooth forehead, her brow furrowing immediately. She's burning up with fever. She must have been out in the cold for too long. She sprang into action, skillfully retrieving fever-reducing medicine and a thermometer from the living room's medical kit, pouring warm water and carefully administering it to the unconscious Su Qianqian, then stoking the fire in the fireplace. Once she had completed her tasks, she gazed at the girl on the sofa, breathing rapidly, her face flushed with heat, and sighed softly. Let her sleep on the sofa tonight. I'll go fetch one of my clothes for her to change into. Her sweater is completely soaked. After speaking, she looked at Su Zei, her beautiful peach blossom eyes carrying a hint of warning. Hey, I warn you, don't even think about doing anything strange tonight. Shusha feignt innocence. Do I appear to you as a beast? We haven't even done anything strange, after all. She is a minor. As he spoke, he instinctively checked for the presence of the Hong Yin Jiban system in his mind. However, the anticipated activation prompt did not appear. The entire space remained quiet, without any sign of change. Su Zei frowned slightly. Could it be that this girl could not activate his Hong Yin Jiban? Or perhaps, since she was currently feverish and not fully conscious, it did not count as a successful rescue? Never mind, I'll think about it tomorrow. Su Zei contemplated. If he could activate the Hong Yin Jiban, it would be a tremendous gain. If not, his gaze returned to the delicate figure on the sofa. I beg your pardon, dear little sister, but I cannot afford to accommodate idlers here. Just then, a sweet, childlike voice floated from behind Wang Shuyan. The Indian tugged at Wang Shuyun's sleeve, her curious little head tilted as she inquired, "Mama, what is a strange thing?" Wang Shuyun's face turned crimson in an instant, and gazing into her daughter's pure, innocent eyes, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. In a fluster, she scooped up Dian Dian and hurried back to her room. Children must not ask such questions. Quickly, it's time for bed. After a while, once she had lulled Dian Dian to sleep, she returned to the living room and softly said to Su Zhe, "I will take care of her tonight. You should rest." Shu Shu merely nodded, his gaze lingering on Su Qianqian's face for a long while before he finally departed. At that moment, Wang Shuyan looked at Su Qianqian and murmured, "Could it be that Su Zhe prefers this type? Youth is truly wonderful." In truth, upon realizing that Su Qianqian was underage, Su Zhe's thoughts turned devoid of malice, and his mind remained preoccupied with the entanglements of beauty. The next morning, Su Qianqian felt as if her head had been encased in a searing block of lead, her temples pounding painfully. Struggling to open her eyes, her vision blurred for several seconds before refocusing. What greeted her was not the cold, hard floor, nor the corridor of Building 6, but rather a ceiling. Had she not perished? A comforting warmth enveloped her body, a stark contrast to the frigid awakening she had previously experienced. The air was devoid of chill. Instead, a delightful aroma wafted through. Crispy bacon mingled with the rich scent of butter, complemented by the unique sweetness of congee, simmered to perfection. Instantly awakened by the enticing fragrance, Su Qianqian sat up slowly, discovering a cashmere blanket draped over her as she reclined on a genuine leather sofa. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, the muted dawn light revealed snowflakes relentlessly battering the glass. Yet within, it felt as warm as spring. Was this paradise? Lost in her reverie, a childlike voice emanated from the dining area. "Uncle Su Zhe, Dian Dian wants to eat that crispy edge." "All right," came a deep, magnetic voice laced with amusement in response. Following the sound, Su Qianqian was left astounded. In the spacious dining room, Su Zhe and Dian Dian sat at the table, the array of food before her making her question her sanity, wondering if she was still feverish and hallucinating. Golden yellow eggs with slightly crispy edges, oozing with enticing runny yolks. Several slices of sizzling bacon emitting a mouth-watering aroma, a pot of steaming century egg and lean pork congee, and even a plate of toasted bread, perfectly crispy on the outside and tender within, accompanied by a small dish of butter. In this apocalypse, where even a simple biscuit could cost a life, this was a steaming breakfast. Her eyes welled with tears as she stood, eager to approach, only to halt abruptly. Glancing down, she noticed her attire was not her thin, tattered sweater, but rather a loose, soft ladies' loungewear. Her clothes had been changed. A sharp, high-pitched gasp escaped her throat uncontrollably. She instinctively wrapped her arms around her chest, casting a horrified glare at Su Zhe. "You scoundrel! What have you done to me? My clothes!" Her voice trembled with fear and indignation, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Su Zhe, who had been serving Dian Dian, paused, lifting his gaze to regard Su Qianqian with mild indifference. He could not be bothered to explain. Instead, he leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin, pointed at himself, then at Su Qianqian, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "Me? A scoundrel?" This silent, condescending scorn left Su Qianqian feeling breathless. "You're awake." A gentle female voice from the kitchen interrupted the awkward tension. A tall woman clad in an apron emerged, holding a plate of freshly sliced fruit. Upon seeing Su Qianqian's expression, she froze momentarily before hastily clarifying, "Little sister, do not be afraid. Your clothes were drenched yesterday, and you would have fallen ill if you wore them again. I changed you, it was not his doing." She gestured towards Su Zhe, approaching with a warm, benign smile. She introduced herself. "I am Wang Shuyan, and you are?" Hearing this, Su Qianqian's tense body relaxed significantly, her face burning with embarrassment as she felt as though she could dig a hole to hide in. She responded softly, her voice thick with nasal congestion. I am Sui Yanyan. Thank you, Sister Wang. Chanqian, what a lovely name. Wang Shuyun smiled gently. How do you feel? Has the fever subsided? Much better, Su Chanqian replied, her heart brimming with gratitude for the beautiful older sister named Wang Shuyun. Su Zhe shook his head helplessly, realizing that this girl was suffering from gender bias. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon Su Chanqian again, his eyes involuntarily froze. Wang Shuyun stood at 7 meters tall, her figure both statuesque and ample, while the loungewear on the petite Su Chanqian appeared somewhat baggy. However, it was precisely this ill-fitting garment that exaggerated the young girl's astonishing figure in a way that was both striking and overwhelming. The wide neckline, slightly ajar from her earlier pose, revealed her slender, fair neck and delicate collarbone. Below, the loose fabric failed to conceal any youthful allure, instead accentuating a remarkable curve that was incongruous with her innocent visage, as if concealing 2 basketballs beneath. This was truly a case of childlike beauty. Su Zhe silently scooped a large mouthful of congee. A sudden cough escaped Wang Shuyun as she shot Su Zhe a disapproving glance, her expression warning him. Hey, what are you staring at? She is still a child. Refrain from leering at her with those predatory eyes. Su Zhe's face flushed, hastily averting his gaze as if nothing had occurred. Wang Shuyun shook her head in exasperation before kindly beckoning to Su Chanqian. Chanqian, come over and eat breakfast. You've had a fever all night and must be famished. Cautiously, Su Chanqian approached the dining table. Upon sitting, she was once again struck by the scene before her. Without hesitation, she seized her bowl and chopsticks, devouring the food ravenously. The warm congee slid into her stomach, providing a comfort so profound that she nearly moaned aloud. This was undoubtedly the most delicious meal she had ever experienced. However, midway through her feast, her movements gradually slowed. In this world of chaos, there were no free lunches. She had learned this lesson through blood and tears. Lifting her gaze, her large, misty eyes brimmed with unease and trepidation, carefully observing Wang Shuyun. Sister Wang. Her voice was barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Is there a price to pay for eating here? Wang Shuyun, who was wiping Dindian's mouth, paused, momentarily perplexed. Price? What sort of price? Su Chanqian bit her lip, her eyes reddening once more. She glanced at Dindian nearby, not wishing to be too blunt, and instead opted for a more veiled inquiry. Is it about that? That? Wang Shuyun remained bewildered, seeing that Wang Shuyun still did not comprehend. Su Chanqian grew anxious, disregarding Dindian's presence, and, with a deep breath, closed her eyes, whispering rapidly, Is it about selling one's body? Su Zhe choked on his congee, swiftly turning his head to the side. He coughed violently, while Wang Shuyun froze, her hand holding a piece of bacon hovering in midair. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with shock. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly froze. Only Dindian, tilting her little head and blinking her pure, innocent big eyes, asked in a babyish voice, Mom, what does it mean to sell one's body? Su Zhe swiftly picked up Dindian, quickly uttering that he was full, and like a fleeing shadow, carried the little girl to the living room, turned on the television, and selected the animated series he had downloaded long ago. Come, Dindian. Let's watch Peppa. At the table, only Su Chanqian and Wang Shuyun remained. Su Chanqian lowered her head, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Wang Shuyun looked at her pitiful and helpless demeanor, set down her chopsticks, and gently said, Chanqian, listen to me. Here, you need not sell anything. You only need to follow Su Zhe's words. Do whatever he asks of you. Listen to Su Zhe. Su Chanqian suddenly lifted her head, gazing over Wang Shuyun's shoulder towards the tall figure in the living room. Su Zhe leaned back on the sofa, one arm casually draped over the back, the other holding the remote control, exuding a languid and relaxed demeanor. He was tall and well-built, even while seated. One could sense the explosive power contained beneath his casual attire. The contours of his profile, illuminated by the light, appeared strikingly distinct and handsome, radiating a masculine charm that instilled a sense of security. Unbidden, scenes from the previous night flooded Su Chanqian's mind. It was this man who, with 10 cans and 10 bottles of water, purchased her from the clutches of that beastly father as if she were a mere commodity. In this apocalyptic world, 10 cans and 10 bottles of water represented a fortune that could drive countless individuals to madness, even to murder. Her biological father, for a few pieces of bread, sought to cast her into the flames. Yet this man, with a substantial sum, redeemed her. In a sense, he was now her master, a powerful, wealthy, handsome master capable of providing absolute safety and sustenance. As Su Qianqian savored the fragrant lean meat porridge in her bowl, a daring thought, bold enough to make her blush and her heart race, surged forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Chapter 31. Brother, this woman can be exchanged for food. In Eugene Community, Building 6, Room 1301, a once lavish apartment filled with various supplies now resembled a garbage dump. The air was thick with a nauseating sour stench, a foul mixture of vomit, sweat, and blood that had fermented together. Wang Peng huddled in a corner of the sofa, his body dirty and stiff. He trembled uncontrollably, unsure whether it was from the cold or the cramping pain in his stomach. After enduring a night of relentless vomiting and diarrhea, he and Zhang Meng, along with a group of their underlings, had managed to cling to life. The fever had subsided, but his body felt utterly drained of strength, so weak that even standing upright was a challenge. Mengo, what do we do now? Wang Peng's voice was hoarse and dry. We're completely out of supplies. If we don't eat, we'll either starve to death or freeze to death. Across the room, Zhang Meng leaned against the wall, his complexion scarcely better than Wang Peng's. Damn it! Zhang Meng slammed his uninjured left fist onto the nearby wooden coffee table with a resounding crack. The solid wood splintered, causing a jolt of pain to radiate through his injured right arm, gritting his teeth in agony. The intense pain ignited the fury within him. No way. Zhang Meng's eyes were bloodshot. I can't swallow this anger. That bastard Suze. I will drag him out of his shell, strip him of his clothes, and let him freeze to death in the snow. A few of the remaining underlings, weakly dismantling the wooden furniture in the room to prepare for a fire, could only muster the slightest energy. Wang Peng's girlfriend, Lily, was shivering as she collected snow from the gaps in the window to melt it for hot water. Her once proud beauty was now utterly haggard. Wang Peng, witnessing Zhang Meng's menacing demeanor, felt a surge of hatred boiling within him. Yes, Suze. That damn Suze. Mengo, we must seek revenge. Wang Peng leaned closer, lowering his voice. But we can't even stand. How can we take revenge? Those poor souls in Building 6 emptied my home yesterday. We need to reclaim food first. Reclaim? How? Zhang Meng shot him a glance, disdain evident in his eyes. With us sickly cats? Those neighbors have food now. They're all emboldened. If they band together, charging out will be tantamount to suicide. Wang Peng was silenced, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. The room descended into a suffocating silence, interrupted only by the howling wind outside and the increasingly audible growls of hunger from their bellies. At that moment, Zhang Meng's gaze fell upon the woman in the corner who was boiling water. Lily. He observed her face, though weary, still possessed a semblance of beauty, and the way her clothes clung to her body, due to the cold, accentuated her alluring curves. A glimmer of greed and cruelty flickered in Zhang Meng's eyes. A malicious thought took root in his mind. He chuckled. Ah, we can use the beauty ploy. Wang Peng's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. Meng Yi, this doesn't seem right. Lily, she's my girlfriend. His voice dwindled to a whisper. Damn you. Zhang Meng slapped the back of Wang Peng's head. Girlfriend, do you even realize the situation we're in? It's the apocalypse, and you're still talking about your pathetic girlfriend? You can barely survive. When you're starving or freezing to death, do you think your precious girlfriend won't jump into someone else's pants for food, screaming louder than anyone else? Zhang Meng's words pierced deeply into Wang Peng's heart. Wang Peng wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He turned to look at Lily. She, too, had clearly heard their conversation, her expression turning pale as she stared at Wang Peng in terror. Wango, please no. She shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of beads. Don't let Menga do this. I beg you. Zhang Meng looked at Wang Peng, sneering, then leaned in closer to whisper in his ear, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Pengzi, think with your brain that's muddled by shit. Your girl, though she has a pretty face, is still worth something. Now, if you offer her up, consider it resource recycling. He paused, his tone laced with temptation. Let me tell you, while we may not be able to take down Su Zhe right now, and that little vixen Wang Shuyun is temporarily out of reach. The poor souls in Building 6 have plenty of men. They raided so much food yesterday. They're likely full and thinking only about their desires. Once we use this woman to barter for supplies, we can gather our strength and regroup. By then, not just Building 6, but all the women in Eugene community will be ours. I assure you, once we have what we need, I'll let you choose first. There will be countless beauties, even more exquisite than your Lily, if that's what you desire. Zhang Meng's words acted as a key, instantly unlocking the door of desire in Wang Peng's heart. He envisioned himself surrounded by women, dominating the entire community. And to achieve all this, the cost was merely one Lily, a woman who, in this apocalypse, was of little utility beyond providing warmth. He looked at Lily again, his gaze now devoid of any lingering affection. All right, Wang Peng gritted his teeth, forcing the word out between clenched jaws. The last trace of color drained from Lily's face as she slumped to the ground. Get to it, Zhang Meng sneered, signaling to two of his underlings with a wave. The two underlings immediately pounced, roughly pulling Lily up from the ground and binding her tightly with torn strips of curtain fabric. Brother Wang, I was wrong. Please spare me. Lily cried out frantically, struggling in vain. Yet, Wang Peng simply turned his head away, indifferent to her plight. To him, she was merely a tool, a means to procure food and secure a future. What exactly are we going to do? Wang Peng inquired. Zhang Meng smiled, a glint of malice in his eyes. Simple, he said, pointing to a frail underling. You will drag this woman around, knocking on doors, specifically those houses with only men inside. Ask them if they desire a woman for companionship. 1 can of luncheon meat for one night, or half a bag of rice for an evening's entertainment. They have food, and their minds are likely consumed with thoughts of women. This trade will yield us great profit. Once we gather enough supplies, we can satiate our hunger and restore our strength. Zhang Meng's eyes gleamed with cruelty as he continued. Then, we shall reclaim what was stolen from us yesterday, tenfold, 100-fold. We will storm other buildings and turn the entire neighborhood into our territory. Wang Peng felt a surge of excitement, nodding fervently. Indeed, as long as we can survive and have better women in the future, sacrificing Lily is of little consequence. This is the most rational choice in this apocalypse. Soon, the frail underling dragged the bound and gagged Lily out of room 1301. They arrived at a door on the 12th floor. The underling recalled clearly that this household housed a single man in his 30s who had been particularly aggressive during their previous raid. Who is it? Came a cautious voice from within. The underling lowered his voice, addressing the peephole. Brother, open the door, there is something good. The door opened slightly. As the single man peered out and saw the bound Lily, her tear-streaked face still evoking pity, his eyes widened in shock. What is going on? He asked, swallowing nervously. The underling grinned, gesturing toward Lily. Brother, you know the deal. 1 can of luncheon meat or 5 packs of instant noodles. And this woman is yours. The man's breath quickened as he glanced at Lily's alluring figure, recalling the box of canned goods he had seized yesterday. Fear and desire clashed violently in his mind. But ultimately, desire prevailed. All right, he exclaimed, rushing back inside to retrieve a can of luncheon meat, which he swiftly handed through the door. The underling accepted the can, waited in satisfaction, and roughly pushed Lily through the doorway. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Outside, the underling walked away contentedly, while inside, Lily's muffled sobs echoed in despair, accompanied by the harsh sound of can being opened, driven by primal greed. Chapter 32. An unexpected encounter with a legal lowly inside the villa. Warmth enveloped the air following breakfast, infused with the lingering aroma of bacon and butter. Wang Shuyun was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Su Qianqian eagerly took a clean cloth to assist in drying the dishes beside her. The atmosphere was quiet, punctuated only by the sound of running water. Stealing glances at Wang Shuyun, Su Qianqian marveled at her beauty and maturity, feeling a stark contrast to her own youthful appearance. Unable to contain her curiosity, she timidly asked, "Sister Shuyun, are you and Su-Zhe already in that kind of relationship?" Wang Shuyun turned abruptly, her peach blossom eyes widening in shock, her cheeks flushing crimson. "You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Her reaction seemed more like a mixture of embarrassment and anger at having her private matters exposed. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Su Qianqian felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps they really were involved. However, Wang Shuyun, noticing Su Qianqian's knowing expression, quickly clarified, "It's not what you think. We're just neighbors. He took us in because he felt sorry for me and Dian. Nothing has happened." "Really?" Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Wang Shuyun's gaze shifted away, her ears burning with embarrassment. Upon receiving this revelation, Su Qianqian felt a rush of exhilaration, as if countless fireworks had exploded in her heart. She looked between Wang Shuyun and Su-Zhe, and a daring thought began to take root in her mind. This was an opportunity, a rare chance. Su-Zhe was powerful, mysterious, wealthy, and possessed a fortress-like stronghold. Most importantly, he had yet to establish a definitive relationship with anyone. In this chaotic world, was he not the ultimate catch? Moreover, he was not yet claimed by another woman. If she did not act now, would she wait until someone else swept him away? Su Qianqian, ever vibrant and outgoing, knew that in the face of survival, modesty held no value. Resolving to seize the moment, she dried the last dish, took a deep breath, and declared, "Sister Shuyun, I'm done." With that, she set down the cloth and exited the kitchen. Wang Shuyun watched her retreating figure, a foreboding sense of unease creeping into her heart. In the living room, Su-Zhe lounged on the spacious sofa, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, he felt the couch shift slightly beside him, accompanied by a scent that was not entirely pleasant, a mixture of sweat and mildew, laced with the fragrance of youth. It was Su Qianqian, who had quietly seated herself beside him, far too close for comfort. Su-Zhe instinctively furrowed his brow. Before he could speak, Su Qianqian made a bold move that left him momentarily speechless. She wrapped her arms around his, holding him tightly, even a bit forcefully. Shu froze entirely, overwhelmed by a sensation that was both indescribably soft and warm, pressing against his arm through the thin fabric of his clothing. It felt as if his entire arm had sunk into a cloud of the finest quality, soft and yielding, yet astonishingly resilient. However, the odor was a jarring disruption to the moment. Su-Ze's aversion to untidiness jolted him back to reality. "You haven't tea-bathed in at least 3 or 4 days, have you?" Su Qianqian's actions stiffened in embarrassment. In this apocalyptic world, with the power and gas out, where would she find hot water to bathe? Her face flushed crimson, and she loosened her grip on his arm. Feeling utterly humiliated, she turned to Wang Shuyun, who had just emerged from the kitchen. "Sister Wang, please take Su Qianqian to the bathroom for a shower. Then, find her a set of your clothes to wear. Also, tidy up the guest room on the 2nd floor facing south to accommodate her for now." Wang Shuyun glanced at Su Qianqian on the sofa. Realizing that she would likely be staying here for a while, a complex feeling stirring within her. Ultimately, she nodded. "All right, I understand." Su Qianqian followed Wang Shuyun toward the bathroom. 20 minutes later, when the bathroom door swung open again, Su Qianqian returned to the living room, and Su-Zhe cast a casual glance her way, his breath momentarily catching in his throat. The impeccably cleaned Su Qianqian appeared transformed, her damp hair haphazardly wrapped in a towel, revealing a flawless, porcelain-like visage of exquisite beauty. Her large, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an innocence that seemed almost to speak. Clad in Wang Shuyun's loungewear, a relatively loose cotton ensemble, the attire did not render her appearance bulky. Rather, it accentuated her stunning figure in a visually striking manner. The loose top was tautly stretched by her dramatic curves, while the trousers perfectly showcased her slender waist and pert silhouette. With a pure face and a devilishly enchanting figure, this stark contrast left any man utterly parched with desire. Wang Shuyun trailed behind, observing Su-Ze's gaze freeze in astonishment. However, what transpired in the next moment ignited her anger. Su Qianqian paid no heed to anyone, striding directly to the sofa and before Su Zhe could react, plopped down once more, skillfully wrapping her arms around his. This time, there was no unpleasantness, only the refreshing fragrance of the girl post-bath, the warmth radiating from her skin, and a touch that was even more vivid, soft, and breathtaking. Su Zhe's body stiffened again. Su Qianqian tilted her little face upward, her voice sweet and syrupy, laced with a hint of triumph as she proclaimed, "Darling, I'm all clean now. Doesn't it smell lovely?" After which, she intentionally nuzzled her cheek against Su Zhe's shoulder, continuing in a tone of utmost certainty, "By the way, darling, there's no need to trouble yourself with Sister Shuyun's chores or tidy up the guest room. Since I will be yours from now on, I can simply sleep with you." Cough, cough, cough. Su Zhe gasped, struggling to regain his composure amidst a fit of violent coughing. Wang Shuyun was equally furious, trembling with rage, nearly twisting the cloth in her hand into a knot. This little enchantress, how utterly shameless. It took Su Zhe a while to steady himself, gazing at Su Qianqian's earnest face, which seemed to ask whether he agreed with her. He felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Drawing a deep breath, he adopted a tone of icy detachment, devoid of any emotion, stating, "Put away that act. The reason I acquired you yesterday was solely due to my displeasure with your father. I found his actions utterly despicable. Furthermore, let me be clear, I have no interest in minors, nor any peculiar inclinations. Your presence here is solely because you fell ill yesterday. Once you recover, I will assess your usefulness. If you prove to be of no value, I shall promptly dismiss you." His voice was as cold as ice. "I do not harbor idlers, nor do I accommodate useless ornaments." By useful, Su Zhe implied the ability to activate the Hongyan bond. If she could not fulfill that role, then, in his eyes, no matter how beautiful Su Qianqian was, she would merely be a vessel consuming resources. However, upon hearing his words, rather than feeling fear, Su Qianqian tilted her head in confusion, her clear, bright eyes blinking in innocence. "Minor? Me?" She pointed to herself and spoke in a genuinely naive tone. "But I am already 24 years old. I am no longer a minor." The air thickened instantaneously. Su Zhe's expression resembled one frozen in disbelief as he gazed at the youthful face before him, seemingly capable of squeezing out water. 24. You call that 24? I do believe 14. His mind exploded with shock, instinctively feeling again the astonishing sensation on his arm, a single phrase bursting forth. Could it be that this is the fabled legal lowly, the embodiment of youthful beauty? Truly remarkable. Wang Shuyun was equally taken aback, glancing at Su Qianqian's unrivaled youthful visage, then at her exaggerated figure, nearly bursting from the loungewear, feeling a tumult of emotions within her. She forced a gentle smile, yet her tone held a subtle sharpness. "Ahem, you two should keep a bit of distance. Don Dian is watching, and it's not a good influence." Su Zhe followed her gaze and indeed saw Don Dian, with innocent, unblemished eyes, curiously observing the intertwined arms of him and Su Qianqian. Suddenly awakened, he cleared his throat and, with great restraint, reluctantly withdrew his arm from that cocoon of warmth. Once seated properly, Su Zhe resumed his enigmatic demeanor, addressing Su Qianqian. "Very well, regardless of your age. Whether you can remain here is for me to decide." Su Qianqian cheekily responded, "Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I will show you how useful I can be." Su Zhe abruptly shifted the conversation, his tone turning serious. "Now please tell me, what is the current situation in your building?" Chapter 33. Ding. Su Qianqian's Hongyan bond is activated upon hearing Su Zhe's inquiry. The charming, lowly visage of Su Qianqian paled considerably. Her body trembled slightly, the familiar boldness of clinging to Su Zhe's arm, which had already been withdrawn, dissipating, replaced by fear and confusion. "I live in Building 5, right next to your Building 6. Su Qianqian's voice dropped to a whisper. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was actually manageable. The news kept advising us to remain indoors, stating that the storm would soon pass, that everything would return to normal within a week at most. Our owner-S group in Building 5 was bustling. Everyone was encouraging each other, sharing photos of their food supplies one day, and the next, tips on saving electricity, creating an atmosphere akin to a festival. Looking back now, we were utterly naive. The villa was as warm as spring. The lingering scent of food in the air, seemingly affirming their isolation from the outside world. As the snow continued to fall heavily, an unending torrent, the mood in the group shifted. Panic set in. At that moment, a man named Zhou Wenbin emerged from their building. He had previously been a vice president of a listed company, possessing a natural charm that instilled confidence. He asserted that solitary efforts were futile and that only through unity could they manage resources effectively to survive the apocalypse. He painted grand visions, claiming that if they banded together, they could clear a path to seek more supplies, transforming Building 5 into the community's Noah's Ark. Su Zhe sat with his legs crossed, his expression impassive as he listened. He understood such individuals all too well. In peaceful times, they were elites, but in the apocalypse, as long as they were bold and shameless, they could easily persuade a group. So what happened next? Did you all believe him? Wang Shuyun couldn't help but interject, pulling Dandian closer to her. Yes, most people believed him. Su Qianqian nodded. At that time, despair was creeping in, and Zhou Wenbin became a lifeline. Consequently, every household contributed their food and water, which his wife recorded, distributing it based on headcount and labor. In the beginning, it unfolded just as he had described. He organized the able-bodied men in the building to take turns shoveling snow, and everyone felt a renewed sense of hope. However, we were far too naive. Su Qianqian's voice quivered with emotion. The rate at which we shoveled snow could never keep pace with the snowfall. We barely cleared 10 meters, only for it to be buried again overnight. New supplies could not arrive, while the concentrated food dwindled rapidly. People's sentiments began to shift. Initially, some complained about unfair distribution, questioning why the men who shoveled snow received more bread. Soon, some began hoarding food, and before long, others were brawling in the hallways over a mere package of biscuits. Zhou Wenbin's Noah's Ark, before it even set sail, was already taking on water. Finally, a week ago, everything collapsed completely. Everyone reclaimed their supplies and returned to their homes, distrustful of one another. Su Qianqian covered her face, her shoulders shaking violently. 2 days ago, Aunt Zhang from the 17th floor had run out of food and jumped from the window. I witnessed it with my own eyes as she fell into the snow, and then a group of people rushed out from a nearby building, dragging her lifeless body away as if it were a sack of rice. Wang Shuyun could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth and emitting a suppressed gasp. Her face as pale as paper. Instinctively, she held her child, Dian, tightly, reflecting on her own fortune. Had it not been for Su Zhe taking her in at the onset of the apocalypse, would she have been the one leaping from the building with Dian in her arms? Would her and her daughter's corpses have also been reduced to mere sustenance for others? At this thought, her gaze towards Su Zhe was filled with profound gratitude and dependence. Su Zhe's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes grew colder. Cannibalism. He had anticipated these words, yet their reality brought an unmistakable chill. This signified that within this community, a presence more dangerous than Zhang Meng and Wang Peng was emerging. My father's voice, Su Qianqian, was laced with despair. He had consumed the last of the food at home and had contemplated jumping as well. But upon seeing a message from Wang Peng in the community group stating that food could be exchanged for women, he dragged me along, insisting that I spend a night with Wang Peng to trade for some bread. She finally broke down, collapsing onto the sofa in tears. Su Zhe remained silent, glancing at his spatial pocket. Although he possessed enough firepower to handle the unruly crowd within the community, what if outsiders arrived armed with rocket launchers? I could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Clearly, it was imperative to find a location with greater firepower. Meanwhile, in Building 5, Room 801, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with the warmth and brightness of Su Zhe's villa. It was cold and dim. Su Lei contentedly leaned against a fire pit made from a rickety wooden chair, greedily scooping from a can of luncheon meat. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the frigid room, particularly enticing. Soloivas indifferent dosu plight. With these few cans and bottles of water, he could survive for several more days. Suddenly, the door was pounded upon with tremendous force, and a man's anxious yet feeble voice rang out from outside. "Old Su! Su Lei! Open the door! I smell meat. Are you hiding food? It was old Lou from next door, room 802. Sulay frowned, impatiently spot, and carefully concealed the remaining cans and bottled water beneath the bed before leisurely approaching the door, cracking it open slightly. Outside, old Lou's face was nearly pressed against the gap, his eyes glinting with a desperate hunger, fixated on the empty can in Sulay's hand, his throat convulsing. Old Sue, please, just a bite, just one. Get lost. Sulay hurled the empty can to the ground, without waiting for old Lou's reaction. He slammed the door shut with a bang and locked it. Suddenly, old Lou recalled something. Last night, he had seen Sulay walking away with his extraordinarily beautiful daughter toward Building 6. Wasn't that Wang Peng's territory? So, Sulay had sold his daughter to Wang Peng. The thought sprouted in his mind, wild and uncontrollable. Although he had no daughter, he had a wife. No, he couldn't act impulsively. Old Lou pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to calm down. What if Wang Peng's gang did not find his wife appealing? Or worse, what if they decided to turn him into their next meal? Hunger drove him to madness, yet he still retained some semblance of rationality. Yes, he needed to take some time to visit Building 6, greet Wang Peng, and gauge the situation. If he could indeed trade for a can of bread, he could return and bring his wife over later. In the villa, after Su Qianqian recounted her ordeal, she completely broke down. The innocent, cherubic face was devoid of any color, leaving only an abyss of fear and despair. Clutching at the last straw of hope, she lunged from the sofa, wrapping her arms tightly around Su Zay's waist. Please, don't kick me out. I have nothing left. Before Su Zay could react, an overwhelming softness pressed against him, the warmth of her body enveloping him through his clothes. Her body trembled from her sobs, each quiver sending waves of indescribable friction through him. This was no longer the light touch from earlier. This was an unreserved closeness, a full-body embrace. Su Zay could distinctly feel her astonishing curves, incongruous with her petite frame, warm and full, as if she intended to melt into him entirely. Su Zay raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing down. The girl's head was buried in his chest, her lustrous, flowing hair rising and falling with her cries, and beneath the tear-soaked collar lay a sight that ignited a primal urge within him. I can be of great use. I can do anything you ask. Su Qianqian seemed to summon all her strength, lifting her tear-streaked face, her large, watery eyes filled with humble supplication. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. You can do anything to me. I will be yours from now on. Please, don't abandon me. Wang Shiyun, standing nearby, felt a mix of discomfort and fear at the scene unfolding before her. Just then, a clear electronic prompt resonated in Su Zay's mind. Ding! Detected target Su Qianqian exhibiting a strong sense of dependence and belonging. The Red Lotus bonding system has been activated. Character, Su Qianqian, bond level, LV11. Activate Eco-Cycle Mini-World Mode. 2. Unlock new ability. Area scan, targets within a 15-meter radius. Su Zay's body stiffened slightly. His gaze shifted. The hand that had intended to push her away now slowly descended, playfully resting on her quivering shoulder. Oh, his voice was low and magnetic, imbued with an undeniable authority. You say you could do anything? Chapter 34 Su Zay. Now that you're here, there's no need to rush off. Wang Shiyun, hearing Su Zay's ambiguous remark, gently grasped Su Qianqian's hand and said, It's getting late. The room is ready. You should get some rest. You were burning with fever yesterday. Your health is paramount. Su Zay nodded, retracting his earlier teasing demeanor, addressing Su Qianqian. Yes, rest up. As for whether you stay or leave, I will consider it. Though he stated this, internally, he was elated. Taking in this youthful, enchanting girl was undoubtedly a great gain. Not only had he activated a new bond, but he had also acquired 2 seemingly impressive new abilities. He would need to delve into them shortly. Su Qianqian glanced back several times with reluctance as Wang Shiyun led her away to the 2nd floor. After settling her, Wang Shiyun took Dian to bathe. In the spacious living room, Su Zay found himself alone. He sank comfortably into the sofa, immersing his mind and his thoughts to explore the newly unlocked abilities. Eco-Cycle Mini-World, capable of simulating sunlight, soil, and water cycles, forming a microecosystem suitable for plant growth. One can cultivate a variety of seeds for vegetables and fruits within it, which will grow and mature at an astonishing pace, continuously producing pure water. Suzishin's mind stirred. He retrieved a packet of tomato seeds he had casually taken from the supermarket out of the Shukong Sanko. With another thought, the seeds appeared on the black, fertile soil of his little world. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The black soil began to water itself and bask in sunlight. An utterly invincible phenomenon. Suzishin couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. With this contraption, not only would he have an abundance of vegetables and fruits, but even if the world were to perish, he could establish an agricultural research institute within his own space. He then turned his gaze to another ability. Regional scan, centered on himself, it scans for any living beings within a 15-meter radius. A smirk graced Suzishin's lips as he activated the ability. Instantly, an invisible, radar-like ripple emanated from him. In his mind, the three-dimensional blueprint of the villa materialized clearly. On the second floor, in the children's room, a small light representing Dian Dian lay peacefully on the bed, breathing steadily. In the master bathroom, another silhouette representing Wang Shuyun stood under the shower, and he could see her every movement, even the way she lifted her hand to dry her hair. Meanwhile, in the adjacent guest room, the light representing Su Qianqian was tossing and turning under the covers, evidently still awake. Impressive, Suzishin murmured to himself. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of survival tools in a post-apocalyptic world. With it, any ambush or lurking enemy would be utterly exposed. His sense of security soared once more. The more Suzishin contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle, muttering to himself, "This girl is indeed a remarkable find. What a delightful surprise. I absolutely adore it." Each word of his distinctly floated into Wang Shuyun's ears as she descended the staircase. Wang Shuyun's footsteps abruptly halted. She had just finished bathing Dian Dian, lulling him to sleep, and had quickly showered herself, preparing to tidy up the living room. But what did she just hear? "This girl is indeed a remarkable find. I absolutely adore it." Undoubtedly, the girl Suzishin referred to was Su Qianqian. Wang Shuyun's heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Sinking with despair, the image of Su Qianqian's innocent, harmless face, juxtaposed against her exaggerated figure that even a woman would envy, surged uncontrollably in her mind. Moreover, the memory of Su Qianqian's boldness in affectionately clinging to Suzishin's arm flooded back. A wave of unprecedented anxiety and bitterness engulfed her. She admitted that Su Qianqian was young, beautiful, and adept at charming others. And what about herself? A 31-year-old divorced woman carrying a burden, aging and losing her appeal. Perhaps Suzishin had taken her in out of mere, fleeting sympathy. Now, with Su Qianqian, he had a younger, more attractive option who understood how to please a man. Would he still need her? Could the supplies at home truly sustain so many people? If one day resources ran low, whom would Suzishin choose to send away? The answer seemed all too clear. This thought left her feeling icy. No, absolutely not. She could not allow Dian Dian to return to the fear of going hungry. Wang Shuyun's breathing quickened, her gentle peach blossom eyes flashing with a determined resolve. Suddenly, she recalled that she had put away some clothes in the storage room while tidying up earlier. A frenzied idea took root in her mind. After finishing his shower, Suzishin returned to the living room in loose pajamas and was somewhat surprised to see Wang Shuyun still sitting there. "Not gone to bed yet?" Just waiting a bit." Wang Shuyun's voice was slightly vague, her gaze evasive. Suzishin thought little of it and casually remarked, "Rest early." After saying this, he turned and returned to his room. He did not notice that Wang Shuyun's attire for the evening was somewhat deliberate. Beneath her homeware pants, her long, shapely legs, akin to a work of art, were clad in sheer black stockings that glimmered softly. The black threads perfectly wrapped around her toned calves and rounded knees, disappearing into the shadows of her clothing, evoking boundless imagination. Watching Suzishin disappear through the door, Wang Shuyun sat there, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing, her knuckles turning pale. She took several deep breaths, as if steeling herself for something. Rising, She walked unsteadily towards the storage room and rummaged through a box. Inside lay a neatly folded outfit, made of scant fabric, quietly resting. Wang Shuyan bit her lip as she took it out. Minutes later, she stood at Su Zixin's door, her heart racing, nearly leaping from her throat. Her hand lifted, then fell, repeating this several times. Finally, gritting her teeth, she summoned all her courage and gently pushed open the unlocked door. The room was dark, illuminated only by the flickering light of a large screen displaying a PS5 game. Su Zixin, wearing headphones, was engrossed in the gaming world, entirely unaware of her presence. Wang Shuyan, barefoot, stepped silently onto the soft carpet, inching closer to him. It wasn't until the familiar scent, a blend of body wash and feminine fragrance, wafted into his nostrils that Su Zixin sensed something amiss. He removed his headphones and turned around. In an instant, he froze. Bathed in the glow of the television screen, he beheld an unforgettable sight. Wang Shuyan stood before him, adorned in a black lace and chiffon lingerie ensemble. The scant material barely concealed the most crucial areas, yet it displayed her mature, meticulously sculpted figure in a wild and direct manner. The lace accentuated the breathtaking curves of her voluptuous form, while below her flat abdomen lay the mysterious black triangle. Her long legs, which he had coveted for so long, were now completely clad in black suspender stockings, the lace edging at the thighs exuding a deadly allure. The gentle, intelligent, neighborly mother he was accustomed to had transformed into an enchanting midnight siren. Su Zixin gulped, his throat dry as if set ablaze. Though the hormones within him exploded instantaneously, he forcibly suppressed the primal urge, his voice hoarse, as he inquired, Wang Jia, what are you doing? Wang Shiyun's cheeks flushed crimson. She dared not meet Su Zixin's eyes, lowering her head as she trembled with a voice barely above a whisper. Please, don't call me Wang Jia. Just call me Shiyun, will you? Summoning her courage, she lifted her alluring eyes, filled with humility and pleading. I know you like Qianqian. She is young and beautiful. I understand the supplies at home are limited. Could you please not send me and Jinjin away? I am willing to do anything. So that was it. Su Zixin instanti gompun. This woman believed she was on the verge of being cast aside. Coming here to employ her beauty, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, but more so, a heat that was indescribable. He admitted to being intrigued by Su Qianqian's youthful beauty. Yet, how could he not be tempted by the mature charm and natural allure of Wang Shuyan? Only children make choices. He wanted them both. After all, in this apocalyptic world, what was a few more women? A playful smile crept across Su Zixin's face as he spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. When did I ever say I would send you away? Upon hearing this, Wang Shuyan was taken aback. You never thought of sending us away? A surge of overwhelming shame washed over her, and she felt an intense desire to find a crevice to hide in. She instinctively turned to flee from this mortifying situation. However, just as she spun around, a scorching hand seized her wrist with lightning speed. An irresistible force pulled her back. With a startled gasp, Wang Shuyan felt herself drawn into Su Zai's broad embrace, landing heavily in his arms. Since she was already here, Su Zai's breath, warm and fervent, tickled her ear. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Wang Shuyan's body stiffened, her mind going blank. She could distinctly feel, through the thin fabric, the man's firm and heated chest, along with a potent masculine aura that weakened her knees. As she attempted to struggle, Su Zai's iron-like arms held her tightly, rendering her immobile. His other hand, audaciously, began to caress her thigh, smooth and supple beneath the sheer stocking. A shiver coursed through Wang Shuyan, akin to being jolted by electricity. The palm, imbued with an undeniable power and warmth, leisurely glided over her thigh, igniting a fire within her veins with each inch it traversed. Let me go, she stammered, her voice soft and trembling, lacking any semblance of authority, sounding more like a lover's playful protest. Su Zai lowered his head, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the scent of her hair. Let you go? He chuckled softly, his voice deep and slightly husky as it brushed against her ear. Shuyan, did you come to my room dressed like this just for me to let you go? This statement acted as a key, instantly unlocking the final barrier of shame within Wang Shuyan. Indeed, she admitted to herself that she had long harbored feelings for Suze. She ceased to struggle, her body surrendering completely into his embrace, her arms unconsciously wrapping around his neck. This silent gesture served as the clearest invitation. Sensing her acquiescence, the smile at the corner of Suze's lips deepened. Without hesitation, he pressed fervent kisses on her long, fair neck and delicate collarbone, akin to a torrential downpour. Wang Shuyan let out a suppressed moan, her entire being enveloped in a rosy hue. Suze's kisses, bold yet tender, traveled upward, ultimately capturing her slightly parted, equally warm lips. This kiss was both commanding and gentle. Initially, it was a tempestuous assault, leaving her breathless as she passively endured, her mind a blank slate. Gradually, it transformed into a gentle caress, akin to a soft rain and breeze, soothing her as she succumbed to the moment. The flickering shadows cast by the television danced across their faces, rendering the scene even more enchanting. Suze suddenly exerted his strength. In the next instant, with a short gasp from Wang Shuyan, he swept her off her feet, striding toward the expansive, soft bed. With a swift motion, he closed the door behind him with his heel. Outside, the wind and snow continued to rage, yet within the room, a different kind of warmth flourished. The following morning, the first strands of pale dawn light seeped through the curtains. Wang Shuyan slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still hazy, feeling as if a heavy truck had run over her, each joint protesting fatigue. The man beside her remained in slumber, his breathing steady and strong. Turning slightly, she caught a glimpse of Suze's profile in the dim light. The sharp lines of his jaw, the high bridge of his nose, and his tightly closed lips. The memories of her bold and somewhat reckless actions from the previous night made her cheeks flush uncontrollably, warmth creeping all the way to her ears. She realized her waist was ensnared by a steel-like arm, rendering her unable to move. Awake? Suze's deep, husky voice resonated in her ear, laced with remnants of sleep. Wang Shuyan's body tensed immediately. It's 8 o'clock. I should go make breakfast, she murmured softly, avoiding his gaze. Suze chuckled, tightening his embrace and pulling her soft form entirely into his arms. No ruse. At that moment, a chilling electronic voice thundered in Suze's mind. Ding! Detected a qualitative leap in the bond with target individual Wang Shuyan. Bond level upgraded. LV3 LVMEX. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host. Space of the void warehouse expanded. 1,500 cubic meters, now infinite. Congratulations, host. Vision traversal ability enhanced. Mental energy consumption reduced by 80. Suze's body trembled slightly, his breath halting for a second. Infinite? A reduction of 80 in mental energy consumption? An indescribable euphoria surged from the depths of his heart, akin to a volcanic eruption. If the previous void warehouse was merely a top-tier mobile storage unit, now it transformed into a genuine divine realm, one that could consume anything. The reduction in consumption for vision traversal implied he could use this divine skill with reckless abandon. He felt as though he could teleport from the southern part of the city to the northern part, and still have the energy for an entire set of military exercises. My heavens, Suze exclaimed inwardly. In an instant, he envisioned seizing the opportunity to gather supplies while the apocalypse had only recently unfolded, focusing on collecting meat and snacks. As vegetables could be automatically cultivated in the alternate space due to Su Qianqian's bond, Wang Shuyan remained oblivious to the tempest brewing within Suze. She merely sensed his heartbeat quickening, the arm around her filled with explosive strength. Her cheeks flushed, and gently pushing against his chest, she whispered sweetly, "Stop it next time. Qianqian and Dian must be hungry. Next time? Then let it be tonight. Remember to put Dian to bed early today." "I will wait for you," Suze replied. His spirits lifted. Blushing, she donned Suze's oversized t-shirt and nearly fled the room. Upon reaching her own door, she heard her daughter's tiny voice calling out. She hurriedly opened the door to find Dian sitting up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Mommy, where did you go last night?" Wang Shuyan's heart skipped a beat. The warmth that had just faded from her cheeks surged back with a vengeance, leaving her at a loss for words. The Indian tilted her little head, her bright eyes curiously inspecting her mother in the obviously oversized men's t-shirt, innocently asking, "Mommy, are you wearing Uncle Suze's clothes? Are you marrying Uncle Suze?" The child's innocent words detonated like a sweet bomb in Wang Shuyun's heart. Gazing at her daughter's naive face and recalling the events of last night, along with the unprecedented sense of safety and belonging that man had provided her, all her shyness transformed into an uncontrollable smile of happiness. She knelt down to help the Indian dress, speaking softly, "Mommy will take you to wash up, then we will go downstairs for breakfast." When Suze finally dressed and descended the stairs, he was assaulted by a strong, burnt smell that made him frown. The kitchen echoed with the clattering of pots and pans, intermingled with Su Qianqian's exclamations of dismay. He grimaced, wondering if this little girl was genuinely trying to blow up the kitchen he had painstakingly created. As he and Wang Shuyun, who was accompanied by Dian, entered the kitchen, all three were taken aback by the sight before them. This was no longer a kitchen. It was a disaster zone. The countertop was in disarray, with spilled egg batter and flour creating a bizarre mush. A frying pan lay charred black, emitting thick smoke and a pungent burnt odor. The floor was strewn with water stains and vegetable leaves, and the culprit, Su Qianqian, was frantically attempting to wipe up the enormous mess with a small cloth. Her innocent and adorable doll-like face bore a streak of black-gray on the left and a smear of flour on the right, resembling a little kitten that had just crawled out of a chimney, appearing both disheveled and comical. Unable to contain himself, Suze let out a chuckle. Wang Shuyun, observing the scene, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She shook her head helplessly, stepped forward, and skillfully took over the cleaning from Su Qianqian, turning off the stove and tidying up the countertop in one fluid motion. Before long, the kitchen was spotless and a fragrant, simple meal of ham and eggs paired with warm milk was served at the dining table. At the table, Suze looked at Su Qianqian, who was poking the fried egg with her chopsticks, her face filled with grievance, and said, "All right, from now on, you shall not enter the kitchen, lest I awaken one day to find the house gone. From today onwards, you will be responsible for cleaning the villa. Shuyun will handle our meals." Upon hearing Suze naturally refer to her as Shuyun, Wang Shuyun felt a slight blush creep on her cheeks. But her heart swelled with sweetness as she quietly acknowledged him with a soft mm. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian's eyes instantly sparkled. She eagerly lifted her head and asked, "Husband, does that mean I can stay?" "Yes, you may stay," Suze nodded, then amended, "Also, do not call me husband, just call me Suze Gij." "Yay, that's wonderful. Thank you, Suze Gij." Su Qianqian squealed with delight, leaping from her chair like a little koala, wrapping her arms tightly around Suze's neck and shaking him joyfully. "You are so wonderful. You are the best person I have ever met. This girl is truly a captivating enchantress." She understood that in this apocalyptic world, it was perfectly normal for a powerful man to have multiple women. She also knew she should not demand Suze's exclusive devotion. Yet, witnessing Su Qianqian's bold and unabashed demeanor, she could not help but feel envious, realizing she might never have the courage to be so proactive. However, Wang Shuyun recalled Suze asking her to visit his room that night, and she quietly lowered her head, sipping her milk, her heart beginning to anticipate the evening. Suze savored Su Qianqian's affectionate embrace, his mind racing with plans. With the infinite space and enhanced teleportation, he needed to act swiftly. Food and living supplies were no longer an issue. What he lacked most was formidable firepower for self-defense and domination. He needed guns, artillery, and to transform his villa into a true military stronghold. Suze leisurely finished his last sip of milk and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze swept over the two captivating beauties before him. One was a stunningly alluring mother, exuding an irresistible charm, while the other was a lively, youthful sprite, radiating innocence and cuteness. "I am preparing to step out," Suze announced, breaking the serene post-meal atmosphere. "Although we currently have enough to eat, many resources are still insufficient for the long term. I intend to collect some crucial supplies while the outside world is still relatively stable and ascertain the surrounding situation." "Step out? Leave this safe haven for that perilous world outside? Wang Shuyun instinctively reached out, grasping Su Zhe's hand tightly. It's too dangerous out there. Her voice was soft, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Su Zhe held her hand firmly, leaning in closer and lowering his voice to a whisper only for her ears. Do not worry. How could I bear to perish out there? Boom! Wang Shuyun's cheeks flushed instantly, as last night's embarrassing images surged uncontrollably in her mind. She shyly lowered her head, her heart racing sweetly at his suggestive words. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian, seated opposite them, observed everything with keen eyes. Biting her plump lip, a glimmer of cunning flashed in her large eyes. If Shuyun could do it, why couldn't I? When it comes to being proactive, I will not lose. Chapter 36. The Alliance of the Viper and the Mad Dog Room, 1808, Building 5. Unlike the tragic state of Building 6, which resembled a garbage dump, Zhou Wenbin's home maintained a pristine order reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. The floor was spotless, books on the shelves arranged in alphabetical order, and there was not a trace of unpleasant odor in the air. Zhou Wenbin, a man who appeared to be in his 40s, sat at his desk, a metal basin beside him warming wood for heat. Dressed in neatly pressed gray loungewear, he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that framed his deep, calm eyes. Only the slightly yellowed collar and somewhat greasy hair betrayed that this man had not enjoyed a hot shower in quite some time. Before him lay a notebook, meticulously recording the population and resource reserves of Building 5. At the end of the entries was a bright red cross. Drinking water, 3 days remaining. Food, 5 days remaining. Medicine, 0. Zhou Wenbin's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk as he pondered ways to regain control over the chaotic crowd. Just then, a cautious knock sounded at the door. Manager Zhou, it's me, old Lu. Zhou Wenbin's brow furrowed slightly as he walked over to open the door. Standing at the entrance was old Lu, a thin, middle-aged man from downstairs, wearing a face that reflected both flattery and a hint of fear. Behind old Lu stood 2 unwelcome guests, causing Zhou Wenbin's pupils to narrow beneath his glasses. Zhang Meng, the notorious bully of the community, stood there, his pallor resembling that of a ghost, his right arm haphazardly bound with tattered cloth, blood oozing and turning a dark brown. His tall frame slumped like a wounded bear, the fierceness in his gaze replaced by extreme weakness, yet he still exuded an air of menace. The other was Wang Peng, emanating a foul odor, his overweight face etched with terror and submission, closely trailing Zhang Meng. Manager Zhou, old Lu fidgeted with his hands. This is Brother Meng from Building 6. He says he has something important to discuss with you. Come in, Zhou Wenbin replied, his tone unwavering, stepping aside to let them enter. The moment Zhang Meng and Wang Peng stepped into the room, they instinctively shrank their necks. The cleanliness of this place contrasted starkly with their foul-smelling, excrement-ridden room 1301, a chasm between heaven and hell. Please take a seat. Zhou Wenbin gestured toward the living room sofa. Zhang Meng plopped down, inadvertently straining his wound, causing him to gasp sharply in pain, the flesh on his face twitching. Wang Peng fidgeted nervously, resembling a timid wife. Zhou Wenbin poured each of them a cup of warm water. In this apocalyptic world, a cup of hot water itself was a symbol of power. Zhang Meng grasped the cup, disregarding the heat, and gulped it down in one go. Speak, what is the matter? Zhou Wenbin sat elegantly in the single sofa opposite them. Legs crossed, Zhang Meng took a deep breath. Manager Zhou, I will be straightforward. That little brat Su Zhe from Building 6 is not a good person. He hoards an immense amount of resources, enough to fill the entire villa. Yet he would rather watch his neighbors starve than share a morsel. He pointed at his injured arm and then at Wang Peng. We just wanted to ask him for some food, but that scoundrel is exceedingly treacherous. He poisoned us in the bread. He took down all of our brothers. Then he incited the poor folks from Building 6 to raid our homes and loot everything. Zhang Meng's voice trembled with emotion, painting himself as a victim of a cunning villain. Wang Peng nodded vigorously beside him, squeezing out a couple of tears. Yes, Manager Zhou. Su Zhe is nothing but a devil. We find ourselves utterly destitute. If we do not devise a plan, we shall be left to await our demise. Zhou Wenbin listened quietly, his countenance betraying no emotion. Once they finished speaking, He leisurely adjusted his glasses, a hint of mockery gracing his features. So, what do you seek from me? You wish for me to champion your cause against Su Zhe and assist you in reclaiming your home? Zhang Meng and Wang Peng were momentarily rendered speechless. Zhou Wenbin leaned slightly forward. Zhang Meng, we are all adults here. Let us refrain from childish antics akin to tattling in kindergarten. Though I did not witness the events at Building 6 firsthand, I have heard ample accounts. We all understand how you acquired your possessions. Are you not aware of why Su Zhe targets only you and not others? You were outmaneuvered by a single individual employing rather unrefined tactics, leading to your disgrace, even your stronghold being overrun. Now, like two stricken dogs, you come to me, declaring your adversary is formidable, and expect me to join you in your plight? Zhou Wenbin reclined back on the sofa, spreading his hands in a gesture of derision. Pray tell, why would I conspire with two failures such as yourselves? The term failure struck Zhang Meng, almost prompting him to leap to his feet. Yet the unsettling calm in Zhou Wenbin's gaze compelled him to suppress his anger. At that moment, cornered and desperate, Zhang Meng seemingly resolved to a decision. Raising his head defiantly, Mr. Zhou, you are correct. We are indeed failures, reduced to a state even lower than that of a dog. He inhaled deeply, his demeanor turning grave, even tinged with a gambler's fervor. I have not come seeking your assistance for free. I am here to discuss a collaboration. Oh, Zhou Wenbin raised an eyebrow, his attention finally fixed upon him. Zhang Meng licked his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. Prior to the apocalypse, I often indulged in local news. I distinctly recall an article from about 6 months ago, reporting that the abandoned cement factory in the southern suburbs was being requisitioned by the government for the establishment of a large logistics storage center. He fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Wenbin. I also saw a familiar figure in that news piece, none other than you, Mr. Zhou. The report stated that the contractor for this project was the construction company where you previously worked. Wang Peng, listening from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered, unable to decipher Zhang Meng's intentions. Zhou Wenbin's expression remained unchanged. He merely lifted his cup and took a sip, signaling for him to continue. Observing Zhou Wenbin's unperturbed demeanor only intensified Zhang Meng's uncertainty, yet he had already wagered his final chip and pressed on. Mr. Zhou, you are an astute individual. In these times when the government expends such vast resources to construct a warehouse in such a remote location, would you speculate that it contains merely instant noodles and bottled water? I wager that site is not a logistics center. It is in fact a military base, a concealed armory housing weapons, artillery, and possibly armored vehicles. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Meng felt his heart leap into his throat. This was his last card to play. He gambled that Zhou Wenbin was privy to the truth, that he harbored ambitions regarding the location, and that he required someone like Zhang Meng as cannon fodder. Zhou Wenbin gradually set down his cup, producing a soft sound as it met the table. A smile graced his lips, not one of mockery, but rather one of triumph, as if all was proceeding according to his design. Zhang Meng, you are somewhat brighter than I had anticipated. You are correct. That is indeed not a logistics center. He turned away. Furthermore, I am aware of far more than what you gleaned from the news. Zhang Meng and Wang Peng's eyes widened in astonishment, their breaths momentarily held. Now, repeat the foolish idea you had regarding dealing with Su Zhe. Zhang Meng hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped the implication, and a spark of ecstasy ignited in his eyes. He understood. Zhou Wenbin was not contemplating retreat, but rather orchestrating an even grander scheme. Lead the tiger away from its lair. Zhang Meng exclaimed in excitement. Mr. Zhou, do you mean we should leak the information about the armory to Su Zhe and draw him out? Once he departs, his villa will be left vacant. We shall storm in, seize his resources, and capture his women. Wang Peng eagerly added. When he returns to find his home gone, he will undoubtedly lose his composure. At that point, we shall ambush him and eliminate him in one fell swoop. Zhou Wenbin nodded in approval. This is indeed the crux of the plan. However, I shall take the lead. I will negotiate with Su Zhe, enticing him to venture forth in search of this military base. As Zhou Wenbin's gaze swept over them, your task upon my signal is to breach his defenses with utmost speed. I care not how you accomplish this, whether through sacrifice or labor. I demand results. Upon the successful execution of this plan, I shall claim 70% of Su Zhe's resources, while the remaining 30% will be yours. As for his women, I shall select first, and the remainder will be awarded to you, my loyal subordinates. This time, Zhang Ming showed no hesitation. He recognized that he had placed the right bet. With vague information, he had successfully allied himself with Zhou Wenbin. He knelt on one knee, his voice resounding. I shall follow your commands, Mr. Zhou. Wang Peng even fell prostrate on the ground. I am willing to serve you unto death, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Wenbin smiled with satisfaction. He walked to the storage room, retrieving a bag of vacuum-sealed rice and several cans of luncheon meat, tossing them at Zhang Ming's feet. Take these in return. Organize your people and restore your health. In 3 days, await my orders. I require a pack of rabid dogs that can bite, not a bunch of useless barkers. Gazing at the food on the floor, Zhang Ming's eyes gleamed with greed. He scooped up the rice and cans as if they were treasures of immeasurable worth. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Rest assured. With that, he and Wang Peng scrambled out of room 1808. The door shut with a resounding thud. The room returned to silence. Zhou Wenbin slowly approached the window, gazing at the overcast sky outside, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Su Zhe, you have enjoyed your time long enough. It is time for you to bleed. Chapter 37. Zhou Wenbin's intelligence. The military base within the villa. The warm ambience of post-dinner moments flowed gently under the soft yellow light. Su Zhe reclined on a massive leather sofa, cradling the drowsy Dian Dian in his arms as they watched animated films together. Su Qianqian nestled close beside him, akin to a docile kitten, her delicate arm affectionately draping over his. Her innocent, cherubic face leaned towards Su Zhe's ear, her warm breath tickling him. Su Gij, her voice was a soft, sweet lilt, tinged with a hint of deliberate allure. What kind of clothing do you prefer me to wear? I can don anything for you. As she spoke, she playfully rubbed against Su Zhe's arm, the striking curves of her figure, contrasting sharply with her cherubic visage, conveyed a fullness and elasticity that was unabashedly transmitted through the thin fabric of her loungewear. Alternatively, Su Qianqian lowered her voice further, an enchanting undertone lacing her words. I could do without clothes. Su Zhe found amusement within, pondering this little enchantress, who perpetually tested the boundaries of a man's resolve. Are today's young women so brazenly forward? How many boyfriends has she had? He wondered. His mind inadvertently drifted to the wildness and indulgence of the previous night with Wang Shuyun in but a single night. Her captivating allure had skyrocketed to the maximum, granting him extraordinary enhancements and abilities. If he were to engage this little enchantress, would it unlock even more outrageous capabilities? Su Zhe even entertained the absurd notion of having Shuyun and her together in the evening. Cough, cough. He quickly dismissed the increasingly outrageous imagery from his mind. Just as he prepared to tease this oblivious little enchantress, a jarring ringtone shattered the tranquility of the living room. Su Zhe retrieved his phone and glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. What is happening? Even in this apocalyptic scenario, there are still persistent, harassing phone calls? He casually muttered, swiping his finger to disconnect the call. Yet, mere seconds later, that same number relentlessly called again. Su Zhe frowned slightly and answered the call, remaining silent as he awaited the other party's words. After a few moments of silence, a composed, calm voice, tinged with a hint of sophistication, emerged from the line. May I ask if this is Mr. Su Zhe? I am Zhou Wenbin from Building 5. Su Zhe remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly. Zhou Wenbin, the leader from Building 5? What could he possibly want from him? Unperturbed by Su Zhe's silence, Zhou Wenbin continued, Mr. Su, I will be straightforward. I have learned through certain channels that you possess not only a significant amount of supplies, but also a powerful modified vehicle. In these trying times, everyone is struggling to survive. On behalf of the survivors from Building 5, I hope you can embody the spirit of neighborly assistance and share some supplies with us or lend us your vehicle so we can venture out to gather resources. We can split any supplies we find 50-50. What do you think? Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept onto Su Zhe's lips. This fellow certainly had a way with words. Supplies? What supplies do I have? Suze's voice was languid, tinged with the raspy quality of someone just waking up. I am on the brink of starvation myself. As for the vehicle, it has long run out of fuel, merely a decoration in the garage. He paused, his tone growing slightly impatient. If there's nothing else, I will hang up. My daughter is about asleep. Mr. Su, please wait. Zhou Wenbin's tone remained steady. Yet Suze could detect a hint of urgency that he was desperately trying to conceal. I know of a concealed military base in the southern suburbs of the city. Suze's finger, poised to disconnect, halted midair. A military base? Oh, do go on. His voice retained its indifferent tone, but his gaze sharpened. Zhou Wenbin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He knew he had hooked his prey. To be candid before the apocalypse, I was the vice president of a construction company. Our company happened to be contracted for this secret government project. Therefore, I possess complete project documentation and maps. Mr. Su, consider what firearms signify in these times. Suze chuckled lightly. Why should I trust you? We could add each other on WeChat, Zhou Wenbin promptly suggested. I can send you some photos of the government-stamped documents for verification. You will see their authenticity at a glance. Fine. Suze decisively ended the call. Almost simultaneously, a WeChat friend request appeared on his phone screen. Zhou Wenbin requests to add you as a friend. Upon accepting the request, a flurry of images was sent from the other side. Suze opened the images, scrutinizing each one. They were all highly classified, scanned documents from the government. Stamped with a vivid red seal, the project titled Southern City Emergency Resource Strategic Reserve Center. But the attached construction blueprints and security agreements revealed the true purpose of the location. This is far from a resource reserve center. It's plainly a standard arms depot. Suze sent a message. Tell me your true intentions behind this information. Zhou Wenbin replied almost instantly. Mr. Su, let's not beat around the bush. In this world, one cannot remain calm without a firearm. I lack a vehicle capable of reaching the southern suburbs, whereas you possess one. I wish to borrow your vehicle, and we could go together. The arms we recover will be split 50-50. Suze stared at the message, falling into silence. His mind raced. Why was Zhou Wenbin revealing such crucial information to him? Borrowing a vehicle? What a joke. Handing over the vehicle would mean allowing them to return armed, potentially turning their weapons against him. Did he take him for a fool? There had to be another motive behind this. In an instant, the phrase lure the tiger away from its mountain flashed through Suze's mind. This fellow intended to draw him out of his villa. Then, while he was away, they would strike at his home and his woman. What a clever scheme. A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Suze's eyes, yet his response remained calm. Suze replied, the vehicle is out of the question. Why should I trust you? What if you return with firearms and turn them on me first? I refuse to engage in such foolishness. There was a silence from Zhou Wenbin's end that lasted a full minute. In that case, Mr. Su, I can provide you with a precise location. You can go alone. In exchange, all we require is some food and water from Building 5 to help us endure. Upon your return with the weapons, if you are willing, we would be immensely grateful for a few handguns to ensure our self-defense. Upon reading this, Suze smiled. The fox's tail had finally shown itself. Their true aim was still to deceive him into leaving. A cold curve graced Suze's lips. The strategy of luring the tiger away from its mountain was clever, but regrettably misapplied. He certainly planned to visit this arms depot. A place capable of fundamentally enhancing his strength was not to be missed. However, he would not be so foolish as to go unprepared. He intended to observe what kind of grand performance this scheming Zhou would orchestrate in his absence. It was also a perfect opportunity to cleanse the community of those lurking shadows in one fell swoop. Suze picked up his phone, tapping deliberately on the screen as he replied to Zhou Wenbin. Suze, understood, I accept the map. I will prepare and plan to go in a few days. Suze, if the information is genuine and I locate the site upon my return, the supplies I promised you will not be lacking. I will also distribute some firearms for your self-defense based on the situation. Room 1808, Building 5. Zhou Wenbin read the message Suze had sent, a glimmer of triumph flashing behind his glasses. His companions, Zhang Meng and Wang Peng, were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Mr. Zhou, he took the bait. He really took the bait. Excellent. Once this fellow leaves, All the supplies and women in his villa will belong to us. Zhou Wenbin raised his hand, signaling for silence. Adjusting his glasses with an air of confidence, he replied with a victorious smile. Then let us wish Mr. Su great success and a triumphant return. Building 5 shall eagerly await your good news. After putting down his phone, Zhou Wenbin gazed into the pitch-black night outside, envisioning the scene of Su Zhe's villa being breached. The supplies emptied, and the two exquisite beauties kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Su Zhe, no matter how strong, is ultimately just a simple-minded fool. Meanwhile, in the villa of Building 6, Su Zhe regarded the final message from Zhou Wenbin as if observing a clown's inept performance. He tossed his phone casually onto the sofa, his eyes filled with mockery. The game has commenced. Let me see if you starving wolves possess a worthy set of teeth. Chapter 38. Complete Conquest. The Submission of the Temptress. A trap laid with precision. Su Zhe set down his phone, the playful smile lingering on his lips. He turned his gaze towards Su Qianqian. This little enchantress. He deliberately lowered himself, leaning close to Su Qianqian's delicate pink ears, and said, "There is already someone in the room tonight. Would you prefer to come tomorrow?" His voice held a teasing tone, the warm breath sending Su Qianqian's ears flushing crimson. "Or perhaps, would you like to join?" Boom! Su Qianqian felt as if her little head had been struck by a lightning bolt, her mind blanking for an instant, even her breath stalling for half a second. Together? This is far too exhilarating. Her doll-like face suddenly widened her big eyes in astonishment. She initially believed she had been sufficiently proactive and bold, only to discover that Su Zhe surpassed her in audacity. Yet, the vivacious spirit within her, unwilling to concede defeat, surged forth. "How delightful! Tomorrow, I shall wait for you in my room. If you wish to invite Wang Jie, that is perfectly acceptable as well." This was undoubtedly the most audacious statement she had ever made in her life. Su Zhe chuckled softly at her endearing yet outwardly strong demeanor. "All right, get some rest." He gently placed the already soundly sleeping Dandan, who was smacking her lips, into Su Qianqian's arms. "Dandan is asleep now. Please take her back to the room." "Oh, certainly." Su Qianqian felt as though a weight had been lifted, hastily taking Dandan and almost fleeing upstairs. Su Zhe shook his head with a smile before turning towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Wang Shuyun was tying on an apron, diligently washing the dishes. Her rolled-up sleeves revealed a delicate wrist, and her casual attire could not conceal her alluring curves, particularly when she bent over, showcasing an astonishing silhouette. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head, her gentle peach blossom eyes meeting Su Zhe's gaze. "Everything is tidied up." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Zhe playfully tapped her pert backside. The crisp sound echoed in the air. Wang Shuyun shivered. "What are you doing?" She shot Su Zhe a glare, but there was no hint of anger in her eyes. Rather, they sparkled with a touch of shy allure. Su Zhe leaned closer, his voice a teasing whisper in her ear. "I'll take a shower first. Do come over early." Without waiting for Wang Shuyun's response, he strode towards the bathroom. A blend of anticipation and anxiety stirred within Wang Shuyun, causing her to hasten her movements. Several minutes later, she had everything in order and took a deep breath. Unlike the previous night, she did not deliberately change into the risque lingerie that had both embarrassed and excited her. Instead, she wore a simple cotton nightgown, the soft fabric hugging her mature and voluptuous form just right, exuding a more alluring temptation than any revealing outfit. She approached Su Zhe's door and gently pushed open the slightly ajar door. Su Zhe had just finished his shower, revealing a robust upper body, with only a towel wrapped around his waist. Upon seeing Wang Shuyun enter, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "I thought I might see a different outfit today. Perhaps a nurse? A teacher? Or a maid?" Wang Shuyun bit her lip and spoke softly. "Shall I go change?" She hinted, ready to turn back. "No need." Su Zhe tossed aside the towel, took a step forward, and embraced her from behind. "Ah!" Wang Shuyun let out a startled cry as Su Zhe pulled her back, her back pressed tightly against him. Su Zhe buried his face in her neck, inhaling deeply the fragrance of her hair mixed with the scent of shower gel. "You're already quite enticing." He abruptly lifted her, cradling her horizontally as he strode toward the wide, soft bed. In a whirlwind, Wang Shuyun was placed heavily onto the bed, and before she could comprehend what was happening, a fervent kiss filled with intense possessiveness descended upon her. Shuyun, he leaned down, his nose nearly brushing against hers, his heated breath fanning across her face. Last night was merely an appetizer. Wang Shuyun's mind went blank as she stared into his piercing eyes. There were no more words exchanged. The passionate kiss fell like a torrential downpour, domineering yet gentle. Initially, it was a tempest of fervor that rendered her breathless, leaving her to passively endure, her thoughts a haze. Gradually, it transformed into a tender drizzle, soothing her and drawing her deeper into its embrace. His hands, electric in their touch, roamed her body, igniting flames of desire. Wang Shuyun felt as though she might melt away. Time lost all meaning. Perhaps half an hour had passed, or perhaps longer. Her voice, now tinged with tears, reflected her utter fatigue, her body limp as water, lacking the strength to even lift a finger. Suze, no, please, I truly can't take any more. She could only breathe weakly, every inch of her body crying out in exhaustion. Yet deep within, an unprecedented satisfaction surged forth. She finally comprehended the sheer magnitude of his power. It was beyond human capability. Listening to her soft, pleading whimpers, Suze did not relent. Instead, he leaned closer, his voice a wicked whisper in her ear. Is this too much for you? His tone was filled with a self-satisfied magnetism, akin to a devil's murmur. Shall I call Su Qianqian over instead? From what I gathered, she seems to discourage being with you. How about letting her take your place for a while? Wang Shuyun jolted at his words, her mind racing with alarm. Calling Su Qianqian over? Together? No. She was not mentally prepared for that. No, please don't. She fervently shook her head, instinctively clutching Suze's neck tighter. Suze, I beg you, don't call her. Seeing her panic-stricken yet dependent expression, Suze felt a mix of amusement and satisfaction. He captured her protests with a deep kiss. After what felt like an eternity, everything finally settled into quietude, and Suze contentedly ceased his advances. Wang Shuyun lay completely relaxed in his broad embrace, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Yet her face radiated an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Suze gently caressed her damp hair, pulling her closer. In this tender moment, he finally spoke. Shuyun, there is something I need to tell you. Today, Zhou Wenbin contacted me with news of a resource point. I may need to go out in a few days. Wang Shuyun, still basking in the afterglow, froze at the mention of going out. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes, still glistening, filled with concern. Going out again? It's so dangerous out there. Suze lowered his gaze and planted a tender kiss on her smooth forehead, calming her. Do not worry. I'm well aware of what I'm doing. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a magical quality that instilled peace. I don't trust that old fox Zhou Wenbin to share such good fortune for no reason. I suspect he has colluded with those two useless fools, Zhang Ming and Wang Peng, intending to stage a diversion while they seize our villa when I am away. What? Wang Shuyun turned pale at this revelation, resembling a frightened little rabbit as she desperately burrowed into Suze's embrace. What should we do? There are so many of them. Will we be in danger? Danger? Suze chuckled lightly, his laughter laced with disdain and absolute confidence. He grasped Wang Shuyun's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. How could I allow that trash to have the opportunity to touch my territory and claim my woman? Shuyun, remember this. You are my woman. No one can take you from me. This villa, unless I choose to abandon it, anyone who dares to come will meet their end. Wang Shuyun gazed at Suze, captivated by the possessive glint in his eyes. In that moment, all her fears and anxieties dissipated. Her smile shone brighter than ever before, filled with sincerity. She reaffirmed that this man before her was the one she could entrust her life to amidst this wretched apocalypse, along with Dandan. Suze, observing her adoring gaze, smiled contentedly and continued. Therefore, I plan to turn the tables. Once I finalize the timing of my meeting with Zhou Wenbin, you will take Dandan and Qianqian and stay safely hidden upstairs, watching me perform a grand act. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuyun paused in contemplation. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling with a complex light. She bit her lip, as if resolutely making a decision. Shusha, if you truly want me to speak with Qianqian, I can do so tomorrow. I perceive her as quite open-minded. She should not refuse. Suze was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He gazed at the woman in his arms with astonishment, not expecting her to broach such a subject. A playful smile curved his lips as he leaned down and kissed her again. What? Are you already seeking assistance? He asked with a mischievous grin. Are you perhaps struggling to endure my prowess? Wang Shiyun's face flushed crimson, and she playfully struck his solid chest. You're incorrigible. Suze felt a wave of warmth surge through him. He rolled over, looking at the enchanting beauty in his embrace, and was surprised to find he was ready once more. It seems you haven't yet been satiated. He took Wang Shiyun's hand and placed it on himself, chuckling deeply. Wang Shiyun, feeling the remarkable change, protested verbally while her body obediently surrendered once more. This night was destined to be sleepless. When the first rays of morning sunlight seeped through the curtains into the room, Suze finally fell into a contented slumber, cradling the now soundly asleep Wang Shiyun. Chapter 39. Turning the Tables, Capturing the Tortoise. The next day, when Suze awoke feeling refreshed, the stunning mother beside him seemed still lost in the tempestuous events of the previous night. Wang Shiyun was roused by the pressing need to relieve herself. Struggling to open her enchanting eyes, she felt every inch of her body sore and weak, particularly in a certain indescribable area that throbbed with discomfort. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as the wild and shameful memories of the previous night flooded her mind. This man is simply inhuman, a beast. She attempted to sit up from the bed, but as soon as she exerted her legs, she fell back onto the plush mattress with a soft moan. How humiliating. Just then, Suze effortlessly pulled her into his broad, warm embrace. Are you awake? His deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, filled with tenderness. Yes, I'm awake. Wang Shiyun buried her face in his sturdy chest. Suze chuckled softly and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, striding towards the bathroom. When Wang Shiyun finally emerged from her room, having put on comfortable loungewear, she immediately noticed the scene in the living room. Su Qianqian, with her hair in twin ponytails, was twirling around. Look, I'm going to perform a magic trick. Su Qianqian waved her delicate hand in front of Dot, then opened it to reveal a piece of fruit candy resting in her palm. Wow, it's strawberry flavor. Dot clapped her tiny hands in delight, squealing with innocent joy. However, upon seeing Wang Shiyun emerge from Suze's room with a slightly awkward gait, she rushed over with the seriousness of a little adult. Mommy, what's wrong? Did Uncle Suze bully you? What happened to your leg? Children speak without a filter, and their words struck Wang Shiyun like a bolt, igniting her cheeks in a fiery blush as she wished to retreat back into the room. Su Qianqian, blissfully unaware, burst into laughter, bouncing over to scoop Dot into her arms, winking knowingly at Wang Shiyun. Silly girl, your mommy wasn't bullied at all. On Su Qianqian's cherubic face, a smile emerged that seemed too mature for her age as she leaned in closer to Dot. Your mommy is actually quite happy. Do it. How about you let mommy sleep with you tonight? Sister has something to do. With that, she playfully winked at Suze with her bright, clear eyes. Dot nodded. Some understanding. Okay. Suze observed this scene with a bemused smile, leisurely leaning back on the sofa, sipping a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee. Just then, his phone lit up with a message from Zhou Wenbin. Good morning, Mr. Su. I wonder how you have been contemplating our situation? We are truly on the brink of collapse over here. Suze's lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile. So soon, they can no longer maintain their facade? He deliberately chose not to respond immediately, casting his phone aside. The sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the living room. Dot was engrossed in a cartoon. Su Qianqian was peeling an apple for her, while Wang Shiyun, blushing yet content, prepared a sumptuous breakfast in the kitchen. After a leisurely half-hour, Suze finally picked up his phone, feigning as if he had just seen the message, and slowly typed a response. Zhou, given the heavy snowfall and poor visibility, ISNT going out now akin to courting death? Let us wait a little longer. Safety is paramount. He deliberately adopted a cautious demeanor to gauge Zhou Wenbin's reaction. As expected, within 30 seconds of sending the message, Zhou Wenbin's frantic reply came through. Mr. Su, we can't wait any longer. Our food supplies in Building 5 have been entirely depleted. If we can't find something to eat soon, it will lead to dire consequences. I beg you, consider it a favor to your neighbors. You promised that upon locating the military base I sent you, you would provide us with the necessary supplies. The desperation and urgency seeped through every word. Quite the performance. Su Zhe chuckled coldly to himself, while maintaining an expression of conflicted emotions. Initially, he had intended to toy with this old fox for a couple more days, but the thought of Zhou Wenbin, Zhang Meng, and Wang Peng's anxious faces made it impossible to suppress his amusement. Very well, let us play this game together. He decided to feign helplessness and softness in his response. See, Fine, since you insist, Zhou, and we are all neighbors in the same community, it would be unreasonable to stand idly by. Thus, I will prepare today and set off first thing tomorrow morning. Building 5, room 1808. In the dimly lit room filled with swirling smoke, Zhou Wenbin stared intensely at his phone screen. Upon reading Su Zhe's message, a gleam of triumph ignited in his eyes behind his glasses. He has hooked. Beside him, Zhang Meng and Wang Peng were so exhilarated they nearly leaped off the sofa. Damn, Zhou, you're amazing. The burly Zhang Meng slammed his fist on the coffee table, producing a muffled thud. Once this kid leaves, all the supplies in his villa, along with those 2 women, will belong to us, especially that fiery mother surnamed Wang. I've long been irritated by her pious facade, and she will come to learn of my prowess. The rotund Wang Peng rubbed his hands together, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. And that doll-like beauty, her figure. Zhou, we must ensure the brothers get their fill first. Quiet. Zhou Wenbin raised his hand, signaling for them to calm down. He elegantly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Norus, wait until tonight when darkness falls completely, and then gather the men. He gazed at Zhang Meng and Wang Peng, his eyes shimmering with cunning. I will contact a few trustworthy individuals in Building 5 to prepare as well. Tomorrow morning, the moment Su Zhe's vehicle leaves the community, we will split into 2 groups. Zhang Meng, you lead a team, entering through the front gate with explosives. Wang Peng, you and I will take our chemist and blow open the garage door. Their defenses are formidable, but we have explosives. Once we breach a single entry point, all the supplies and women in the villa will be ours. Excellent. We will follow Zhou's lead. Zhang Meng and Wang Peng clapped in approval, their eyes filled with greed and desire. After they departed, Zhou Wenbin immediately sought out a chemistry teacher in Building 5, who had thick glasses and was preparing for the apocalypse, and laid out the plan. The teacher, upon hearing it, exhibited a flicker of fervor in his eyes, and without further ado, returned to his quarters to concoct a makeshift bomb. Meanwhile, in the villa of Building 6, Su Zhe had elevated the security system of the entire villa to a new level. A 10-centimeter thick special steel plate silently slid down from outside the window, sealing all the windows with impenetrable precision, transforming the villa into an isolated fortress of steel. After inspecting all the surveillance and alarm systems, he summoned Wang Shuyun and Su Qianqian to his side. Tomorrow morning, I intend to venture out to the supply point mentioned by Zhou Wenbin, Su Zhe stated calmly, as if he were merely discussing a trivial errand like grocery shopping. If all goes well, I might be away for a day or 2. There is plenty of food in the refrigerator, so feel free to cook whatever you desire without reservation. He paused, and his gaze sharpened. Most importantly, after I leave tomorrow, you are to draw all the curtains. No matter what occurs outside, remain quietly in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor and securely lock the door. Pay no heed to any sounds you may hear, and under no circumstances are you to come downstairs. Only emerge when there is complete silence outside. Though Wang Shuyun felt a twinge of worry, she harbored greater trust in him. She nodded obediently, understood. However, Su Qianqian was unwilling to accept this and clung to Su Zhe's arm. Her innocent face tilted upwards as she playfully pleaded, Su Zhe Gidge, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Take me with you. I may not be good at fighting, but I can cheer you on. Su Zhe chuckled at her antics. Initially, he maintained a stern expression and refused. No, if you come, I'll be distracted looking after you, which would be a hindrance. Seeing Su Qianqian's lips pouting in a way that revealed her displeasure, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, he leaned closer, a mischievous smile on his face. Be good and listen. Tomorrow I shall leave, but today I will let you off the hook. When I return, I will reward you for what you owe me tonight. With interest, a rush of warmth flooded Su Qianqian's cheeks, turning her face as red as a ripe apple. She had distinctly heard the sound from the next room last night, the range of Wang Shuyun's emotions from restraint to indulgence, culminating in cries of pleading. She understood well the nature of Su Zhe's promised reward. Initially, she thought she would have the chance to experience it tonight, but now she would have to wait a few more days. Yet, the thought of Su Zhe's aggressive gaze and his promises sent her heart racing with anticipation. She found herself unable to refuse any of his requests. Thus, she could only blush, fiddling with his firm fingers, and softly replied, "All right, I'll listen to you. We will behave at home and wait for your return." Chapter 40. The Frenzy of Ants, the Arrival of Death. The night was deep, and the villa was ablaze with light. Su Zhe sat on the sofa, meticulously cleaning a Type 79 submachine gun. The cold metal glimmered with a subtle sheen. Although he possessed absolute confidence in the villa's defenses, he remained uncertain of the methods Zhou Wenbin might employ against him. In the Shukong Tsanku ecological cycle microcosm, rows of neatly arranged planting racks were laden with nearly ripe fruits and vegetables. Prickly cucumbers, plump tomatoes, and purple eggplants mingled with a few out-of-season strawberries. It seemed that in a few days, the freshest produce would be ready for harvest. Su Zhe marveled at the ecological cycle microcosm in his mind. The following morning, Su Zhe donned a down jacket and addressed Wang Shuyun, who was busily working in the kitchen alongside a frolicking Su Qianqian. "I'm heading out." The garage door slowly ascended. As he started the car, the engine emitted a low growl, resonating distinctly in the quiet of the morning. He even intentionally drove an extra lap around the neighborhood to ensure those watching from above could clearly see him depart. Ultimately, the modified vehicle gradually exited the community gate, merging onto the snow-covered streets, and faded from view. Room 1808, Building 5. Zhou Wenbin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and watched as Su Zhe's imposing modified car completely disappeared from sight. He promptly picked up the intercom and lowered his voice. "Zhangming, Wang Peng, the fish has taken a bait. Move." On the other end of the intercom, Zhangming's rough yet ecstatic roar erupted. "Got it. Just watch. Boss show. Brothers, follow me. Today, we're going to the villa to have some fun." In a corner at the other end of the villa area, Zhangming hung up the intercom, excitedly waving his hand. A large group of people emerged from the shadows, numbering at least 50 or 60. These were all the capable subordinates he commanded. Each person brandished weapons, including steel pipes, fire axes, and machetes. Wang Peng, following closely behind Zhangming, rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with lewd anticipation. "Menga, that kid finally took off. Damn it, when we storm in, I must have a taste of that Wang Shuyun first. I've disliked her for a long time." "Don't worry." Zhangming pounded his chest. "Not just that hot mom, but also that little beauty with the doll-like face. TSK. Her figure is absolutely perfect. Once we seize the villa, the women inside will be at our disposal." Exactly what Mengu said. "Charge. Let us seize the goods. Grab the women." The group clamored excitedly as they surged toward the villa. Soon, they arrived at the villa's entrance. But the sight before them left everyone dumbfounded. The once impressive large floor-to-ceiling windows were now completely sealed by a single, formidable, silver-gray steel plate. "Damn!" Zhangming paused for a moment, then erupted in curses. "This bastard has set this up." A subordinate stepped forward. "Mengu, this thing looks pretty sturdy. Can we break it open?" "Sturdy my ass." Zhangming scoffed, spitting contemptuously. "It's just a piece of iron. We have explosives. Professional ones, provided by Boss Zhou." Wang Peng chimed in. "Exactly. No matter how tough a security door is, one blast should do the trick, right? That kid's not even around, just leaving a shell behind. What's there to fear?" However, as Wang Peng and Zhangming looked around, they noticed a troubling issue. "Hey, Meng Yi, where is Zhou Wenbin?" Wang Peng asked, perplexed. Didn't he say he would attack the front door while taking people to blow up the garage door? Where is he? Zhang Ming's expression darkened at the mention, but he quickly waved it off. Who cares? That old man probably wants us to go first so he can enjoy the show. Damn it, once we blow the door open, the good stuff inside will have nothing to do with him. That makes sense. Wang Peng's eyes brightened. Stop wasting time. Someone, hurry and set up the explosives. A lanky subordinate rushed forward, pulling a makeshift bomb wrapped in duct tape from his bag and affixing it to the center of the steel plate. Then pulling out a long fuse. Mango, it's ready. Light it. Everyone get the hell back. As the fuse ignited with a sizzling sound, everyone excitedly and nervously retreated. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the entire community, causing everyone's eardrums to ring painfully. Billowing black smoke mixed with snowflakes shot skyward. It's blown open. It's blown open. They cheered, rushing eagerly toward the thick smoke. However, as the smoke gradually cleared, the expressions on everyone's faces morphed into one of utter disbelief. The massive steel plate stood utterly unscathed. The explosion's epicenter merely left a charred mark, without even a dent. How the hell is this possible? Zhang Ming's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Damn it! Did Zhou Wenbin give us fake explosives? Wang Peng exclaimed in frustration, kicking a nearby snowbank. Impossible. Zhang Ming ground his teeth. It must be that the amount of explosives was insufficient. Get all the explosives set up. I refuse to believe we can't break this turtle shell. This time, several subordinates bound all the explosives given by Zhou Wenbin, a total of 5 or 6 packages, together and stacked them at the previously charred spot. On the second floor of the villa, in a master bedroom, Wang Shuyun and Su Qianqian were anxiously huddled together. Dian had already been lulled to sleep, lying on the soft bed. They could clearly hear the commotion and shouts from outside. Sister Shuyun, it seems like a lot of people have come outside. Su Qianqian's adorable doll-like face was filled with tension as she clutched Wang Shuyun's arm tightly, her palm clammy with sweat. Don't be afraid. Although Wang Shuyun felt anxious as well, she forced herself to remain calm and reassured her. Suze has everything arranged. Trust him. Just as the words left her lips, a deafening explosion shook the entire villa, causing the curtains to flutter. Su Qianqian screamed in fright and dove into Wang Shuyun's embrace. Wang Shuyun's face turned pale with fear. She held Su Qianqian tightly while shielding Dian on the bed with her body. What? What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Su Qianqian's voice trembled. No, it's an explosion. Wang Shuyun's peach blossom eyes were filled with terror. They have bombs. Before the two could regain their composure, a thunderous boom erupted, 10 times more terrifying than the last one. This time, they could clearly feel the floor beneath them shaking violently, the chandelier on the ceiling swaying wildly, dust cascading down. It's over. Su Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister Shuyun, this villa can't hold up anymore. Brother Su Zhe hasn't returned. What should we do? Wang Shuyun bit her lip hard, holding Su Qianqian and Dian even tighter. Her heart was filled with despair. With such a massive explosion, even steel would be breached, right? Suze, please come back. Outside the villa, with the second and even more intense explosion, Zhang Ming and Wang Peng erupted into thunderous cheers. It's blown open. This time it must have worked. Ha ha! I told you. There's nothing a single bomb can't solve. If there is, then let us just use another. Brothers, prepare to rush in and seize the women. However, as the smoke began to dissipate once more, the jubilant cheers were abruptly silenced, as if someone had choked a duck's throat. The steel plate still stood firm. Yet this time, at the very center of the explosion, a hole the size of a bowl finally appeared. The edges of the steel plate curled inward from blast. Though it was only a small breach, it was enough to rekindle a glimmer of hope among the despairing crowd. It worked. It worked. Zhang Ming shouted excitedly. Damn it. I knew it would work. Quickly, bring me a crowbar. Let us pry it open. Make the hole bigger. Zhou Wenbin, that bastard, didn't he give us enough explosives? Wang Peng cursed while picking up a steel pipe. Once we pry this steel plate open, we can demand more bombs from him. And we will definitely blow this villa apart. The group, seemingly invigorated, rushed forward with various iron rods and steel pipes, desperately jabbing at the breach, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. They felt victory was within reach. Envisioning the mountain of supplies stacked within the villa and the two exquisite beauties they could ravage at will. Just as they were caught up in their fervor, a sharp, piercing gunshot rang out. A subordinate wielding a fire axe, vigorously striking the steel plate, suddenly tilted his head back, collapsing straight into the snow, his body twitching twice before falling still. The noisy scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone halted their movements, staring in horror at their fallen comrade. Who fired the shot? Zhang Meng and Wang Peng jumped in shock, quickly turning around, scanning the surroundings cautiously. At that moment, a languid voice drifted from not far behind them. What day is it today, with so many people on my doorstep? Are you here for a party? But I don't recall sending out any invitations. That voice. Zhang Meng and Wang Peng froze, as if struck by lightning. They turned around to see a tall figure leisurely standing a dozen meters away. The person was clad in a down jacket, holding a menacing submachine gun, the dark muzzle still emitting a faint wisp of smoke. Who but Su Zhe could it be? Why you? Wang Peng stammered in fear, pointing at Su Zhe as if he had seen a ghost. Didn't you drive away? How are you here? Zhang Meng's face mirrored disbelief as he strained to listen. The neighborhood was utterly silent, devoid of any sound from a returning engine. We didn't hear the sound of the car coming back. Su Zhe observed their ghostly expressions, a broader smile spreading across his face. He slowly raised his 79-style submachine gun. Chapter 41. Do you think you can handle it? Gazing at the submachine gun in Su Zhe's hands, Zhang Meng and Wang Peng, along with the ragtag group behind them, felt their hairs stand on end, their hearts racing. They exchanged glances, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. Upstairs, behind the window of room 1808 in Building 5, Zhou Wenbin peered through binoculars at the scene below. Upon spotting Su Zhe and the submachine gun in his hands, his refined face twitched involuntarily. Thankfully, he had been cautious earlier. When Su Zhe drove out, he deliberately circled the neighborhood slowly, almost as if he feared others wouldn't see him leave. This unusual behavior instantly raised Zhou Wenbin's suspicions. He sensed something was amiss and instructed his subordinates to remain on standby, not joining the foolish charge led by Zhang Meng and Wang Peng. Now it seemed his concerns were justified. Su Zhe had never left the neighborhood, but the question remained. He had clearly seen that modified vehicle exit the main gate of the community. He and T heard the sound of an engine returning. Could it be that Su Zhe parked the car outside and walked back? That was impossible. Zhou Wenbin furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes behind the lenses flickering with confusion and deep-seated trepidation. This Su Zhe was far more cunning and enigmatic than he had anticipated. Outside the villa, Wang Peng's plump face had drained of all color. He trembled, whispering to Zhang Meng, "Brother Zhang, what should we do now?" "He has a gun." Zhang Meng, with a physique as imposing as a bear, instinctively recoiled. But he quickly regained his composure, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Damn it!" He cursed loudly. "It has come to this. We can't escape. We might as well fight him." Zhang Meng spat, forcing himself to appear calm, bolstering his own and Wang Peng's courage. "He only has one gun. We are dozens. I don't believe he can kill us all with every shot. As long as we can overpower him, we can take him down. Then we'll slowly breach this villa." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, his eyes reigniting with greedy flames. "The supplies and women inside will all be ours. We want to have to share with that bastard Zhou Wenbin." Upon hearing this, Wang Peng's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Yes, Brother Zhang is right. He envisioned victory on the horizon. At that moment, Zhang Meng suddenly raised his head, shouting loudly to the group of panicked subordinates, "Listen up. Su Zhe is alone, with just one gun. We must not be afraid. Whoever can take down Su Zhe will get to have those two girls inside first. Do whatever you want. And the supplies inside, take as you please." As soon as those words left his mouth, the previously terrified subordinates were instantly invigorated, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Really? Is what Brother Meng said true? Damn it, let us go for it." Laozi had long harbored a disdain for those two women. "Let's eliminate him, with dozens of us. Are we truly afraid of just one man?" They all believe that Su Zhe is but a solitary figure, armed with a single gun, and no matter how formidable. How much damage could he possibly inflict? There will always be others to charge ahead and bear the brunt, while they can remain hidden in the rear, perhaps reaping great rewards. When the time comes, the exquisite wine and delicacies in the villa, along with those two stunning beauties, shall belong to them. Driven by greed and desire, they completely forget their fear. Charge! Accompanied by a cacophony of excited yet violent roars, dozens surged towards Suze like a tidal wave. They brandished steel pipes, fire axes, and machetes, leaving varying depths of footprints in the snow, sending flurries of snowflakes into the air. Suze regarded this rabble with a hint of derision curling at the corner of his mouth. These imbeciles truly do not shed tears until they see the coffin. He slowly raised his 79-style submachine gun. The cold muzzle spat forth tongues of fire. Dense bullets swiftly harvested lives. The dozen or so henchmen at the forefront didn't even have time to scream. Their chests and heads erupted in crimson bursts. The bright red blood stood out starkly against the pristine white snow. They fell straight down, their bodies convulsing a few times before falling still. The cacophony of their charge abruptly ceased. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. The remaining individuals stood frozen in place, staring at their fallen comrades in a pool of blood, their earlier excitement instantly replaced by terror. What the hell? Is he even human? Get out of the way! They screamed in panic, instinctively retreating. Suze coldly observed them until his submachine gun clicked empty with a light sound. No more bullets. Zhang Meng, with his keen eyes, instantly seized upon this detail. A flicker of hope reignited on his savage face. Damn, his gun is out of bullets. He suddenly leapt up from the ground, shouting loudly to his dazed henchmen. Everyone charge! Kill him! His gun is out of bullets. This group of foolish henchmen seemed to awaken as if roused by Zhang Meng's roar. They immediately forgot their earlier fear, as well as the corpses that had just fallen. Charge! He has no bullets. Let us finish him. Brothers, driven by greed, they summoned their courage once more, howling as they lunged toward Suze. Suze looked at this wave of cannon fodder rushing at him again, a glimmer of contempt flashing in his eyes. The curve of his smile widened. Suze deliberately fired continuously without aiming, until he exhausted his bullets, creating an illusion that they still had a chance. Let you enjoy yourselves a little longer. He carelessly placed the empty submachine gun behind him. To onlookers, it appeared as if he had discarded the weapon. Yet, at the moment his hand casually waved in the void behind him, a fully loaded 79-style submachine gun appeared in his grasp. Another round of piercing gunfire erupted. Bullets poured out like a torrential downpour. The dozen individuals at the forefront jerked violently, as if struck by a massive hammer, flying backward once more. Blood mist erupted in the air, staining the white snow red. What the hell? How is this possible? He had run out of bullets. Even if he had a magazine, how could he change it so swiftly? Zhang Meng, Wang Peng, and all the surviving henchmen felt their pupils constrict and their faces drain of color. They gazed upon Suze's unmoving figure, watching the smoke still wafting from his submachine gun. Fear engulfed them like a relentless tide. What is he? A demon. He is a monster risen from hell. They no longer cared about any resources or women. In an instant, everyone emitted terrified screams. Run! They stumbled and frantically scattered in all directions, desperately seeking any cover to hide behind. However, Suze merely stood still, unmoving. He gazed at the terrified scum before him, and his smile grew ever wider. That grin, in the icy cold of winter, appeared particularly sinister. Suze raised his submachine gun once more to fire. After depleting the bullets, he replaced it with another fully loaded one, resulting in another 10 or so deaths among Zhang Meng's group. From the initial dozens, only Zhang Meng, Wang Peng, and a handful of henchmen remained. Chapter 42. It turns out he's just a small-time crook. Another round of gunfire came to an end. The previously deafening sounds of gunfire, the dying screams, and the wild howls all vanished. The air was thick with a mingled sense of blood and acrid gunpowder. Zhang Meng, Wang Peng, and the few remaining henchmen huddled behind several abandoned vehicles and a flower bed, not daring to breathe. They trembled all over. Is it quiet now? Suze stood in the center of the snow, surrounded by a few still warm bodies, appearing as if he were leisurely strolling in his own garden. He even nonchalantly kicked one of the nearby corpses with his toes, his tone laced with amusement. Just a moment ago, they were so vocal. Yet now, they turn mute. His gaze traversed the cover, landing squarely on the trembling figure of the plump man. Wang Peng, is it? The neighbor from upstairs. I remember you, previously swaggering in the hallway, claiming that I, a mere worker, was unworthy of residing in this community. So what brings you here now? Are you here to assist me with renovations? Wang Peng shuddered, nearly wetting his pants. Zhang Meng, hiding on the other side, had lost all color in his face. Run? Where could they run? To flee would mean death. They could only fight. Yes, they had no choice but to fight. He suddenly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Su Zhe, and with all his might he shouted, Su Zhe, you have some nerve. What is so impressive about using a gun? Sneaking up on someone from behind. You're nothing but a coward. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. As he shouted, he frantically gestured to the nearby henchmen, indicating that if Su Zhe dared to drop his gun, they would all rush in and bury him under a pile of bodies. Several henchmen understood, gripping their steel pipes tightly, nodding. This was their only chance for survival. One-on-one. Su Zhe, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but laugh. His laughter echoed in the desolate snowfield, sounding particularly eerie. Fine. Su Zhe suppressed his laughter, nodding decisively. A duel it is, step forth. Zhang Meng felt a surge of joy, yet remained cautiously peeking out from behind cover, seeing that Su Zhe truly had no intention of raising his weapon. He steeled his courage and stepped out slowly. Since it's a duel, you must toss away your gun. Zhang Meng shouted. Very well. Su Zhe's smile brimmed with mockery as he casually tossed the empty 79-style submachine gun onto the snow beside him. You see, no bullets, the gun is discarded. It's fair, I assent it. Witnessing the gun actually being thrown away, it was an opportunity, a grand opportunity. Brothers, come out. He has no gun. Let us finish him. With a fierce shout, Wang Peng and the remaining henchmen charged from behind their cover, brandishing their weapons. Su Zhe gazed at this group of fools rushing toward him, his smile growing ever more radiant. Truly, they were a bunch of fools who would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. Just as Zhang Meng's massive fist was about to crash into his face, Su Zhe moved. His movements were not swift. One might even describe them as languid. He simply raised his right hand lazily. No one clearly saw his action. As if by magic, a submachine gun appeared in his hand. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhang Meng, Wang Peng, and all the rushing henchmen stood frozen in place. Their expressions shifted from a frenzied grimace to utter despair in an instant. The barrel of the gun pressed lightly against Zhang Meng's forehead, slick with cold sweat. A duel? Su Zhe tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips. Are you truly skilled in combat? What good is skill when we are in the apocalypse? Here you are, still playing by the rules of a gangster's life. Do you understand firepower and capability? Where do you come from? What capacity do you possess to challenge me? Oh, I remember now. Your only talent lies in your loud voice. Now, even that is rendered useless, revealing you to be nothing but a pathetic little wretch. Please don't kill me. Zhang Meng finally broke down, his legs giving way as he sank to his knees in the snow, a yellow, foul liquid spreading from his trousers. He desperately knocked his head against the ground. Shi Ye, I was wrong. I am not human. I am merely a waste. Please spare my miserable life. Opportunity? I afforded you that chance in the garage. That shot was merely a warning. Alas, you are inept, unable to learn from your mistakes. I have grown weary of playing with you for so long. This bunch of refuse can no longer provide me with any amusement. In that moment, a gunshot rang out. Zhang Meng's skull exploded, and he slumped down like a puddle of mud. Wang Peng and the remaining lackeys were struck with terror at the sight, turning to flee. Want to run? Su Zhe's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand and fired. Wang Peng glanced down at his chest, then collapsed into the snow, convulsing twice before falling silent. Su Zhe did not pause. He commenced a one-sided execution with surgical precision. Pop, pop, pop. Each gunshot signified the end of a life. Those who had been clamoring to seize food and women moments ago were now desperate, running targets in the snow. They cried out, pleading for mercy. Soon, no one remained standing in the snow. Amidst the pile of corpses, Su Zhe retrieved his phone from his pocket. He opened WeChat and sent a voice message to Wang Shuyun, his tone remarkably gentle. Shuyun, it is safe outside now. You may come down. Oh, by the way, I want to be returning. I'm on my way to that supply point we discussed to procure some good items. Inside the villa, when the final terrifying explosion echoed, Su Qianqian was rendered speechless, clinging tightly to Wang Shuyun, tears streaming down her face like pearls on a broken string. Sister Shuyun, it's over. It's really over. The walls are going to crack. Wang Shuyun's complexion had turned ashen as she held Su Qianqian and her daughter close, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. Such a massive explosion could not be withstood even by reinforced concrete. Su Zhe has yet to return, just as the two were engulfed in despair. The cacophony of shouts and explosions outside was abruptly replaced by gunfire. Then, silence enveloped the air, a deathly stillness. What is happening? Su Qianqian asked, her tear-streaked, doll-like face lifting, her voice quivering. Wang Shuyun strained to listen, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with uncertainty. At that moment, Wang Shuyun's phone chimed, illuminating the screen. It was a voice message from Su Zhe. With trembling hands, she clicked to open it. When Su Zhe's familiar and tender voice emerged from the receiver, both Wang Shuyun and Su Qianqian were momentarily stunned. Then, an indescribable wave of joy and relief washed over them like a tide. It's Su Zhe Gij, Su Qianqian exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she snatched the phone to replay the message. He is safe. He said it's secure. Sister Shuyun, we are safe. Wang Shuyun's tense body instantly relaxed, leaning against the bed's headboard, feeling the energy drain from her body. Safe. That man, once again, appeared like a deity in their most desperate moment, resolving all crises. They slowly descended the stairs. The heavy steel plates obscured the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting the living room into darkness, compelling them to turn on the lights. Su Qianqian clung to Wang Shuyun's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Shuyun, Su Zhe Gij is incredible. Did he handle everything by himself? Indeed, Wang Shuyun murmured, he is truly formidable. An unprecedented, profound sense of security enveloped them. As long as that man was present, this fortress was the safest place in the world. Outside the villa, Su Zhe pocketed his phone, surveying the ground strewn with corpses without a hint of concern etched upon his brow. He opened an inconspicuous app on his phone, the control software for the armored vehicle. This morning, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the vehicle was equipped with military-grade, autonomous driving and remote control features. A fortunate twist for him at the expense of its unfortunate previous owner. Earlier, he had driven the vehicle to the entrance of the community, then exited, using his phone to remotely guide it several kilometers away, creating the illusion of his departure. Meanwhile, he stealthily returned to the community, waiting for these fools to take the bait. Soon, the imposing modified vehicle silently glided back into the community, stopping beside him. Before entering the vehicle, Su Zhe looked up, his gaze penetrating as he directed it toward Building 5. Zhou Wenbin. Throughout this operation, the elusive old fox had remained unseen. Clearly, he was a character with more brains than Zhang Meng and his foolish band. A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Zhe's mouth. Forget it. As long as he does not provoke me, I shall consider him non-existent for now. Should he ever choose to challenge me, he'll be dealt with directly. Su Zhe opened the car door and settled inside. The engine of the modified vehicle growled to life as it exited the community once more. Room 1808 in Building 5. Zhou Wenbin's subordinates watched as Su Zhe's vehicle disappeared into the distance, then cautiously inquired, Zhou Zong, that kid has left. Should we head to the villa now to check the situation? Head out to meet our demise? Zhou Wenbin spun around sharply. Did you not see? Did you not see it? He pointed at the snow-drenched ground stained crimson with blood. Zhang Meng and his 50 or 60 men. In less than 10 minutes. They were all gone. And his gun, where did he get that firepower? Alone, he was that formidable. With our numbers, what can we do against him? Sacrifice our lives? The subordinate recoiled, cowed into silence. He had been mistaken. Previously, he thought Su Zhe was merely a fortunate survivor with a bit of cunning. Now, He realized he had underestimated Su Zhe. "Relay my orders." Zhou Wenbin took a deep breath. "Everyone, hold your positions. From today onward, without my command, no one is permitted to approach that villa. Since Su Zhe has not directly sought trouble with us, perhaps once he reaches the military base, he will share some supplies with us. Until we ascertain Su Zhe's true capabilities, we must refrain from making any rash moves." Chapter 43. Emptying the mall. A new prey approaches. Su Zhe drove steadily away from the community. In the rearview mirror, the patch of snow stained dark red with blood and smoke quickly shrank, ultimately vanishing from view. Leaning back in his seat, he wiped the blood splatter from his cheek. "I am weary of this," Su Zhe murmured to himself, realizing that engaging in a cat-and-mouse game with Zhang Meng and his foolish crew was indeed a waste of time. The sooner he resolved it, the sooner he would find peace. Ding! The bond with Su Qianqian has leveled up. Current level, LV2. Bond upgrade rewards, 1. Strengthened ecological cycle mini-world mode. Plant growth rate within the space increased by 5. 2. Enhanced area scanning ability. Scanning range increased from 15 meters to 30 meters. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The recent explosion, along with the hellish scene below, surely startled that timid little rabbit quite a bit. In a moment of utmost fear and despair, she decisively eliminated all threats with an overwhelming presence. This stark contrast, akin to a journey from hell to paradise, fostered an almost worshipful dependency in Su Qianqian towards her. Thus, Su Zhe mused, his fingers gently tapping the steering wheel, as his gaze deepened in contemplation. The emotional ties, often referred to as upgrades, essentially stem from their absolute recognition and reliance on the home I have created. The stronger I become, the more secure the fortress, and the happier their lives. This positive emotional feedback loop would only intensify, enhancing my capabilities in turn. It appeared prudent to seek out more beautiful companions, nurturing their dependence upon me. This, indeed, is the proper approach to the Hong Yanji band system. Amused by this thought, Su Zhe chuckled lightly, his spirits lifted considerably. He activated the car's navigation system, setting the next destination to the newly established Wanxiang Global Port Shopping Center. If time permits, he would detour to the nearby university town, in search of any souls in dire straits that might require salvation. After more than an hour, he arrived at Wanxiang Global Port, the city's latest, largest, and most luxurious shopping center. Su Zhe recalled that the original plan was for a grand opening soon, with promotional advertisements saturating the airwaves. However, the apocalypse intervened, rendering this place a vast treasure trove, frozen in time just before the end. Excitement surged within him as he parked his vehicle at a distance, concealed it within his space, and approached the silent commercial giant alone. The immense glass facade reflected a cold light onto the overcast sky. The entrance adorned with faded ribbons of celebration and a large poster featuring the radiant smile of a popular star, declaring, "Grand opening. Welcome to experience." Standing before the heavy automatic door, made of tempered glass, he felt no inclination to vandalize. Instead, he pushed the door open. A rush of cold, dry air greeted him, mingling with the faint scent of new materials and the plastic aroma of various product packaging, creating a unique, apocalyptic fragrance. Even with prior preparation, upon witnessing the scene before him, Su Zhe couldn't help but utter a low expletive. It was too pristine, too intact. Beneath his feet lay a marble floor so polished it mirrored the emergency lights still aglow above, stretching towards the horizon. Every shop remained in a state of final adjustments, untouched since the pre-opening phase. On the first floor, a haven of luxury brands and designer apparel awaited. Unlike the jewelry and watches that held no value in the apocalypse, these items bore a more practical significance for Su Zhe. His gaze swept over a chic women's boutique, where mannequins adorned the latest autumn trench coats and dresses. Shu Yun, with her tall stature and cool demeanor, would undoubtedly look exquisite in such attire. His attention shifted to a neighboring store showcasing sweet and cute styles, filled with lace-trimmed nightgowns and plush loungewear that would surely delight Qianqian. Pondering thoughtfully, Xu Zhe concluded that even in the apocalypse, survival must come first. Yet quality of life should not be forsaken, particularly for his women. They must thrive more richly than before the world fell apart. He even spotted a high-end lingerie collection. The silky silks and delicate lace conjuring tantalizing images in his mind. These items were not only for their use, but also for his appreciation. A playful smile curled at the corners of Xu Zhe's lips. No longer hesitating, he willed an invisible hand to sweep through the entire first floor's clothing area. In an instant, every item, whether displayed on racks or stored in the back, ranging from trench coats, long skirts, hoodies, denim, to the most tantalizing intimate apparel, along with a plethora of high-quality men's t-shirts and jackets, vanished without a trace. The area was left impeccably clean. With this accomplishment, Xu Zhe felt his spirits soar. Whistling cheerfully, he strolled towards the escalator, passing by the counters of Chanel and Dior, where he casually collected every shade of lipstick, perfume, and skincare product. Even in the apocalypse, elegance must prevail. Like a diligent little hamster, he cleared out the entire electronic section, ensuring that VR devices, game consoles, and huge televisions were not overlooked. He envisioned creating a private cinema and game room within the fortress. Life should not be overly mundane. Ascending the escalator, he directed his path to the ultimate goal, the expansive gourmet supermarket, global marketplace, located on the basement level. As he stood at the entrance, the sight before him was nothing short of astonishing. This was no ordinary supermarket. It was a veritable paradise for survivors of the apocalypse. Towering shelves brimming with an array of gleaming, pristine products stretched into the heavens, devoid of even a speck of dust. Xu Zhe surveyed his domain like a king inspecting his territory, and with a mere thought, left nothing behind. The imported snacks, beverages, and daily necessities vanished into his possession in mere moments. Soon, he arrived at the most exhilarating section, the fresh produce area. Massive refrigeration units displayed meticulously prepared top-tier Wagyu beef, Australian sirloin, and Iberian ham. Adjacent to that, the seafood section was even more extravagant. In enormous glass tanks, albeit frozen, Boston lobsters, king crabs, and Australian abalones lay preserved in their vibrant forms. This was a bonanza. A large cold storage facility awaited him. Pushing open the heavy door, a rush of icy air mingled with the rich aroma of meat struck him, leaving him momentarily breathless. Before him hung entire, expertly butchered carcasses of cattle, sheep, and pigs on gleaming stainless steel hooks. The floor was littered with boxes of imported frozen seafood, salmon, tuna, and silver cod, while in a corner, small mountains of fruit boxes overflowed with Chilean cherries, Thai durians, and Japanese shine muscat grapes. In this post-apocalyptic world, these treasures were worth their weight in gold. Yet here they lay, treated like refuse, filling the warehouse to the brim. Perfection. A satisfied smile spread across Xu Zhe's face as he opened his arms wide, as if to embrace the world itself. Xu Yun, Qian, await my return. Your husband shall bring you delightful feasts. With a sweep of his hand, he cleared the entire cold storage of its bounty. After thoroughly ransacking the supermarket, he activated a regional scan while leisurely wandering the mall to see if anything else of value remained. Suddenly, 2 green dots appeared on the radar, causing Xu Zhe to tense, gripping his 79-style submachine gun tightly. Chapter 44. Tianheng Group, the next target. 2 figures, one tall and one short, entered Wanxiang Global Port. The taller man, around 30, was accompanied by a younger companion, likely in his mid-20s. What the hell? Lao Li, what's going on here? The shorter man exclaimed, surveying the empty first-floor hall, his voice tinged with disbelief. Not a single product remained. Even the mannequins had been stripped away, leaving only scattered packaging and dust. Wasn't the intel clear that this place had just opened, and no one had been here? It appeared as though it had been licked clean. Lao Li's expression darkened, his frustration evident as he kicked a nearby bear column. Damn it, someone must have gotten here first. Despair flickered in Lao Li's eyes. What now? If we return empty-handed, the young master will surely flay us alive. Last week, that group of people went out, only to be punished by kneeling in the snow for an entire night due to their meager findings. They nearly froze to death. Upon hearing this, the short man shivered in fear. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the escalator on the second floor. The two instantly looked up, adopting defensive postures. A figure descended from the escalator at a leisurely pace. The newcomer appeared quite young, perhaps around 25 or 26, standing tall at about 1 meter 85, with an upright physique. He wore a pristine down jacket, his face devoid of color, his lips somewhat chapped, and his eyes reflected deep disappointment and fatigue. Most notably, he bore no possessions, not even a backpack, resembling an ordinary, luckless survivor. Suze had detected the two green dots on the second floor using regional scanning, and he refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to observe with keen interest. They were unarmed, visibly tense, and their conversation hinted at some young master. Intriguing. He immediately discarded his regal demeanor, adopting the guise of a hapless individual troubled by the scarcity of food, and ambled downwards. As Suze approached, although the two remained vigilant, they relaxed slightly upon seeing his harmless and disheveled appearance. Oldly furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Suze from head to toe, and spoke first. "Brother, are you alone?" Suze managed a wry smile and nodded. "Yes, my friends. Are you here searching for supplies as well?" He sighed and plopped down onto an empty display stand beside him, appearing dejected. "Oh, don't even mention it. I froze outside all day, finally found a dilapidated car, and barely made it here with almost no fuel left, thinking I could enjoy a hearty meal, only to be met with disappointment." He slammed his palm down on the stand. Who could disagree? The short, bespectacled man felt a sense of camaraderie upon witnessing Suze's plight and could not help but vent his frustrations. "We received news that there were plenty of resources here. Drove a company vehicle all the way, and look, there's not a single thing left. It's infuriating." Suze's eyes sparkled with interest as he seized upon the key phrase. "Company vehicle? My friend, which organization do you belong to? Are there still companies operating?" He feigned astonishment and envy. Oldly cast a wary glance at the short man. But seeing Suze's naivety, he felt reassured and replied vaguely, "We are from Tianheng Jituan, the largest company in the city before the catastrophe. We have substantial resources, and our boss is visionary, having established shelters, so we are still holding on." The name Tianheng Jituan struck Suze with a jolt. He was all too familiar with it. A leading enterprise in the city, involved in real estate, finance, and technology, an undeniable commercial behemoth. It was unexpected that amidst the apocalypse, such true capitalists not only survived but thrived, even organizing personnel to scavenge for resources. "Brother, do you still accept newcomers there? Look at me. I'm all alone and struggling to survive, starving every day. If I can't find food soon, I might freeze to death out there." He rubbed his hands together, exhaling a puff of white breath, perfectly embodying the image of a desperate survivor. Upon hearing this, the short man instinctively wanted to respond. "Actually, we..." Oldly abruptly coughed, discreetly nudging the short man's waist with his elbow. The short man immediately swallowed his words. Oldly forced a polite, distant smile and said to Suze, "I'm truly sorry, brother. We are facing difficulties too. Resources are scarce, and our boss has issued strict orders not to accept anyone for the time being. We cannot sustain so many people." He paused, rising to his feet and pulling the still silent short man along. "We need to search elsewhere for any overlooked opportunities, so we won't chat any longer. Take care of yourself." With that, he dragged the short man away, not looking back as they ventured deeper into the mall. Suze watched their retreating figures. Disappointment and dejection etched on his face, as if truly heartbroken by their rejection. However, once the two disappeared around the corner, all traces of emotion vanished from his visage, replaced by an unfathomable coldness and indifference. His enhanced hearing, far superior to that of an average person, captured every word of their hushed conversation despite the distance. "Old Lee, why did you stop me just now? I thought that kid seemed pretty pitiful. Our base is so vast, one more person wouldn't he hurt. Do you understand nothing? What did Steward Liu instruct us before we left? Speak less, act more. Don't leak a word that Shun TB said. What if he is a scout from another faction? In this world, you can never trust appearances." "Really? He looked too meek to be anything sinister. Better to be cautious. Besides, the young master despises us taking initiative to bring people back. Remember that woman last time? Just because Xiao Wang spoke out of turn, Look how the young master dealt with her, right? Damn it. Let us hurry up and find something. If we don't, we'll be in trouble when we return. Their voices gradually faded away. Suze slowly rose, dusting off his clothes, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Young master? Steward Liu? It seems that Tianheng Jituan has a remarkably intact internal structure, having formed a new, feudal-like power system. Moreover, this young master does not sound like an amiable character. As he leisurely exited the mall, the biting cold wind struck his face, yet he remained unfazed. His gaze was soon captured by a colossal presence parked not far in the parking lot. It was a heavily modified truck, with tires replaced by military-grade off-road ones suitable for rugged terrain. Quite impressive. Suze stroked his chin, contemplating. The ability to acquire and modify such a formidable vehicle indicated that Tianheng Jituan was far beyond the likes of Zhang Meng's rabble. They possessed organization, skilled technicians, and perhaps even their own armed forces. A thought surged uncontrollably in his mind. The villa he currently resided in, although fortified and comfortable, was ultimately a bit too small. With only Xu Yun and Qian Qian residing there, it still felt spacious. However, according to the attributes of the Hanyan Jiban system, to grow stronger and unlock more extraordinary capabilities, he must continuously shelter more beautiful women in dire straits, fostering their alliance and admiration. As the number of people increased, the villa would undoubtedly become cramped. He needed to prepare in advance, seeking out a larger, better-suited ultimate base for his post-apocalyptic paradise. Where might the lair of Tianheng Jituan be located? A shelter for a large corporate group would likely be situated far from the urban center, in a sprawling private estate. A resort, or perhaps within a high-end residential area, they had developed themselves. Such locations, with their beautiful surroundings and complete facilities, would be tailor-made for his plans of a post-apocalyptic harem. Suze's eyes ignited with fervor. He noted Tianheng Jituan down. For now, he would refrain from provoking them, waiting until he had resolved his current matters and elevated his strength before paying them a visit, curious to see what manner of person their young master truly was. He would also assess whether their painstakingly established kingdom aligned with his desires. If it did, then he would have to apologize as from then on. It would bear the name Su. Suze withdrew his gaze, and with a thought, the imposing modified truck materialized beside him. He opened the car door and comfortably settled into the driver's seat. The hum of the air conditioning swiftly dispelled the chill that clung to him. Suze casually retrieved a bottle of chilled cola from the storage compartment of the central console, twisted off the cap, and gulped down a few refreshing swigs, letting out a contented belch. This was indeed the essence of life. He activated the map on the central display and located the position that Zhou Wenbin had previously sent him. The military base lay over 100 kilometers away. Glancing at the red dot on the map, Suze noted that it was already 4 p.m. It seemed that returning home tonight was out of the question. He would have to spend the night outside. He pressed down on the accelerator, and his modified vehicle shot off like a black bolt of lightning, silently departing from the desolate commercial district and racing towards its distant target. Chapter 45. A new toy in hand. The mutant giant cat strikes. The biting cold wind howled outside the car window. Inside the modified vehicle, however, it felt as warm as spring. The warm air from the air conditioning gently circulated, maintaining a comfortable temperature of 26 degrees. Suze reclined the driver's seat completely, seamlessly merging it with the raised rear seats to create a spacious single bed. The soft touch of the leather invited him to stretch lazily. With a rip, he tore open a box of self-heating hot pot. As the heating pack met the water, a rich aroma of beef hot pot quickly filled the confined space of the car. Watching the bubbling hot pot before him, Suze picked up a slice of fatty beef, dipped it into the scorching red oil, and savored it with squinted eyes, feeling utterly satisfied. Ah, what bliss! Since moving into the villa, this was the first time he had enjoyed a self-heating hot pot. What he once considered a delicacy now seemed to lack something essential. It was missing that vibrant essence of life. He resolved to finish his tasks early tomorrow and hurry back home to enjoy the warm meals prepared by Xu Yun. Wrapping himself in her soft embrace for a good night's sleep, that was the true essence of life. Suze calculated in his mind, finishing the entire box of hot pot along with its broth and feeling pleasantly full. with an entire gas station's worth of fuel stored in the alternate space. He was unconcerned about fuel consumption, opting to let the vehicle run throughout the night with the air conditioning on as well. The following morning, as dawn broke, Shusha awoke. He opened his eyes and instinctively reached out beside him, only to find the cold leather. Sigh, without Shu Yun lying next to him. It felt quite unfamiliar. Suze chuckled self-deprecatingly and sat up. After a brief wash with the purified water stored in his space and nibbling on a couple of slices of bread, he exited the vehicle. The morning air was biting and frigid, yet visibility was surprisingly clear. The position Zhou Wenbin provided was remarkably precise, located not far ahead in a valley between the mountains. Suze did not drive directly there. The target was too conspicuous. He activated short-range teleportation, vanishing from his original spot and reappearing atop a nearby hillside. From this vantage point, the view was expansive. Nestled between two mountains, buildings covered in snow were faintly discernible. Towering walls, numerous watchtowers, and a stone monument at the entrance, partially obscured by snow, bore the semblance of the Ba-E emblem. This was a military district. Suze initiated a original scan. It was eerily silent. There were no signs of life. Confirming safety, he teleported again, directly appearing inside the tightly locked gate of the base. In the training ground, several military trucks and armored vehicles were blanketed under thick snow, their menacing outlines barely visible. Most windows of the barracks were shattered, allowing the cold wind to whistle through. Not far away, a flagpole stood with a red flag frozen stiff, stubbornly pointing towards the sky. Suze spotted a soldier clad in a heavy military coat, frozen in a vigilant posture against the wall of the watchtower. His face retained a look of alertness, yet his pupils were already glazed over, and his skin exhibited an abnormal bluish-gray hue, clearly having been turned into an ice sculpture. This place seemed to have witnessed a hasty evacuation. Suze did not linger on sentiment. His objective was clear. He teleported into a building that resembled an office, rummaging through the disarrayed archives and soon discovering a map of the base's internal structure. The munitions depot was located in Zone B7 on the 3rd underground level. Suze's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following the map's guidance, he made his way to the underground parking lot of the office building. At the end of the parking area stood a massive, round blast door, as thick as a bank vault, firmly embedded in the wall. An electronic keypad and an iris scanner on the door had long since powered down, rendered inoperative. This posed a challenge. Suze frowned and approached, pushing against the door. It did not budge. Stepping back 2 paces, he took a deep breath. The muscles in his right arm bulged, veins standing out like serpents. "Open," he growled, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch aimed at the hinge of the blast door. The resounding boom echoed through the empty underground space. The blast door trembled violently, and the point of impact in the half-meter-thick reinforced concrete wall splintered, forming a spiderweb of cracks. Yet the door remained shut. Damn, it was quite sturdy. Suze shook his numb fist, preparing for another strike when his peripheral vision caught sight of a fallen officer's corpse nearby. The body was similarly frozen, yet his hand clutched a black magnetic card tightly. Suze approached, exerting effort to pry the card from the ice-like grip of the frozen hand, finally freeing the card imprinted with the highest level of access. As he swiped the card beneath the keypad, a light hiss of depressurization accompanied the slow opening of the heavy blast door, sliding to the side. It seemed the power source for this door was independent, presumably to prevent issues during power outages. A unique blend of metallic, gunpowder, and oil scents rushed forth to greet him. Stepping inside, Suze's pupils dilated sharply. Rows of neatly arranged metal racks were filled with an array of weapons. Brand new Type 95 automatic rifles gleamed with cold metallic luster. The longer barrels of the Type 88 sniper rifles, equipped with high-powered scopes, exuded a deadly allure. Several boxes, still unopened and seemingly containing the latest QB's 191 short automatic rifles, were neatly stacked. On the opposite side were racks of handguns and submachine guns. The QSC-92 pistol and the compact yet formidable CLS 79mm submachine gun lay quietly in wait. In the corner, a mountain of ammunition boxes bore different caliber markings on their green exteriors. Suze couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This was nothing short of a paradise for arms. However, he quickly realized that the munitions depot was not entirely complete. Approximately one-third of the racks were empty. It appeared that following the apocalypse, part of the troops had indeed been hastily redeployed, taking some equipment to protect those so-called important figures. Suze understood this. Nonetheless, even with what remained, it constituted a staggering arsenal for one person. With these resources, he effectively possessed an exceptionally well-equipped army. Collect. Suze no longer hesitated. With a mere thought, the vast, void warehouse seamlessly connected with reality. Rows of weapon racks and mountains of ammunition vanished from the munitions depot, neatly arranged on the designated shelves of his alternate space. As he felt the cold flow of steel in that space, an unprecedented sense of security surged within him. Now, he was armed with firepower. Grinning with satisfaction, he casually retrieved a CSLS-7 submachine gun from his space. The weapon was lightweight, perfectly suited for one-handed operation, and the versatility of the 9mm ammunition made it an ideal choice. He swiftly loaded a magazine filled with bullets with a satisfying click. The cold gun rested in his hand, as if it melded seamlessly with his arm. Next, it was time to focus on gathering the bonds of beauty. Suze's lips curled into a playful smile. It would be best if no foolish individuals dared to emerge, for I would not hesitate to allow this apocalyptic world to experience the true meaning of overwhelming firepower. Suze returned to the ground, and at that moment, the area scan in his mind unexpectedly illuminated a glaring red dot. This red that was rapidly approaching him from outside the base. Red? Shusha frowned sharply. The two individuals from Tianeng Group yesterday were marked with green dots. What could this red signify? He immediately became vigilant, gripping a sharp military dagger in his left hand while tightly holding the CSLS-7 submachine gun in his right, his finger resting on the trigger. Thud, 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 an ominous, heavy footfall echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The sound grew nearer and louder. Suze held his breath, his gaze fixed on the entrance. In the next moment, a roar erupted that was utterly unlike anything a terrestrial creature could produce, followed by a tremendous crash. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive and terrifying figure emerged. Was it a cat? No, that couldn't be right. No feline could ever grow in such a grotesque form. Its size rivaled that of a small QQ car, with muscles radiating explosive power. Its once sleek fur had become patchy, large clumps falling away to reveal dark red flesh. As if skinned, a row of bone spines, sharp as blades, protruded along its spine, extending from its neck to its tail. Most terrifying of all was its head. Its face, still bearing a semblance of a feline, was now grotesquely twisted. Its mouth gaped at an unnatural angle, nearly stretching to its ears, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs. Fetid, blood-tinged saliva dripped from its lips, pooling into dark crimson beads upon contact with the cold ground. Its eyes were no longer the typical amber or blue, but glowed with a malevolent red light, brimming with bloodlust and pure madness. Shusha instantly understood. This was a mutated beast, utterly transformed into a monster after being deeply infected by the red rain. The mutated giant cat had evidently detected him, letting out a low growl that fixated on Suze. It seemed aware that he harbored something within him that was irresistibly enticing. Rather than feeling fear, Suze's lips curved into a cold and excited smile. He raised his submachine gun, the ominous barrel aimed at the colossal creature. Just in time. I was wondering where to test the power of my new toy. Let me see what surprises killing such a monster can bring to my abilities. The mutated giant cat's blood-red eyes were locked on Suze. Rather than lunging immediately, it circled him with an oppressive gait, drooling rancid saliva. The air was thick with the stench of decaying flesh, making one feel nauseous. Suze remained undeterred, his lips slightly curling in a cold, exhilarated arc. He aimed the CSLS-7 submachine gun steadily at the behemoth. Just perfect. I was looking for an opportunity to test this new toy's prowess. Let me see if slaying such a monster can yield new surprises for my powers. Before his words could fully escape, The mutated giant cat seemed incensed by his provocation. A thunderous roar erupted. It propelled itself forward with astonishing speed, exceeding the limits of human dynamic vision. Despite his enhancements, Suze could barely catch the creature's movements. Tot. Without hesitation, Suze squeezed the trigger. The submachine gun unleashed a barrage of 9mm rounds, striking the mutated giant cat with precision. Although the bullets inflicted some damage, it seemed akin to mere scratching. The giant cat's assault continued unabated, growing more frenzied with each pang of pain. In an instant, its enormous head was nearly upon him. Its cavernous maw agape, sharp fangs glinting ominously in the dim light, seemingly poised to swallow Suze whole. At this critical moment, Suze's expression remained unperturbed. With a thought, he activated short-distance teleportation. His figure vanished from sight. The giant cat's lethal lunge missed its target. With a resounding crash, its massive body collided with the wall behind Suze, creating a gaping hole in the reinforced concrete. In the next moment, Suze appeared just 5 meters to the side of the giant cat. Without pause, he pulled the trigger again. Tot. This time, he aimed for the relatively vulnerable joint of the giant cat's hind leg. A howl erupted from the beast as the bullets, though unable to penetrate its bone, delivered enough force to cause it to stumble slightly. Suze glanced at the nearly empty magazine of his submachine gun, frowning slightly. The weapon's effectiveness against such a formidable mutated creature had diminished significantly. With a mental command, he returned the depleted submachine gun to the void warehouse. Within that space, rows of fully loaded backup firearms awaited him, but he sensed that bullets would not be the most efficient means to deal with such a tough-skinned monster. Instead, he retrieved a glimmering military dagger. The giant cat once more fixed its gaze upon him, charging ahead with all its might. Suze did not retreat, but advanced. Just as they were about to collide, his figure vanished again. This time, he reappeared above the giant cat's back, utilizing the momentum of his descent. Suze gripped the dagger tightly and plunged it downwards with all his strength. The blade successfully pierced the giant cat's flesh. However, Suze's expression shifted slightly. It felt as though he had stabbed into an extraordinarily tough piece of leather, penetrating less than 5 centimeters before being firmly lodged within the robust muscle tissue. The giant cat let out a furious roar, madness consuming it as it reared up, attempting to throw Suze off its back. Suze felt a tremendous force propel him into the air, flipping several times before he barely regained his balance. This was proving to be quite a challenge. The creature's strength, speed, and defenses far exceeded his expectations. Engaging in a direct confrontation was decidedly unwise. Suze took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with unprecedented focus. If that were the case, then let us see whose patience is greater. Whoosh! The giant cat lunged once more. Suze's figure vanished again. He reappeared to its left side. He was not greedy for a killing blow. Instead, he swiftly slashed his dagger across its relatively soft abdomen as it turned. Splatter! Black blood sprayed forth. Before the giant cat could react, Suze vanished again, reappearing at its right side. Another strike. This time, it was aimed at its supporting forelimb. Whoosh! Roar! What followed was a bizarre and deadly dance that unfolded within the vast expanse of the abandoned base. Suze entirely abandoned direct confrontation with the giant cat. He transformed into an elusive phantom. Each teleportation placed him in the creature's visual blind spots. With every appearance, his dagger invariably drew forth pools of foul black blood. His onslaught no longer sought a swift, lethal strike. Instead, it resembled the relentless pursuit of the most patient hunter, inflicting wound after wound upon his quarry. One slash, another, and yet another. With a sudden squelch, a gash appeared on the giant feline's neck. A swift cut opened a deep wound on its hind leg, exposing bone. Another thrust. A fresh injury marred its flank. The colossal cat was utterly enraged. It bellowed in madness, crashing about wildly, its razor-sharp claws gouging deep trenches into the ground, and its head striking a deformed, abandoned military truck. Yet it could not connect. It could not even graze Suze's hem. That detestable human, every time he appeared, was accompanied by excruciating pain, and every time he vanished, he took with him a piece of flesh and blood. Time ticked away relentlessly. The giant cat's movements began to slow. It had bled profusely, the dark blood almost turning the snow beneath its feet into a black mire. Its roars, once filled with rage, gradually transformed into feeble whimpers. Each breath it took resembled a worn-out bellows, labored and heavy. Suze's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. His complexion pale. The continuous high-intensity use of short-distance teleportation had also drained his mental fortitude significantly. But he recognized that the moment had come. The massive body of the giant cat swayed, unable to sustain itself any longer, and with a soft thud, it collapsed to its knees. Now was the time. He activated his teleportation one last time, his form appearing directly above the giant cat's enormous head. He raised his dagger high, pouring all his strength into this final strike. Death! Thud! The sharp military dagger, propelled by Suze's roar, penetrated the giant cat's eye socket with pinpoint accuracy. A woo! The colossal cat's body stiffened abruptly, emitting a faint, sorrowful cry. Its pupils dimmed rapidly. With a resounding crash, its massive form, akin to a mountain of flesh, fell heavily to the ground, silent at last. The battle had concluded. Suze leaped down from the giant cat's carcass, his legs giving way as he plopped onto the ground, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. Sweat dripped from his chin, instantly freezing into beads upon the icy ground. Damn, I'm utterly exhausted. He gazed upon the enormous, gruesome corpse before him. Had it not been for the short-distance teleportation ability, he might have been the one lying here today. Just as he prepared to rise, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Deep within the eye socket pierced by the dagger, a faint, flickering red light seemed to pulse. Huh? Shusha pushed, leaning in for a closer look. Indeed, that glow, although dim, was undeniably present, akin to an ember hidden deep within flesh, stubbornly radiating its final warmth and light. Something felt amiss. Without further hesitation, he gripped the dagger tightly, prying it open, and then, following the wound, he lifted the giant cat's entire cranial cap. Amidst the foul, gelatinous brain matter, a crystal, the size of a fist, transparent and luminous, exuding an eerie glow akin to a ruby, came into view. Suze's heart stirred as he reached out to extract the crystal. The moment his fingertips grazed the core, the ruby-like crystal erupted in a blinding radiance. Subsequently, it transformed at a visible speed into a pure, warm stream of red energy, surging into Suze's body through his fingers. What the hell? Shushava startled, instinctively attempting to withdraw, only to discover that the energy clung to him tenaciously. A wave of warmth coursed through his limbs, making him feel as if he were submerged in a warm water pool, swiftly dispelling the fatigue and aches throughout his body, rejuvenating him. Moments later, a stream of information, akin to a data flow, manifested directly in his mind. You have absorbed the core of a mutated species. You have gained the passive ability, Predator's Senses. Predator's Senses, your dynamic and low-light vision have been slightly enhanced, allowing you to capture fast-moving objects more clearly and possess improved sight in dim environments. Suze's eyes widened suddenly. He instinctively glanced around. The world seemed to transform in an instant. The corners of the barracks, which had appeared somewhat blurred due to the dim light, were now vividly clear to him, every brick's texture and every strand of cobweb detail vividly visible. He could even discern the intricate trajectory of a snowflake, swept up by the cold wind, as it tumbled and drifted through the air. Suze raised his hand, tightly clenching his fist. His strength, although not significantly increased, had undeniably enhanced his sense of control over the surrounding environment. Is this the sensation of becoming stronger through slaughter? As long as I persist in hunting these creatures and absorbing their cores, I shall grow ever stronger. He retrieved the modified vehicle from his spatial storage. Sitting in the driver's seat, he glanced at the time. It was already noon. He casually pulled out a self-heating hot pot and a bottle of ice-cold cola, satisfying his lunch needs. When he prepared to retrace his steps, he discovered that the path he had taken had been utterly destroyed by the earlier rampage of the giant cat, with several massive boulders blocking his way. Damn, I must take a detour. Suze cursed, activating the map on the central control screen to replan a route before starting the vehicle. Just then, his previously silent phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a WeChat message from Su Qianqian. Chapter 47. Am I about to take in another exceptional individual? The WeChat avatar of Su Qianqian flickered on the phone screen. Suze swiped the screen. Su Qianqian, safe. Have you returned? Are you on your way? Su Qianqian, can you do me a favor? Suze looked at his phone, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. Leaning back in the driver's seat, he took his time typing a reply. Suze, just finished my task on my way back. What is up? Almost instantly, a reply came. Su Qianqian, that's great. I have a wonderful friend named Huang Wanting, and she is trapped at school. She contacted me yesterday, saying it's chaotic and terrifying there, with bad people looting everywhere, and she can barely hold on. Zegu, could you possibly rescue her on your way? I beg you. The message was accompanied by a weeping emoji with clasped hands. Suze raised an eyebrow slightly. Saving someone? A female college student at that? He understood perfectly. This was a prime opportunity to enhance his bond with a beautiful woman. However, he could not express this outright. Suze feigned reluctance, replying, Qianqian, it's not that I don't want to help you. The outside world is perilous right now, with looters everywhere. Bringing one more person adds to the risk, and my vehicle, he intentionally left his sentence unfinished, allowing ample room for imagination. It was clear that Su Qianqian became anxious as she promptly sent a voice message that opened with her cute, teary tone. Shikha, I know this is a lot to ask of you, but Wanting is truly my best friend and confidant. She is incredibly beautiful, known for being a stunning beauty. She is a sophomore at Benheim Media University, recognized as the campus flower. She is a really good person. Benheim Media University? Campus flower? Suze's eyes narrowed. Oh, what a coincidence. He glanced at the navigation map. Benheim Media University happened to be right along the new route he had planned, practically delivering a delightful opportunity to his doorstep. While his heart brimmed with joy, Suze maintained an air of difficulty, reluctant to decline. Suze, a campus flower, huh? That is indeed a pity. Suze, sigh, it doesn't really matter whether she is a campus flower or not. I can't refuse when my dear Qianqian has asked. I must attend to this matter. Suze, however, taking this detour might delay my return by another day. You say, after all my hard work, when I return, shouldn't you reward me properly? He emphasized the word reward with quotation marks. Silence lingered on the other end of the phone for several seconds. Then, a brief reply came through, succinct to the point of minimalism. Just a single character. Yet it conjured an image of Su Qianqian's innocent, doll-like face blushing to the roots of her ears. Suze chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted. He stowed away his phone and glanced at the location Su Qianqian had sent. Excellent, it was just up ahead. An hour later, the modified vehicle came to a gentle halt near the entrance of Binjiang Chuanmei University. The golden letters of the university's name, now crooked, were stained with a dark red substance that resembled blood. To avoid unnecessary complications, Suze maneuvered the car into a secluded alley, and with a thought. The massive vehicle vanished, stored away in the Shukong Tsanku. Before entering the campus, he retrieved a black backpack from his space, stuffing it with several cans, bottled water, and instant noodles, then proceeded to stroll leisurely into the campus. The apocalyptic scene unfolded before him. The wide campus path was littered with abandoned backpacks, suitcases, and several mangled shared bicycles lying by the roadside, their wheels tangled with dried blood and torn fabric. Thanks to the newly acquired Lishiji Ganqing, Suze's vision sharpened remarkably. He could even discern furtive silhouettes flitting past the shattered windows of distant classrooms. This place had become a veritable hell on earth. Su Qianqian mentioned only that Huang Wanting was in the girls' dormitory, but failed to specify which building or room. It seemed he would need to inquire with a living soul for directions. Suze felt no tension, as if wandering in his own backyard, carrying a seemingly lightweight backpack. Sauntering deeper into the campus. Typically, dining halls are the most crowded places in universities, and thus the most likely locations to find food. Survivors would likely congregate there. He circumvented a collapsed flower bed and soon spotted a 3-story building ahead, which was indeed the student cafeteria. The glass doors of the cafeteria lay shattered, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. Suze softened his footsteps and cautiously approached. As he reached the entrance, he heard a muffled rustling inside, reminiscent of rodents scavenging for scraps. His gaze sharpened, and he slipped inside the cafeteria. The interior was a chaotic mess, with tables and chairs overturned, and the floor strewn with dried food remnants and debris. In the far corner of the cafeteria, he spotted a few huddled figures, for in total, 3 males and 1 female, all appearing to be in their 20s. They wore tattered down jackets, their faces gaunt and eyes filled with a mixture of numbness and vigilance. At that moment, they were gathered around an open freezer, greedily pulling out darkened frozen meat and stuffing it into their mouths. Suze's sudden appearance was like a stone cast into still water. Who? A tall male student sprang to his feet, clutching the leg of a chair. The others shuddered in fear, glancing over with trepidation. When they recognized Suze, everyone froze. Clean. Too clean. In this world where everyone was grimy and accustomed to filth, Suze's pristine down jacket, neat hair, and unruffled countenance stood in stark contrast. He was utterly out of place amidst the surrounding chaos. Are you sent by the authorities for rescue? The slender boy with glasses asked, adjusting his frame, his voice quaking with a flicker of hope. Suze shook his head, his tone unfeeling. No. The flicker of hope extinguished abruptly. The athletic student scrutinized Suze, his gaze landing on the heavy backpack behind him, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Brother, are you from outside? Do you have food? Just a bite. I'll trade you something. He gestured to a heap of miscellaneous items nearby, some torn sanitary napkins and half a bottle of shampoo. Suze felt no desire to engage in trivial banter. He needed information, and food was the best bargaining chip. Emotionless, he unfastened his backpack, retrieving a black plastic bag and tossing it onto the ground. With a rustle, its contents spilled out. Several cans of luncheon meat, 2 15-liter bottles of mineral water, and 5 or 6 neatly packaged braised beef noodles. A distinct sound of swallowing echoed in the silent cafeteria. The 4 survivors' eyes widened with longing, their breaths becoming labored, an instinctive response to hope after extreme hunger. Is this for us? The only girl whispered. Answer me one question, and it's all yours. Suze's voice was devoid of emotion. Ask. We'll answer anything. 100 questions if you want. The athletic student replied eagerly. Suze got straight to the point. Is there a girl named Huang wanting at your school? At the mention of her name, the group froze momentarily. The athlete's expression shifted to one of jealousy and resentment, while the bespectacled boy hurriedly nodded. Yes, of course. Huang Wanting, our campus beauty at Binjiang Chuanmei University. Who doesn't know her? She's a sophomore in the broadcasting department, stunningly beautiful. Yes. Many rich second-generation heirs pursue her, added the girl beside him. Before the apocalypse, we could see luxury cars parked under her dorm every day. Hearing this, Suze's last shred of doubt dissipated. He had not erred. By the looks of it, she was another exquisite beauty. The thought of potentially forging a bond with another captivating figure, unlocking new abilities, further elevated his mood. Where is she? Shusha inquired. She's in Area C. Building 3 of the girls' dormitory, the glasses-wearing boy replied eagerly. But it's very dangerous there now. A group has taken over, led by the president of our taekwondo club. Xiaolong. Yes, it's Xiaolong. The athlete confirmed. That scoundrel was trouble even before the apocalypse, and now he has become utterly lawless. He has occupied Building 3, and many beautiful girls are trapped inside, including Huang Wanting. Suze nodded. It was imperative to locate Huang Wanting swiftly, otherwise Zhao Long might seize her. He gestured toward the food on the floor. The food is yours now. With that, he slung his backpack back over his shoulder and turned to leave. The group immediately lunged toward the food like famished wolves, scrambling for the cans and instant noodles. The athletic student was the quickest, snatching a pack of noodles, not bothering to tear the packaging, shoving it into his mouth along with the remnants. However, just as Suze reached the entrance of the cafeteria, a tall, muscular figure, flanked by 2 lackeys, blocked his path. The leader was a youth over 6 feet tall, clad in a dirty jersey emblazoned with Binjiang Chuanmei University basketball team, and nonchalantly wielding an aluminum baseball bat over his shoulder. The sounds of food theft within the cafeteria ceased abruptly. The athletic student, who had previously sought to barter with Su Zhe, dropped his noodles in fright, his face paling instantly. That's Li Hao from the basketball team. P.S. Now Zhao Long's top enforcer. Li Hao paid no attention to the terrified students, his gaze fixed firmly on Su Zhe and the bulging backpack behind him. Lifting the baseball bat, he pointed it at Su Zhe, a sneer curling his lips. Hey, new guy, I haven't seen you around. Don't you know the rules set by our brother Long? He rapped on the doorframe with a baseball bat, producing a dull thud. Our brother Long said that all supplies in the school must be submitted uniformly. Your bag looks rather full. It seems you've had a good harvest. He extended his other hand. Be sensible, leave the bag behind, and you can go. Otherwise, I will have to teach you who holds sway at Binjiang Chuame Dashue. Chapter 48. Apologies, but you were surrounded by me alone. Xu Zhe looked at Li Hao's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He fiddled with his ear. Little friend, first, I am not a student at your school, so your so-called rules set by the absurd Zhao Long mean nothing to me. Second, I am in a rather good mood and do not wish to resort to violence. If you escort me to the girls' dormitory, Building 3 in Zone C, I have a few cans of meat in my bag that I can offer as a parting gift. As for the third point, Xu Zhe said nonchalantly, I haven't thought it through yet. I'll let you know when I do. Li Hao's face instantly flushed red. When had he ever been pointed at and called little friend in this school? Damn it! Li Hao cursed angrily, his eyes filled with menace. How dare you? Disable him. The two lackeys behind him could no longer contain themselves. Upon receiving the command, they charged forward with wild cries. One wielded a half-broken mop handle, while the other swung a metal pipe, presumably taken from a nearby table, aiming viciously at Xu Zhe's head and shoulders. The few surviving students in the corner of the cafeteria screamed in fright, tightly covering their eyes. However, the anticipated cries of pain and the sound of bones cracking did not ensue. Instead, two dull thuds echoed, accompanied by brief, pained gasps as though someone were choking. The students cautiously peeked through their fingers, only to be left in a state of shock. The two assailants lay on the ground in an extremely peculiar manner. One clutched his wrist, writhing in agony, his arm bent at a horrifying angle. The other lay rigidly on the floor, eyes rolled back, foam at his mouth, having evidently knocked himself unconscious with the pipe. From the moment they attacked to their collapse, the entire process occurred so swiftly that no one had realized how Xu Zhe had moved. It was as if he had never left his original position. Li Hao's arrogance was suddenly frozen, his pupils dilating in fear. Just as he contemplated retreating, he felt a tightening around his neck, an irresistible force lifting him off the ground. A hand was firmly grasping his throat. Xu Zhe had appeared before him, their faces mere inches apart. Li Hao could see his own flushed face, filled with terror, reflected in Xu Zhe's dark eyes. There was no anger in those eyes, only impatience. Cough, cough, let go. Li Hao flailed his legs in midair, the baseball bat clattering to the ground. He desperately attempted to pry Xu Zhe's hand away, only to find it unmoving, as if it were welded in place. Xu Zhe slightly loosened his grip, allowing a breath of air to slip into Li Hao's lungs. He continued to inquire in that same indifferent tone. Now, can you take me there? Yes, yes. Brother, I'll take you there. I'll take you right away. Li Hao, terrified, no longer dared to exhibit any semblance of arrogance. Xu Zhe discarded him onto the ground, causing Li Hao to erupt into a fit of coughs. You should know that even if I guide you, you won't be able to take down Brother Zhao. Despite this, he still left a bold remark, unsure if it would intimidate Xu Zhe. Oh, Xu Zhe replied, his interest piqued. He squatted down, patting Li Hao's face, as if teasing a pet dog. Is your brother, Zhao, really formidable? Does he possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Or is he invulnerable? Li Hao stiffened at Xu Zhe's condescending yet demeaning gesture. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he responded, He is just a bit stronger and faster than you. But Brother Zhao is an ability user. Do you understand? An ability user. He emphasized the last 3 words. We saw it with our own eyes. A couple of days ago, a gang of outsiders came to rob us. And with a wave of Brother Zhao's hand, he conjured several ice spikes that pierced the leg of their leader. A fighter like you is nothing compared to him. Li Hao grew more animated as he spoke. I advise you, be sensible and leave the bag behind, or when Brother Zhao finds out. You won't even know how you died. An ability user? Xu Zhe's heart sank. The smile on his face gradually faded, his gaze turning profound. It seemed that he was not the sole individual to have acquired special powers after the Red Rain. This Zhao Long was, surprisingly, also an anomaly. Intriguing. However, what was even more captivating was that Xu Zhe's initial reaction was not one of fear or curiosity, but rather a chilling, bone-deep killing intent. In his apocalyptic paradise, there was no need for a second king possessing power. Any existence that posed a potential threat to him or to the future beauties in his harem must be eradicated. Lead the way. Xu Zhe's voice became devoid of warmth, his gaze sharp as a blade. He seized Li Hao by the collar, effortlessly lifting the towering figure of nearly 2 meters off the ground. Now, immediately at once. Yes, yes. Li Hao, terrified by the murderous intent in Xu Zhe's eyes, scrambled to his feet and led the way. Xu Zhe casually placed his hands in his pockets, following leisurely behind. Area scanning was already activated. In his line of sight, green dots representing life signals scattered about. When the girls' dormitory marked with the number 3 came into view, Xu Zhe's brow furrowed. His scanning map revealed that the building was densely packed with green dots. There were at least dozens. Among them, a particularly glaring crimson dot stood out in a room on the 2nd floor. Damn it, what a beast! Xu Zhe cursed inwardly. He halted in his tracks and flexed his wrist, producing a series of crisp cracks. Li Hao led Xu Zhe to the foot of Building 3 in Zone C, where makeshift defenses made of chairs, tables, and barbed wire were erected at the entrance, with 2 boys armed with steel pipes guarding the door. Upon seeing Li Hao approach with a stranger, the 2 guards immediately became wary. Brother Hao, who is this person? Li Hao did not respond. He glanced at the dormitory, then surreptitiously at Xu Zhe. He was taking a gamble, betting that his leader, Zhao Long, was stronger than Xu Zhe. In the next moment, Li Hao abruptly stepped back, creating distance between him and Xu Zhe, then used all his strength to shout hoarsely to the upper floors, Brother Long. Brother Long. This person came from outside. He must have a vehicle and supplies. A cacophony of windows being opened erupted from above as countless heads peered out to look down. After Li Hao shouted, a sinister, triumphant smile crept across his face as he provocatively stared at Xu Zhe, as if to say, "You're done for." However, Xu Zhe's face revealed not a trace of surprise. He even raised an intrigued eyebrow. Xu Zhe calmly uttered 2 words. Quite good. It saves me the trouble of searching one by one. Chapter 49. The stunning school bell. I am here to take you home. The househoarse cries echoed. In an instant, dozens of tightly shut windows above swung open simultaneously, like startled birds taking flight. Faces, some filled with fear, some numb, and others curious, emerged from behind the windows. Both genders were present, but since this was a girls' dormitory, the majority were young women. They stared down at the solitary figure of Xu Zhe below, resembling a flock of canaries trapped in a cage. In the center room on the 2nd floor, a robust man recklessly pushed the window open. The individual in question is none other than Zhao Long, referred to as Long Ge by Li Hao. It is evident that he has been disturbed during a significant moment, his eyes brimming with impatience as they fixated on Xu Zhe. Upon noticing Xu Zhe's impeccably clean attire and the bulging backpack slung over his shoulders, Zhao Long spat a mouthful of phlegm and bellowed from below. Who is this brat? Tired of living? Daring to roam on my turf? He pointed at Xu Zhe and gestured towards the empty alley. Li Hao mentioned you have a car and supplies? Fine. I shall grant you a chance to live. Hand over your car keys and that bag of yours. Then you may leave. All eyes in the building were riveted on Xu Zhe. To them, facing Zhao Long, a ruthless campus bully, this seemingly frail young man had no choice but to comply. However, Xu Zhe did not even bother to lift his eyelids. He completely disregarded Zhao Long's taunts, instead letting his gaze drift to the girls peering out from the 3rd and 4th floors. Who was Huang wanting? Everyone was taken aback. They had anticipated Xu Zhe might plead for mercy or even cower in fear. Yet, they could not fathom that he would blatantly ignore Zhao Long's threats and casually inquire about someone. Zhao Long, momentarily stunned, was soon consumed by rage. What the hell? Are you deaf or just stupid? I'm talking to you. And you think you can chase girls? Trying to pursue a girl right under my nose? Zhao Long's eyes darkened with malice as he realized that Huang Wanting, the campus belle from the Media University, was the finest catch in the building, one he had not yet had the pleasure of enjoying. Fine, you got guts. Zhao Long snarled. Since you want to meet her so badly, I'll give you a taste of what's coming. Brothers, go for him. Break all his legs. I want to see how a cripple can compete for a woman with me. With that, he seemed to think that conversing with someone as insignificant as Su Zhe was a waste of time, slamming the window shut with a loud bang. Do not disturb me while I work. Inside, his coarse commands could be faintly heard. As Zhao Long's orders were issued, the barricaded entrance of the dormitory was forcefully kicked open from within. A cacophony erupted as a dozen tall, menacing male students emerged, wielding an assortment of weapons, steel pipes, fire axes, and even disassembled bed legs, surrounding Su Zhe menacingly. Seeing his brothers emerge, Li Hao's courage surged. He scrambled into the throng, hiding behind a burly man wielding a fire axe, and pointed at Su Zhe. Kid, did you hear what our Longus said? Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel down, hand over your bag and car keys. Otherwise, we will certainly break all your legs today. Su Zhe continued to ignore them, his gaze sweeping over the windows above. At that moment, a plain-looking girl from the fourth floor, noticing his gaze, exhibited a flash of unmasked jealousy. She subtly pointed towards a window diagonally above. Su Zhe's eyes followed her direction and locked onto a fifth-floor room. By the window, a girl clutched the frame tightly, her face pale with fear, yet beneath that fear, a glimmer of defiance and resilience shone through. Despite her disheveled hair and oversized old down jacket, her unadorned beauty was breathtaking. With a perfectly oval face, picturesque features, and skin that appeared to glow under the overcast sky, she was undoubtedly exquisite. Su Zhe instantly assessed her as a gem. He could easily envision how delightful it would be to have this girl, once she was cleaned up and dressed beautifully, nestled in his embrace. Very well. The thought of welcoming this exceptional campus belle into his apocalyptic fortress, allowing her to radiate her most beautiful brilliance under his protection, and infusing new energy into his Hongyan Jiban system invigorated him. He gradually withdrew his gaze and finally regarded the motley crew surrounding him, his expression akin to one observing a pile of discarded refuse. Make your move. Li Hao, feeling profoundly insulted by Su Zhe's disdainful glance, screamed in a frenzy. Take him down. A chorus of feral roars erupted from the group of male students as they swung their weapons menacingly towards Su Zhe from all directions. The girls upstairs gasped in suppressed horror, many closing their eyes, unable to bear the impending gruesome scene. However, Su Zhe moved. In the instant the first burly man with a steel pipe swung at him, he sprang into action. There was no grandiose display of power or flamboyant technique. His movements were simple, direct, and astonishingly efficient. So swift was he that no one could capture his full trajectory with their eyes. A dull thud echoed as the lead attacker, propelled forward, suddenly found his head tilting back at an odd angle. Su Zhe had appeared at his side, delivering a swift and precise elbow strike that landed squarely on the man's chin. The burly man fell without a sound, eyes rolling back, his massive form collapsing like a rag doll, the steel pipe clattering to the ground. In an instant, Su Zhe had dispatched his first opponent. Without pausing, he darted forward, evading an incoming fire axe and a spiked bed leg, closing the distance to the man wielding the axe. Before the axe could descend, his hand shot out like lightning, fingers clawing around the attacker's wrist. A resounding crack echoed as bone shattered. The man let out a piercing scream as his wrist was twisted at a right angle, the fire axe flying from his grip. Seizing the axe, Su Zhe swung it without a second thought, the heavy blade crashing down onto the knee of the man wielding the bed leg, eliciting another sharp crack and a wail of agony. With two adversaries neutralized, Su Zhe became a relentless force, moving like a tiger among sheep, executing a one-sided massacre amidst the remaining terrified onlookers. He dodged a slicing watermelon knife, delivering a kick to one man's side that sent him sprawling. He reached out, grabbing an incoming metal pipe and yanking it, causing two attackers to collide violently, blood spilling from their wounds. The sounds of heavy impacts, the crunch of breaking bones, and the muffled moans of pain melded into a chilling symphony of death. The girls upstairs, having initially shut their eyes, cautiously opened them to witness a scene that would shatter their perceptions. Suze moved with grace and lethality through the throng of armed assailants. With every punch and kick, another foe fell. Not a single drop of blood stained his person. The entire confrontation unfolded in less than 20 seconds. When Suze came to a halt, the ground around him was littered with the fallen, their bodies sprawled haphazardly. Severed hands, severed feet, individuals unconscious and curled in agony. None were able to rise. The atmosphere was steeped in a deathly silence. Li Hao stood alone, frozen in place, his hands still raised in a gesture of encouragement. He gazed upon the scattered corpses and then at the unscathed man before him. A warm liquid trickled uncontrollably down his pant leg. The stench of fear permeated the air. He had urinated himself. Suze slowly turned and approached Li Hao step by step. "Do not come any closer. You are not human. You are a devil," Li Hao stammered, retreating until he faltered and collapsed on the ground. Suze stood over him, looking down with an emotionless gaze, too disinterested to utter another word to such a wretch. He bypassed Li Hao, advancing towards the dormitory door that had been kicked open. He did not even bother with the makeshift barbed wire barrier, instead delivering a powerful kick to the doorframe beside it. The resounding crash echoed. The already unstable frame, along with half the wall, collapsed, creating a larger entryway. Suze did not immediately ascend to the 5th floor to find Huang wanting. His gaze traversed the dimly lit corridor, landing at the staircase on the 2nd floor. Within his area scan vision, a deep crimson dot representing a capable individual glimmered in that direction. First, he would eliminate the only person in this building who posed a threat to him, and then he would welcome his future companion. Chapter 50. The first clash with a capable individual. Suze arrived on the 2nd floor. The warmth here, in stark contrast to the external chill, mingled with the acrid smoke of partially burned charcoal enveloping him. This was the lair of Zhao Long and his band of scoundrels. Suze's eyes were devoid of emotion. The area scan had already laid out the entire 2nd floor layout and personnel distribution in his mind. There were 8 rooms in total, aside from the one occupied by Zhao Long, which contained a singular blue dot of an extraordinary individual. The remaining 7 rooms were filled with combinations of green life dots indicating 1 man and 1 woman, or 1 man and 2 women. It was a veritable den of debauchery. Suze approached the nearest ajar door, through which the heavy breathing of a man and the muffled sobs of a woman could be heard. He did not knock. Instead, he lifted his foot and gently tapped the door. With a soft thud, the wooden door swung inward. Inside, a makeshift fire pit constructed from bricks blazed brightly. On the bed, a robust man lay atop a frail girl. Upon hearing the noise, he abruptly turned his head. "Who the hell?" His words trailed off as he beheld the figure at the door, a tall, imposing man with eyes as cold as ice. The burly man's mind momentarily froze, then rage surged within him. He rolled off the bed, snatching a baseball bat from beside it, pointing it threateningly at Suze, and bellowed, "Who the hell are you? Tired of living? Don't you know this is Brother Long's territory?" Suze's gaze passed over him, landing on the girl on the bed, who was tightly wrapped in a tattered blanket, trembling in fear. Her eyes were hollow and numb, filled with despair. Suze withdrew his gaze and coldly uttered 3 words. "He's about to die." "What did you say?" The burly man, bewildered, thought he had misheard. In the next instant, he felt a blur before his eyes. The figure at the door vanished in an instant. A fierce gust of wind struck from the side, and he barely had time to turn his sluggish neck. Thud! A heavy sound as if a leather bag had been struck. Suze had appeared beside him, delivering a swift and precise elbow strike to his temple. The man, weighing over 180 pounds, emitted no sound as his eyes rolled back, collapsing like a severed log, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The girl on the bed covered her mouth in terror, not daring to make a sound, merely gazing at Suze as if he were a monster. Suze ignored her, turning to exit the room and quietly closing the door behind him. The entire process was silent. He moved like the Grim Reaper, tolling the death knell for these petty tyrants. The second room was kicked open. The man inside had just risen from the woman when he shouted a death threat, only to be met with Suze's hand strike to his neck, rendering him unconscious. In the third room, two men surrounded a girl, and upon seeing Suze, they mistook him for a fellow brother coming to relieve them, greeting him with grins. "Oh, a newcomer? Just a moment, let's have our fun first." Suze glided through them. Crack, crack. Two crisp sounds of bone snapping resonated simultaneously as both men's necks twisted at an unnatural angle, collapsing without a sound. To avoid alarming Zhao Long at the end of the corridor and to prevent the already numbed girls from screaming in fear, he opted for the swiftest and quietest means of physical hypnosis. Soon, all male life dots on the second floor, except for the room at the end, extinguished. Now, it was time to deal with the main culprit. Suze strode toward the end of the corridor, towards the room radiating a brilliant crimson light in his area scan. He ceased any pretense of stealth. Raising his leg, he summoned all his strength and delivered a fierce kick to the center of the door. Boom! The door splintered into pieces. This room was evidently larger than the others, likely the original dormitory manager's office. A fire burned on the floor. In the center of the room was a lavish mattress, seemingly relocated from elsewhere. On the bed, the burly Zhao Long sat up abruptly, startled by the sudden loud noise. Beside him, a girl screamed and hurriedly pulled up the blanket, wrapping her bare body tightly. Damn! Zhao Long's reaction was swift. After a brief moment of shock, a furious rage erupted within him. He shoved the girl aside, leapt off the bed, and grabbed a sharp machete from the nightstand, pointing it menacingly at Suze. His face twisted in a snarl. Who the hell are you? Tired of living? Where are my men? What happened to that bunch of useless fools downstairs? As he cursed, he hastily slipped on a pair of pants. He was no fool, with so many men downstairs. How could there be no warning as this intruder kicked down his door? Something was amiss. Suze crossed his arms. Are you searching for those trash downstairs? They were too noisy, so I put them to sleep. Sleep? Zhao Long paused in his actions, lifting his head to glare intensely at Suze. You killed them all? You may interpret it that way. Suze shrugged nonchalantly. Zhao Long's pupils constricted. He had over a dozen capable brothers downstairs, along with Li Hao, that sycophant. How could they all be dealt with by this man in such a short span of time? What a joke. Yet the other's self-assured demeanor did not appear feigned. Zhao Long felt a twinge of caution for the first time. He appraised Suze, his gaze growing sinister. Hell, well done, my friend. You have some skill. Suddenly, Zhao Long laughed, a smile filled with cruelty and disdain. Are you a trained fighter or a veteran? He took a couple of steps forward, an icy aura radiating from him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. He extended his right hand, palm open, as visible wisps of white, cold air coalesced in his palm, swirling until they solidified into a translucent ice spike emanating chilling energy. The ice spike hovered above his palm. But, brother, Zhao Long looked down upon Suze with the contempt one would reserve for an ant. This world has long since changed. Your meager skills, in my eyes, are no different from worthless refuse. Do you see this? He shook the ice pick in his hand. I am a wielder of power, the chosen one, the destined king of this apocalyptic world. He pointed the tip of his machete at Suze, delivering his final ultimatum. Now, I shall grant you a chance to live. Hand over your bag and the car keys you have hidden outside. Then, kneel on the ground and bow to me 3 times and leave this school. Otherwise, I shall make you experience the sensation of being impaled against a wall by an ice pick. The girl on the bed was already pale with fear, covering her mouth tightly with the quilt, afraid to make a sound. However, there was not a trace of fear on Suze's face. He even tilted his head with curiosity, as if he had heard an amusing joke. A wielder of power? Is that all? Zhao Long, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, flared up instantly. You are seeking death. He had lost interest in further conversation. If he killed this ignorant fool, everything on him would belong to him. Just as Zhao Long was about to strike, Suze moved, without any superfluous actions. His right hand swept through the air in front of him. In the next moment, a submachine gun materialized in his hand. There was not even a hint of energy fluctuation upon its appearance, as if the gun was always meant to be there. Zhao Long's pupils momentarily widened at the sight of the gun. A gun. With no time to ponder, Su Zhe's gaze turned icy as he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The deafening sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the entire dormitory. A torrential onslaught of bullets rained down upon Zhao Long's chest and head. Rather than fear, Zhao Long's face flashed with fury at being provoked by a mere mortal, accompanied by a disdainful superiority. He did not even make any unnecessary movements, merely snorting coldly. He casually raised his right hand in front of him, as if swatting away an annoying fly. The temperature in the air suddenly plummeted. A massive ice wall, thick and smooth as a mirror, instantaneously formed in front of him. Countless bullets collided violently against the ice wall. The bullets struck it as if hitting an immovable mountain, producing only ripples of white ice shards without leaving even a single visible crack. The gunfire ceased. The room was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder. The ice wall gradually dissipated into countless ice crystals, revealing Zhao Long behind it, completely unscathed. The expression of superiority on his face transformed into absolute mockery, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Interesting. Zhao Long licked his lips with a playful glint in his eyes, as if he desired to devour Su Zhe along with the gun. The gun is a fine object, and your ability to conjure items is quite intriguing. His voice turned low and cruel. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. Now, they all belong to me. Zhao Long laughed maniacally, suddenly waving his hand. The air emitted a piercing hum. The previously dissipated ice crystals, under his mental command, rapidly reformed, elongated, and sharpened. In the blink of an eye, dozens of ice spikes, each half a meter long and as thick as an arm, shimmering with deadly cold light at their tips, floated before him. Each ice spike exuded a chill capable of freezing one's very soul, aimed at every vital point on Su Zhe's body. Experience my storm of ice spikes. Zhao Long cackled, sweeping his arm down forcefully. The ice spikes shot forth with a sharp whistle, transforming into a torrential downpour of death, overwhelming Su Zhe and sealing off all avenues for escape. Chapter 51. Slaying the Ice Ability User. Time to fetch my precious. Faced with the oncoming storm of ice spikes, Su Zhe's face bore not a shred of fear. Instead, a smile crept upon his lips. This is somewhat interesting, he murmured softly. In the next instant, just as dozens of ice spikes were about to pierce him like a hedgehog, his figure vanished into thin air. The storm of ice spikes, having lost its target, crashed against the wall. Zhao Long's pupils constricted. Where's he? Before he could react, a chilling sensation suddenly enveloped him from behind. Zhao Long's hair stood on end as he swiftly turned around. The man who should have been obliterated by him now stood perfectly unharmed beside the bed. One hand casually rested on the shoulder of the girl wrapped in the quilt, who was already petrified with fear. Su Zhe lowered his head, as if admiring the girl's tear-streaked face, gently lifting a stray lock of her disheveled hair. His voice, though soft, clearly reached Zhao Long's ears. TSK, such a fine specimen. What a pity to be tarnished by a filthy swine like you. Otherwise, perhaps I would be in a good mood and take you back too. You. Zhao Long trembled with rage. This was no longer provocation. It was blatant humiliation. He actually dared to critique his woman in front of him. Damn you. Zhao Long was utterly furious. He swiftly waved his hand, conjuring another dozen ice spikes that shot towards Su Zhe beside the bed. This time, he cared not for the girl's life. Yet, Su Zhe merely chuckled lightly. His figure vanished once more before the ice spikes could reach him. The ice spikes slammed mercilessly into the bed. The girl tumbled to the ground in a flurry of panic. What? Is that all you've got? Su Zhe's voice drifted from another corner of the room. Zhao Long turned abruptly to see Su Zhe leaning against the doorframe, watching him. Weren't there dozens of spikes just now? Why are there only a few left now? Buddy, your stamina seems lacking. Take my advice. Indulgence harms the body, especially in the apocalypse. You must learn to take care of yourself. Shut your mouth. Ice spikes, ice picks, ice walls. He unleashed all the techniques he possessed, hurling them at Su Zhe. But it was futile. All of it was in vain. Su Zhe's figure appeared, now on the windowsill, now by the fireplace. He even had the leisure to extend a hand, pretending to warm himself, then remarked, "This charcoal is no good. It produces too much smoke. I'll bring you some smokeless coal next time. I promise it will be effective." Zhao Long's attacks grew increasingly frantic and futile. The entire room was left in ruins by his own powers, with walls, floors, and ceilings riddled with gaping holes and frost. Meanwhile, Su Zhe remained untouched throughout the ordeal. After dozens of attacks, Zhao Long leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. His energy was nearly depleted. He realized that Su Zhe had merely been evading. He had not truly struck back even once. Observing Zhao Long's exhausted state, Su Zhe finally ceased his leisurely movements. He stepped forward slowly towards Zhao Long. "Enough with the wheezing. You sound like a broken bellows." Su Zhe stood before him, looking down from a position of superiority. "Considering you performed for me for so long, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Now, go upstairs and bring me that Huang Wan Ting unharmed. Remember, unharmed, not a single hair out of place. Or I shall turn you into an ice sculpture. If you succeed, not only will I spare your life, but I will also reward you with several boxes of instant noodles and bottles of mineral water. What do you say? Does this deal sound worthwhile?" Zhao Long raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Su Zhe. To have him fetch the woman of his nemesis, the one who had slaughtered all his subordinates and humiliated him to his face? This is more excruciating than killing him. Zhao Long unleashed a primal roar, channeling the last vestiges of his strength. His leg muscles tensed violently, cracking the floor beneath him as he charged forward like a raging bull, wagering all his dignity and life on this final strike. Gripping the hefty axe tightly, the veins on his arms bulged as he summoned every ounce of power to strike at Su Zhe's neck. The heavy blade cleaved through the air with a resounding whoosh, its edge glinting ominously in the dim light. This was the most primal, deadly blow he could muster, expending all his abilities as a power user. Yet, in the face of this ferocious attack capable of severing a man in two, Su Zhe's gaze remained utterly unperturbed. He was unyieldingly indifferent. He didn't even bother to dodge. Just as the cold gleam of the blade was about to graze his skin, Su Zhe casually raised his right hand. His hand seized Zhao Long's wrist with an iron grip. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The mighty axe, infused with Zhao Long's full force, hung suspended in the air, mere inches from Su Zhe's neck. The madness and savagery etched on Zhao Long's face crystallized in shock. He had exerted all his strength, yet his opponent had merely lifted a hand with nonchalance. Crack! Before Zhao Long could process the shock, a sharp, sickening sound of bones fracturing reverberated throughout the room. Su Zhe's grip tightened, crushing Zhao Long's wrist like a twisted pretzel. A shriek, more beastly than human, erupted from Zhao Long's throat. The excruciating pain sent his body into convulsions. He could no longer hold the axe, which clattered to the ground. Su Zhe's figure vanished once more. Zhao Long felt fear, real fear. He comprehended that he was not even in the same dimension as this man before him. Run, the only thought racing through his mind. Clutching his shattered wrist, he turned without a glance at where Su Zhe had disappeared and hurled himself against the already crumbling window behind him. Crash! The frame and glass shattered instantly. Zhao Long leaped from the second floor. As a power user, his physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He would certainly survive the fall. If he could reach the open ground below, he would have a chance to escape. However, as his feet touched the ground, still unsteady, a chilling figure appeared before him, as if by teleportation, silent and swift. Zhao Long gazed at the face mere inches away, adorned with a playful smile, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. His last thought was, how could he have descended from the upper floor directly to the ground? Thud! A military knife pierced his heart with decisive ease. The cold blade swiftly extinguished his life force. Zhao Long looked down in disbelief at the blossoming blood on his chest, his mouth moving as if to speak, but only a gurgling sound escaped, laced with blood. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. Done. Su Zhe, expressionless, withdrew the knife, allowing Zhao Long's body to crumple to the floor like a lifeless mass. Not far away, The only other person still standing, Li Hao, witnessed the entire scene of his idol, Brother Long, being slain in an instant. Terrified, he stumbled and scrambled to flee. Where does he think he is going? Suze did not pursue, but merely flicked his wrist. Another knife flew from his hand like a silver streak. Thud! The flying knife pierced Li Hao's throat from behind, pinning him to the ground. Li Hao convulsed twice before falling still. Suze approached Zhao Long's lifeless body and crouched beside it. He pressed his hand over Zhao Long's heart, closing his eyes. A faint yet pure energy flowed from his palm into his body, ultimately merging with his predator's perception skill. Ding! Absorbed initial-level Ice-type mutation core, enhancing Predator's perception proficiency by 5. It seemed that power users could absorb mutation cores directly without extraction, likely enhancing their own skills instead of acquiring the opponent's abilities. Suze stood up, wiped the blood from the military knife on Zhao Long's relatively clean clothing, and then stowed it away. After completing these actions, he slowly raised his head. His gaze traversed the devastated battlefield, sweeping over the silent dormitory, pinpointing the small window on the 5th floor. Beyond the window, several girls were still watching as Suze dispatched Zhao Long. A gentle, mischievous smile crept across Suze's lips. Don't be afraid, little darling. Brother is coming to take you home. Chapter 52, with a fairy in the left hand and a white lotus in the right. This is the true indulgence. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 6 in the evening. The sky had completely darkened, and the cold wind howled outside, indicating that he would not be leaving anytime soon. It seemed he would have to endure another night outdoors. Suze ascended towards the upper floors. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he heard muffled cries and the coarse breathing of a man emanating from a room deep in the corridor. Suze paused, finding it somewhat amusing. The uproar he had created with Zhao Long downstairs, gunfire and ice walls shattering, had nearly brought the building down. Yet here was a man, completely engrossed in his sordid activities, utterly oblivious to the chaos outside. What a fool who wouldn't even know how to die. Hey, Teacher Wu, stop struggling. It's the end of the world. Who cares if you're a teacher? A young voice, filled with malice. You always love wearing those black silk skirts in class, don't you? Desperately trying to tempt us male students. Now you pretend to be virtuous. Get away. Wang Hao, you beast. If you touch me, I'll haunt you as a ghost. The woman's voice trembled with tears. A ghost? Huh. I love that fiery spirit of yours. Once I'm done with you, I'll turn you into a ghost. The sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply. He was not a savior, disinterested in these trivial matters. Primarily, he did not want to leave Zhao Long's men behind, potentially posing a threat to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he arrived at the door of the room from which the sound emerged. Suze lifted his leg. Bang! The solid wooden door exploded inward, a large hole forming around the lock. A tall, lanky boy was viciously pinning a woman to the bed, one hand having roughly torn apart her professional dress. Startled by the loud noise, the boy turned abruptly, his face contorted in a grotesque, lecherous smile. But when he saw the man standing in the doorway, his smile froze. Who the hell are you? You dare ruin my fun. Are you tired of living? Wang Hao scrambled off the bed, grabbing a metal bed leg beside him, glaring menacingly at Suze. Get out of here. Otherwise, his threat was cut short as Suze kicked him out of the room. Suze didn't even step inside. He stood at the door, coldly observing Wang Hao charging at him, then unleashed his kick. Fussed to the extreme, Wang Hao barely registered a blur before an irresistible force slammed into his chest. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed throughout the room. Wang Hao's body smashed through the already precarious window, letting out a short, piercing scream as he plummeted from the 4th floor. Thud! A dull thud echoed from downstairs. And then the world fell into complete silence. Suze's gaze settled upon the bed. The woman known as Wu Laoshi was propped up on her arms, her eyes wide with shock. The moment Suze clearly discerned her features, even after having encountered the breathtaking beauty of Wang Shuyun and Su Qianqian, he found himself momentarily stunned. This woman was nothing short of a natural enchantress. With a perfectly shaped oval face, she possessed a pair of slightly upturned phoenix eyes, the corners tinged with a delicate blush, exuding an innate charm. at this moment, although her face was streaked with tears and her hair disheveled. The breathtaking allure she radiated seemed even more captivating due to her disheveled appearance. Her lips were plump and full, her nose elegantly arched, together forming a strikingly aggressive yet mature and glamorous visage. Particularly noteworthy was the tiny tear mole beneath her eye, adding a touch of endearing charm to her already mesmerizing beauty. At this moment, her white professional shirt was torn open, revealing the black lace of her undergarments and a dazzling expanse of fair skin, showcasing an astonishing silhouette reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach. Shusha internally whistled, marveling at the exquisite beauty before him. In terms of allure, this woman's charm was distinct from that of Wang Shuyun at home, yet perhaps even more potent. If you were to bring her back to the Hong Yin Jiban system, wouldn't she soar to new heights? Suze suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. He retrieved an unopened bottle of mineral water and a beautifully packaged piece of Dove chocolate from his backpack. He stepped into the room, offering them to her. Have some water and a bite to calm your nerves. His voice was calm and steady, imbued with a soothing power. Wu Wanqing lifted her head, gazing at the tall, stern-faced man before her, then at the luxurious food and water he had presented, a rarity in this apocalyptic world. Her mind was still reeling from the immense shock. Everything had transpired too rapidly, from the despair of being assaulted by a student to the terror of a violent intrusion, and then witnessing that beast being kicked off the high building. Trembling, she accepted the water and chocolate. Who are you? Her voice bore a raspy edge of survival. Thank you for earlier. I am Suze, he replied coolly. I have dealt with Zhao Long and his gang. This building is temporarily safe. Wu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She had heard the gunfire and screams from downstairs. Could it be that this man had single-handedly taken down Zhao Long and his crew? Her gaze towards Suze transformed entirely. In this world where life was as insignificant as grass, a man strong enough to effortlessly crush demons provided a sense of security unparalleled by anything else. Suze noticed the change in her expression with satisfaction, as this was precisely the effect he sought. This room is too filthy, and the window is broken. It's uninhabitable, he observed, scanning the surroundings. Find a clean, empty room, lock the door, and rest for now. I need to find someone on the 5th floor, and will return to you. Tomorrow morning, I will take you all away from here. Away? A flicker of hope ignited in Wu Wanqing's eyes. Where to? To a place of absolute safety, Suze replied, a significant smile gracing his lips. A place with clean water, abundant food, electricity, heating, and where one can take hot showers. Each of his words struck Wu Wanqing's heart like heavy bombs. Clean water? Abundant food? Electricity? Hot showers? Was he truly speaking of paradise? She was utterly stunned, gazing at Suze as though caught in a dream. Suze said no more. He turned and departed, continuing his ascent to the 5th floor. Wu Wanqing remained entranced, watching him vanish at the stairway before regaining her senses. She glanced down at the cold mineral water and chocolate in her hands, then up at the broken door and the howling cold wind outside. Without hesitation, she twisted open the bottle cap and took a large gulp of water. Then, she tore open the chocolate's packaging and began to eat. Adjusting her torn clothing, she stood up, her gaze now resolutely determined. No matter what, she was going to follow this man. On the 5th floor, in the dormitory where Huang Wanting resided, the atmosphere had grown unbearably tense. Huang Wanting and her 2 roommates, Zhang Ming and Li Jing, huddled together, trembling like leaves in the wind. Thud, thud, thud. The clear and steady footsteps eventually halted at their door. The hearts of the 3 girls leaped to their throats, and time seemed to freeze. Knock, knock. 2 faint, almost courteous knocks on the door left them all momentarily stunned. Is Huang Wanting in there? A male voice called from the other side. Huang Wanting's body jolted. He was indeed coming for me. Fear washed over her like a tide. 10, 9. The cold countdown outside felt like a death knell, striking at their hearts. Wanting. Don't open the door. He must be worse than Zhao Long, Li Jing exclaimed, nearly in tears. 5, 4. Huang Wanting's gaze fell upon the flimsy door. She understood she had no choice. Rather than passively awaiting judgment, she would confront it head-on. 2. Just as the countdown approached 0, Huang Wanting shoved her two roommates aside and rushed to the door. Trembling, she grasped the cold doorknob. Click! The lock clicked open. Taking a deep breath, Huang Wanting slowly pulled the door ajar. Outside stood a tall and imposing man, quietly waiting. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face before her, Huang Wanting's mind went blank. He was not the brutish thug she had imagined, but rather an attractive man with well-defined features exuding masculinity. What struck her most was his gaze, deep and calm, like an ancient well, betraying no emotion. There was no greed, no desire, nor cruelty. He simply regarded her with a detached serenity, as if the man who had unleashed chaos downstairs was entirely different from the one before her. This stark contrast was more unsettling than mere brutality. Suze, in turn, scrutinized the girl before him. If Wu Wanxing, whom he had encountered downstairs, was akin to a fiery drink capable of intoxicating any man, then Huang Wanting, at this moment, was like the purest spring water seeping from the melting snow of early spring, clear and refreshing. She possessed a flawless oval face, her features soft and gentle as if painted by the most tender brush. In the dim corridor, her skin appeared almost translucent, akin to exquisite white jade, delicate to the point of being poreless. Most captivating were her eyes, not the alluring phoenix eyes of Wu Wanxing, but rather clear and innocent apricot-shaped eyes, resembling a startled fawn. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered nervously, exuding an untainted innocence. Dressed in an oversized, worn-down down jacket, she appeared small and fragile, like a white bud quivering in the cold wind, delicate yet defiantly resilient. This beauty was unrefined, wholly natural. It possesses no aggression, rather, it awakens within men the most primitive and intense instincts of protection and possessiveness. They desire to pluck her from existence and shelter her in a greenhouse known only to them, allowing her to bloom solely for their eyes. In his heart, Suze once again rendered a favorable judgment. He wanted both Wu Wanxing and Huang Wanting. He had made up his mind to bring them both back to the villa and claim them as his own. The lines on his face softened slightly. Hello, Huang Wanting. Suze gazed at her, extending his hand with an irresistible smile. May I come in now? Chapter 53. Establishing Domineering Rules, Conquering the Enchantress by Lien. Suze pushed open the door and stepped into the dormitory. Inside, three girls huddled in the corner, the leader being Huang Wanting, whose doe-like almond eyes were fixed intently on Suze. He did not speak immediately, but gently closed the door behind him. Who are you? What do you want? Huang Wanting mustered her courage to ask. Suze's gaze settled on her pale, almost translucent oval face, observing her feigned composure despite her evident fear. And he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. The cold lines of his face softened a fraction. Do not be alarmed. I am not a bad person. My name is Suze, and Su Qianqian sent me to find you. Qianqian. Upon hearing the familiar name, Huang Wanting froze, her beautiful almond eyes sparkling with hope. Are you referring to Su Qianqian? Is she well? Where is she? A barrage of questions revealed her inner excitement and urgency. She is well, better than you can imagine, Suze said, a playful smirk gracing his lips. She is currently residing in a warm place, with electricity, and she can even take hot showers every day. What? Not only Huang Wanting, but also her two roommates, Zhang Meng and Li Jing, were taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. Warm? Electricity? Hot showers every day? Are you speaking of life before the apocalypse? In this desolate place, where even clean water is a luxury, this is akin to a paradise. Huang Wanting's cheeks flushed with excitement as she recalled Qianqian mentioning a shelter in their previous conversations, which she had thought was merely a comfort. She never imagined it to be true. In an instant, Zhang Meng and Li Jing's gazes towards Suze transformed entirely. This man before them had not only single-handedly taken down Xiaolong's gang, but also possessed such a divine sanctuary. He was undoubtedly the most formidable and radiant ally in this apocalypse. Big brother. The taller Zhang Meng was the first to react, quickly squeezing out from behind Huang Wanting, her face adorned with an eager smile. Big brother, you see, we are also Wanting's roommates. Could you take us with you? Li Jing chimed in, eager to join. Yes. Yes. Handsome. We could do anything. We can wash clothes and cook. We are capable. The two girls were indeed quite attractive, possessing a beauty that could have been admired even before the apocalypse. They looked at Suze with anticipation, as if he were their savior. However, Suze merely cast a fleeting glance at them. "I'm sorry," he began slowly. "My rule is to only take the exceptional." Suze's eyes lingered on their faces for a moment before shaking his head. "You're not qualified." His words fell like a bucket of icy water, drenching Zhang Ming and Li Jing from head to toe. Their smiles froze instantly, replaced by a burning sense of humiliation and disbelief. Not qualified? In university, they had been the objects of admiration for countless boys, and now, to be told they were insufficient was more painful than a slap to the face. In the presence of this man, their pride and their beauty felt utterly cheap. Suze ignored them and retrieved some biscuits and bottled water from his backpack. "Here, consider this compensation." He then turned his attention to the stunned Huang Wanting. "You come with me." Huang Wanting glanced at the precious supplies on the floor, then at her two pale-faced roommates, and finally, her gaze settled on Suze. She bit her lip and ultimately nodded. She understood that she had no other choice. Suze led Huang Wanting to a relatively clean, empty dorm room on the 4th floor. Upon opening the door, a mature and alluring figure leaned against the window, gazing into the dark night. Hearing the noise, she turned her head. It was Wu Wanqing. "Teacher Wu," Huang Wanting exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Wu Wanqing. The enchanting woman's captivating eyes also flickered with recognition as she identified the renowned pure beauty of the school. "Huang Wanting, what are you doing here?" The two women exchanged a few brief words, and the atmosphere lightened slightly. Suze found a reasonably clean chair to sit in, crossing his legs and surveying the two strikingly different, yet equally stunning women before him. To his left was the fully ripened enchantress, and to his right, the budding white lotus. How delightful this was! Once the two women finished their small talk, Suze cleared his throat and began. "All right, everyone is here now. I have a few things to say." His voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced the entire room. Huang Wanting and Wu Wanqing straightened their backs involuntarily, like students awaiting their teacher's reprimand. Their eyes focused on him. "Huang Wanting, I am here to rescue you because Su Qianqian pleaded with me." Suze's gaze first fell on Huang Wanting. "She cried and begged me, saying you were her best friend. I had no choice but to make this trip." His gaze shifted to Wu Wanqing, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "As for you, you are merely a fortunate find. However, you must understand one thing. My purpose in taking you away is not an act of charity. From the moment you decided to follow me, you have but one identity, my women. My words are the rules. If I say go east, you cannot go west. You must do as I say, without question or doubt. Should anyone fail to comply or displease me," Suze paused, "do not think that your beauty will spare you from my wrath. I can pull you from the depths of hell, but I can just as easily toss you back. You are all aware of the horrors that lurk outside, of the many men who would devour you alive. Do you understand?" His words were cold and unyielding, devoid of emotion. Huang Wanting's face paled in fear, her delicate body trembling slightly. She had never encountered such a domineering and unreasonable man. Yet he spoke the truth. Without him, their fate would be far worse than death. In stark contrast, Wu Wanqing's reaction was entirely different. Her alluring eyes, rather than reflecting fear, sparkled with a different kind of light. She gazed intently at Suze, taking in his handsome yet cold face, feeling the overwhelming strength and dominance that radiated from him. In this damned apocalypse, a man's gentleness held no value. Only absolute power, the kind that could command everything, was the most lethal poison, yet also the most addictive. This was what constituted a true man, a man capable of making her willingly submit. "I understand," Wu Wanqing spoke first, her gaze fixed on Suze. "What exactly do we need to do?" She licked her full lips, posing a direct and pragmatic question. "I do not believe there exists a free lunch in this world. We lack strength and special abilities. What you desire must be our bodies, correct?" As soon as this question was posed, Huang Wanting's face turned crimson, her head nearly buried in her chest. However, she perked up her ears, anxiously awaiting Suze's response. This was the question that weighed most heavily on her mind and frightened her the most. Suze observed the stark contrast in the reactions of the two women and suddenly chuckled. He rose from his seat, approached Wu Wanqing, and gently lifted a stray lock of hair that had fallen across her cheek with his fingertips. "You are quite astute," he said softly, his warm breath brushing against Wu Wanqing's ear, causing her to shiver slightly. "Yet not astute enough. I do have my designs on you, but I prefer not to employ force." Suze retracted his hand and stepped back, his gaze sweeping over the two women. "I enjoy witnessing your willingness. My offer of shelter comes with its own purpose, the specifics of which need not concern you. For now, all that is required of you is obedience." His words, ambiguous yet imbued with an irresistible confidence, suggested that their bodies and hearts would ultimately belong to him. The dormitory lacked heating, and the windows were somewhat drafty. A gust of cold wind swept through, making Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting involuntarily shiver, tightening their down jackets. Suze observed their slightly pale faces and chuckled again. "Look at me," engrossed in conversation. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the two women, two brand new, thick, and soft duck-down comforters materialized on the empty beds before them. Following that, a large iron basin, standing over half a meter tall, thudded heavily onto the floor of the dormitory. Before they could even react, a pile of pre-split, dry firewood tumbled into the iron basin. The entire sequence lasted less than 3 seconds. Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting stood utterly petrified, one with captivating eyes, the other with an innocent demeanor. Both now stared with slightly parted lips and wide, beautiful eyes at the astonishing scene before them. Their expressions mirrored that of two gophers encountering a UFO. What just appeared out of thin air? What is this? A magic trick? No, this is a miracle. Chapter 54. Late Night Conversations. Awakening with a fairy teacher in my arms. Given that Zhao Long himself was an ability user, Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting had already mentally prepared for the existence of supernatural powers. However, mental preparation and witnessing a miracle firsthand were entirely different matters. Suze's recent display had thoroughly shattered their understanding. "Why you?" Wu Wanqing's enchanting phoenix eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the objects on the ground, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Her plump lips parted slightly, and the beauty mark beneath her eye trembled with her quivering muscles. Her alluring face now etched with a look of sheer astonishment. Huang Wanting, standing beside her, was equally taken aback. Her flawless, oval face was fixated on the two comforters that had appeared from nowhere, her mouth forming a Q-ta shape. Suze was quite pleased with their reactions. He approached the pile of firewood and ignited it, instantly warming the cold dormitory with a bright glow. "Do not be so astonished. Zhao Long can manipulate ice. Is it not normal for me to conjure a few things?" Wu Wanqing took a deep breath, regaining her composure, though the remarkable curve of her chest continued to rise and fall rapidly. She looked at Suze, her gaze no longer filled with mere admiration and dependence, but now tinged with a hint of reverence. "Is your ability a form of spatial storage?" "Yes, that is one way to interpret it," Suze nodded, neither confirming nor denying, withholding further explanation of his powers. One must always keep a trump card hidden. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting exchanged glances, each reading the uncontrollable joy and excitement reflected in the other's eyes. Spatial storage. In a post-apocalyptic world, this was akin to a cheat code, a divine technique. Zhao Long's ice ability, while seemingly formidable, paled in comparison to Suze's power. Possessing this ability was tantamount to having a mobile, limitless super storage. No wonder he could produce clean water and chocolate. No wonder he dared to claim he could take them to a paradise filled with food, drink, electricity, and warmth. Because he could create a paradise himself. At that moment, they truly grasped the immense strength of the leg they had chosen to cling to. "What are you dawdling for? Aren't you cold?" Suze's voice interrupted their reverie. Oh. The two women awakened from their daydream, hastily spreading the comforters across the beds. The soft duck-down comforters felt exquisite against their skin, almost coaxing a moan of comfort from them. However, a new dilemma arose. The dormitory only contained 2 single beds, and there were only 2 comforters. How could 3 people sleep? Huang Wanting's face flushed crimson as she furtively glanced at Su Zhe, quickly averting her gaze, her heart racing. Wu Wanqing, however, was bolder. Her expressive phoenix eyes flitted between Su Zhe and the bed, sparkling with a hint of subtle inquiry. Su Zhe, noticing their little thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you thinking?" He pointed to himself, and then to the two of them. "Of course, I will sleep on one bed while you two share the other." "Huh?" Huang Wanting involuntarily gasped, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. Su Zhe teased her. "What? Do you wish to sleep with me tonight?" "And no." Huang Wanting hurriedly waved her hands in denial. Su Zhe laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. "Besides, even if you wanted to, I wouldn't be inclined. Just smell yourselves. You're practically rancid, having not bathed in at least a week. I don't wish to be subjected to that odor." Upon hearing this, both Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, indignation, and a tinge of self-consciousness. They indeed hadn't washed in quite some time. In this place where water was more precious than life, simply wiping their faces felt like a luxury. Just as the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward, a gurgling sound erupted from Huang Wanting's stomach. Following that, Wu Wanqing's stomach also growled. The two women's faces instantly transformed from a deep red to an even more vivid crimson, wishing they could find a hole to burrow into. "Su Zhe," Wu Wanqing mustered her courage, her voice almost pleading, "is there anything to eat? Biscuits and water would suffice. We are truly famished." Huang Wanting raised her head as well, her watery almond eyes looking at Su Zhe with a pitiful expression. In this apocalyptic world, they dared not ask for too much. Merely having a piece of compressed biscuit to fill their stomachs felt like an enormous blessing. Su Zhe gazed at their pitiful yet endearing expressions, a broader smile gracing his lips. "Biscuits? Water? You expect to consume such trivial fare while following me? That would be beneath you, considering the current circumstances." Cooking was not an option. Su Zhe stroked his chin, pondering aloud. "Then let us indulge in a hot pot meal." Hot pot. The two women were momentarily taken aback, thinking they had misheard. In the next instant, with a wave of Su Zhe's hand, a folding table, a portable stove, and a shining dual-flavored pot appeared in the center of the dormitory. Before they could process what had happened, plate after plate of ingredients appeared on the table. Delicate slices of premium snowflake beef, red and white marbled to perfection, plump fresh shrimp, cleaned and ready to cook napa cabbage, enoki mushrooms and water spinach, handmade shrimp paste, and beef meatballs. A complete array of dipping sauces, including sesame paste, fragrant oil, garlic, scallions, and cilantro. Even 2 bottles of chilled Coca-Cola were placed nearby. "What the hell?" Wu Wanqing could no longer maintain her composure, exclaiming an expletive. She and Huang Wanting stood utterly frozen in place, their eyes glued to the dazzling array of ingredients on the table, their throats involuntarily swallowing, saliva pooling uncontrollably. The rich aroma of the buttery hot pot base mingled with the freshness of various ingredients. Is this merely an illusion? It must be an illusion. How could such opulence, such dreamlike splendor, such absurdity exist in a post-apocalyptic world? Su Zhe activated the portable stove, igniting the flame. The butter base in the pot melted rapidly, soon bubbling with a vibrant red oil, releasing an enticing fragrance. He picked up a slice of fatty beef and immersed it in the boiling red broth, swirling it for a few seconds before dipping it into his sauce dish. The flavor was delightful. Satisfied, he savored the bite and then looked at the two women, deliberately asking, "Hey, are you two going to eat or not? If not, I'll just handle it myself. If you don't eat, I'll just give you some biscuits and water." This statement acted as a spell of awakening. "Eat." Wu Wanqing was the first to squeal, snapping back to reality, disregarding any semblance of teacherly decorum, lunging for a chair like a famished leopard. Huang Wanting followed suit, her face brimming with urgency, as if fearing that if she hesitated any longer, the food would vanish. Both women brandished their chopsticks, almost synchronously reaching for the most tempting platter of snowflake beef. Gone was any trace of their usual demure demeanor. At this moment, their eyes were solely fixated on the bubbling hot pot and the succulent meat. Wu Wanqing stuffed a hefty piece of beef in her mouth, barely pausing to cool it down, gasping as the heat overwhelmed her. Huang Wanting was even more dramatic. As the first morsel entered her mouth, tears streamed down her cheeks. Half from the heat, half from sheer bliss. "Oh, it's so delicious. Am I dreaming?" she cried, her hands never ceasing their frantic movement, terrified of missing a bite. This meal was the best, and undoubtedly the most surreal they had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. Typically, a warm bowl of instant noodles was a luxury beyond their reach, surviving on mere biscuits and cold water each day. Yet now, they were gathered around a steaming hot pot, feasting on the freshest meat and vegetables. This colossal shift from hell to paradise sent shivers through their souls. The meal was devoured in a whirlwind. The table was cleared, and both women leaned back in their chairs, slightly bloated yet thoroughly satisfied. Just as Wu Wanqing intended to rise and tidy up, Suze waved his hand dismissively. "No need to clean up. We're leaving tomorrow anyway." After the meal, Suze yawned and urged them to rest early, for they needed to set off at dawn. Naturally, he claimed one of the beds. Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting had no choice but to squeeze onto a narrow single bed. The dormitory beds were already small, and with two well-endowed women pressed together, their bodies were almost intimately aligned, each able to distinctly feel the other's breath and heartbeat. Perhaps filled with food and comforted by Suze's almost divine presence, the tension that had gripped them loosened for the first time. In the darkness, nestled under the covers, the two women began to whisper. "Ugh, Teacher Wu, don't crowd me." Huang Wanting shyly squirmed, feeling her soft side pressed against an even more astonishing curve. "I can't help it. The bed is this small," Wu Wanqing replied lazily, inching closer to Huang Wanting. "Wow, teacher," Huang Wanting suddenly gasped softly. "Your figure is incredible. No wonder so many boys at school secretly like you." Her hand inadvertently brushed against Wu Wanqing's mature and voluptuous silhouette, sending a thrill through her, even as a fellow woman. Wu Wanqing chuckled, her laughter like gentle claws scratching at the heart in the silent night. Her hand was not idle either, sliding beneath Huang Wanting's shirt hem, softly caressing her smooth, flat stomach, and then slowly moving upward. "You're also developing quite well, with a delightful texture," Wu Wanqing teased. Huang Wanting trembled at the touch, her face burying itself deeper into the covers in embarrassment. From the adjacent bed, Suze listened to this vividly tantalizing exchange, feeling a surge of heat rise from his toes to the crown of his head. "Damn, I shouldn't have let these two enchantresses sleep together," he thought. "Who can withstand this?" He forced his eyes shut, reciting calming mantras in his mind, perhaps due to the exhaustion from the earlier battle with Zhao Long. The dual assault of hormones and fatigue ultimately lulled Suze into a deep slumber. The next day, Suze slowly opened his eyes, sensing something amiss. There seemed to be something extra in the bed. A faint, mature woman's fragrance lingered. He stiffly lowered his head. Before him lay a breathtakingly beautiful sleeping face. Long eyelashes like delicate fans rested quietly upon her eyelids, and her captivating almond-shaped eyes were closed, exuding a tranquility absent in her waking hours. The small beauty mark at the corner of her eye appeared particularly alluring in the morning light. It was Wu Wanqing. He had no idea when she had crawled into his bed. At that moment, she resembled a docile kitten, curled comfortably in his embrace, lost in sweet slumber. Chapter 55. Departure. Ready to return to the community, Suze initially intended to gently rouse Wu Wanqing. However, upon witnessing her serene sleeping visage, he paused. In her dreams, she had shed the alluring aggression that characterized her during the day. Her long lashes hung like exquisite little fans, casting a small shadow beneath her enchanting eyes. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye, softened in the dim light, seemed like a droplet of vermilion, adding to her serene allure. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress. Suze silently cursed himself. Even in slumber, she radiated an irresistible magnetism. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was only 7 in the morning. The sun had yet to rise fully, and he could easily doze off again. However, just as he prepared to close his eyes, Suze's body suddenly tensed. He distinctly felt Wu Wanqing's hand, which had merely rested on his waist, starting to move restlessly. Her slender, soft fingers, with a tentative touch, began to glide downward. The motion was light and slow, like a feather brushing against him, igniting a wildfire of sensations along his nerves. Damn, Suze's breath hitched. He could feel her hand finally resting in a particularly sensitive area, even sensing her cool fingertips tracing gentle circles. Was this woman sleepwalking or pretending to be asleep? A wave of heat surged from his feet to the top of his head. As a young, normal man, lying next to such a stunningly beautiful woman, being teased in such a manner was simply too much to bear. Take her. A primal thought clamored within his mind. Yet in the next moment, Suze forcibly suppressed this notion. He took a deep breath, regaining clarity in his gaze. No, this environment is far too precarious. This rickety bed creaks at the slightest movement, as if it might collapse. Huang Wanting is still asleep in the adjacent bed. Most importantly, Suze leaned down to sniff, catching Wu Wanqing's natural fragrance. Yet, having not bathed for several days, he could still detect a faint hint of sweat in such close quarters. He had no intention of hastily rushing into anything in this makeshift setting. What he sought was conquest, to have these women willingly and wholeheartedly submit to him, both physically and emotionally, rather than engaging in a hasty and unclear encounter while they were half asleep. That would be beneath him. As he contemplated this, Suze's heart was devoid of turmoil, replaced instead by serene mastery over all. He extended his hand and gently patted Wu Wanqing's shoulder. "Hey, teacher, wake up." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Wu Wanqing's ears. The delicate form in his embrace stiffened noticeably, and her wandering hand recoiled as if jolted by electricity. Wu Wanqing's long lashes fluttered momentarily before she gradually opened her eyes. In her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, a fleeting confusion flickered as she realized she lay in Suze's arms. Her pupils contracting sharply. She exclaimed, a brief cry escaping her lips as she sprang up from Suze's embrace, akin to a startled rabbit. Clutching the blanket, she curled into the corner of the bed, her alluring visage now adorned with an unusual flush, her gaze evasive and her words tumbling over one another. In disbelief, she stared at Suze, then glanced at the bed beneath her, her mind a blank slate. "Suze, I didn't mean to." Finally regaining her voice, Wu Wanqing hastily explained, "I have a slight tendency to sleepwalk, truly. Though it doesn't happen often, sometimes when I'm under stress or in a new place, it occurs. I don't even know how I ended up in your bed, and I'm terribly sorry. I swear I did nothing." As she spoke, she furtively scrutinized Suze's expression with her glistening almond eyes, a mix of anxiety and guilt dancing within them. Suze regarded her with keen interest. Sleepwalking? Such a flimsy excuse indeed. How could one sleepwalk with such precision? He chose not to expose her. Leaning against the headboard with a playful smirk gracing his lips as he leisurely remarked, "Oh, is that so? I had no idea teacher Wu had this quirk. It seems your sleepwalking is quite selective in its destinations." Wu Wanqing's face flushed even deeper. She caught the teasing undertone in Suze's words, burning with embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. Seizing the moment while Huang Wanting remained asleep in the adjacent bed, she quickly dove back into Huang Wanting's covers. Suze chuckled softly at her flustered demeanor. This enchanting teacher was truly amusing. She had been so bold moments ago, yet now she feigned innocence. How intriguing. When Huang Wanting finally awoke, the sight that greeted her was Wu Wanqing's crimson face. "Teacher Wu, you're awake. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Huang Wanting reached out her delicate hand to check Wu Wanqing's forehead. "And no, I'm fine. It's just that the blankets are too thick, and I feel a bit warm." Suze retrieved several bottles of milk and some individually packaged bread from his supplies, constituting breakfast for the trio. Huang Wanting nibbled delicately, her face radiating with a blissful glow. In the apocalypse, a sip of milk was more joyous than a festive celebration. Meanwhile, Wu Wanqing kept her head bowed, silently consuming her food, unable to meet Suze's gaze. After finishing breakfast, Huang Wanting and Wu Wanqing instinctively began to tidy their belongings. "Shusha, we should gather our clothes and supplies," Huang Wanting suggested. Suze waved his hand dismissively. "No need to tidy up. Just throw away those ragged items. With me, you won't need to bring anything. I have everything you could possibly need, brand new, for you to choose from." Both women were momentarily taken aback. Huang Wanting's innocent eyes brimmed with confusion and surprise, while Wu Wanqing's gaze towards Su Zhe transformed into something more intricate after a brief shock. This man was not only powerful, but also unreasonably domineering. Yet, paradoxically, this very dominance instilled an unparalleled sense of security. Very well, Wu Wanqing acquiesced first, understanding that resistance was futile. Seeing Wu Wanqing's approval, Huang Wanting nodded in agreement and obediently donned her down jacket. The three exited the dormitory. Upon their arrival at the base of the dormitory building, several female heads popped out from the balcony and windows above. "Hey, handsome down there. Wait for us. Big brother. Take us with you. We can do anything. Please take us with you. We could be your loyal servants." Cries of desperation and please echoed, for in their eyes, Su Zhe was a lifeline. They had initially intended to rush down to stop Su Zhe, but were paralyzed by the chilling ruthlessness they had witnessed during his confrontations, opting instead to scream from above, hoping for even a sliver of a chance. Yet Su Zhe did not even glance upward. It was not that he was cold-blooded, but rather that his principles had been established from the outset. His sanctuary was not a refuge for the discarded. Only the extraordinary were worthy to enter his domain. Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting trailed behind Su Zhe, their emotions complex as they listened to the cries of their former classmates. A flicker of compassion crossed Huang Wanting's face, yet she remained silent, aware that she held no authority to make decisions for Su Zhe. In contrast, Wu Wanqing instinctively straightened her posture and looped her arm through Su Zhe's. At that moment, she felt deeply grateful for her choice. The trio proceeded in silence, exiting the school gates. Unable to contain herself, Wu Wanqing finally asked, "Su Zhe, are we really going to walk?" Shu halted, turning to glance at her with an expression akin to that of someone observing a naive country bumpkin. The next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting, a low hum resonated. Following a subtle spatial distortion, a colossal, jet-black vehicle, exuding an aesthetic of metal and brute force, materialized before them. It was an armored off-road vehicle. The body was enveloped in heavy matte black armor. The original windows were placed with narrow, bulletproof glass, and equipped with floodlights and a luggage rack on the roof. The menacing front bumper bore remnants of dark red blood. 4 tires, towering above the average human, radiated a primal sense of power. This was no mere vehicle. It was an iron beast, a mobile fortress. Holy cow! The exclamation slipped from Huang Wanting's innocent lips, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O, leaving her momentarily speechless. Beside her, Wu Wanqing was equally awestruck, her alluring eyes fixed on the steel monstrosity, her full lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. If the miraculous transformation witnessed the previous night was akin to a divine miracle, then the sudden appearance of such an extravagant apocalyptic war vehicle was nothing short of divine retribution. It was the ultimate punishment for their perceptions and worldview. Su Zhe was pleased with their reactions. He opened the car door and raised an eyebrow at the two still frozen in disbelief. "Get in. What are you waiting for? Do you truly wish to walk back?" His words acted like a spell of awakening. Oh. The two snapped back to reality and climbed into the vehicle. Once inside, they were once again struck by the stark contrast between the wild exterior and the interior, which was clean, tidy, and even luxurious. The soft leather seats, the immaculate central console, and the reflective floor mats spoke of an opulence they had never anticipated. Su Zhe took the driver's seat and expertly started the engine. With a gentle hum, he turned on the air conditioning. A rush of warm, dry air immediately enveloped their slightly pale faces, a comforting warmth they hadn't felt in ages. Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting reveled in the soothing breeze, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. From hell to paradise. It seemed that all it took was a vehicle and a man. Su Zhe paid no heed to their sentiments, retrieving his phone instead. He first sent a WeChat message to Wang Shuyan. "Shuyan, please inform Qian that I have retrieved the people and am preparing to return." The response came almost instantaneously. Wang Shuyan replied, "Understood, please stay safe. The meals have all been prepared for you." Su Zhe's lips curled into a gentle smile as he opened another chat window, revealing a message from Zhou Wenbin of Building 5. "Zhou, I am preparing to return. The supplies are ready on my end. A few seconds later, Zhou Wenbin replied, his tone exceedingly courteous. Mr. Su, thank you for your hard work. Wishing you a safe journey. Suze tucked away his phone and pressed the accelerator. Inside the car, Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting gazed in awe at Suze's composed profile, their minds consumed by a singular thought. They were increasingly eager to reach the warm, electrified haven Suze had described, where one could enjoy a hot shower. Chapter 56. Observe first, then take action. Suze drove the modified vehicle along the concrete road. Within the car, the warm air contrasted sharply with the frigid, desolate landscape outside, as if they inhabited two distinct worlds. Huang Wanting's delicate hand cautiously caressed the soft leather seats, her clear almond-shaped eyes brimming with wonder and dreamlike fantasy. She felt akin to Cinderella seated in a pumpkin carriage. Everything felt surreal. Wu Wanqing, however, was more direct. She sank her voluptuous form into the spacious passenger seat, emitting a lazy sigh akin to a cat that had finally discovered a warm hearth. Her alluring phoenix eyes flicked toward the rapidly receding ruins outside the window, then back to the man intently focused on driving, her gaze growing increasingly entranced. This man consistently expanded her perception of strength. At that moment, Suze's brow furrowed slightly. His predator sense registered an exceedingly faint yet undeniable warning. It was not a danger, but rather a sense of dissonance. Instinctively, he reduced his speed and glanced at the rearview mirror. There, a pale red mist slithered along the ground, as if alive. What could that be? Suze's voice shattered the silence within the vehicle. Huang Wanting and Wu Wanqing followed his gaze. Mist? Why is it red? Huang Wanting's innocent oval face paled slightly as she instinctively tightened her grip on the seatbelt. Wu Wanqing's captivating phoenix eyes narrowed, her full lips pressed together tightly. This mist felt decidedly off. Suze turned to the two women beside him and inquired gravely, have you encountered such mist during your time at school? Wu Wanqing and Huang Wanting exchanged glances, both shaking their heads vigorously. No, never seen it, Wu Wanqing replied with conviction. While the area around the school had always been gray and murky, there had never been mist of this color. Huang Wanting echoed softly, I have never seen it either. Suze recalled something. The first time he ventured out to gather supplies, after dispatching a zombie in a remote supermarket's warehouse, he too had encountered red mist upon leaving. Could there be an intrinsic connection between the red mist and the zombies? A terrifying hypothesis emerged in Suze's mind. Would those who entered the red mist transform into zombies? Or did this red mist itself produce them? Either possibility suggested that the level of danger in this apocalyptic world was silently escalating. Damn it! Suze felt a surge of discontent. If such a cursed phenomenon enshrouded the entire world, all his painstakingly amassed supplies and the exquisite women he had taken would be for naught. He had obtained a remarkable, transcendent power, undeniably the chosen one, the protagonist of this world. If this broken world dared to deviate from the script and spoil his enjoyment, it would be a grave loss. He hoped this thing would be wise enough not to drift into his neighborhood. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he pressed the accelerator without hesitation. The engine roared with a deep growl. The car's speed surged, leaving the bizarre red mist far behind. At that moment, from within the slowly undulating red mist, a distinct guttural sound characteristic of a zombie echoed. Shortly thereafter, an ordinary zombie clad in a tattered security uniform staggered forth from the fog. Suze, however, remained oblivious to this occurrence. Meanwhile, in the Eugene Community, Building 5, within Zhou Wenbin's residence, Zhou Wenbin sat at the head of the table, a half-burned cigarette pinched between his fingers. Several men surrounded him, all trusted confidants. Brother Bin, we've just received word that Suze is on his way back, exclaimed a burly man with a scarred face named Li Hu, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Splendid. Brother Bin, should we gather all the capable brothers in the building? His eyes glimmered with greed as he lowered his voice, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Once he steps out of the car, we'll swarm him and take him down. Then all the supplies in his vehicle, his grand villa, and those two stunning women will belong to us. Indeed, Brother Ben, chimed in a leaner man, with so many of us, why fear just one? No matter how strong he is, can he be invincible? However, Zhou Wenbin remained silent. With a sharp motion, he crushed the cigarette but into the ashtray, producing a sound that instantly silenced everyone. Are you seeking death? Zhou Wenbin lifted his gaze, his cold eyes sweeping over Li Hu, causing him to shudder and regain clarity. Brother Bin, Zhou Wenbin's voice was low but laced with undeniable authority. Have you forgotten how Zhang Meng and Wang Peng's group met their demise? Fool! Zhou Wenbin's anger flared as he chastised. I informed him of the military base's location, and he was tasked with retrieving supplies, returning to share a portion with us. That was our agreed-upon deal. And now you suggest ambushing him on the way? Have you lost your mind? Zhou Wenbin's words fell like a bucket of ice water over the group, who had been so excited just moments before. Now, their faces drained of color, cold sweat beading on their backs. Indeed, they had only been fixated on Su Zhe supplies, villa, and women. Observing their fearful expressions, Zhou Wenbin continued with a cold smirk. Let me ask you again, what kind of place is that? A military base. What do you think he can bring out of there? Cotton candy or white rabbit candy? What if he procures a truckload of firearms or even grenades? Tell me, what will we use to charge in? Your watermelon knife or that damn fire axe? Do you think this is a movie? You think we could just swarm him? He wouldn't even need to step out of the car. With a few shots, we'd all be meeting Yin Wang. Li Hu felt utterly deflated, lowering his head in shame, too embarrassed to speak. Zhou Wenbin rapped on the table, capturing everyone's attention. Listen closely. Right now, we cannot afford to play. However, since he is still willing to honor the agreement and provide us with supplies, it indicates that he still sees us as useful partners, not enemies to be eliminated immediately. Therefore, my plan is... A glimmer of cunning flashed in Zhou Wenbin's eyes. Once he arrives, I will take one person, just me and Li Hu, to collect the supplies. We will adopt a polite demeanor. The main objective is not merely to gather items, but to observe. While he retrieves the supplies from the vehicle, we will scrutinize his car closely. We must ascertain the scale of his haul. Are there any firearms? How many? If he truly acquired significant weaponry. Zhou Wenbin paused. Once we are absolutely certain, we will make our move. What is it that we are most lacking right now? Food. First, we must secure the agreed-upon supplies to fill our stomachs. Then we can think of other matters. Is that understood? Understood, Brother Bin. The group replied in unison. Fully convinced. Several hours had elapsed, yet there was no sign of Su Zhe. Li Hu's stomach grumbled with hunger, and he could no longer suppress his growing agitation. Brother Bin, could that kid be playing us for fools? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Just then, a buzzing sound pierced the air as a mobile phone vibrated. All eyes instantly turned to Zhou Wenbin. He slowly retrieved his old smartphone from his pocket and illuminated the screen. A new message from WeChat read, I've arrived at the entrance of the community. Bring someone down to help with the goods. Chapter 57, A Deadly Temptation. Zhou Wenbin's killing intent. Su Zhe's modified vehicle came to a gradual halt at the entrance of Yujing community. As he parked, his area scan functioned like an invisible radar, capturing every subtle movement within a 30-meter radius. There were no ambushes. Excellent. Only then did he leisurely take out his phone and send a WeChat message to Zhou Wenbin. He felt no tension whatsoever, given his current strength. Even if Zhou Wenbin attempted to play tricks or brought along dozens of people for a trap, Su Zhe was confident he could turn the place into a slaughterhouse before they could react. Nevertheless, exercising caution never hurt. Problems solvable with intellect should not necessitate physical confrontation. Before long, two figures appeared, trudging from the direction of Building 5. Leading the way was Zhou Wenbin, followed closely by the burly man named Li Hu, whose scarred face bore the marks of hardship. Both were clad in heavy, outdated cotton jackets that offered little warmth against the biting cold of -10 degrees Celsius. Visibly shivering in the frigid wind, their breath crystallizing in the air. Su Zhe's area scan reconfirmed that only the two of them were present. He opened the car door and stepped out. A rush of icy air flooded in, causing Huang Wanting and Wu Wanxing, who had already removed their down jackets, to shiver. With a creak, the heavy car door closed. Mr. Su, we've been eagerly awaiting your return, Zhou Wenbin exclaimed upon seeing Su Zhe, his face immediately lighting up with enthusiasm as he hurried forward. It must have been quite a journey for you in this dreadful weather. He spoke while rubbing his frozen, red hands, resembling a devoted steward welcoming his master. Suze merely nodded indifferently, his expression unchanged. It's manageable. His calm gaze settled on Zhou Wenbin's face. Zhou Wenbin tentatively stepped closer and lowered his voice. So, Mr. Su, did you find that location? What's the situation? Did you encounter any difficulties? He asked carefully, each word dripping with eagerness for the arms. Suze's expression subtly shifted to one of disappointment and vexation as he sighed and shook his head. Don't mention it. Zhou, the coordinates you provided were completely buried under the snow. It looked like the Arctic out there. Not only was there no military base in sight, but I couldn't even find a dilapidated rooftop. I drove around for 2 hours, and not a single soul was to be found. It was a wasted trip. Suze's tone was laden with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenbin's smile froze for a moment. The glint of extreme disappointment flashed in his keen eyes, which he quickly masked with a facade of regret and guilt as he slapped his thigh. Oh dear, is this true? All buried? My sincerest apologies, Mr. Su. How terribly sorry I am for making you waste your time. He lamented, seeming more distraught than Suze himself. Shusha inwardly scoffed. Continue your performance. He feigned a touch of regret, waving his hand dismissively. It's not your fault, Zhou. Natural disasters happen. I had hoped that if I could procure some firearms, I might share a few with you, so we could feel more secure in the community. Alas, it was not meant to be. Since I couldn't find anything substantial, I'll have to venture to a farther supermarket to gather some supplies. Mr. Su, your intentions are greatly appreciated. Food is indeed precious in these times. Suze refrained from further comment and walked to the rear of the vehicle. With a beep, the trunk slowly lifted. Li Hu's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight within the trunk. Several bulging, oversized woven bags completely filled the spacious trunk. Although the contents were obscured, their heavy shape was enough to drive any famished individual wild with desire. Li Hu gulped audibly, his greedy gaze fixated on the supplies, his mouth watering as he forgot all about the observational task Zhou Wenbin had assigned him. Zhou Wenbin, however, maintained a more restrained demeanor. He feigned appropriate excitement and gratitude, exclaiming, "Oh my, so much. Mr. Su, you truly are our savior." Yet his eyes, like two precise searchlights, scanned every corner of the trunk, seeking any trace of weaponry. A dark green ammunition box, standard weapon packaging, even a glimmer of metal. Yet there was nothing. The trunk contained only those large bags that appeared filled with food and daily necessities, alongside a clean, reflective black lining. Suze observed Zhou Wenbin's furtive glances, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he scoffed inwardly. Search all you want, old fox. If you find a single bullet in this vehicle, I shall write my name backward. Effortlessly, he lifted a bag weighing at least 70 or 80 pounds and handed it over. Here, take it. Li Hu rushed forward, straining to grasp the heavy load, his joy intensifying with the weight pressing upon him. Just as Suze prepared to retrieve a second bag, a soft voice tinged with playful reproach emerged from inside the car. Mr. Su, it's so cold. Can you please close the trunk quickly? The voice caused Zhou Wenbin and Li Hu to freeze momentarily. They instinctively looked up, their gazes traversing the trunk to the interior. With the heater running, Huang Wanting and Wu Wanxing had already shed their heavy down jackets. Through the clear rear window, one could easily see a girl in a white sweater, her pure and stunning oval face resembling exquisite jade, her curious almond-shaped eyes peering out. She resembled a snow lotus nurtured in a greenhouse, pristine and untouched by dust. In stark contrast, another woman in the passenger seat exuded a completely different allure. Dressed in a form-fitting black wool sweater, she accentuated her mature, voluptuous curves. Her long, seaweed-like curls cascaded freely, and her alluring oval face, paired with slightly upturned phoenix eyes, radiated a languid charm that could drive any man wild. Two breathtakingly beautiful women, one innocent and one seductive, were comfortably seated within the vehicle. Li Hu swallowed hard once more, the sound even more pronounced and conspicuous. He stood there dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape, eyes glazed over, nearly drooling. Was this some divine encounter? if his previous feelings had been jealousy and greed. An overwhelming surge of malice and murderous intent now rose from the depths of his heart. Why was this happening? Why must we endure hunger and cold here, fighting desperately for mere biscuits, while you, in your luxurious car, enjoy a life free from worry, indulging in women of such high caliber? This world is profoundly unjust. Suze observed the expressions of both individuals, particularly the instant chill in Zhou Wenbin's gaze. He chuckled softly, leisurely unloading the remaining supplies and stacking them on the ground before speaking nonchalantly. "Mr. Zhou, what are you still searching for? This is all the food in the trunk. I've laid it bare for you." He paused, his tone taking on a teasing quality. "Could it be that you suspect I've unearthed a military base and am deliberately hoarding the weapons and ammunition, refusing to share?" The moment those words left his lips, the air seemed to freeze. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Wenbin's back. He quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile that was more ghastly than tears, waving his hands repeatedly. No, Mr. Su, you jest. That is absolutely not the case. I merely noticed you provided us with such a bounty while keeping so little for yourself. We truly feel quite guilty about it." Yes, guilty. Even as he uttered this excuse, he found it painfully unconvincing. Suze cast him a fleeting glance, his eyes seemingly saying, "I believe you not at all. It's nothing. We are neighbors in the same community. After all, we ought to help one another." Having said that, he turned away from Zhou Wenbin and decisively entered his vehicle. With a resounding thud, the car door closed and the trunk descended slowly. Seeing this, despite his inner reluctance, Zhou Wenbin could only force a smile and, alongside Li Hu, tactfully stepped aside. The vehicle roared to life, rushing past them without a hint of regret, sending a gust of snow and wind crashing against their faces. It wasn't until the taillights vanished around the corner of the villa district that Zhou Wenbin's smile gradually turned cold and somber. Mr. Zhou Li Hu, still reeling from the earlier shock, licked his cracked lips and gazed in awe at the direction Suze had departed. Those two women in Suze's car are absolutely stunning. I mean, one so pure you could squeeze water from her, and the other so seductive she could drip oil. Did this kid save the galaxy in his past life? With a sharp clap, Zhou Wenbin delivered a resounding slap to Li Hu's face, his frustration boiling over. "You worthless fool! Have you lost your senses just from a glance?" Li Hu, stunned by the blow, covered his face and fell silent. Zhou Wenbin's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Suze's villa, his teeth grinding audibly. Resources, fortresses, exquisite women. Damn it. All the good fortune in this world seems to be monopolized by him. A plan must be devised to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Suze's vehicle smoothly entered the garage of his villa. With a rumble, the heavy garage door began to descend upon the press of a button. Suze turned to gaze at the two stunning beauties beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "We have arrived home. Let us disembark." As Suze parked his car in the garage, he noted that the bodies of Zhang Meng and Wang Peng, whom he had dispatched a few days prior at the villa entrance, had vanished without a trace. Only a few patches of dried, dark red blood remained on the ground, evidently consumed by the starving neighbors from other buildings. With a rumble, the thick garage door lowered in response to the remote control. When Huang Wanting and Wu Wanqing stepped down from the modified vehicle and entered the villa's living room, both women froze in astonishment. Huang Wanting's clear, almond-shaped eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to close for what felt like an eternity. Is this heaven? The warmth of spring dispelled the last remnants of cold clinging to her. The bright, soft lighting illuminated every exquisite corner of the living room. The floor gleamed like a mirror, the sofas were soft and inviting, and a massive LCD television on the wall. Everything was a perfect replica of the pre-apocalyptic world, perhaps even more lavish and pristine. There was no trace of blood or decay. Only a faint, reassuring fragrance wafted through the air. Huang Wanting felt her mind momentarily shut down. Wu Wanqing's reaction was more subdued, yet her inner shock was no less profound than Huang Wanting's. Her alluring phoenix eyes swiftly and precisely scanned the entire layout of the living room. Her heart raced as she finally comprehended the meaning behind Su Ze's declaration of "my safe house." This was no mere safe haven. It was unequivocally a fortress of luxury amidst the apocalypse. He was not merely surviving in this world. He was reveling in it. The way Wu Wanqing looked at Su Zhe transformed entirely, a blend of astonishment, admiration, curiosity, and an instinctual submission to a figure of absolute power. Un so su, a sweet, innocent voice shattered the silence, as a small figure darted down the stairs, resembling a joyful little cannonball. It was Wang Diandian, her hair styled in playful pigtails and clad in a pink pajama set. "Uncle, you're back. Diandian missed you so much." Su Zhe's hardened demeanor melted away instantly. He smiled and bent down to scoop the little girl into his arms. "I missed you too, Diandian." With a loud smooch, Diandian hugged Su Zhe tightly around the neck. This tender scene elicited a surreal warmth in Huang Wanting and Wu Wanqing, who had just entered the villa. "Is there a stir downstairs?" A lively, slightly soft voice floated down from the staircase, followed by a pure, doll-like face peeking out, Su Qianqian. Upon catching sight of Huang Wanting behind Su Zhe, her clear, large eyes widened in disbelief. "Bom Ting, Qianqian!" Both girls exclaimed simultaneously, their voices laced with astonishment. In the next instant, Su Qianqian bounded down the stairs like an exuberant rabbit, enveloping the still-dazed Huang Wanting in a tight embrace. "Wanting, it's really you. I thought I would never see you again. This is wonderful. You're safe. You're truly safe." Huang Wanting, now fully grasping the situation, reciprocated the embrace tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Qianqian, I was so scared, so very scared." The two girls held each other, laughing and crying, releasing all the fears and grievances they had endured since the apocalypse. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open. Dressed in casual home attire, with an apron tied around her waist, Wang Xun emerged, holding a spatula in hand as she appeared to be preparing dinner. Upon seeing Su Zhe standing there unharmed, her peach blossom eyes sparkled with relief, the tension in her heart finally easing. "Su Zhe, you're back." Wang Shuyun spoke softly, her voice brimming with warmth and reassurance. She turned to Su Zhe, gently inquiring, "Would you like to eat first, or shall we take a bath? Now that we have an extra person, I can whip up a few more dishes." "Bathe," Su Zhe replied without a moment's hesitation. After days spent outside, he felt utterly grimy and uncomfortable. A hot shower was a necessity. "Bathe." Huang Wanting and Wu Wanqing's eyes lit up at the mention of the word. "Wonderful. We can take a bath." Huang Wanting's excitement flushed her cheeks. Wu Wanqing couldn't help but lick her luscious lips. Nothing in this apocalyptic world was more alluring than a hot shower and a hearty meal. "But we don't have any change of clothes," Huang Wanting said, a bit shyly, her face turning slightly red. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyun's expression shifted to one of concern. She sighed, a hint of apology weaving into her words. "Well, that presents a bit of a dilemma. My wardrobe is rather limited now. When Qianqian visited earlier, she often wore my clothes. Now," Wang Shiyun glanced at Huang Wanting and Wu Wanqing's figures. One was pure and tall, while the other was curvaceous and alluring, each differing significantly from her own and Qianqian's styles and sizes. "Why don't you all make do with my clothes for now? They might not fit perfectly," Wang Shiyun suggested. Su Qianqian pouted in distress. "Yes, all my clothes are from Shuyun's wardrobe. I'm running out of options." Hearing the conversation between Wang Shuyun and Su Qianqian, Huang Wanting and Wu Wanqing were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, and in unison, their eyes turned toward the composed man, Su Zhe, who seemed indifferent to the situation. They were aware that Su Zhe possessed a spatial anomaly, a wondrous place capable of holding vast quantities of items. Yet did it contain clothing? Women-esque clothing, no less? They had never seen it and were uncertain. At that moment, their gazes were filled with inquiry, curiosity, and a hint of unspoken anticipation. Su Zhe found their reactions amusing. Observing the troubled expressions of Wang Shuyun and Su Qianqian, alongside the expectant looks of Huang Wanting and Wu Wanqing, he decided to provide them with a slight apocalyptic surprise. "All right, stop worrying," Su Zhe interjected with a smile. "It's just a few pieces of clothing. It's no big deal." Under the differing gazes of the four women, Su Zhe casually raised his right hand and waved gently at the empty space in the living room. "Watch closely." In the next instant, without any warning, a small mountain composed of various women's clothing, daily necessities, cosmetics, and skincare products materialized on the living room floor. From the latest designer dresses to intimate apparel, and an array of beautifully packaged bottles and jars to boxes of hygiene products, it was all there. The little mountain even exuded a delightful scent, a blend of fabric and perfume reminiscent of high-end department stores. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wang Shuyun and Su Qianqian, two women oblivious to Su Zhe's abilities, appeared as if struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. The spatula in Wang Shuyun's hand clattered to the ground, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were fixed on the pile of suddenly appeared items, her mind blank. Is this a miracle? Su Qianqian's adorable doll-like face had her mouth agape in disbelief, her clear eyes filled with astonishment. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, pinching her thigh hard. Ouch, that hurts. This isn't a dream. It's all real. Compared to their utter bewilderment, Huang Wanting and Wu Wanxing, who were in the know, maintained a slightly better composure, though their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. Huang Wanting covered her mouth with her little hand to stifle a scream. She knew Su Zhe had a spatial anomaly, but she had envisioned it as a large warehouse. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect it to be like this. Wu Wanqing's captivating phoenix eyes lost all allure, leaving only sheer shock. She gazed at the pile of luxurious garments, then back at the nonchalant Su Zhe, realizing for the first time how unimaginative her thoughts had been. Su Zhe was quite pleased with their reactions. With his hands in his pockets, his tone calm, as if discussing the pleasant weather, he said, "Feel free to choose what you like. In this house, as long as you all listen to me, you can live beautifully. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 59. The Uninvited Fairy in the Living Room. Time seemed frozen by the sudden appearance of the small mountain. The spatula in Wang Shuyun's hand clattered as it fell onto the marble floor. Her peach blossom eyes now reflected confusion and emptiness, fixated on the mountain of clothing. Her brain completely offline. A miracle? Su Qianqian's lovely doll-like face was in a perfect O shape, her clear eyes brimming with incredulous shock. She rubbed her eyes again and pinched her thigh hard. Ouch, it hurts. This isn't a dream. In contrast to their complete astonishment, Huang Wanting and Wu Wanxing, who were privy to the truth, displayed slightly better reactions, though the inner turmoil was no less intense. Huang Wanting stifled a scream by covering her mouth. She had known Su Zhe possessed a spatial anomaly, but her imagination had conjured a vast storeroom. She never anticipated this. Wu Wanxing's alluring eyes now held only pure astonishment as she observed the garments exuding a high-end department store aura, and then shifted her gaze to the man with his hands in his pockets. She had thought Su Zhe was a dominant figure in the apocalypse. Now, it seemed she was sorely mistaken. This man was a deity amidst the chaos. A sudden, childlike cheer pierced the eerie silence. Uncle is performing magic. Uncle is amazing. Only the little girl, Dian, remained unfazed by the supernatural spectacle, clapping her hands in admiration and joy. Su Zhe's calm demeanor instantly melted away as he smiled and patted Dian's head. With a thought, a gigantic teddy bear, dressed in a pink princess dress and nearly as tall as Dian, materialized in his hands. Wow, a big bear. Dian joyfully rushed over, hugging the plush toy larger than herself, rubbing her cheek against its soft fur before running back to Su Zhe, looking up with a beaming face and planting a kiss on his pants. This heartwarming and magical scene finally roused the four dazed women. Su Zhe glanced at them, maintaining his calm demeanor. All right, you all tidy up here and pick what you like. There are no clothes of mine in there, so I'll head upstairs for a shower. Huang Wanting, Wu Wanxing, once you're done choosing, find an empty bathroom to wash up. There's hot water everywhere. After your showers, come down for dinner. With that, Su Zhe turned and ascended the stairs, returning to his master bedroom. Su Qianqian was the first to exclaim, resembling a hamster that had discovered treasure, and dove into the pile. Oh my, the latest from Chanel. I saw it at the counter, but couldn't bear to buy it. Wow, and this? How much would this cost? Lingerie. All lace. Yay. Su Qianqian's lively shrieks seemed to ignite the atmosphere like magic. A woman's love for beautiful clothes and cosmetics is an instinct woven into their DNA and remains unquenched even in the apocalypse. Huang Wanting watched her friend tumble through the clothes like a little lunatic, unable to resist the infectious excitement, her face glowing with joy. Gubansin, Anlaik Sukyankian, approached gracefully, heading straight for the pile of luxury items. Her intentions were clear. She extracted a black silk camisole from a stack of boxes and paired it with a matching black lace lingerie set, holding them up in front of herself for comparison. The most reserved was Wang Shuyan. Picking up the spatula from the floor, she said, "You all choose first. I'll go prepare dinner. With 2 more people tonight. I need to cook a few extra dishes." This gentlewoman's first instinct was to fulfill her role as the hostess. "Oh, Shuyanjia, don't rush to cook. Come and pick 2. Su Qianqian exclaimed, pulling Wang Shuyun's hand without hesitation. "Look at this beige cashmere sweater. It suits your temperament perfectly. And this hand cream from this brand is amazing. After washing dishes and cooking every day, your hands must be rough." With Su Qianqian's enthusiastic persuasion, Wang Shuyun reluctantly joined the treasure hunt. Initially, she hesitated, selecting only simple and comfortable loungewear. As she lifted a beautifully packaged skincare set she had never seen before, gazing at her slightly haggard reflection in the mirror, she thought to herself that she must take good care of herself. Otherwise, if Su Zhe were to seek the company of other women, she would surely fall from grace. Huang Wanting watched her companions and summoned her courage, cautiously approaching them. Her gaze skimmed over a colorful array of garments before settling on a simple white cotton maxi dress and a matching set of delightful cotton underwear adorned with charming strawberry patterns. This was her style, clean and pure, akin to a blank canvas. Once women embark on a shopping spree, even if it's merely in the living room, time seems to fly by. They chattered animatedly, recommending items to one another, and the atmosphere was filled with joviality, as if the apocalypse had never arrived. Wu Wanqing was the first to finish her selections. She chose a set of black lace lingerie, a burgundy silk robe, and a collection of high-end personal care products. With a flirtatious smile directed at the still exuberant crowd, she tossed her long hair. "I feel sticky. I'll go take a shower. You all take your time." With that, she sashayed upstairs with graceful strides. Wang Shuyun, shedding her earlier reserve, under Su Qianqian's encouragement, selected several figure-flattering yet demure dresses and intimate apparel. "All right, enough shopping. If I don't start cooking, Su Zhe will go hungry," she remarked, patting her flushed cheeks, clutching her chosen items as she hurried towards the kitchen. In the living room, only Su Qianqian and Huang Wanting remained. The 2 close friends giggling as they categorized the remaining supplies and transported them to the storage room on the first floor. Inside the storage room, as Huang Wanting surveyed the shelves brimming with supplies, her movements gradually slowed. Leaning against a shelf, she watched Su Qianqian, who was still humming a tune while organizing items. After a prolonged hesitation, she spoke softly. "Qianqian, what is it wanting?" Su Qianqian turned, a puzzled look on her face. Huang Wanting nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, her gaze lowered. Do we need to sleep with Su Zhe since we are living here and using his things?" She spoke the word sleep with quickly and quietly. This question had weighed on her heart since the moment Su Zhe rescued her in the university dormitory. Although Su Zhe had mentioned that he disliked coercion, that was in a public setting where everyone felt unsafe. Now that they resided in his villa, enjoying all he provided, if he were to propose such a thing, could she refuse? Or did she even have the right to refuse? Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian paused her actions, a blush suddenly blooming on her cherubic face. She blinked her large eyes, looking at her fidgeting friend, before bursting into laughter. "Oh dear, I thought it was something serious. You startled me." She approached Huang Wanting, linking arms with her and whispering, "Don't worry, Su's a gidge isn't that kind of person. If he wanted to force you, he could have done so back in school. Why go through all the trouble of bringing you here? As long as we obediently listen to him and don't cause him any trouble, we'll be fine. Besides, even if we really had to share a bed with him, Su's gidge is so handsome, so capable, and so gentle. I think I wouldn't mind at all. It might even be a small gain." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Huang Wanting felt her face flush deeply at her bold words, lightly punching her arm, although she protested verbally. Images of Su Zhe's handsome face and well-built physique involuntarily surfaced in her mind. However, she had only known Su Zhe for less than 2 days and barely understood what kind of person he was. The thought of giving away her first time at this, Huang Wanting's face grew even hotter. On the second floor, in the master bedroom's bathroom, Su Zhe leaned against the edge of the enormous bathtub, eyes closed, relishing this long-awaited relaxation. This was life. This was the kind of apocalypse he desired. As for dinner, even if they finished eating, he could simply have her prepare a bowl of noodles for himself, add 2 eggs, and a few slices of premium Wagyu beef. Lost in thought, a satisfied smile crept on his Su Zhe's lips. Since it was his bedroom, his territory, he hadn't locked the bathroom door. In this home, aside from Dian Dian, he didn't believe anyone would dare intrude upon his private space without permission. However, surprises often occur unexpectedly. With a soft click, the sound of the door lock being turned reached Su Zhe's ears. Almost instantaneously, his closed eyes snapped open. His enhanced hearing, thanks to the predator's senses, had detected this unwelcome noise. His body instantly transitioned from relaxation to a state of tense vigilance, his gaze darting towards the bathroom door. Shrouded in mist, a tall and alluring silhouette stood quietly at the entrance. She was still clad in her soiled attire, but in her hand was the burgundy silk robe she had just selected, accompanied by the equally enticing black lace lingerie. Leaning casually against the doorframe, she nonchalantly toyed with the silky fabric, her captivating phoenix eyes fixed intently on Su Zhe in the bathtub. Su Zhe's pupils constricted abruptly. Wu Wanqing? Teacher Wu. He relaxed slightly, reclining back into the tub. Teacher Wu, you seem to have the wrong door. I recall there are several empty bathrooms on the second floor. Wu Wanqing met his gaze, and instead of retreating, she gently closed the door and locked it. Click. This time, the sound of the lock was unmistakably clear. A smile played on her rosy lips. I haven't gone astray. I came here to find you, Su Zhe. As she spoke, she swiftly plotted in her mind. She had to break this stalemate. Initially, she believed that in this villa, it was only she and Huang Wanting, 2 newcomers. They were entirely different types, one a ripe peach, the other a green apple. Men, after all, are often greedy. That was only natural. However, she never anticipated that there were already 2 women in the villa, that one named Wang Shuyun, gentle as water, clearly the type to manage a household with grace, a stable position that would not easily waver. The one named Su Qianqian, with her youthful visage, was lively and adorable, and being Huang Wanting's close friend meant Su Zhe would never mistreat her. Now, with the arrival of the 2 newcomers, Huang Wanting, the pure and innocent campus belle, remained untouched. This held a fatal allure for any man. In contemplating her situation, she realized it was the most precarious of all. Wu Wanqing, at 29 years old, had only ever seriously dated one boyfriend, yet she was no longer the naive blank slate. In terms of purity, she could not compete with Huang Wanting. In household skills, she fell short of Wang Shuyun. In cuteness, she was outmatched by Su Qianqian. Her only asset lay in her mature and alluring physique, painstakingly crafted by fate itself, and her understanding of how to please men far exceeded that of those younger girls. Having experienced life in the villa, she no longer wished to return to a life of scarcity and discomfort. She could not afford to be cast aside. Thus, she must take the initiative. Before Su Zhe developed an intense interest in Huang Wanting's pristine allure, she would intoxicate him with her own potent charm. She wanted him to know that a mature woman has her own merits. With that thought, the last shred of hesitation in Wu Wanqing's eyes transformed into resolute determination. She lifted her hand and began to unbutton the soiled shirt clinging to her body. One button, then another, her movements languid and deliberate. As the filthy coat and shirt fell away, the concealed, breathtakingly perfect form was gradually revealed to Su Zhe amidst the mist. This was not the delicate frame of a girl, but rather a voluptuous embodiment of strength and vitality, reminiscent of a ripe peach, full, round, and exuding a fatal allure. Her skin, illuminated by the light, glowed as white as fine mutton fat jade, starkly contrasting with the dirt that marred her from her flight, creating a striking visual impact. Wu Wanqing casually tossed her dirty clothes onto the floor and, barefoot, walked steadily toward the bathtub. Each step felt as though she was treading upon Su Zhe's heartbeat. The cold marble beneath her feet heightened her awareness. She understood she was engaging in a high-stakes gamble. If she triumphed, she would firmly establish herself here. Losing was not an option. She could not afford to fail. Just as she reached the edge of the bathtub, Su Zhe's voice pierced the air. "Stop!" Wu Wanqing's steps halted abruptly. She froze, her heart plummeting. Did he not appreciate her as she was? Did he find her distasteful? In an instant, overwhelming panic and grievance surged within her, reddening her eyes. Su Zhe regarded her expression with bemusement, yet his words were unyielding. "Look at you, filthy like a little stray cat, and you want to bathe in my tub without even cleaning yourself first? Hurry up and rinse yourself off over there." Upon hearing this, Wu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, but then an immense joy erupted from within her heart. He had not rejected her. "Okay," she nodded vigorously, the mist in her eyes dissipating instantly. She obediently walked to the shower area beside the bathtub and turned on the faucet. Warm water cascaded from above. The moment the heated water touched her skin, she nearly moaned from the sheer comfort. It was pure bliss. After the apocalypse, the school had quickly lost power and water. Being able to wash her face was a luxury, let alone a hot shower. Now, in this villa, not only could she bathe in warm water, but the indoors remained cozy, accompanied by warm meals. She closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and let the water flow over her delicate face, gliding down her elongated neck and tracing her stunning curves. She spent a full half-hour washing, using the most fragrant shower gel, scrubbing every inch from her hair to her toes several times until she felt that her skin radiated a subtle, enticing fragrance. When she turned off the faucet and reopened her eyes, she felt entirely rejuvenated. The hot water had imbued her skin with a healthy, alluring pink hue. She hesitated, unsure if she should step directly into the bathtub or wait for Su Zhe's next command. However, before she could contemplate further, a strong, powerful arm suddenly reached out from the bathtub, grasping her wrist and pulling her in with force. Wu Wanqing gasped as she was roughly yet precisely yanked into the spacious, warm bathtub. Water splashed everywhere, crashing against the bathroom walls and floor. The sudden sensation of weightlessness and the enveloping warmth of the water made her instinctively want to struggle, her hands instinctively pushing against the solid, heated chest before her. Yet Su Zhe offered her no opportunity to resist. His other arm wrapped around her slick waist, completely imprisoning her in his embrace, rendering her immobile. Their bodies melded seamlessly together in the water. Wu Wanqing could distinctly feel the heartbeat resonating from his chest, along with the explosive power contained within his physique. She lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes, which brimmed with possessiveness. Those eyes seemed to convey, "Since you have willingly come to me, you must be prepared to accept your role as prey." In the next moment, Su Zhe leaned down, delivering a conquering kiss. Any minuscule resistance, Wu Wanqing had crumbled instantaneously under the tempestuous onslaught. Her rationality was incinerated, leaving only the most primal instincts. Her hands transitioned from pushing away to gripping weakly, ultimately relaxing entirely and climbing onto his broad shoulders. She began to respond clumsily, yet passionately. The bathroom was filled with the sound of water and their increasingly hurried breaths, intertwining in the steam to compose a primal, blushing melody. The water in the bathtub churned and overflowed, saturating the floor. Wu Wanqing felt like a lone leaf tossed in a stormy sea, entirely losing control of her body, surrendering to the powerful helmsman guiding her toward dizzying new heights she had never experienced. She forgot who she was, where she was, in the passage of time. In this ultimate fusion and collision, she offered her whole self. It was unclear how long it lasted. When the tumult finally subsided, a crisp notification echoed in Su Zhe's mind, audible only to him. New bond with a beauty detected. Beauty, Wu Wanqing, bond level, LV1. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new ability. Replication. By actively touching any enemy ability user, replicate their currently most core ability. The replicated abilities effect is 80 of the original and lasts for 10 minutes. Each replication has a cooldown of 24 hours. Success. Suze gazed at the system panel that appeared in his mind, then looked down at Wu Wanqing, who had completely turned into a puddle of spring water. Too lethargic to even move her fingers. A satisfied smile graced his lips. He pinched her delicate chin and kissed her red lips passionately. I knew taking in you, this little enchantress, was one of the best decisions I've ever made. I absolutely adore it. Though she did not comprehend what a correct decision entailed, she understood his final words. I absolutely adore it. That was enough. As long as he liked her, it meant she had won this gamble. She had succeeded. She could live securely in this paradise. The overwhelming sense of relief allowed her to fully relax, like a lazy cat, comfortably leaning against Suze's chest. Suze, observing her relaxed demeanor, playfully pinched her cheek again. Mr. Su, aren't you hungry? If you're not, you seem quite spirited. Shall we go for another round? Hearing this, Wu Wanqing jolted, every hair on her body standing on end. Another round? Who could withstand that? Did he think she was made of iron? She disregarded all decorum, scrambling to extricate herself from Suze's embrace and leaping out of the bathtub. I'm hungry. I'm starving. As she spoke, she hurriedly grabbed a towel to dry herself, fearing that if she hesitated even for a moment, that devil would pull her back in. Suze chuckled heartily at her flustered yet adorable appearance. He stood up, and upon seeing this, Wu Wanqing's survival instincts kicked in, and she swiftly grabbed another clean towel to help dry Suze's body. Once they were both dressed, Wu Wanqing donned a wine-red silk robe, while Suze casually slipped on a clean set of loungewear. Wu Wanqing leaned against the wall, feeling her calves still trembling, her legs weak with every step. She unsteadily opened the door and stepped out of the bathroom. Suze watched her alluring silhouette, noticing her slightly unsteady gait, and shook his head with a smile as he followed her out. As they appeared together at the top of the stairs, the once warm and lively atmosphere of the dining area below came to an abrupt halt. As Wang Shuyan paused in her task of serving food to Dian, Su Qianqian, who had been whispering with Huang Wanting, froze, her smile abruptly fading. Even Huang Wanting, who had been engrossed in her meal, lifted her gaze. The three women's eyes converged upon Wu Wanqing. There she stood, her delicate face flushed, with a hint of spring radiating from the corners of her eyes and brows. Her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with an allure that seemed to promise the very essence of emotion. The luxurious wine-red silk robe she wore accentuated her mature figure with exquisite detail. Behind her, a man with an air of vitality and a mischievous smile lingered. Was there truly any need for further explanation? In an instant, the atmosphere within the dining hall shifted to a subtly charged tension.